My parents secretly planned a lavish Hawaiian vacation for my sister's children, then publicly announced my grieving kids were too difficult to be invited. So, I didn't argue or cry, I just packed up my children, called my estate attorney, and legally erased my parents from our lives. My mother is a woman who choreographs every moment of her life for maximum impact, and she picked this specific moment on purpose. It was Sunday, the 15th of February 2025. Right around 4:15 p.m. We were gathered at my parents' pristine, overly decorated house in Crestwood, Oregon, because my dad had texted earlier that week offering a casual family dinner. The kids can play in the basement. Just a normal Sunday, he had written. It was normal bait. My daughter, Lily, was sprawled out on the plush living room rug with her coloring book, her tongue tucked slightly out the side of her mouth in deep concentration as she drew a lopsided, vibrant rainbow over a stick figure family. She is 7 years old. She is at that incredibly fragile age where she still implicitly believes that adults say exactly what they mean and mean exactly what they say. My son, Leo, who is 4, was kneeling by the glass coffee table, meticulously lining up his toy cars as if he were engineering a tiny, high-stakes traffic system. My older sister Chloe's kids were there, too. Mason, 10, and Ava, 8, were already incredibly loud, already climbing the expensive furniture like it was a jungle gym, and generally tearing through the house. Suddenly, my mom clinked her crystal wine glass with a silver spoon like we were at a formal wedding reception. Okay, everyone, she said, her smile wide and practiced. We have a very special announcement. My dad dutifully put his arm around the back of her chair like a stage prop, and my sister Chloe sat up straight, her eyes bright and knowing. Is it about the trip? Chloe asked, failing to hide a smirk. I felt an immediate, involuntary tightening in my shoulders. What trip? I asked, looking between them. My mom waved a manicured hand dismissively. Oh, Elena, we just haven't had the chance to tell you yet. We are taking the grandkids to Hawaii for 2 weeks in April. Chloe actually let out a high-pitched squeal. Stop. Are you serious? Ava shouted, Hawaii. At the top of her lungs. On the floor, Lily's crayon abruptly stopped moving. She looked up, suddenly quiet and intensely alert, while little Leo echoed the word Hawaii, simply because he loves to copy sounds, completely unaware of what it meant. My mom laughed, soaking in the adulation. Yes, a big family treat. A special reward. My dad nodded along, looking incredibly self-satisfied, as if he were a CEO approving a massive corporate bonus. Chloe leaned forward eagerly. Which island? Maui, my mom declared. A beautiful beachfront resort, private pools, a traditional luau, all of it. Lily's entire face transformed. A pure, immediate hope washed over her features. Mommy, she whispered to me, her voice so soft it was as if she didn't want to jinx the magic. Can I really see the real ocean? I turned my head slowly toward my parents. My mom had said times the grandkids. My mom's polished smile stayed perfectly in place, but her eyes were cold. Well, there it was. The little dramatic pause. The deliberate setup. I stared right at her and said, Mom. Chloe's mouth twitched like she was holding back a laugh, privy to an inside joke I wasn't part of. My dad awkwardly cleared his throat and looked down at his shoes. We're taking Chloe's kids, he muttered. I blinked once, the air suddenly feeling very thin in the room. And mine? My mom's perfectly arched eyebrows lifted high, as if I were being completely absurd. No, honey. Lily's crayon rolled off her construction paper and onto the expensive rug. My chest went instantly, paralyzingly cold. What exactly do you mean, no? I asked, my voice dangerously flat. My mom delivered the next sentence with the casual, breezy tone of someone explaining a minor parking regulation. It's a reward for good behavior, Elena, your kids are just too difficult. I didn't process the next few ambient sounds in the room correctly because my brain was entirely consumed by the sheer cruelty of the math. 2 kids invited, 2 kids excluded, 2 little faces glowing with excitement, 2 sets of ears burning with rejection. Lily's eyes were huge. She didn't cry. She didn't throw a tantrum. She just looked down at her hands and asked, in a voice so soft it shattered my heart into a million jagged pieces, Am I bad, Mommy? My mouth went dry so fast it felt like I had swallowed a handful of sand, and my fingertips went completely numb. My mom, oblivious to the emotional devastation she had just unleashed, kept right on talking. Now, Elena, don't start making a scene. We are not punishing anyone. We are simply choosing peace for our vacation. Chloe's voice slid into the conversation, sickeningly sweet and sharp as a razor. Come on, Elena, it's only fair. Mom and Dad work hard. They deserve a relaxing trip without having to manage meltdowns. Lily's lower lip began to tremble violently. Leo looked up at his sister, then at me, sensing the sudden shift in the room's atmosphere even if he didn't understand the words. I didn't hesitate. I stood up. I didn't move frantically, I just rose with absolute purpose, walked over to Lily, and lifted her into my arms. She felt so light, yet she was shaking terribly. I pressed my cheek firmly against her hair. No, baby, I said, keeping my voice low, steady, and fiercely protective. You are not bad. Not ever. She clung to my neck, her little fingers digging into my sweater. Then why? She choked out. I cut the question off gently but firmly. Because Grandma and Grandpa are very confused about what love looks like. My mom's face flushed with sudden anger. She snapped, Elena. I looked at her, my expression completely blank, my voice eerily calm and steady. Grandma and Grandpa are about to learn a very hard lesson. I didn't scream. I didn't hurl insults at them. I didn't shed a single tear in front of my children. I simply picked up our winter coats, grabbed my purse, and walked out the front door. Standing in their driveway in the freezing February air, with Lily still balanced heavily on my hip and Leo's small, warm hand gripped tightly in mine, I pulled out my phone and made exactly one phone call. I called my estate attorney. When she answered, I didn't bother with pleasantries. Hi, Marcus, it's Elena Davis, I said, staring at the closed front door of my parents' house. I need to legally remove my parents from absolutely everything. Today. I heard my mom's heavy oak front door creak open behind me, as if she had finally realized, just a fraction of a second too late, that her cruel little theatrical performance was going to have actual, devastating consequences. I am 34 years old. I work as a pediatric physical therapist at a local children's hospital, and I live in a modest, cramped 2-bedroom apartment in Portland that perpetually smells like cinnamon oatmeal, laundry detergent, and crayons. My husband, Mark, died a little over 3 years ago. October 2021, on Interstate 84, a drunk driver crossed the center line doing 80 miles an hour. It took exactly one phone call, one grim-faced state trooper standing awkwardly at my front door, to split my entire life cleanly in half. After Mark died, my parents didn't step in to help the way normal people imagine a loving family steps in. They stepped in the way they always do, with absolute, suffocating control disguised as charity. When I was pregnant with Lily, my mom threw me a lavish, incredibly expensive baby shower. It looked beautiful on the outside, but she insisted on writing all the thank you cards herself because she claimed my handwriting looked too messy and unprofessional. She framed it as her doing me a favor, but it was just practice for the control she craved. When Mark died, my parents started saying things like, "You need structure now, Elena, you need our support. We are only thinking of the children." It sounded loving, supportive even, until you realize the hidden, unspoken second half of that sentence was always, "And we alone decide what that support looks like." I swallowed a lot of my pride back then because I was bone tired. I let them overstep because grief makes you terrifyingly negotiable. Because I genuinely needed emergency childcare sometimes when my hospital shifts suddenly changed. I foolishly thought their overbearing nature was a temporary reaction to the tragedy. It wasn't. Let me give you some context. Incident 1, December 2023. Lily was 6 and in the middle of a massive sensory meltdown in the middle of a crowded grocery store because the fluorescent lights were buzzing too brightly and a nearby shopping cart kept emitting a high-pitched squeak. I crouched down with her by the cereal aisle, doing the slow, deep breathing exercises that I literally teach to parents of my patients for a living. My mom, who had insisted on coming along, stood rigidly over us, her face pinched in embarrassment. She hissed down at me, "If you just disciplined her properly, she wouldn't embarrass us like this." Lily heard every word. She immediately got quieter, like a bright light suddenly dimming, and whispered, "I'm sorry, Grandma." I drove home that day with my hands locked on the steering wheel, realizing with horror that my vulnerable kid was learning that seeking comfort cost her an apology. Incident 2, August 2024. My dad offered to help out by paying for Leo's preschool deposit, which was $300. I thanked him sincerely. 2 weeks later, he texted me out of nowhere, "Since we are paying for his education, we'd like to be officially added to the daily pickup list." I replied politely, "No, Dad, that's not necessary. I have my schedule worked out." He immediately shot back, "We are his grandparents, Elena. Don't make this a thing." It became a thing anyway, not because I wanted drama, but because they used their money like a choke collar. Incident 3, November 2024. Chloe hosted her son Mason's 10th birthday party at a massive, chaotic indoor trampoline park. My kids were, reluctantly, invited. The noise, the flashing neon lights, and the sheer volume of screaming children overwhelmed Lily, and she quietly asked to sit with me in a designated quiet corner. Meanwhile, Leo started crying because he wanted a blue plastic cup instead of a red one. My mom leaned down to me, using her most condescending, reasonable voice, and said, "See, Elena? This is exactly why your kids don't get invited to places." I stared at her, dumbfounded. "They are children, Mom. They are grieving a father they barely had time to know." She just smiled at me like I was hopelessly naive. "Some children are simply easier, dear. Easier. That is the official family language. Easier. Smooth. Don't ever make a scene. Be flexible. Bend until you break. Chloe is the golden child. She always has been. She is 32, married to a guy who genuinely thinks owning a massive Traeger grill is a substitute for a personality, and she lives exactly 5 minutes away from my parents. She drops her kids off at their house constantly, treating my parents like a free, on-demand concierge service. My kids are mine. They are highly sensitive, they are occasionally loud. Sometimes they are perfectly, wonderfully normal. And they are grieving. Whether my parents want to admit it or not, Lily still sometimes picks up a silly dinosaur toy at the store and whispers, "Daddy would think this is funny." Leo barely remembers Mark at all, but he knows exactly what a missing person feels like. He feels that empty space in his tiny body. My parents absolutely despise anything they cannot perfectly manage with a polite smile and a checkbook. So, when my mom announced that the Hawaii trip was a reward for good behavior, it wasn't a new dynamic. It was just the very first time she had the sheer audacity to say the quiet part out loud, directly in front of Lily. That night, after we got back to our apartment and I tucked Lily into her bed, she looked up at me in the dim light of her star projector and asked, "Mommy, do I have to be quieter from now on?" I sat on the edge of her mattress, gently tucking her stuffed bunny under her arm. "No, sweetie, you just have to be you." She swallowed hard, her little throat bobbing. "Grandma likes Ava much more than me." I felt something incredibly sharp and painful twist deep in my chest. I looked right into her eyes and said, "Grandma does not get to decide how much you are worth." She nodded slowly, like she intellectually understood the words, but her sad eyes told me she didn't quite believe me yet. When both kids were finally asleep, I went into the kitchen, opened my laptop, and pulled up my digital adult life folder. I maintain this folder meticulously because Mark's sudden death taught me a brutal, unforgiving lesson. Paperwork is the only language that some people truly respect. I opened my estate documents from early 2022. It was a standard, basic setup, but looking at it now made my blood run cold. My parents were legally listed as the successor trustees on the kids' financial trust. They were listed as the primary guardians in the event something catastrophic happened to me. They were listed as the primary emergency contacts on every single medical and school form. At the time I drafted it, I was drowning in fresh grief, and I told myself it was the logical choice. They were financially stable. They owned a large house. They had a robust retirement fund. They projected the perfect, flawless image. Now, sitting in the quiet dark of my kitchen, I vividly pictured Lily at 7 years old, grieving and confused, being told by her own grandmother that she was too difficult to be loved. I imagined my mother raising my daughter with that exact same polished, smiling cruelty. I opened my phone and started collecting digital receipts like my children's lives depended on it because, emotionally, they did. I took screenshots of the family group chat from earlier that afternoon. My mom had proudly posted a countdown timer to the Hawaii trip. Her caption read, "Reward for the kiddos who know how to behave." Chloe had immediately responded, "Mason and Ava are going to absolutely lose their minds." Then, my mom followed up, in writing, "Plain as day for the whole family to see, we decided not to bring Lily and Leo. It's just too hard to manage them. We need peace on this trip." I stared at that text message until my eyes burned and the letters blurred together. Edit: a lot of you in the comments are asking why my parents were on the legal paperwork in the first place, and where Mark's family was during all of this. To clarify, when Mark passed away, his parents were completely utterly destroyed by the loss and relocated to a quiet retirement community in Florida to try and heal. His sister, Sarah, and her husband David live about 45 minutes away from me. At the time of Mark's tragic accident, Sarah was dealing with severe, debilitating postpartum depression after having twins. I didn't want to burden her. My parents, on paper at least, looked like the most stable, capable option. I was in a fog of trauma, and I made a mistake I was now going to fix. Update 1. Wave 1 of the fallout started the very next morning. My dad called my phone at exactly 7:02 a.m. I stared at the screen and let it ring out. He immediately texted, "Elena, we need to talk. Your mother is very upset by how you stormed out." Chloe texted me at 7:15 a.m. "You really embarrassed Mom yesterday. If you were jealous about the trip, you could have handled it privately instead of making a scene." Privately? So Lily wouldn't hear it? No. Chloe meant privately so that they wouldn't be witnessed being cruel. My mom left a rambling voicemail at 9:30 a.m. Her voice was trembling with that performative, theatrical pain she excels at. "Elena, I simply cannot believe you would threaten us like this just because we are trying to have a nice, relaxing trip. We love those kids, despite their challenges. You are completely overreacting, as usual." I listened to the voicemail exactly once, then I saved the audio file, then I emailed it to myself and backed it up to a cloud drive. Wave 2 came fast and hard. Tuesday, February 17th. My mom actually showed up at Lily's elementary school for afternoon pickup. I only found out because the school's front office secretary called my cell phone, at 2:58 p.m. "Hi, Mrs. Davis. The secretary said, her voice laced with confusion. Your mother is currently here in the lobby. She says she is on the authorized pickup list for Lily. My stomach completely dropped out from under me. She is not, I said, my voice dropping an octave. The secretary hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. Well, she says she has picked Lily up before. She has not, I replied, and my voice went very, very calm. It's the terrifying kind of calm that takes over when a situation officially upgrades to a severe emergency. Do not, under any circumstances, release my child to that woman. I am leaving the clinic right now. I will be there in 10 minutes. When I burst through the front doors of the school, my mom was standing right by the main office like she owned the building. She was wearing her signature pearl necklace, a tailored beige wool coat, and her perfectly set, unbothered smile. Oh, good, she said, spotting me. There you are. I walked straight up to her, invading her personal space. Why are you here? She blinked rapidly, acting profoundly offended. To pick up my granddaughter, obviously. After your little tantrum on Sunday, I thought you might be highly emotional. I thought you might need a break. Now, tell this ridiculous secretary to show me the authorization form so we can leave. She smiled her stiff, frozen smile at the secretary. Mom, I said, my voice slicing through the lobby air. Show me the form. She stiffened. Elena, don't be ridiculous. Show me the form, Mom. She didn't, because she couldn't. She reached out to grab my arm. Honey, please don't do this here. I took a large step back, out of her reach. Stop. Right at that moment, the double doors opened, and Lily walked out into the lobby, holding her teacher's hand. She immediately saw my mom and froze dead in her tracks. My mom instantly softened her voice, dripping with fake, sugary sweetness. Hi, sweetheart, do you want to go get a special ice cream treat with Grandma? Lily's tiny fingers tightened fiercely around the straps of her pink backpack. She looked up at me, her eyes wide, as if she were silently asking for permission to even exist in the same room. I crouched down to her eye level. You are coming home with me, bug, I said gently. My mom's facade cracked, just a tiny flash of venom slipping through. She muttered under her breath, but loud enough for us to hear, see, always so difficult. Lily heard it. I physically saw the insult land on her little shoulders, and that was the exact moment something deep inside my soul shifted from fiery anger to absolute, crystalline clarity. That was the moment I stopped arguing with my mother and started documenting her destruction. That night, I sat at my laptop and typed out a formal, legally binding email to the school's administration. Effective immediately, my parents' names provided are explicitly not authorized for pickup under any circumstances. The only authorized individuals are myself, and my sister-in-law, Sarah Miller. A verbal password is now required for any changes to this list. I attached a clear PDF scan of my driver's license, CC'd the school principal, the district superintendent, and formally requested written confirmation of receipt. Then, I called Marcus back. He answered on the second ring. I can get you in tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., he said. I'll be there, I replied. Update 2. Thursday, the 19th of February 2025, 10:06 a.m. I sat in Marcus's downtown Portland office, holding a thick manila folder on my lap, my hands neatly folded together to hide the fact that they were shaking with adrenaline. Marcus is the kind of seasoned attorney who speaks exclusively in complete, measured sentences and never wastes an ounce of unearned emotion on outrage. He is perfectly calm. That is exactly why I hired him. He peered at me over the rim of his reading glasses. Tell me exactly what has transpired since we last spoke. So, I laid it all out. I told him about the Hawaii announcement, the reward for good behavior comment. Lily looking at me with tears in her eyes asking, am I bad? I told him about the unhinged attempt to bypass me at the school pickup line. Marcus's face didn't change much, but his eyes sharpened slightly. He pulled my file out of his desk drawer. And your parents are currently listed as the primary guardians and successor trustees in the event of your death? Yes, I said. Not anymore. Marcus gave a single, curt nod. Understood. We will update the entire portfolio. He began sliding fresh, blank legal documents across his mahogany desk. We are drafting a new pour-over will, he explained. New trust language, new guardianship nominations, new advance healthcare directive. I swallowed hard, my throat tight. I want my parents completely removed from all of it, every single page. Marcus didn't bat an eye. We can certainly do that. Who do you trust to take their place? My sister-in-law, Sarah, and her husband David. I said firmly. They are steady, they are genuinely kind. They do not treat my children's existence like a conditional performance. Marcus wrote the names down meticulously, then looked back up. Do you want your parents to retain any minor role whatsoever? Medical decision-making proxy if you are incapacitated? Conditional access to the trust? Visitation language? I closed my eyes and vividly pictured my mom standing in the school lobby, calling my shrinking 7-year-old difficult. I opened my eyes and looked Marcus dead in the face. No. Marcus leaned back in his leather chair. Then we execute a total removal. No fiduciary role, no financial access, no discretionary distributions, no visitation clauses, no family consultation rights. A clean break. My mouth set into a tight line. I also want them removed as the contingent beneficiaries on my accounts. Marcus paused, his pen hovering. They are currently listed as beneficiaries? I nodded, feeling a wave of shame. My main life insurance policy was hastily set up right after Mark died. I added them as contingent beneficiaries because I was drowning in grief, I didn't know what I was doing, and I was terrified of leaving the kids with nothing. We will change the beneficiary designations immediately, Marcus said smoothly. That requires separate paperwork directly with the insurance provider, but we will initiate it right now. My hands suddenly went freezing cold again. It wasn't fear this time. It was a massive, overwhelming wave of relief violently mixed with grief. It was the bizarre, weightless feeling of finally cutting a toxic umbilical cord you spent your whole life thinking you needed to survive. Marcus tapped the thick stack of papers. You understand exactly what this means, Elena. This is a severe legal escalation. I do, I said quietly. It will likely cause extreme reactions from them, he warned carefully. I almost laughed, a bitter sound escaping my throat. Marcus, they are already reacting, they just don't realize I'm finally fighting back. Marcus gave a small, respectful nod, and pushed his favorite heavy silver pen across the desk toward me. I signed page after page. I initialed clause after clause. At exactly 11:03 a.m., Marcus's paralegal came in and officially notarized the final documents. Marcus handed me a heavy copy packet in a sealed envelope. Now, he asked, do you want me to send a formal legal letter to them? Yes, I said immediately. What do you want it to say? I didn't give a dramatic speech. I didn't workshop a long, emotional paragraph about my childhood trauma. I gave him one single, devastating directive. Tell them they are legally no longer authorized for anything involving my children. Tell them that any future attempt to pick them up from school, access their medical records, or bypass my authority will be treated as hostile interference and trespassing. Marcus's eyebrows lifted slightly in approval. Consider it done. At 12:18 p.m., as I was driving home, my phone screen lit up on the dashboard. It was Chloe. Mom says you are doing something crazy. Call me. I replied at a red light, do not contact my kids. Chloe texted back instantly, are you seriously threatening us over a vacation? I replied, I am setting a boundary. Then my mom called. I let it ring until it went to voicemail. She immediately texted, after absolutely everything we have done for you since Mark died, this is how you repay us. You are sick. I didn't answer her feelings. I answered with cold, hard facts. At 12:27 p.m., I pulled over, parked my car, and sent exactly one final message into the main family group chat. I updated my entire estate plan this morning with my attorney. You are no longer legally authorized for school pickup, medical decisions, guardianship, or any legal role whatsoever regarding Lily and Leo. Do not attempt to contact their school again. Any further attempts to circumvent my authority will be officially documented and handed over to my lawyer. No emojis. No emotional explanations, no apologies. The group chat went completely, eerily dead for exactly 40 seconds. Then, it absolutely exploded. My dad called me 3 times back to back. My mom wrote in all caps, you cannot do this to us, we are your family. Chloe wrote, you are literally punishing our parents because you're bitter about a vacation. Even my aunt, who lives in Texas and rarely speaks to me, chimed in, Elena, families do not use legal threats against each other. Calm down. I didn't argue with a single one of them. I simply took a screenshot of the entire unhinged thread and forwarded it directly to Marcus's office email. At 3:41 p.m., the real explosion happened. My mom showed up at my apartment building. She didn't knock. She pounded on the door with her fists. It was a heavy, rhythmic, aggressive pounding that rattled the cheap brass numbers on the wood. I looked through the peephole. She was wearing her pearls again, as if expensive jewelry gave her some sort of moral high ground. Elena. She shouted through the heavy door. Open this door right now. In the living room, Lily's head popped up from the couch. She went terrifyingly still, her eyes darting to the door. Leo immediately ran over and pressed his small, trembling body into my leg. I knelt down right there in the entryway, boxing them in with my arms. You are safe? I whispered to them, keeping my voice incredibly steady. You do not have to answer to anyone who makes you feel bad. Then, I stood up, walked until my face was inches from the wood, and spoke clearly through the door without unlocking it. Leave, I said loudly. Now. My mom's voice went shrill and hysterical. You are keeping my grandbabies from me. You are out of your mind. I didn't flinch. You told my daughter she was too difficult to be loved, and you used a vacation as a weapon. You tried to illegally remove her from her school. You no longer have access to us. My dad's voice suddenly joined in, low, rumbling, and furious. Elena, this is absolutely ridiculous. Open the damn door. We are family. Family is not a free permission slip for abuse, I stated. There was a tense, heavy pause in the hallway. Then, my mom hissed through the crack in the doorframe. You are going to deeply regret this. I didn't yell back. I didn't trade petty insults. I calmly pulled my phone out of my pocket and dialed the non-emergency police dispatch line. I requested an officer for a trespasser refusing to leave. When the police officer finally arrived 20 minutes later, he stood in the narrow, carpeted hallway with his notepad out. I opened my door just enough to speak to him. Ma'am, do you live at this residence? The officer asked me. Yes, I do, I said, handing him my ID. He turned to my parents, who were standing there looking utterly mortified that actual law enforcement had been called on them. Have you folks been asked to leave the premises? My mom opened her mouth, ready to spin a web of lies about a concerned grandmother checking on her unstable daughter. I answered first, my voice ringing with total authority. Yes, officer, I asked them to leave twice through the door. This is the third time they have harassed me this week. I have the entire interaction recorded on my phone. The officer didn't even blink. He looked at my well-dressed parents and pointed toward the elevator. You need to go. Now. If you return, you will be cited for trespassing. My mom's face did something incredibly strange. It went tight, pale and genuinely shocked, as if her brain simply could not process the fact that the real world didn't recognize her as the untouchable main character of the universe. As they angrily walked away toward the elevator, my mom turned around and fired one last, desperate line over her shoulder. You are teaching your own children to hate their grandparents. I didn't chase her down the hall. I didn't defend myself. I just looked at her and said evenly, No, Mom. I'm teaching them that they are not bad. And then I shut my door, slid the deadbolt into place, and locked them out of my life for good. The very next morning, Lily sat at the kitchen table and ate her entire bowl of cereal without once nervously watching my face for weather updates on my mood. She didn't apologize for spilling a drop of milk. She just laughed at a joke Leo made. That moment mattered more to me than any hollow apology my parents could ever offer. On Saturday, we went to the local public library. Lily picked out a massive, beautifully illustrated book about ocean animals. She sat on a giant green beanbag chair, pointed at the page, and smiled. Look, Mommy, a sea turtle. Leo ran his sticky fingers along the vibrant pictures of fish, making happy, bubbling noises. It was normal. It was quiet. It was safe. My parents, true to their toxic nature, tried exactly one last, pathetic tactic on Monday afternoon. I opened my front door to find a gift bag sitting on my welcome mat. It was a massive, glossy, expensive-looking bag. Inside were 2 high-end children's snorkeling sets. It was a bribe, wrapped in cheap plastic. Attached to the handle was a card written in my mom's unmistakable, perfect cursive, for when you finally calm down and come to your senses. Love always, Grandma and Grandpa. Lily walked up behind me and saw the bag. Her little face immediately tightened with anxiety. Is that from Grandma? She whispered. Yes, I said honestly. She looked at her shoes. Do I have to say thank you? No, I said, picking the bag up. You never owe anyone gratitude for hurting you. I didn't throw it in the trash. I walked the bag straight down to my car, drove 20 minutes across town, and left it sitting squarely on my parents' front porch. I didn't knock. I didn't leave a note. I just returned their manipulation to sender. That evening, Marcus's paralegal emailed me. Formal cease and desist letter sent via certified mail. Delivery and signature confirmed. I printed the confirmation receipt and placed it securely into my adult life folder, because that is what I do now. I refuse to debate my reality with people who actively benefit from my silence. I refuse to let my children audition for basic love. Chloe still regularly posts passive-aggressive countdown pictures to her Maui vacation on Facebook. My mom still tells all her country club friends that I am going through a severe mental health crisis. They can spin whatever fictional narrative helps them sleep at night in their big, empty house. My boundary remains absolute. My children are not too difficult. They are children, they are grieving, they are beautifully human. And access to them is a privilege, not a guaranteed family right. So now, when Lily asks me, usually in the quiet, dark moments right before sleep, am I bad, Mommy? I look her straight in the eye and say, no, baby. Not ever. Then I add the crucial part that my parents never, ever learned. Real love doesn't require you to disappear to be accepted. And whenever my phone occasionally buzzes with a blocked voicemail notification or a flying monkey family member trying to drag me back into my old role as the compliant punching bag, I simply put the phone face down on the counter and keep making dinner for my kids. I am permanently unavailable for that life. Enjoy your filthy cabin, my sister smirked after stealing my inheritance. So, I let her contest the will, knowing it was sitting on $100 million. My sister laughed in my face at our father's will reading, mocking me for inheriting a worthless shack, while she walked away with a $5.2 million Miami penthouse. She thought she had won the ultimate victory, solidifying her status as the golden child while branding me a filthy drifter. So, I packed my bags, drove to that shack, and found the $120 million secret my father had buried under the floorboards, a secret that is about to tear her meticulously curated life to absolute shreds. Let me backtrack, because none of this makes sense without understanding the toxic, suffocating ecosystem that is my family. My name is Elias Vance. I am 35 years old, and for the past 10 years, I have served as a logistics and supply officer in the United States Navy. I have spent my entire adult life navigating high-pressure environments, managing millions of dollars in military assets, and learning how to keep my heart rate steady when everything around me is going up in flames. My former commanding officer once wrote in an evaluation that I possess the emotional baseline of a concrete bunker. In my line of work, that is a survival trait. In my family, it made me an outcast. My father was Arthur Vance. He was the founder and sole owner of Vance Engineering Group, a heavy-duty commercial architecture and engineering firm based in Chicago. He built that company from a single rented desk in a damp basement into a regional empire over the course of 45 years. My father was a man carved from granite. He was stoic, relentless, and fiercely private. He rarely smiled, but when he did, you knew you had earned it. He passed away suddenly in late April, a massive coronary thrombosis. That is the clinical way of saying his heart just stopped working on a rainy Thursday afternoon. He was 71 years old. There was no lingering decline, no tearful bedside goodbyes. Just a frantic phone call from his secretary, a rushed flight on a military transport plane, and a sterile hospital waiting room where the doctor shook his head and handed me my father's watch in a plastic bag. My sister, Savannah, is 30 years old. She has never worked a standard 40-hour week in her life. This isn't me being bitter, it is a statistical fact. Savannah is a professional lifestyle curator. She lives in Miami, spends thousands of dollars a month on cosmetic dermatology, and boasts over 500,000 followers on social media, where she posts highly edited photos of her drinking matcha lattes on yachts she doesn't own. She is beautiful, ruthless, and possesses the empathy of a starving shark. For as long as I can remember, Savannah has viewed our father not as a parent, but as a bank vault she was waiting for the combination to. In the last year of his life, my father and I had a rare, quiet phone call. He sounded exhausted, his voice raspy from decades of cigar smoke and corporate warfare. "She's circling, Elias," he had told me, the resignation heavy in his chest. "Savannah. She's measuring the drapes. She thinks I don't see it, but I see everything. What are you going to do about it?" I had asked, sitting on my bunk in a naval base hundreds of miles away. There was a long, heavy silence on the line. I could hear the faint sound of him tapping his pen against his mahogany desk. "I'm going to give her exactly what she wants," he finally said. "And I'm going to give you something she'll never understand." He refused to elaborate further. 2 months later, he was dead. The funeral was held at a historic cathedral in downtown Chicago. It was a grand, somber affair that smelled of expensive lilies and performative grief. I flew in wearing my dress blues. I didn't wear them to show off. I wore them because my uniform is the truest representation of who I am, and I refused to shrink myself to fit into my family's high society aesthetic. Savannah, naturally, turned the funeral into a content creation opportunity. She arrived wearing a custom black designer dress that cost more than a petty officer's annual salary. She brought a professional photographer, a guy named Jax, who hovered around her like a drone, snapping candid photos of her dabbing her perfectly dry eyes with a silk handkerchief. My mother, Eleanor, drifted through the reception like a ghost. My mother is a woman who has spent 4 decades avoiding conflict at all costs. She is not evil, but she is terminally passive. She long ago realized that fighting Savannah's tantrums was exhausting, so she simply surrendered. During the reception, she clung to Savannah's arm, nodding along as my sister loudly complained about the catering to a room full of grieving colleagues. I stood in the corner, holding a lukewarm glass of water, watching the circus unfold with a tight Joe the mother. The next afternoon, we gathered in the dark, mahogany-paneled office of Julian Hayes. Julian was my father's estate attorney, a sharp, humorless man in his late 60s who had navigated my father's legal minefields for over 30 years. He sat behind a massive oak desk, looking at us over the rim of his reading glasses. The room was suffocatingly tense. Savannah sat directly across from me, repeatedly checking her reflection in her phone screen. My mother sat beside her, wringing her hands. Julian cleared his throat, opened the thick leather binder, and began to read. To my daughter, Savannah Vance, I leave the luxury penthouse property located in Miami, Florida, unencumbered by any mortgage, along with a 25% minority shareholder stake in Vance Engineering Group. Savannah let out a breath. It wasn't a sigh of relief, it was a hiss of triumph. A smug, sickeningly satisfied smile spread across her face. She leaned back in her leather chair, crossing her legs, radiating the energy of a monarch who had just been crowned. The Miami penthouse was currently valued at roughly $5.2 million. The engineering shares would pay out massive quarterly dividends for the rest of her life. She was instantly, independently wealthy. Julian turned the page. The room went dead silent. To my son, Elias Vance, I leave the family cabin and the surrounding 300 acres of undeveloped woodland located in the Ozark Mountains of Arkansas. The silence that followed was so thick you could have choked on it. It was the kind of silence where everyone stops breathing because they are waiting for the explosion. I didn't flinch. I kept my eyes locked on Julian, my face an absolute mask of military indifference. Then, Savannah laughed. It was a sharp, biting sound that echoed off the wood-paneled walls. A cabin? She giggled, looking around the room as if waiting for a punchline. A cabin in the woods? Oh my God, Elias. That is just poetic. She leaned forward, her eyes glittering with malice. You've spent the last 10 years living out of a canvas duffel bag on a ship. Now you get a moldy shack in the middle of nowhere to match. It's perfect. Savannah, please. My mother whispered weakly, looking at the floor. What? I'm just being honest, Savannah snapped, her voice dripping with venomous joy. Dad obviously knew the score. He left the prime real estate to the daughter who actually knows how to live in civilized society, and he left the dirt to the transient. No offense, Elias, but you're basically a drifter with a government paycheck. At least now you have a filthy little hole to crawl into. Julian shifted uncomfortably in his seat. My mother squeezed her eyes shut. I sat there, feeling a slow, boiling heat rising in my chest. I had a dozen responses loaded in the chamber. I could have torn her apart right there. I could have pointed out her empty, parasitic existence. But I remembered what the Navy taught me. Never fire a weapon just to make a loud noise. You only fire when you have a target lock. I stood up slowly, smoothing the wrinkles from my uniform jacket. I looked at Julian and extended my hand. Thank you for your time, Mr. Hayes. I'll be in touch regarding the deed transfer. I didn't look at Savannah. I didn't look at my mother. I just turned on my heel and walked out of the office. As I reached the heavy double doors, Savannah called out behind me, unable to resist one last twist of the knife. Don't be mad, Elias. Dad knew you didn't have the taste for Miami anyway. Enjoy your shack. I pushed through the doors and walked out into the chilly Chicago air. I wasn't just angry, I was vibrating with a cold, focused fury. But beneath the anger, there was a nagging sense of confusion. My father was a brilliant, calculated man. He didn't do anything by accident. He didn't make emotional, petty decisions. There was a missing piece to this puzzle, and I was going to find it. The very next morning, my mother showed up at my hotel room unannounced. She was wearing her expensive pearls and a stiff designer coat, her armor for uncomfortable situations. She sat on the edge of the bed, refusing to meet my eyes. Savannah feels awful about how things sounded yesterday. My mother lied smoothly. She wants to make things right. She thinks the Arkansas property might be better utilized as a corporate tax write-off. She's willing to buy you out, Elias. She's offering you $750,000. Cash. I stared at her. Yesterday, she called it a filthy hole. Today, she wants to hand me $750,000 for it? My mother swallowed hard. She knows some developers. She thinks there might be some timber value. It's a very generous offer, Elias. You could buy a nice condo. S. No, I said flatly. Elias, please, don't be stubborn, take the money, let your sister handle the land. The answer is no, Mom. If Savannah wants to talk about my land, she can drive out to the Ozarks and knock on my door. My mother left looking terrified. That interaction confirmed everything. Savannah didn't just want the land, she knew something I didn't, or at least she suspected something. I immediately packed my truck, took 30 days of accumulated military leave, and started the 9-hour drive south to Arkansas. The drive was long, winding, and isolating. As I crossed into the Ozarks, the highways turned into 2-lane roads, which eventually turned into unmarked dirt paths winding up steep, densely forested mountainsides. It was nearly midnight when my headlights finally washed over the property. I put the truck in park and stepped out into the freezing night air. I looked at the shack. It wasn't a shack at all. It was a beautiful, masterfully constructed log cabin. It was small, maybe 1,000 square feet, but it was built from massive, weather-treated timber, resting on a solid stone foundation. A wide porch wrapped around the front, and a sturdy stone chimney rose into the night sky. It looked like a fortress built to withstand a century of storms. I unlocked the heavy oak door and stepped inside, expecting the musty smell of rot and neglect. Instead, I smelled cedar, faint wood smoke, and lemon polish. The floors were swept, the windows were clean, dry firewood was neatly stacked next to the hearth. Someone had been taking meticulous care of this place. I flicked on a heavy iron lamp on the side table. Above the fireplace mantel was a framed photograph. It was my father, looking to be in his late 20s, standing in this exact cabin, smiling a genuine, relaxed smile I had never seen in my life. Standing next to him was a woman with striking silver hair and sharp, intelligent eyes. Written on the bottom of the frame in my father's handwriting was, Clara and Arthur, 1982. The foundation. Before I could even process the photo, there was a heavy knock on the door. My hand instinctively dropped to my hip, a reflex drilled into me from a decade of service. Before I remembered I was unarmed. I opened the door to find a man in his late 60s standing on the porch, holding a steaming thermos. He wore a faded flannel shirt and had the unmistakable, rigid posture of a military veteran. "You're Elias," he grunted. It wasn't a question. "I am. Silas Thorne. I live a mile down the ridge." He held up the thermos. "Your old man told me you'd show up eventually. Said you'd likely drive straight through the night and need black coffee when you got here." I let him in. Silas was a retired Marine Corps gunnery sergeant. He had lived in these mountains for 30 years. We sat at the heavy wooden kitchen table, drinking scalding, bitter coffee. "Your dad came up here almost every month," Silas told me, his eyes locked on mine. "He didn't bring the Chicago noise with him. He was a different man up here. Quiet. Respectful." Silas paused, taking a slow sip. "He talked about you all the time. Said you were the only one in that family with a spine. He never mentioned your sister." Silas set his mug down. "He told me to tell you about the floorboard. Kitchen pantry. Second plank from the right. He put it there 18 months ago." Silas left shortly after. I walked into the small pantry, knelt down, and pressed on the second oak plank from the right. It shifted slightly. I wedged my pocket knife into the seam and pried it up. Beneath the floorboards was a hollowed-out cavity containing a heavy, waterproof metal lockbox. I pulled it out, carried it to the kitchen table, and cracked the seal. Inside was a stack of documents, a flash drive, and a handwritten letter from my father. I unfolded the letter first. "Elias, if you are reading this, it means I am gone, and it means you didn't sell out to your sister. I knew you wouldn't. You have always been the only real iron in this family. The woman in the photo is Clara Whitmore. She owned this land before me. She was an environmental lawyer who spent her life fighting corporate greed. She sold me this land decades ago for pennies, on one strict condition, that I never let it be destroyed by vultures looking for a quick payout. She taught me that true legacy isn't money in a bank, it's what you protect." 18 months ago, I had a private geological survey done on these 300 acres. I didn't use my normal firm, I used a private, out-of-state contractor. What they found changes everything. I could have sold it. Savannah would have wanted me to sell it so she could buy more designer trash. But I remembered my promise to Clara, and I remembered the man you grew up to be. Look at the survey, Elias. Build something that matters. Let your sister have her glass tower in Miami. You have the kingdom. I love you, son. I'm sorry I was too stubborn to say it to your face. Dad. My hands were shaking. I put the letter down and pulled out the thick, bound document stamped with the seal of a private geological engineering firm out of Denver. I flipped to the executive summary. The 300 acres of worthless wood sat directly on top of one of the most concentrated, high-purity deposits of lithium and cobalt ever discovered in the region. The minerals were in critical, desperate demand for global electric vehicle battery manufacturing and aerospace technology. I scanned down to the estimated valuation. My breath caught in my throat. Estimated extractable value, conservative yield, $85 million, $120 million USD. I sat alone in the dead of night, staring at a piece of paper that made my sister's $5.2 million penthouse look like spare change found in a couch cushion. My father had known. He had known for over a year. He had deliberately given Savannah the flashy, immediate wealth to satisfy her ego, while secretly handing me an empire, trusting me to handle it with the discipline the military had beaten into me. Savannah thought she was playing chess. My father had been playing orbital strikes, and now, I had the launch codes. Update 1. The absolute audacity of my sister became apparent less than 48 hours later. I was sitting on the front porch at 7 a.m., drinking coffee and watching the fog roll off the mountains, when a sleek, black Cadillac Escalade with Florida plates came crunching up my private dirt driveway. It parked aggressively close to the cabin. Two men in tailored suits stepped out. One of them was holding a leather clipboard. They didn't even look at me, they just immediately started pointing at the tree line and taking photos. I set my coffee mug down. The clink of ceramic on wood echoed loudly. I stepped off the porch, squaring my shoulders. "You have exactly 10 seconds to explain why you are trespassing on my property before I physically remove you," I barked, projecting my voice the way I used to on the flight deck. The taller suit turned, flashing a condescending, corporate smile. "Mr. Vance, good morning. We represent Apex Development Group. Your sister, Savannah, retained us. We're here to do a preliminary topographical assessment for clear-cutting and—" "Get off my land," I interrupted, my voice dropping to a low, dangerous gravel. "Sir, your sister indicated that she is in the process of acquiring this parcel, and my sister doesn't own a single blade of grass on this mountain." I stepped closer, closing the distance until I was inches from the man's face. If you take one more photograph, I will smash your camera into pieces, and then I will call the county sheriff to arrest you for criminal trespassing. Get in your shiny truck and leave. Now. They looked at my eyes, realized I was absolutely not bluffing, and practically sprinted back to their Escalade. They sped off, kicking up a cloud of dust. I immediately went inside and called Julian Hayes, the estate lawyer. When he answered, I didn't say hello. I just said, Savannah sent corporate scouts to my property. Julian sighed deeply. I was afraid of this. Elias, Savannah knows about the lithium. How? I demanded. She illegally accessed your father's private email archives through a contact at his old company. She found a vague reference to a geological survey. She doesn't know the exact dollar amount, but she knows there are valuable mineral rights attached to that land. That's why she tried to buy you out for 800 grand. She was trying to rob you blind before you figured it out. Can she take it from me? I asked, my grip tightening on the phone. She's going to try, Julian said, grimly. She officially filed a lawsuit this morning contesting the will. She is claiming that your father was suffering from cognitive decline and dementia at the time he altered the estate. She is arguing that leaving a worthless cabin to his son while giving her a penthouse proves he was not in his right mind, and therefore, the land should be split as a collective family asset. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. How long can she drag this out? Months. Maybe years, Julian said. But Elias, your father anticipated this. He told me to tell you not to worry. Just let her file the paperwork. 4 days later, Savannah decided to grace me with her presence. She drove a rented Mercedes G-Wagon up the mountain, bringing our mother along as a human shield. Savannah stepped out of the car wearing pristine white designer boots that immediately sank 2 inches into the Arkansas mud. She shrieked, cursing loudly, before stomping up to my porch. Are you insane? She screamed, not bothering with a greeting. You threaten my contractors? You are living like a feral animal in this disgusting shack. I leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. It's my shack, Savannah, why are you here? She pulled a thick legal document from her designer tote bag and slammed it onto the porch railing. I am trying to save you from yourself, Elias. Dad was out of his mind when he wrote that will. Everyone knows it. I am offering you $800,000 right now. Sign the buyout. If you don't, my lawyers will tie this property up in probate court for the next 10 years, and you will bankrupt yourself trying to pay the legal fees. You're a Navy grunt. You don't have the money to fight me. My mother stood by the car, looking miserable. Elias, just sign it, she pleaded softly. We can all just go back to being a family. We were never a family, Mom, I said, not taking my eyes off Savannah. We were a hostage situation, and Savannah was the negotiator. I looked down at the contract. $800,000. She was trying to steal a $100 million fortune for less than $1 million, smiling to my face while she did it. The sheer sociopathic greed of it was breathtaking. I picked up the contract, looked Savannah dead in the eyes, and slowly tore it in half. Then I tore it into quarters. I let the pieces flutter to the muddy ground at her feet. Get off my mountain, I said softly. Savannah's face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. The fake influencer smile vanished, replaced by something ugly and vicious. You are going to lose everything, she hissed, her voice trembling with fury. I am going to crush you in court, Elias. You're going to walk away with absolutely nothing. She stormed back to the G-Wagon, her ruined white boots leaving deep tracks in the mud. As they drove away, I pulled out my phone and texted Julian. Let her sue. Update 2. The court battle was the shortest, most humiliating legal massacre I have ever witnessed. Savannah had hired a massive, aggressive corporate law firm out of Miami to handle the contestment. They filed a mountain of paperwork, demanding injunctions, freezing the property rights, and aggressively pushing the narrative that my father was a senile old man who had lost his grip on reality. We had our first preliminary hearing in a Chicago probate court 3 weeks later. Savannah sat at the plaintiff's table, wearing a tailored gray suit, looking incredibly smug. She was flanked by 3 high-priced lawyers who looked ready to chew through drywall. I sat next to Julian Hayes, wearing a simple suit, my posture perfectly rigid. The judge, a no-nonsense woman with tired eyes, looked over the filings. Counselor. She addressed Savannah's lead attorney. You are alleging that Arthur Vance lacked testamentary capacity due to severe cognitive decline when he updated his will 18 months ago. Do you have medical evidence to support this? Savannah's lawyer stood up, puffing his chest. Your Honor, the very nature of the asset division leaving a multi-million-dollar penthouse to one child and a dilapidated, low-value cabin to the other is prima facie evidence of an irrational, deteriorated mind. Julian Hayes slowly stood up. He didn't look worried. He looked bored. Your Honor, the defense would like to submit Exhibit A into evidence. Julian handed a flash drive to the bailiff. 18 months ago, anticipating exactly this frivolous legal challenge from his daughter, Arthur Vance proactively sought out Dr. Eris Thorne. Savannah's lawyer frowned. Who is Dr. Thorne? Dr. Eris Thorne, Julian continued smoothly, is the chief of neurology at Johns Hopkins Hospital. He is one of the foremost experts on cognitive function in the United States. Arthur Vance flew him to Chicago for a comprehensive, 3-day psychological and neurological evaluation. Exhibit A is the 40-page medical report, completely clearing Mr. Vance of any cognitive decline. Exhibit B is a 2-hour, high-definition video recording of the examination, during which Mr. Vance looks directly into the camera and explicitly states that he is leaving the Ozark property to his son Elias because he knows his daughter Savannah is too dangerously greedy to be trusted with it. The color completely drained from Savannah's face. She looked like she had just been shot out of an airlock. The judge skimmed the medical report, her eyebrows raising higher and higher. She looked at Savannah's lawyers. Counselor, did your client fail to mention that the deceased had a world-renowned neurologist certify his sanity specifically to prevent this lawsuit? Savannah's lead lawyer looked at Savannah, his jaw tight. Your Honor, we were not aware of this documentation. Case dismissed with prejudice. The judge slammed her gavel down. And counselor, I suggest you have a long talk with your client about filing fraudulent claims in my courtroom. Savannah's lawyers practically ran out of the room, leaving her sitting alone at the table, staring blankly at the wall. I didn't say a word to her, I just walked out. Over the next 6 months, my life changed entirely. I officially resigned my commission from the Navy. I moved into the cabin full-time. Working with Julian and a team of specialized environmental lawyers, I established the Times Clara and Arthur Vance Foundation. I didn't sell the land to the highest bidder. Instead, I leased the deep subterranean mineral rights to a highly vetted, eco-conscious tech manufacturer. We designed a closed-loop extraction method that would harvest the lithium without strip mining the surface, preserving the 300 acres of pristine forest above. The initial signing bonus alone was $15 million, with quarterly royalties projected to hit $2.5 million for the next 20 years. I used the surface land to build exactly what my father wanted, a high-end, fully funded retreat and rehabilitation center for combat veterans suffering from PTSD. We built beautiful, sustainable lodges hidden among the trees. We hired therapists, outdoor guides, and medical staff. Silas Thorne became the head of facility operations. We created a place where men and women who had been broken by their service could come to the quiet of the mountains and learn how to breathe again. Savannah didn't find out the true value of the land until the corporate lease was publicly filed with the SEC. She called me on a Tuesday afternoon. I was standing on the porch, watching a group of veterans fishing by the lake. I answered the phone. Hello, Savannah. There was a long, shaky silence on the other end. When she finally spoke, her voice was a hollow, trembling whisper. $120 million? Give or take, I replied calmly. You knew. You knew the whole time. She was hyperventilating, the sheer gravity of her loss crushing her lungs. That was supposed to be mine, Elias. I'm the eldest. I'm the face of this family. You stole my inheritance. I didn't steal anything, Savannah, I said, my voice steady and cold. Dad gave you exactly what you valued. A shiny, expensive box in a loud city to show off to strangers on the internet. He gave me dirt. You laughed at the dirt. You mocked the dirt. You tried to steal the dirt for pennies. The only thing you're choking on right now is your own greed. I'll sue you again, she screamed, her voice cracking into a hysterical sob. I'll tie you up in federal court. I'll ruin you. You can't afford to sue me, Savannah. I said softly. Your lawyers dropped you. The penthouse property taxes are eating you alive. And I have a war chest that could bury you in legal filings until you're 90. Do not ever call this number again. I hung up the phone and blocked her number. Last week, we held the grand opening of the Veterans Retreat. The sun was shining, illuminating the brilliant green canopy of the Ozarks. Over 50 veterans were there, laughing, eating barbecue, and finding peace in the silence of the mountains. My mother actually showed up. She drove herself. She didn't wear her expensive pearls, she just wore a simple sweater. She stood on the edge of the porch, looking out at the magnificent lodges we had built, tears quietly streaming down her face. She walked up to me and touched my arm. He would be so proud of you, Elias, she whispered. I am so sorry I didn't see it sooner. It's okay, Mom, I said, and for the first time in my life, I actually meant it. I look at the photo of my father and Clara on the mantle every night. My father played the longest, most brilliant game of chess I have ever seen. He let the golden child blind herself with her own vanity, and he left the real legacy to the filthy drifter. He was right. Money spent is gone. Things built to last remain. And out here, in the quiet of the woods, we are building something that will last forever. My parents forged my signature to fund my golden child brother's fake crypto empire. When he tried to get me fired, I let the bank foreclose on them all. My parents secretly funded my brother's fake crypto lifestyle for years, draining their savings and treating me like an afterthought. But when he showed up at my door demanding I hand over my apartment and savings to cover his $250,000 fraud debt, and then tried to get me fired when I said no, I didn't just lock him out. I handed his entire forged financial dossier over to the bank's fraud department, and watched as the foreclosure signs went up on my childhood home. I am a 33-year-old male, and for as long as I can remember, my existence in my family was merely a footnote to the grand, sweeping epic that was my older brother, Julian, 36, min. If Julian was the sun, I was the cold, barren rock trapped in his orbit, only acknowledged when I briefly reflected his light. From the moment Julian was born, my parents treated him like royalty. He was the firstborn, the golden boy, the heir apparent to a legacy of absolute mediocrity that they somehow viewed as a dynasty. I used to think their blatant favoritism was just a quirk of their parenting style, or maybe some outdated cultural tradition they couldn't shake. "He's your older brother, Elias," my mother would constantly remind me, her voice dripping with that mystical, unquestionable authority, as if being born 3 years earlier gave him divine right over my toys, my time, and eventually, my future. My father was even more blunt. I remember sitting in the back seat of his car when I was maybe 10, asking why Julian got a brand new laptop for getting a C average while I got a pat on the back for straight A's. My dad didn't even look at me in the rearview mirror. "You'll understand when you're a father, Elias. The first one just hits different. He's special." "You are." I didn't understand it then, and I certainly don't understand it now. But I learned the most valuable lesson of my childhood very quickly: stop asking questions. I learned to shrink. I learned to be invisible. I accepted the hand-me-down clothes that were always 2 sizes too big, the forgotten birthdays where my mom would hand me a $20 bill from her purse at 9 p.m., and the half-hearted, distracted hugs. The real breaking point, the moment the fog completely lifted, was when my grandmother passed away. I was 19, working 2 minimum-wage jobs to afford community college because my college fund had mysteriously vanished during a minor economic downturn. Spoiler alert, it didn't vanish. My father wrote a check from my account to buy Julian a brand new SUV because Julian needed reliable transportation for his internship that he quit after 3 weeks. When Grandma died, I had this tiny, pathetic glimmer of hope that she had seen me. She used to sit with me on Saturdays, letting me wind up her antique mahogany cuckoo clock in the hallway. She always told me I had a gentle soul. She explicitly promised me her vintage jewelry box and that cuckoo clock, saying I was the only one who respected the weight of memories. But when the will was read, I wasn't just sidelined, I was completely erased. Julian got the house, the beautiful, sprawling suburban home with the rose bushes we used to play around. He got her entire savings account, which my grandfather had meticulously built for the boys' futures. He even got the jewelry box and the cuckoo clock. My name wasn't on a single piece of paper. When I asked my parents about it, the nonchalance was sickening. "Julian has real adult responsibilities now," my mother scoffed, adjusting her glasses like I was being a petulant toddler. "Managing a property is hard work, Elias. He's the one who's going to carry on the family legacy," my dad chimed in, swirling his bourbon. This was said at Thanksgiving, while Julian was actively passed out on the sofa after downing 5 cocktails, his feet propped up on Grandma's antique coffee table. They were building a kingdom for a fool, and I was just the spare parts. So, I ghosted. I didn't throw a tantrum. I didn't write a dramatic letter. I just packed my 1998 Honda Civic, drove to Seattle, and got an entry-level tech support job. I lived in a 300 square foot studio that smelled constantly of damp carpet and bleach. I ate ramen. I fixed printers, reset passwords for angry corporate boomers, and studied coding at night. I clawed my way up the corporate ladder, saving every single penny. Nobody noticed I was gone. Nobody called. For the next decade, my relationship with my family was reduced to a sterile group chat. Mom would send a thumbs-up emoji on my birthday, usually a day late. I wasn't angry anymore, I was just calibrated to the silence. Meanwhile, Julian was living a completely fabricated life. Whenever my morbid curiosity won, I'd check his Instagram. It was a carousel of peak cringe, posing at rooftop bars in Miami, leaning against rented sports cars, and flashing fake Rolexes with a rotating cast of Instagram models. He even started a crypto entrepreneur mindset podcast. It lasted exactly 6 episodes. He filmed it in Grandma's living room, sitting in front of the heirlooms he had stolen from me, spewing garbage about hustle culture and alpha investments. I watched 10 minutes of one episode before slamming my laptop shut, nauseous. I knew that house was rotting out from under him. The silence broke about a year ago. Mom called first. Her voice was uncharacteristically high-pitched, vibrating with fake cheerfulness. "Elias, honey, we were just wondering if you wanted to fly down for the holidays. Julian is. Well, he's in a bit of a transition period, and we really need someone grounded and responsible around to help him brainstorm his next big move." I hung up. Then Dad tried, playing the heavy-handed patriarch. "Family is all we have, son. Don't let your petty little grudges blind you to what matters. Your brother needs you." Then, I didn't answer. I let the silence stretch. Then came the FaceTime call from Julian himself. He looked awful. The Miami tan was gone, replaced by a sickly, pasty gray. His eyes were bloodshot, his designer hoodie stained. Bro, he croaked, forcing a pathetic, hollow laugh. I miss you, man. Hey, you still got that nice place in Seattle? I might be in the Pacific Northwest next week. I thought we could catch up. Maybe I could crash for a bit? He didn't mention that he had lost Grandma's house. I already knew. My cousin Chloe, who loves drama more than oxygen, had been keeping me updated via late-night texts. Julian had taken out massive loans against the house to fund a fake marketing LLC called Apex Vanguard, dumped the money into meme coins, lost everything, and the bank had foreclosed. The current Instagram model he was dating had drained his remaining cash and blocked him. He was living out of a budget motel. 3 weeks later, I walked off the elevator to my floor after a brutal 10-hour shift, and there he was. Julian was sitting on the floor outside my apartment door. He looked like a corpse, his hair was greasy, his face gaunt, and he smelled like stale sweat and cheap beer. The arrogant golden boy who used to flick the back of my head and call me loser was gone. I didn't know where else to go. He whispered, his voice cracking. I'm in deep, Elias. I'm in so much trouble. He used my actual name. Not bro, not dude, Elias. For a split second, just a microsecond, the traumatized inner child in me wanted to open the door. I wanted to usher him in, make him a hot meal, and finally have the brother I always deserved. But then I looked at his hands. I remembered those hands snatching Grandma's jewelry box. I remembered those hands holding the check my father wrote from my college fund. I just need a place to crash, man. Just for a few months, Julian pleaded, rubbing his face. I've got a plan. I just need you to front me a little cash to get back on my feet. I swear I'll pay you back. I have a plan. I have a plan. That phrase made my blood turn to ice. He always had a plan, and the plan always involved me bleeding out to keep him warm. I looked down at him, my face completely blank. I didn't yell, I didn't sneer. I just looked at him the way you look at a stain on the sidewalk. That's crazy, Julian, I said softly. Because nothing is exactly what you left me with. Figure it out. I unlocked my door, stepped inside, and shut it right in his face. I locked the deadbolt. Through the peephole, I watched him stand there for 2 full minutes, his mouth hanging open in sheer disbelief. He had never been told no in his entire 36 years of life. He eventually turned and shuffled toward the elevator, dragging his feet like a zombie. I thought that was the end of it. Closing the door was supposed to be the finale. I had no idea it was just the match being struck. Update 1. The fallout was immediate and nuclear. The next morning, I woke up to a single text from my mother. I heard what you did to your brother last night. Call me immediately. No. How are you? No, I'm sorry he ambushed you. Just an order from the Queen. I left it on red. 2 hours later, she called. I let it ring out. She left a voicemail that started as a guilt trip and ended as a screeching demand. I don't know what kind of monster I raised, Elias, but family helps family. Your brother is sleeping in a car. You have a spare bedroom and a good job. You are being incredibly selfish, and I expect you to fix this. I went to work and put my phone in my desk drawer. That evening, I got a formal email from my father. Subject, family meeting. Sunday. 2 p.m. The email read like a corporate summons. We are going to handle this like adults. This family will not be destroyed by your stubbornness. Your brother is in a crisis. We expect you to come home and be reasonable. Reasonable. I stared at the word until the letters lost their meaning. It was reasonable to give Julian a $700,000 paid-off house while I ate sleep for dinner in college. It was reasonable to let him pawn Grandma's heirlooms for VIP bottle service. Now, it was reasonable for me to hand over the sanctuary I built from scratch. Part of me wanted to ignore it. But a darker, colder part of me wanted to look them in the eye. I wanted them to say it to my face. I drove the 4 hours back to my hometown on Sunday. Pulling into the driveway of my parents' house was surreal. The paint on the porch was peeling. The lawn was overgrown. They had clearly been funneling all their spare cash to Julian, neglecting their own lives. When I walked in, the tension was suffocating. My mother forced a tight, brittle smile, gripping a pitcher of iced tea like a weapon. My father was sitting at the head of the dining table, arms crossed. Julian was slumped in a chair across from him, wearing a hoodie pulled up over his head, staring at the wood grain. Sit down, my father commanded. I'll stand, I replied, leaning against the doorframe. Make it fast. My father's jaw tightened. Your brother made some miscalculations. He admits that, but you slamming the door in his face when he is at rock bottom? That is not how this family operates. Oh? I raised an eyebrow. How does this family operate, Dad? Because from where I'm standing, it operates by draining my bank accounts to buy Julian cars, giving him free houses to leverage into gambling debts, and ignoring my existence until his credit score hits 400. My mother slammed the pitcher down. How dare you throw the past in our faces? We did what we thought was best. Julian is the eldest. He had immense pressure on him to succeed. He had a free house, Mom. I snapped, My voice finally rising. He had zero pressure. He had $500,000 in assets and he blew it on crypto scams and Instagram models. And now you want me to give him my apartment? Julian finally looked up, his eyes glassy. I just need to stay with you for 6 months, Elias. Just until my new LLC gets off the ground. Mom and Dad are totally tapped out. They took out a second mortgage on this house to help me pay off some immediate debts. If you don't help me, I have nothing. I froze. I looked at my parents. You took out a second mortgage on this house? For him? My father looked away, a muscle ticking in his cheek. It was a bridge loan. We are a family, we share the burden. No, I said, my voice dropping to a dead, icy calm. You share the burden. You built this monster. You fed him. You enabled him. Now you get to live in the wreckage with him. I am not giving you a dime, and he is never crossing my threshold. Lose my number. I turned around and walked out. My mother started sobbing hysterically, screaming my name, but I didn't look back. I got in my car and drove back to Seattle in total silence. I felt a massive weight lift off my chest. I had finally said it. It was over. But I underestimated the sheer, venomous spite of a golden child who has finally been denied. A week later, I was sitting at my desk when I got a Slack message from my company's HR director, asking me to come to her office immediately. My boss was sitting in there too, looking incredibly uncomfortable. Elias, the HR director started, folding her hands over a manila folder. We received a very concerning, anonymous tip through our corporate whistleblower portal this morning. My stomach plummeted. What kind of tip? She slid a printed packet across the desk. An individual claims that you heavily falsified your resume when you were hired. They allege that your college degree is a forgery, that you were fired from your last job for embezzlement, and that you have a history of workplace harassment. They also included personal details, your social security number, your old addresses, and your mother's maiden name to prove they know you. I felt the blood drain from my face. I opened the packet. It was a masterclass in character assassination. There were doctored screenshots of emails I had allegedly sent. There was a fake transcript from the community college I had attended, edited to show I failed every class. There was a long, rambling letter accusing me of being a sociopath who manipulated my family and stole money from them. Only 3 people on the planet had access to my social security number and my old childhood banking details. 2 of them were my parents. The other was Julian. He didn't just want my apartment. Because I said no, he wanted to annihilate the life I had built. He wanted me homeless, fired, and ruined, just so I would be dragged down to his level. Elias, we verified your credentials during your background check. My boss said gently, seeing the sheer horror on my face. We know the degree is real. We know this is likely a malicious attack. But the allegations of embezzlement and harassment, HR is legally required to open a preliminary investigation. You're going to have to be put on paid administrative leave for a few days while we clear this up. I was being suspended. Because of a lie. Because I wouldn't let my parasite brother sleep on my couch. I didn't panic. I didn't cry. I nodded, handed my badge to HR, and walked to my car. I sat in the driver's seat for 20 minutes, staring at the steering wheel. The sheer, unadulterated audacity of it all was suffocating. Julian thought he could play God with my life. He thought I was still the quiet, submissive little shadow who would just take the beating and shrink away. He forgot one crucial detail about people who are ignored their whole lives. We watch everything, we listen to everything, and we keep the receipts. Update 2. I went straight home and pulled a heavy, fireproof lockbox out from under my bed. Inside was an external hard drive I hadn't plugged in for nearly 5 years. Back when Julian was first trying to act like a Silicon Valley tech bro, he didn't know how to set up his own computer networks. He forced me to do it. I set up his servers, his email hosting, and his cloud backups. And because I knew exactly how careless and chaotic he was, I set up a shadow backup of his entire digital footprint that synced directly to my personal drive. I never intended to use it maliciously. I honestly just kept it in case he accidentally deleted something important and blamed me for it. I plugged the drive in and started digging. I didn't sleep for 36 hours. I found everything. I found the original Photoshop files where he had doctored our grandmother's bank statements to make it look like she had more collateral before she died. I found the chat logs with shady offshore developers where he bragged about scamming his local friends out of investment capital. But the crown jewel was the folder labeled Apex Vanguard LLC. This was the fake company he used to secure the $250,000 small business loan from Crestwood Financial, the loan he blew on crypto and bottle service. Inside that folder, I found the exact forged tax returns, the fake profit and loss statements, and the fabricated client invoices he submitted to the bank. But then I found something that made my heart stop beating. It was a PDF, titled Guarantor, Agreement, Signed. I opened it. It was a secondary surety bond for the loan. The primary signatories were my parents, putting up their house as collateral. But right there, on the third page, was my name, Elias Reyes. And next to it was a forged signature, My parents and Julian had forged my signature to act as a secondary guarantor on a $250,000 fraudulent loan. If the bank foreclosed on my parents' house and the debt wasn't fully satisfied, Crestwood Financial was going to come after me. They were going to garnish my wages. They were going to destroy my credit. They weren't asking me to let Julian stay with me out of the goodness of their hearts. They were panicking because the bank was closing in, and they knew my name was on the hook. They were trying to keep me close so they could control the narrative when the bomb went off. I didn't feel angry anymore. I felt surgical. I compiled every single document. The forged tax returns, the Photoshop files, the emails admitting to the crypto scams, and the fake guarantor agreement. I wrote a highly detailed, professional, 10-page dossier outlining the exact timeline of the fraud. I printed it out, put it in a binder, and drove it directly to the local FBI field office and the fraud division of Crestwood Financial. I didn't do it anonymously. I signed my full name, provided my direct contact info, and filed a formal police report for identity theft against my brother and my parents. 3 weeks passed. My company's HR cleared me entirely, realizing the tip was completely fabricated, and I returned to work with a massive apology from upper management. I blocked my family's numbers and went back to my quiet life, waiting for the dominoes to fall. It happened on a Tuesday. I was drinking my morning coffee when my cousin Chloe sent me a frantic string of text messages, followed by a link to a local news site. Holy shit, Elias. Call me right now. Julian was just arrested. I clicked the link. The headline read, "Local man indicted in $250,000 bank fraud scheme." There was a perp walk photo of Julian, wearing a stained t-shirt, handcuffed, being shoved into the back of a police cruiser. He looked terrified. Chloe's texts kept coming. The FBI raided his motel room, and your parents' house. They took all your dad's computers. Auntie is having a literal breakdown in the front yard. The neighbors are filming it. My phone started ringing. It was a restricted number. I let it go to voicemail. A minute later, a voicemail popped up. It was my mother. She wasn't screeching this time. She was sobbing so hard she was choking on her own spit. Elias. Elias, please, you have to call us back. The police were just here. They took Julian. The bank knows about the loan. They said you filed a police report for identity theft? Elias, please, you have to drop the charges. We only signed your name because Julian swore the business would take off. We were going to pay it off before you ever found out. If you don't drop the charges, they're going to arrest your father. They're taking the house, Elias. They're taking everything. I sat on my couch, listening to her beg. The woman who had told me to shrink my entire life, the woman who had watched her golden child try to destroy my career, was now begging the shadow to save them from the son they worshipped. I didn't call her back. I forwarded the voicemail directly to the detective handling my identity theft case. It was a recorded confession. The collapse was absolute and spectacular. Because of the overwhelming evidence I provided, the bank didn't just freeze Julian's accounts, they accelerated the foreclosure on my parents' home. Since my parents had willingly participated in the forgery of my signature to secure the funds, the bank pursued them for civil damages. They lost the house. They had to liquidate their retirement accounts to pay for criminal defense attorneys. My mother had to sell grandma's antique jewelry box, the cuckoo clock, and every single heirloom they had stolen from me, just to keep my father out of federal prison. My dad struck a plea deal to avoid jail time, but he is a convicted felon now. They are currently renting a tiny, cramped one-bedroom apartment in a terrible part of town, entirely dependent on Social Security. Julian didn't get off so easy. The fraud was so blatant, and the paper trail I provided was so damning, that his public defender basically forced him to plead guilty. He was sentenced to 4 years in a federal minimum security facility, plus full restitution. The golden boy is currently mopping cafeteria floors for 14 cents an hour. A month ago, I got a letter in the mail. It had a prison return address. It was from Julian. The handwriting was shaky, barely legible. Elias. I know you're the one who sent the files to the bank. The prosecutor showed me the dossier. I don't even know what to say. I hated you for it at first. I wanted to kill you. But sitting in this cell for 23 hours a day, I realized something. You didn't put me in here. I did. Mom and Dad did. They never told me no, and it ruined my life. I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I know I tried to ruin your job, and I'm sick over it. I'm just writing to say, you won. You were the better man. I hope you have a good life. I read the letter twice. I didn't feel a rush of victory. I didn't feel smug. I just felt a profound, overwhelming sense of peace. The ghost that had haunted my entire life had finally been exorcised. I took a lighter from my kitchen drawer, walked out onto my balcony overlooking the Seattle skyline, and set the letter on fire. I watched the ashes drift away into the cold night air. I poured myself a glass of expensive bourbon, took a sip, and smiled. The shadow had finally found the sun. Am I just a rebound? My husband screamed, then destroying my only memento. I handed him divorce papers, then uncovered secret about my eldest daughter. My second husband smashed my late husband's wedding ring with a heavy steel claw hammer on Valentine's Day because he was jealous of a ghost. But as horrific as it was to watch the only piece of the man I loved get pulverized into jagged gold dust, that wasn't even the worst betrayal I suffered this year. That title belongs to my eldest daughter, who I later discovered had intentionally left her 15-year-old sister alone with a group of predators out of sheer, petty jealousy, setting off a chain of catastrophic events that nearly ended in my youngest daughter taking her own life. I thought I was holding my family together through unimaginable grief, but I was actually harboring a monster in my home. So, I took away her inheritance, kicked her out onto the streets, and let the legal system handle the rest. To understand the absolute nightmare my life has become over the past few months, you have to understand where we started. My first husband, Thomas, was the love of my life. We met when we were 20 years old in a crowded university library, and we had been inseparable ever since. He was a structural engineer, a brilliant, warm, and fiercely protective man who built a beautiful life for us. We had 3 children, our son Lucas, who is now 25, our middle daughter Harper, who is 19, and our youngest, Sophie, who is 15. 4 years ago, our perfect reality shattered. Thomas died completely unexpectedly from a sudden, massive aortic aneurysm. One minute he was laughing in the kitchen making Sunday pancakes, and the next, he was gone. He was only 42. The grief was a physical weight, a crushing, suffocating blanket that wrapped around our entire household. For the first 2 years, I barely functioned. I would lock myself in our master bathroom, curl up on the cold tile floor, and have violent panic attacks until I threw up. Thomas didn't have a formal will because we always thought we had decades left, but we did have a very robust life insurance policy that paid out a $480,000 death benefit. As his spouse, I received the full amount directly into my account. I didn't want the money, it felt like blood money, a pathetic financial consolation prize for the loss of my soulmate. I decided the only right thing to do was to divide it fairly among the family. I would keep $180,000 to pay off the remaining mortgage and cover immediate household expenses, and I allocated $100,000 to each of my 3 children. Lucas was already over 18 and finishing his master's degree, so I transferred his share into a high-yield savings account in his name immediately. Harper and Sophie were both minors at the time, so I sat them down in our living room and made a verbal promise. I told them their $100,000 would be waiting for them when they turned 18, meant to give them a debt-free college education or a down payment on a house. I told them that if they ever had a major, legitimate expense before then, I would allow them to dip into it, but otherwise, I was covering all their daily needs. This was a firm, solemn family agreement, and I intended to honor it with every fiber of my being. 2 years after Thomas passed, I met Julian. Julian was 41, a regional sales manager who frequented the hospital cafeteria where I work as a senior trauma nurse. He was charming, patient, and seemed incredibly understanding of my grief. At first, he was a breath of fresh air, a tether pulling me out of my dark abyss. We dated for a year and a half before getting married last autumn. But almost immediately after the wedding ring slipped onto my finger, the cracks in his facade began to show. Julian was deeply, fundamentally insecure about Thomas's memory. He never explicitly demanded I take down photos, but he would make passive-aggressive comments. He would sigh heavily if I mentioned a memory with Thomas. He would get unusually quiet and distant if the kids talked about their dad. I tried to be accommodating. I packed away some of the more prominent photos and made sure to prioritize Julian's feelings, desperately trying to build a peaceful blended family. But Julian's simmering resentment was a ticking time bomb, and it was about to detonate right in the middle of the worst crisis of my life. The true nightmare began last December. Julian and I had booked a weekend retreat at a cabin about 3 hours north of our city in Chicago. It was supposed to be a chance to disconnect and work on our marriage. Lucas was out of state for work, so Harper, who had just turned 19, was left in charge of 15-year-old Sophie. Harper had always been a difficult teenager. She was hyper-focused on her social status, often manipulative, and harbored a deep, unexplained resentment toward Sophie. Sophie was sweet, introverted, and naturally beautiful, which seemed to infuriate Harper. But Harper was an adult, and I trusted her to keep her sister safe for 48 hours. I was so incredibly wrong. While Julian and I were away, Harper decided to host an unauthorized party at our house. But it wasn't just her college friends. She invited her toxic, 21-year-old ex-boyfriend, Marcus, and his older, shady friends. Marcus was a known creep whom I had banned from our property a year prior. According to the initial police report, Harper got drunk, got into a screaming match with Marcus, and decided to storm out of the house to go to another party across town. She left. She walked out the front door, got into a friend's car, and left her 15-year-old sister alone in the house with Marcus and 3 other grown men who were heavily intoxicated. I was jolted awake at 3 a.m. by a phone call from the Chicago Police Department. The words the officer spoke completely paralyzed me. There had been an incident at my home. Neighbors had called the police after hearing screams. Sophie was in the back of an ambulance on her way to the emergency room. The drive back from the cabin was a blur of hyperventilation and blinding panic. Julian drove while I sat in the passenger seat, my hands shaking so violently I couldn't even hold my phone. When I finally burst through the doors of the pediatric trauma unit, I found my baby girl staring blankly at the ceiling, her eyes hollow, her body bruised and broken. She had been brutally assaulted. The immediate aftermath was a whirlwind of police interviews, forensic exams, and pure agony. Harper was arrested 2 days later and charged with felony child endangerment. The police were ruthless with her, pointing out that she had deliberately abandoned a minor in a dangerous environment. Harper sobbed, played the victim, and begged me for help. She needed a high-powered defense attorney to avoid actual jail time. Against my better judgment, and purely out of a desperate desire to keep my family from completely disintegrating, I allowed her to use $45,000 of her promised $100,000 inheritance to pay for her legal and court fees. The lawyer managed to get her a plea deal for a lesser charge with heavy probation, keeping her out of prison. That left Harper with $55,000 of her inheritance. I kicked her out of the house immediately after her release. I told her she was no longer welcome under the same roof as Sophie, and she moved in with my elderly parents across town. Fast forward to the beginning of February. Sophie was a shell of the vibrant girl she used to be. She scored dangerously low on every single mental health evaluation. She was prescribed a high dosage of heavy antidepressants, but she barely slept, barely ate, and flinched whenever anyone walked into the room. Then, the police visited our house again. 2 detectives sat in my living room and delivered news that made my blood run cold. They informed us that Marcus, the monster who orchestrated the assault, had filmed parts of it. He had shared the horrific video within a private group chat, and it was now circulating on hidden pockets of the dark web. The video had been filmed in Sophie's bedroom, and there were identifiable objects, her cheerleading trophies, her school pennant that revealed exactly where she went to school. I was absolutely devastated. I felt like I was going to vomit right there on the rug. But Sophie's reaction terrified me more than the news itself. She didn't cry. She didn't scream. She just sat there, wrapped in a blanket, shrugged her shoulders, and whispered, "I figured." After the detectives left, she went back to acting as if nothing had happened. She was almost overly cheerful, humming as she made a sandwich in the kitchen. I tried to talk to her, tried to break through the terrifying facade, but she deflected every attempt. This eerie, manic behavior persisted for 5 days until she unexpectedly came into my room and handed me a folded piece of paper. She told me she had written a victim impact statement and wanted to read it herself in court at Marcus's upcoming sentencing hearing. Rather than letting the prosecutor read it, she wanted to take her power back. But every time she tried to practice reading it to me, she would break down into violent, hysterical sobs, unable to get past the first paragraph. That Saturday night, the illusion of her strength completely collapsed. Sophie seemed unusually cheerful again after dinner and announced she was going to bed early, around 8 p.m. I didn't think much of it, attributing it to the heavy emotional toll of the week. But at 9:30 p.m., my phone rang. It was the mother of Sophie's best friend, Emma. She was panicked, her voice trembling. She said Sophie had just sent Emma a bizarre, final-sounding text message, expressing deep love and asking Emma to, "Please make sure my mom remembers to feed my cat." My heart stopped. I dropped my phone, sprinted up the stairs, and slammed open Sophie's bedroom door. She was lying on her bed, her breathing shallow and raspy. Her lips were stained a bright, artificial blue. Beside her on the nightstand were 3 empty, large bottles of maximum-strength NyQuil and a scattering of other over-the-counter sleep aids she had secretly hoarded. As a trauma nurse, I immediately kicked into overdrive. I checked her pulse. It was thready and weak. I screamed for Julian to call 911 while I dragged her off the bed, trying to keep her airway open. Seeing her wake up in the hospital hours later was the most heartbreaking moment of my entire existence. When the fog of the sedatives began to lift, she realized she was still alive. She didn't look relieved. She looked furious. She looked at me with wild, bloodshot eyes and began screaming at the top of her lungs. "Why couldn't you just let me die? I want to die. Mom, I'm tired of feeling their hands on me. I want it to stop. Please, just let me die." The nurses had to rush in and inject a heavy sedative into her IV to stop her from ripping the tubes out of her arms. Following the overdose, the hospital placed Sophie on a mandatory 72-hour psychiatric hold and transferred her to Silver Pines Behavioral Center, a lockdown mental health facility for teenagers. It was an absolute house of horrors. When I visited her, she looked like a zombie. She told me the staff wouldn't let her sleep with a blanket over her face, and if she tried, an intercom in her room would blare loudly, waking her up, because they had to monitor her on cameras 24/7. But the worst part was the male psychiatrist assigned to her case. Sophie told me that during her one-on-one intake session, he locked the door and began asking incredibly invasive, inappropriate questions. He asked her to describe the rape in graphic detail, and then, completely unprompted, asked if she was sure it was her only sexual experience. When she said yes, he kept pressing her, saying, "I won't tell your mother if it wasn't. You can be honest with me." He then started questioning her sexuality, asking if she was still attracted to men after what happened, and pushing her to talk about her sexual desires. She was deeply uncomfortable, feeling interrogated by a strange man in a locked room. When I heard this, my protective rage boiled over. I marched to the front desk, demanded her discharge papers, and pulled her out of that facility the moment her 72-hour hold expired, completely ignoring their threats of medical noncompliance. I immediately found a private, specialized trauma practice with female therapists who specialized in EMDR and extreme PTSD. While I was drowning in the desperate fight to keep my youngest daughter alive, my marriage to Julian was rapidly disintegrating. Julian had been entirely unsupportive during the entire ordeal. He complained about the hospital bills, he complained about the tension in the house, and he complained that my attention was entirely focused on Sophie instead of him. This brings us to the catastrophic events of Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day has always been a horrific day for me. It wasn't just a commercial holiday. It was the exact day Thomas had proposed to me, and cruelly, it was also the exact day he had died from his aneurysm 4 years ago. The anniversary of his death always left me paralyzed with grief. When Julian and I first started dating, I was completely transparent with him. I told him I do not celebrate Valentine's Day. I told him it is a day of mourning for me, and I asked him to respect that boundary. For the first 2 years, he begrudgingly agreed. But this year, our first Valentine's Day as a married couple, he decided his ego was more important than my trauma. I had spent the entire day at the trauma clinic with Sophie, holding her hand while she sobbed through a grueling therapy session. I came home exhausted, emotionally drained, and physically nauseous. I walked into the kitchen, just wanting to make a cup of tea and collapse into bed. Suddenly, Julian walked in holding a massive, extravagant $200 bouquet of red roses and a velvet jewelry box. He had a smug smile on his face, expecting me to swoon. I froze. I looked at the flowers, then at him, and I felt a surge of pure, unadulterated anger. "Julian, what is this?" I asked, my voice dangerously low. "It's Valentine's Day, Evelyn," he said, stepping closer. "We're married now. It's time to move on and celebrate us. You can't live in the past forever." I felt my vision blur with rage. It was the anniversary of my first husband's death. My daughter had just tried to kill herself a week ago, and he was demanding I perform the role of a giddy, romantic wife. "I explicitly asked you not to do this," I said, my voice shaking. "I cannot do this today. I cannot pretend to be happy today. Please, just take them away." Julian's face darkened. The smug smile vanished, replaced by a vicious scowl. He slammed the bouquet down on the kitchen island, scattering red petals across the granite. "Are you kidding me?" he yelled. "I try to do something nice for you. I try to show you I love you, and you treat me like garbage. Is this how it's going to be forever? Am I just a rebound? Am I just a placeholder for a ghost? Don't you dare bring Thomas into this." I screamed back, the exhaustion finally breaking my composure. "My daughter is fighting for her life, Julian. I am drowning. And all you care about is your bruised ego because I won't play dress up and eat chocolates on the anniversary of my husband's death." Julian's eyes widened with a terrifying, manic fury. He didn't say another word. He turned on his heel and stormed out of the kitchen, heading straight for our master bedroom. A terrible sense of dread washed over me. I ran after him, my bare feet slapping against the hardwood floor. I reached the bedroom door just in time to see him yank open my top dresser drawer. Tucked away in the very back, hidden beneath my scarves, was a small, worn velvet box. Inside that box was Thomas's gold wedding band. After Thomas was cremated, they handed me his ring in a little plastic bag, and I had kept it in that box ever since. It was the only physical piece of him I had left. Julian grabbed the box and turned to face me, his chest heaving. In his other hand, he held a heavy steel claw hammer he had left on the nightstand from hanging a picture frame earlier that week. "Julian, put that down," I begged, the panic rising in my throat. "Please. Don't touch that. You love him so much?" Julian spat, his voice trembling with psychotic jealousy. "You want to live with a ghost? Let's see how much you love a ghost." Before I could even lunge forward, Julian threw the gold band onto the hardwood floor. He raised the heavy steel hammer high above his head and brought it down with sickening force. Crack! The sound echoed through the room like a gunshot. He raised it again. Crack! The gold band warped, flattened, and bent completely out of shape. He hit it a third time, a fourth time, panting heavily, until the beautiful, engraved ring Thomas had worn for 20 years was nothing more than a mangled, jagged piece of scrap metal mashed into the floorboards. I stood in the doorway, completely paralyzed. I literally couldn't feel my body. It was as if my soul had detached and I was watching the scene from a third-person perspective. Julian dropped the hammer. It clattered against the wood next to the destroyed ring. He looked up at me, his chest heaving, waiting for me to scream, waiting for me to cry. But I didn't. The blinding rage I felt just moments ago evaporated, leaving behind a cold, calculating, absolute emptiness. I looked at the mangled gold on the floor, and then I looked at the man I had married. Get out, I said. My voice was barely a whisper, but it carried a weight that made Julian flinch. Evelyn, The adrenaline seemed to leave his body, replaced by sudden, panicked realization of what he had just done. I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry, Get out, I repeated, my voice dropping an octave, steady and devoid of all emotion. If you are not out of this house in 60 seconds, I am calling the police and telling them you threatened me with a weapon. He tried to step toward me, reaching out a hand. Please, baby, I lost my mind for a second. I love you. I didn't blink. I pulled my phone from my pocket and dialed 911. My thumb hovered over the final one. Julian saw the deadness in my eyes and knew I wasn't bluffing. He scrambled past me, grabbed his coat from the hallway, and ran out the front door. I walked over to the spot on the floor. I dropped to my knees and carefully picked up the destroyed piece of metal. I held it in my palm. I didn't cry. I felt a profound, terrifying clarity. Julian was dead to me. Over the next few days, Julian tried calling me over 100 times. He left desperate, sobbing voicemails. He sent his brother to the house to try and talk to me, to beg for forgiveness, asking for his own belongings. I handed his brother 2 garbage bags full of Julian's clothes and a printed piece of paper. It was a single sentence: the next time you see me, there will be a lawyer and divorce papers. If you come anywhere near me or my daughter, I am calling the cops. Julian texted back later that night, a long, rambling message about how he loved me, how he learned to love from me, and how he wished I had just hit him with the hammer instead. I blocked his number and filed for an expedited divorce, claiming irreconcilable differences and emotional abuse. I changed the locks, installed a security system, and erased every trace of him from the house. But dealing with Julian was easy compared to the bombshell that was about to drop regarding my eldest daughter, Harper. 2 weeks after the Valentine's Day incident, it was time for Marcus's sentencing hearing. Sophie had been working intensively with her new therapist and had finally found the strength to record her victim impact statement as a voice memo. She didn't have to stand in the courtroom and look at her attacker. She could let her voice echo through the speakers. I sat in the front row of the gallery, holding my breath as the audio began to play. Hearing my 15-year-old daughter detail the absolute terror of that night, her voice breaking, describing the feeling of being trapped and abandoned, brought the entire courtroom to tears. Even the stern-faced judge wiped his eyes. Marcus was sentenced to 15 years in state prison without the possibility of early parole. As the courtroom cleared out, the lead prosecutor, a sharp-eyed woman named Aita Rollins, asked me to step into her private office. She had a thick manila folder on her desk. She looked at me with a mixture of deep sympathy and apprehension. "Evelyn," she started, folding her hands over the file. Marcus's defense team handed over all of his digital communications as part of the discovery process. We went through his phone records, specifically his text messages from the night of the assault. I know Harper has already taken a plea deal for the child endangerment charge, so she can't be tried again for that specific incident. But, as a mother, I felt you needed to see this. She pushed the folder across the desk. I opened it. Inside were printed screenshots of a text message thread between Marcus and my daughter, Harper, dated the exact day of the assault. My eyes scanned the highlighted lines. The blood drained from my face. Marcus, 4:15 p.m., I'm coming over tonight. Heard your parents are out of town. Harper, 4:18 p.m. Don't bother. I'm going to Sarah's party. House is going to be empty, except for the brat. Marcus, 4:20 p.m., little Sophie? Damn. She's getting way hotter than you anyway. Might just come over and keep her company. Always like the quiet virgins. Harper, 4:25 p.m. Wow, you're disgusting. You know what? Fine. You think she's so pretty? Have her. I'm leaving the front door unlocked. I'm out of here at 8. Do whatever you want, I don't care. Marcus, 4:28 p.m. You serious? Harper, 4:30 p.m. Dead serious. She's a spoiled little bitch who ruins everything. I'm leaving. Have fun. I stopped breathing. The words blurred on the page. Harper didn't just carelessly leave the house. She didn't just make a stupid, drunken mistake. She actively invited a known predator into the home. She was angry at Marcus, jealous of her sister, and she used Sophie as a pawn in her sick, twisted game of spite. She handed her sister over to the wolves simply because she was jealous of a comment her ex-boyfriend made. She premeditated the abandonment. A ringing started in my ears. The prosecutor kept talking, explaining that while morally reprehensible, the text fell into a legal gray area for accessory charges since Harper didn't explicitly instruct him to commit the assault, which is why they settled for the endangerment plea. But the legalities didn't matter to me anymore. The truth was glaring, undeniable, and evil. Harper had sacrificed her sister. And she had the sheer audacity to cry in my arms, play the victim, and use $45,000 of Thomas's hard-earned life insurance money to keep herself out of a jail cell she rightfully deserved to rot in. I thanked the prosecutor, took copies of the text messages, and drove home in absolute silence. The cold, Calculating emptiness that had consumed me when Julian smashed the ring returned, but this time, it was magnified 1,000 times over. I had a mission. I waited 3 days. Harper had been texting me, asking if she could finally have the remaining $55,000 of her inheritance transferred to her account because she needed to pay her upcoming tuition at NYU and secure an apartment for the fall semester. I replied with a brief text, "Come to the house on Saturday at noon. We will discuss the money." Saturday arrived. Harper walked through the front door looking incredibly smug, wearing a designer jacket she had clearly bought with some of her remaining funds. She sat down at the kitchen island, the exact spot where Julian had thrown his tantrum, and smiled at me. "So," Harper started, twirling her hair. "Are you finally going to wire the money? Registration is next week, and I really need to put the deposit down on the apartment before someone else grabs it." I didn't sit down. I stood across from her, holding a plain white envelope. "Before we talk about the money," I said, my voice eerily calm, "I want to ask you one question, Harper. And I want you to think very carefully before you answer. Why did you leave the house that night?" Harper rolled her eyes, letting out an exasperated sigh. "Mom, seriously? We've been over this a million times. I was drunk, Marcus and I got into a huge fight, and I just needed to get out of there. I didn't know he was going to stay. I didn't know what he was going to do to Sophie. I've apologized, I've done my probation, can we please just move on?" I stared at her. Not a hint of genuine remorse in her eyes, just annoyance that she was being inconvenienced. I opened the envelope. The second aft. I pulled out the printed screenshots of her text messages with Marcus and slid them across the granite counter. "Read them," I commanded. Harper looked down. Her eyes scanned the highlighted text. I watched the smugness physically melt off her face, replaced by a pale, sickly terror. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. She looked up at me, her hands trembling. "Mom, this isn't." He provoked me. "I was just talking big, I didn't actually think he would do it," she stammered, the tears springing to her eyes. The same manipulative tears she used to get the lawyer money. "You left the door unlocked," I said, my voice slicing through the air like a scalpel. "You told him to have her. You knew exactly what he was, Harper. You knew he was a predator. You were jealous, you were angry, and you threw your 15-year-old sister to a monster. And then you looked me in the eye, cried on my shoulder and made me pay $45,000 to keep you out of prison. Mom, please, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," she wailed, reaching across the counter to grab my hand. I pulled my hand back as if she were made of acid. "Do not touch me, you are no daughter of mine. The agreement regarding your father's life insurance was based on you being a member of this family. You forfeited that right the second you sent that text." I pulled a second document from the envelope. It was a legally binding trust agreement I had drawn up with my attorney the day before. "I am officially revoking your access to the remaining $55,000. I stated clearly, since the money was given directly to me as the spouse, the verbal agreement is not legally binding. I have officially transferred the remaining $55,000 into a locked, irrevocable trust for Sophie's future medical and therapy expenses. You are getting absolutely nothing." Harper's jaw dropped. The panic shifted into sheer desperation. "You can't do that, that's my money. Dad wanted me to have that money. I need it for NYU. How am I supposed to pay for school? How am I supposed to live?" "You can figure it out," I replied coldly. "Take out loans, work 3 jobs. I don't care. Furthermore, I visited your grandparents yesterday." Harper froze, her eyes wide with dread. "I showed them the text messages too," I continued, watching her entire world crumble. "They were horrified. They told me to tell you that you have until 5 p.m. today to pack your bags and leave their house. They are changing the locks. You are entirely on your own." Harper fell to her knees, sobbing hysterically, begging and pleading, promising she would do anything to make it right. She screamed that I was ruining her life. "You ruined your own life, Harper. And you destroyed your sister's," I whispered, walking around the counter and opening the front door. "Now, get out of my house. And if you ever try to contact Sophie again, I will personally take these text messages to the Dean of Admissions at NYU and ensure you are expelled before you even step foot on campus." She stumbled out the door, crying so hard she was hyperventilating. I shut the door, locked the deadbolt, and leaned against the cool wood. For the first time in months, I took a deep, full breath. The toxic waste had finally been purged from our lives. It has been 3 months since that day. The divorce with Julian is nearly finalized. He tried to fight for a portion of the house, but my lawyer brought up the destruction of my property and his history of aggressive outbursts, and he quickly backed down, taking his pathetic life elsewhere. Harper is completely cut off from the family. I heard through a distant relative that she couldn't afford NYU, had to enroll in a local community college, and is currently sleeping on a friend's couch, working minimum wage at a diner to survive. She is a social pariah. The truth about what she did to her sister spread through our extended family and her friend group like wildfire. No one wants anything to do with her. As for Sophie, the road is incredibly long, but she is finally walking it. The new EMDR therapy is working wonders. She hasn't had a severe panic attack in 6 weeks. Yesterday, for the first time since the assault, I heard her laugh. A real, genuine laugh while she was painting in the living room. It was the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. I took Thomas's destroyed ring to a master jeweler. They couldn't restore it to a band, but they melted down the jagged gold and reshaped it into a beautiful, delicate pendant. I wear it around my neck every single day. It sits right over my heart, a reminder that while some things can be broken, they can be forged into something new, something stronger. I lost a husband, a marriage, and a daughter this year, but I saved the one person who truly needed me. And I would do it all over again in a heartbeat. You're out of the will, Dad texted after I refused to fund my sister's lifestyle. Then I found out what they did to our family cabin. My name is Marcus. 31 male. For as long as I can remember, I have been the invisible glass child of my family, the one who kept his head down, worked hard, and stayed far away from the relentless drama. I was the first in my family to graduate college, paying my own way with student loans and 3 part-time jobs. I bought my own house by the time I was 29, and I've built a career in logistics that I am genuinely proud of. My younger sister, Chloe, 28 female, is the exact opposite. Every minor inconvenience in her life somehow becomes a catastrophic family emergency that requires a financial bailout. Lost a job? The family had to pitch in to cover her rent. Racked up $15,000 in credit card debt on designer clothes and trips she couldn't afford? Mom and Dad dipped into their retirement to bail her out. Wanted to go on a spiritual retreat to Bali? She borrowed $6,000 from the joint family emergency fund we all contributed to, and of course, never paid a single cent back. I tolerated it for years because it kept the peace. That was my designated role in this family, the calm one, the fixer, the shock absorber who smoothed things over when Chloe and my parents inevitably went at each other's throats. But it always left this bitter, acidic taste in my mouth. It felt like my financial stability was being treated as a backup plan for everyone else's reckless mistakes. The whole nightmare truly began when I got a massive promotion earlier this year. It was a huge jump: senior director of operations, a massive pay bump to $180,000 a year, and the opportunity to relocate from our gloomy hometown in Seattle to a beautiful new corporate headquarters in Denver. I was ecstatic. I had sacrificed my 20s for this. All those late nights, skipped vacations, and missed holidays finally felt worth it. When I took my parents out to dinner to tell them the news, they congratulated me, but it was in this distracted, hollow way, like they were looking right through me. Mom just kept checking her phone, and Dad gave me a stiff pat on the back before changing the subject to Chloe's latest boyfriend drama. About a week later, my phone rang. It was Chloe. She didn't even say hello. She just launched right in, her voice dripping with that familiar, demanding entitlement. I lost my job, she blurted out. And you're going to have to help pay my mortgage until I get back on my feet. I honestly thought she was joking. I let out a short, tired laugh, which was a massive mistake because she instantly went ballistic. This isn't funny, Marcus, I am serious. She shrieked into the receiver. You make way more than me now, and I am not losing my house just because you're too selfish to help your own flesh and blood. I sat in my car in the grocery store parking lot, completely stunned. I could feel my blood pressure skyrocketing, a hot flush of anger creeping up my neck. I forced my voice to stay level. Chloe, what happened to your savings? The emergency fund Mom and Dad helped you set up? I don't have any savings, Marcus. God, why are you interrogating me? She snapped. Why do you think I should be responsible for your house? I asked. Because you're family. That's what family does. She screamed. I told her flat out, absolutely not. I wasn't paying her mortgage. I couldn't even fathom the audacity of what she was asking. Her mortgage was $3,200 a month. It wasn't like she needed $50 for groceries or a quick loan for a flat tire. She wanted me to take on her massive living expenses indefinitely. I'm not doing it, Chloe. You need to figure this out, I said firmly. She called me a piece of garbage and slammed the phone down. Not even an hour later, my phone buzzed on my kitchen counter. It was a text message from my dad. If you don't step up and do the right thing for your sister, you're out of the will. I stared at the glowing screen for a long time. I felt numb. I hadn't asked my parents for a single dime since I was 17 years old. I had paid for my own education, bought my own car, built my own life from scratch, and now I was being threatened with being exiled from the family because I refused to bankroll my 28-year-old sister's life choices. That night, I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I sat down at my laptop, logged into my banking portal, and quietly removed my name and my money from every single joint account I had with my parents. I withdrew my $12,000 contribution from the family emergency fund. I emptied the $8,500 I had put into the shared vacation account. I even pulled my name off the old savings account we'd all chipped into when my grandfather passed away. I transferred every single cent into a private, high-yield account at a completely different bank. If I was going to be treated like the villain, I sure as hell wasn't going to leave my hard-earned cash sitting there for them to drain the second Chloe started crying. By sunrise, I had 42 missed calls and a barrage of unhinged texts from every direction. My mom, my dad, Chloe, and even my Aunt Brenda. Mom, how could you drain the accounts? Family sticks together. Marcus. Dad. You are going to deeply regret this level of disrespect. 5. Chloe, you're a greedy, selfish psycho. I hope you rot. I didn't respond to a single one. For the first time in my life, I let myself feel the rage. It wasn't just annoyance. It was a deep, shaking, bone-chilling anger. It wasn't about the money. It was the sheer entitlement. The assumption that my entire existence, my success, my stability, was just a resource for Chloe to mine. And for the first time, I started to wonder what would happen if I stopped playing my role as the family peacemaker. What if I just stopped smoothing things over? The mandatory Sunday family dinner was only 3 days away. I knew I was going to show up. But this time, I wasn't going to sit quietly. Update 1, the ambush and the smear campaign. Normally, I looked forward to Sunday dinners. My dad makes an incredible pot roast, and it was the one time of the week things felt somewhat normal. But as I pulled into my parents' driveway, the thought of sitting across from Chloe made me physically nauseous. I walked through the front door and instantly felt the suffocating shift in the air. It was an ambush. Everyone was already seated in the formal dining room, which was incredibly weird. Normally, dinner was a casual, buffet-style affair in the kitchen. This time, it looked like a tribunal. Chloe was sitting next to my mom, arms crossed defensively, wearing this smug, victimized pout that she always used when she knew mom and dad were going to fight her battles. My dad cleared his throat as I walked in, looking at me like I was a hostile witness. Marcus, he said, gesturing to the empty chair at the end of the table. Sit down. We need to talk as a family. I sat, keeping my posture relaxed but my guard completely up. My mom wasted zero time. Chloe has been under an immense amount of stress, and you laughing in her face when she begged you for help was completely inappropriate and cruel. I kept my voice deadpan. I didn't laugh at her losing her job. I laughed because she called me, offered no explanation, and commanded me to pay her $3,200 mortgage like I was her personal ATM. Chloe jumped in, her voice shrill. Because you should. You're the only one in this family who can afford it. You just got a massive raise. Seth. Something inside me turned to ice. No, Chloe. I can afford it because I worked 60-hour weeks for the last 5 years while you were going on spiritual retreats. I am not responsible for your mortgage. My dad leaned forward, slamming his hand flat on the table. Marcus, you have to understand she is in a dire spot. Her house is all she has. If she loses it, she'll have nowhere to go. I almost laughed again. The irony was so thick it was choking me. She has somewhere to go. She has this house. You've let her move back into her childhood bedroom 3 times already. But that's not really what this is about, is it? This is about the fact that, for the first time ever, I am not swooping in to clean up her mess, and none of you like it. Chloe's face turned blotchy and red. You think you're so much better than me because you have some fancy corporate job now? Because you drive a nice car? You think that makes you special? That stung. Not because it was true, but because I could hear the pure, unadulterated jealousy dripping from her voice. I took a slow breath. No, Chloe. I don't think I'm better. I just think I'm exhausted. I am tired of being treated like my hard work is a community piggy bank for your mistakes. My mom sighed dramatically, pulling out the ultimate guilt trip. Marcus, we have always helped each other in this family, when you were in college and needed help. I cut her off. I didn't yell, but my voice was sharp enough to cut glass. You never helped me in college, Mom. I worked 2 jobs. I slept in my Honda Civic for a week during finals my sophomore year because I couldn't make rent, and I didn't ask you for a single dime because I knew you were paying off Chloe's credit card debt. That shut them up for a fraction of a second. But Chloe immediately started crying, playing up the wounded little sister act. I just don't know why you hate me so much that you'd happily watch me end up on the street. And that was the moment the entire script flipped for me. She wasn't just asking for a favor. She was actively framing my refusal as an act of malicious cruelty. Like I was destroying her life on purpose. I stood up. You know what I think? I think you've gotten so used to mom and dad bending over backward for you that the second someone tells you no, you act like it's a war crime. Dad stood up too, his chair screeching against the hardwood. That is enough, Marcus, I told you, you're out of the will if you don't fix this. Then keep it. I fired back, finally raising my voice. Keep the will, keep everything. If that's how you want to play it, I don't want a single thing from you. But don't you dare call me selfish for refusing to bankrupt myself over her choices. The room went dead silent. My mom looked like I had physically struck her. Chloe's fake tears instantly stopped, replaced by a flicker of triumph like she had finally pushed me into proving I was the bad guy. I turned around and walked out. The fallout was immediate and vicious. The very next day, Chloe took to Facebook. She posted a long, dramatic status about how some people let money change them, and how she was praying for strength after being abandoned by the one person who was supposed to protect her. She didn't name me, but she didn't have to. The flying monkeys descended. My Aunt Brenda left me a 3-minute voicemail calling me a cold-hearted snake. My cousin Tyler texted me saying I was a disgrace to the family name. The narrative was spreading rapidly. I was the rich, greedy corporate sellout who was letting his poor, defenseless sister go homeless. Every time my phone buzzed, I felt a slow, burning fire in my chest. But I realized something crucial. This wasn't just about a mortgage anymore. It was about years of being expected to give more, do more, be more, and never, ever complain. I muted my family on my phone, deleted the Facebook app, and threw myself entirely into preparing for my relocation to Denver. I was done. Or so I thought. I had no idea that the real betrayal was still hiding in the shadows, waiting to destroy what little trust I had left. Update 2, the betrayal and the discovery. I skipped the next 2 Sunday dinners. I was busy packing up my apartment, finalizing my transfer paperwork, and genuinely enjoying the absolute silence of my phone. But then, I got a strange piece of mail forwarded to my apartment. It was a letter from a local credit union, addressed to my parents, but my name was listed as a secondary contact. It was a notice regarding a home equity line of credit HELOC. I frowned, staring at the paper. My parents owned their house outright. Why were they taking out a massive line of credit? I looked closer at the property address listed on the document. It wasn't their house. It was the family cabin up at Lake Cascade. My stomach plummeted into my shoes. The cabin at Lake Cascade wasn't just a vacation home. It was built by my grandfather in the 1970s. When he passed away, he placed the cabin into a family trust. The explicit terms of the trust stated that the property belonged to my parents for their lifetime, but upon their passing, it was to be divided equally between me, Chloe, and our cousin Tyler. It was our only real family legacy. Years ago, when I was 24 and trying to help my parents organize their chaotic finances, I had acted as the executor of some of their paperwork. I remembered that, because of a specific legal quirk my grandfather set up, my name was listed as a co-trustee on the property to ensure it couldn't be sold off without the next generation's knowledge. I immediately drove to my storage unit, dug through my filing cabinets, and pulled out the old copies of the family trust documents. I spent 3 hours sitting on the concrete floor, reading every single clause, footnote, and legal definition. The realization hit me like a freight train. My parents couldn't legally sell the cabin without my signature. But they could leverage it for a line of credit if they claimed it was for property maintenance. I called the credit union the next morning. Because I was a legal co-trustee, they had to speak to me. I need to check the balance and recent withdrawals on the HELOC for the Lake Cascade property, I told the representative, my hands shaking. After verifying my identity, the rep read off the numbers. The current drawn balance is $100,000. The funds were dispersed via wire transfer 3 weeks ago. I felt the blood drain from my face. $100,000. They didn't just help Chloe with a month of her mortgage. They took out a massive loan against our shared family inheritance to completely pay off a massive chunk of her debt, likely her mortgage arrears and all her credit cards. They had gambled my future, and my cousin's future, to save the golden child. And if they defaulted on this loan, the bank could foreclose on the cabin. Our grandfather's legacy would be gone forever. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I felt a terrifying, absolute calm wash over me. I immediately called a lawyer. Not just any lawyer, but Mr. Sterling, a ruthless estate and trust attorney I knew through my company's legal department. I paid his $400 consultation fee out of pocket and sat in his mahogany office the next day, sliding the trust documents across his desk. My parents leveraged a trust property to bail out my sister. I explained. I am a co-trustee. They did not inform me, and they used the funds for personal debt, not property maintenance. What are my options? And Mr. Sterling reviewed the documents for 10 minutes in complete silence. When he looked up, his eyes were sharp. This is a clear breach of fiduciary duty, he said smoothly. Because they bypassed you and misappropriated the funds, you have the legal right to petition the court to sever your interest in the property. Essentially, we can force them to either buy out your third of the cabin's total equity immediately, or we freeze the asset entirely. If they default, the liability falls solely on them, and your share is legally protected from the bank's collection. Do it, I said without a second of hesitation. Draft the formal request for a full financial accounting of the trust. I want every single receipt. They are going to be furious, Sterling warned me. This is the nuclear option. They already threatened to cut me out of the will, I replied, staring blankly at the wall. I'm just beating them to the punch. Update 3, the trap is set. I didn't tell my parents about the lawyer. I didn't tell them I knew about the $100,000. I decided to play their game, but better. I showed up to the next Sunday dinner. The driveway was packed. Aunt Brenda's SUV was there, along with my cousin Tyler's truck, and my grandmother Eleanor's old sedan. It wasn't just a dinner, it was a summit meeting. When I stepped inside, the conversation in the dining room stopped dead. Everyone stared at me. Grandma Eleanor sat at the head of the table, looking incredibly tired and disappointed. My heart sank, thinking they had poisoned her against me too. Dad pointed to a chair. "Sit down, Marcus. We need to settle this." I sat, keeping my face completely neutral. Chloe leaned forward, looking theatrical and pitiful. "I have tried everything, Marcus," she lied flawlessly. "I sold my jewelry, I canceled my gym membership. I am doing my part, but if I don't make this payment, they are going to foreclose. Do you really want that on your conscience?" I stared at her. "Chloe, you've had months. Why didn't you get a roommate? Why didn't you drive for Uber? Why is your only solution demanding my money?" "Because you're family," she hissed. "You're just going to sit there and let me lose everything while you go live your perfect little life in Denver." Every pair of eyes at the table locked onto me. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. And then, my dad dropped the bomb, thinking he was putting me in my place. "We've made a decision," he said, his voice clipped and arrogant. "Since you refused to act like a brother, your mother and I went to the bank. We took out a line of credit against the Lake Cascade cabin to help Chloe." My mom chimed in, looking almost proud. "It was the right thing to do. We couldn't let her be homeless." I gripped the edge of the table, feigning shock. "You what? You mortgaged the cabin? That property belongs to me and Tyler too." Tyler, sitting across from me, suddenly looked up from his plate, his eyes going wide. "Wait, you did what to the cabin?" Dad waved a dismissive hand. "It's fine, Tyler, we will pay it back. We didn't need Marcus's permission. He made it clear he doesn't care about this family." "Ass." I let out a bitter, humorless laugh. "Let me get this straight. You threatened to cut me out of the will if I didn't pay her mortgage." I said fine. "So your brilliant solution was to secretly mortgage part of my actual inheritance anyway, to keep her in a house she can't afford?" Chloe crossed her arms, smirking. "It's not your inheritance yet, Marcus. And I'll pay them back when I get on my feet. Like you paid back the vacation fund?" I shot back. "Or the emergency fund, or the Bali trip?" Her face went violently red. Dad slammed his hand on the table again. "That is enough. We did what was necessary. If you don't want to contribute, we will move forward without you." Grandma Eleanor suddenly cleared her throat. Her voice was frail, but it commanded the room. "Marcus is right," she said quietly. The entire table froze. Grandma looked at my dad with utter disgust. "You should have asked him. You should have asked Tyler. You risked your father's legacy for a girl who refuses to work. It is shameful." Dad tried to sputter a defense, but I stood up slowly. I looked directly at Chloe, who suddenly looked very small, and then at my parents. "You've made your choice," I said, my voice eerily calm. "You made it clear where I stand. You used the only thing that tied me to this family to clean up her mess. Congratulations. You don't ever have to worry about me being in your way again." I walked out of the house. I got into my car, and for the first time in weeks, I smiled. The trap was set. Update 4, the climax and the checkmate. The next morning, Mr. Sterling formally served my parents with the legal request for a full financial accounting of the trust, alongside a notice of breach of fiduciary duty. I expected a day or two of silence. I got exactly 3 hours. My phone rang. It was my dad. He wasn't arrogant anymore. He sounded absolutely panicked. "Marcus, what the hell is this letter from a lawyer?" he yelled. "It's a formal request, for the trust records," I said smoothly, sipping my coffee. "I'm co-trustee, I have a legal right to see exactly what you did with the property." "You're making this a legal matter? We are family," he pleaded, his voice cracking. "You made it a legal matter when you forged financial documents to bypass my authority on a shared trust," I replied coldly. "I'll see you at Sunday dinner." I hung up. I spent the rest of the week packing my final boxes for the move to Denver. My company had given me a generous relocation package, and my new apartment was already secured. I was leaving in exactly 5 days. When Sunday rolled around, I dressed in a crisp button-down shirt. I felt like I was walking on air. I drove to my parents' house for the very last time. When I walked into the dining room, the atmosphere was funereal. My mom looked pale and exhausted, staring blankly at her plate. Dad was sweating visibly. Chloe wasn't smirking anymore. She was aggressively scrolling on her phone, avoiding eye contact. I sat down, unfolded my napkin, and smiled. "Smells great, Dad. How was everyone's week?" Silence. Finally, my dad spoke, his voice shaking. "We got the paperwork from your lawyer. The bank records are being sent over." I nodded. "Excellent." Chloe slammed her phone face down on the table. "This is psychotic, Marcus. You're dragging your own parents to court over a stupid cabin? You're acting like we robbed you." I set my fork down and looked her dead in the eye. "You did rob me, Chloe. And you robbed Tyler. You took $100,000 of equity that didn't belong to you. And I know for a fact that mom and dad are already struggling to make the $1,100 monthly payments on that HELOC. Mom gasped, covering her mouth. Dad turned white. They didn't know I had already pulled the preliminary bank records. I'm not here to fight, I continued, my voice echoing in the quiet room. I'm here to deliver a solution. I reached into my leather briefcase and pulled out a thick manila folder. I opened it and slid 3 different stacks of paper across the table. First, I said, pointing to the document in front of my dad. This is a formal petition I filed with the court on Friday. I have legally severed my 1/3 equity from the trust. My share is now frozen and protected. If you default on the loan, the bank can only seize your portions. My inheritance is legally untouchable. Dad stared at the legal seal on the paper like it was a venomous snake. You severed the trust? I protected myself from your financial negligence, I corrected him. I turned to my mom and pointed to the second stack. These are forbearance application forms for the credit union. I did the legwork for you. If you submit these by Tuesday, they will pause your HELOC payments for 90 days without penalty. It will buy you time before they start foreclosure proceedings on the cabin. Mom started crying softly, tears dripping onto her blouse. Finally, I looked at Chloe, who looked like she was about to throw up. I slid the last stack of papers over to her. And this, I said lightly, is a list of 6 open positions at the new logistics branch my company just opened downtown. They are hiring immediately. Entry-level admin, data entry, and marketing support. They pay $22 an hour plus benefits. I already spoke to the regional HR manager. If you apply tonight, you will have an interview on Tuesday. Chloe stared at the job postings, her lip trembling. You want me to work in a warehouse admin office? I want you to get a job, pay your own mortgage, and stop destroying our parents' retirement to fund your delusions, I said, my voice dropping to a low, hard whisper. The silence that followed was absolute. No one yelled. No one called me selfish. The reality of their situation had finally crashed down on them. I had completely removed their safety net, blocked their access to my future, and handed them the exact tools they needed to save themselves. I stood up, buttoned my jacket, and picked up my briefcase. I am moving to Denver on Wednesday, I said, looking around the room one last time. I love you all. But I am absolutely done setting myself on fire to keep this family warm. If you ever want me back in your lives, it will be because you respect me as an equal, not because you need an ATM. I walked out the front door, got into my car, and drove away. I didn't look back in the rearview mirror once. Update 5, The Aftermath and Freedom. It's been 4 months since I moved to Denver. My life here is incredible. The new job is challenging but deeply rewarding. I bought a beautiful condo with a view of the mountains, using the money I had saved and protected for my family. I spend my weekends hiking, exploring the city, and hanging out with a new group of friends who don't expect anything from me other than my company. The fallout back in Seattle was exactly as messy as I expected, but I watched it safely from 1,000 miles away. My cousin Tyler ended up hiring his own lawyer after I left. Once he realized mom and dad had risked his share of the cabin too, he forced them into a legal corner. My parents had to drain a significant portion of their $401k to pay down the HELOC balance to satisfy Tyler's legal demands. As for Chloe, reality finally hit her. With mom and dad financially tapped out and facing their own debt crisis, they couldn't give her another dime. Facing imminent foreclosure on her house, she actually swallowed her pride and applied for the admin job I gave her. A few weeks ago, I got a text from Grandma Eleanor. It was a photo of Chloe, wearing business casual clothes, standing awkwardly in front of my company's local Seattle branch. Grandma, she's been working there for 2 months, hasn't missed a day. Your parents are finally making her pay them back $500 a month for the cabin loan. You did the right thing, Marcus, you saved them from themselves. I stared at the text for a long time. I didn't reply, but I felt a profound sense of closure wash over me. This wasn't the Hallmark movie ending where everyone hugs and cries and apologizes. My relationship with my parents is still incredibly strained. We exchange brief, polite texts on holidays, but we don't talk on the phone, and I am completely fine with that. For the first time in my life, I am not carrying the crushing weight of their expectations. I am no longer the backup plan. I am no longer the glass child. I am free. And it is the best feeling in the world. My family called me mentally unstable to steal my $2.1 million beach house. Then, the judge learned I secretly owned the building they worked in. Your little real estate game ends here, Maya, my brother-in-law whispered, smirking as he walked past me in the courtroom, armed with a forged contract to steal my $2.1 million beachfront villa. He stopped smiling an hour later when the judge looked down at the evidence and asked why an allegedly mentally incompetent woman secretly owned the very luxury commercial high-rise he worked in, along with 11 other massive properties across the city. By the time the gavel fell, my family's entire life was destroyed, and I didn't even have to lift a finger. To understand the sheer magnitude of the absolute bloodbath that occurred in that courtroom, You have to understand exactly how my family viewed me for my entire life. I 32F have always been the invisible daughter. My younger sister, Chloe, 29F, was the golden child. She was a former pageant queen, perpetually outgoing, effortlessly charming, and exactly the kind of daughter my image-obsessed parents, Helen and Robert, wanted to parade around their country club. I, on the other hand, was quiet, analytical, and deeply introverted. 9 years ago, when I was 23, the defining moment of my life happened. I was sitting in my parents' immaculate, suffocatingly sterile living room. The air smelled of expensive leather and my mother's overpowering floral perfume. I had just presented them with my plan to start a small real estate investment portfolio instead of going to graduate school for a degree I didn't want. My father didn't even look up from his tablet. Real estate? Maya, please, you don't have the stomach for it. It's a shark's world, and you're barely a minnow. You'll be chewed up and bankrupt in 6 months. My mother chimed in, adjusting her diamond tennis bracelet. We've decided we are no longer going to fund your lifestyle, Maya. Chloe's wedding to Derek is coming up, and frankly, Derek comes from a good family. It's a massive expense. Investing any more money into your little phases is a waste. You should just find a nice, average man and settle down before you get too old. I sat there, staring at the people who were supposed to love me unconditionally. In their eyes, I wasn't just untalented, I was a bad investment. They were discarding me to focus entirely on Chloe's extravagant $150,000 wedding. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just stood up, packed my bags, and walked out the door. In the cold air of that November night, I made a silent, unbreakable vow: I would never rely on anyone again. I would build absolute, untouchable financial power, and I would do it entirely in the shadows. For the next 9 years, I lived like a ghost. I worked 3 jobs: a night auditor at a hotel, a barista at dawn, and a freelance data entry clerk on the weekends. I lived in a terrible, drafty studio apartment where the heat barely worked. While Chloe was posting photos of her honeymoon in the Maldives and my parents were bragging about Derek's mid-level corporate promotions, I was aggressively saving every single penny. I read every book on property law, tax codes, and structural engineering I could get my hands on. 2 years into my self-imposed exile, I bought my first property, a run-down, deeply distressed duplex in the Southside District. My family didn't know. Nobody knew. I spent my nights tearing out moldy drywall and fixing plumbing leaks myself because I couldn't afford contractors. I rented it out, refinanced, and used the equity to buy a small, 4-unit commercial strip in the West End, then a 6-unit apartment building, then a small warehouse. My strategy was ruthless and meticulous. I lived entirely on the income from my day jobs and reinvested 100% of the real estate profits. Over 9 years, through literal blood, sweat, and agonizingly sleepless nights, I quietly amassed a portfolio of 12 highly lucrative properties. My net worth skyrocketed into the tens of millions. All the while, whenever I was forced to see my family at obligatory holiday dinners, I played the part they assigned me. I wore cheap clothes. I drove a 10-year-old sedan. My father would introduce me to his friends, saying, "This is Maya. She's still finding her way. Not everyone can be a superstar like Chloe and Derek." I would just smile, knowing that I literally owned the building where his favorite high-end steakhouse was located. The catalyst for their destruction happened 3 months ago. I decided to finally treat myself and purchased a stunning, $2.1 million beachfront villa in Coastal Cove. It was meant to be my private sanctuary. I purchased it through one of my LLCs, but a luxury lifestyle magazine caught wind of the sale and did a feature on the property. They didn't name me directly, but they mentioned the LLC, and through a catastrophic stroke of bad luck, Chloe's husband, Derek, who works in corporate finance, recognized the LLC name from a minor tax document he had arrogantly insisted on helping with years ago to prove how smart he was. The next day, my phone rang. It was Chloe. Her voice dripped with that fake, syrupy sweetness she always used when she wanted something. "Maya, oh my God, Derek just told me the craziest thing. He said you bought that incredible beach house in Coastal Cove, the one in the magazine? How on earth did you afford that? Did you take out a massive predatory loan?" "It's just an investment, Chloe," I said coldly, feeling my heart rate spike. "Well," she continued, her tone shifting from sweet to entitled in a millisecond, "Derek and I were talking. You're single. You don't have kids. It makes 0 sense for you to hoard a massive luxury house all to yourself. We have the twins now, and Mom and Dad would love a place by the water. We're going to start using it on weekends. Derek is drafting up a schedule for the family." It wasn't a request, it was a declaration of ownership. They saw something shiny, realized the sister they deemed worthless had it, and immediately decided it rightfully belonged to them. "Absolutely not," I replied, my voice shaking with 9 years of suppressed rage. "It is my private property, none of you are stepping foot on it. Ever." I hung up and blocked her number. I thought that would be the end of it. I severely underestimated their greed and their delusion. 3 weeks later, I was served with a massive lawsuit, Update 1. The sheer audacity of the lawsuit left me physically nauseous. Derek and Chloe, backed by my parents' money, were suing me for control of the beachfront villa. But they weren't just claiming a verbal agreement. They submitted a physical, signed contract to the court. The contract stated that the Coastal Cove property was purchased jointly as a family trust asset, and that I had legally signed over management and access rights to Derek. Attached to this forged document was a lengthy, entirely fabricated psychological evaluation drafted by Derek's sleazy lawyer. They were claiming that I suffered from extreme emotional fluctuations and bipolar-like financial mania. Their narrative was sickeningly clever. They claimed I was a deeply unstable spinster who went through manic phases where I recklessly signed predatory loans to buy things I couldn't afford. They claimed the contract was signed during one of my lucid phases where I realized I needed Derek's financial guardianship to save me from ruin. Because I was now trying to back out of the contract, they argued I was slipping back into a manic episode, and asked the court to enforce the contract and grant Derek emergency conservatorship over the property to protect the family's financial interests. They were literally trying to legally gaslight the court into believing I was insane, just so they could steal my house. I took the lawsuit straight to my attorney, Arthur Sterling. Arthur is a legal shark who usually handles multi-million-dollar corporate litigations, but he manages all my real estate trusts. When I showed him the lawsuit and the forged contract, he didn't look worried. He looked absolutely lethal. Maya, Arthur said, adjusting his glasses and staring at the fake signature. They have no idea what they've just walked into, do they? They think I'm a broke, unstable loser who got lucky on one house, I replied, feeling a cold, dark sense of anticipation settling in my chest. Then we are going to let them walk right into the courtroom, present their entire fraudulent case, and then we are going to drop a nuclear bomb on their lives, Arthur said, pulling out a legal pad. For the next 2 months, we prepared in absolute silence. We hired the most expensive forensic document examiner in the state to analyze the fake contract. We compiled thousands of pages of financial records, tax returns, structural engineering reports, and commercial leases. I didn't speak a single word to my family. They took my silence as a sign of weakness. Derek even sent me a smug email saying, "Don't bother fighting this, Maya. You know you need help. We're doing this because we love you." I printed that email out and handed it to Arthur. "Add it to the pile," I said. Update 2. Add. The day of the hearing arrived. The air in the courthouse was stale, smelling of floor wax and old paper. I walked in wearing a tailored, charcoal gray designer suit, a stark contrast to the cheap cardigans they were used to seeing me in. Derek, Chloe, and my parents were already seated on the plaintiff's side. They looked like they were attending a country club brunch. Chloe was wearing a pastel designer dress, giggling behind her hand. My parents looked stiff but immensely satisfied, projecting the image of a respectable family burdened by a troubled daughter. As I walked down the aisle, Derek leaned over the wooden divider. "Your little real estate game ends here, Maya," he whispered, a triumphant smirk plastered on his face. I didn't even look at him. I just sat down next to Arthur, who was calmly organizing a stack of thick, black binders. The Honorable Judge Harrison, a sharp-eyed, no-nonsense woman in her late 50s, took the bench. From the very first minute, Derek's lawyer, a slick guy named Vance, launched into his theatrical performance. "Your Honor," Vance began, his voice dripping with feigned sorrow. "This is a tragic case of a deeply troubled young woman. Miss Maya Linwood has a long, documented history of extreme emotional instability and impulsive, manic behavior. She lives in squalor, yet recently, in a fit of financial mania, she leveraged herself to the brink of ruin to purchase a $2 million beachfront property she cannot possibly maintain." Vance paced in front of the judge, holding up the forged contract. Recognizing her own incompetence during a moment of clarity, Miss Linwood signed this binding agreement, placing the property under the protective management of her brother-in-law, Mr. Derek Vance, a respected corporate financial officer. Now, slipping back into her erratic state, she is attempting to renege on this promise out of spite. We are simply asking the court to enforce this legal contract to save this young woman from her own self-destruction. It was a flawlessly constructed lie. My parents nodded solemnly in the gallery, playing the part of grieving parents perfectly. Derek looked like a proud savior. Judge Harrison looked at the contract, her expression unreadable, and then turned her piercing gaze to me. "Mr. Sterling," Judge Harrison said, addressing my lawyer, "your client is facing serious allegations regarding her financial competency. How do you respond to this contract?" Arthur stood up slowly. He didn't look panicked. He looked like a predator who had just cornered its prey. "Your Honor," Arthur's voice boomed through the quiet courtroom, clear and unshakable. "The plaintiffs have painted a very colorful picture of my client as an unstable, incompetent woman teetering on the edge of ruin. They claim she has no business acumen and requires a guardian for a single beachfront property. I would like to address her incompetence by submitting Exhibit A, the complete, audited financial portfolio of Miss Maya Linwood's wholly owned real estate empire." Arthur placed a massive, 6-inch thick black binder onto the judge's desk. The heavy thud echoed in the room. Derek's smirk faltered slightly. Chloe looked confused. Let us review the evidence of my client's mania, Your Honor, Arthur continued, opening his own copy of the binder. Property number 1, acquired 9 years ago, a distressed duplex in the Southside District. Miss Linwood saved the down payment by working 3 minimum wage jobs simultaneously, sleeping 3 hours a night. She personally gutted and renovated the property, increasing its value by 400% in 2 years. I glanced at my father in the gallery. The smug satisfaction was draining from his face, replaced by utter bewilderment. Property number 2, Arthur stated, turning a page. A commercial strip in West End, purchased with the leveraged equity of the first property. It currently houses 4 thriving local businesses and generates a net positive cash flow of $14,000 a month. Derek's face was beginning to lose its color. He leaned over and furiously whispered something to his lawyer, who frantically started flipping through his own sparse notes. Property number 3, property number 4, property number 5. Arthur listed them off, detailing the square footage, the commercial tenants, and the millions in valuation for each one. With every word, the atmosphere in the courtroom grew heavier. The bailiffs were staring. The court reporter's fingers were flying. Let us discuss property number 6, Your Honor, Arthur said, his tone sharpening. A historic brownstone downtown. Shortly after purchase, a massive, undisclosed foundation defect was discovered. The repair costs exceeded $1 million. The banks refused to help. The plaintiffs claim my client is emotionally unstable and prone to collapse. Yet, when faced with actual bankruptcy, Miss Linwood did not collapse. She spent 3 months eating nothing but rice and beans, studied advanced structural engineering codes in the public library, personally negotiated with 6 different contracting firms, and successfully executed a reinforced underpinning strategy that saved the building. Today, that property is worth $4.5 million. Chloe's jaw was practically on the floor. She was clutching Derek's arm, her knuckles white. She was looking at me like she was seeing a ghost. And finally, Your Honor, Arthur said, the crescendo of his argument reaching its peak. Property number 10, the address is 450 Riverside Avenue, commonly known in this city as the Obsidian Mill. The entire courtroom went dead silent. Even Judge Harrison's eyes widened behind her glasses. The Obsidian Mill was the crown jewel of the city's recent downtown revitalization. It was a massive, abandoned textile mill that an anonymous developer had purchased 4 years ago and transformed into a breathtaking luxury mixed-use complex. It housed high-tech startups, an art gallery, and the most exclusive, impossible-to-book restaurants in the state. My client, Arthur said, savoring every single syllable, is the sole owner and visionary developer of the Obsidian Mill. She managed an $8 million renovation project entirely in secret. In fact, Your Honor, the plaintiff, Mr. Derek Vance, works for a corporate finance firm that currently leases the entire 4th floor of my client's building. He pays her rent every single month. I looked directly at Derek. He looked like he was going to vomit. His skin was the color of wet ash. The man who had called me an incompetent spinster, the man who had spent years mocking my cheap clothes and my old car, had just realized that the luxurious, high-status world he desperately clung to was literally owned by me. So, Your Honor, Arthur concluded, closing the binder with a sharp snap. I asked the court, does this portfolio reflect the actions of an unstable, manic woman who needs her brother-in-law to manage a single vacation home? Or does it reflect a highly calculated, brilliant businesswoman who has been targeted by a greedy family desperate to steal a piece of an empire they had no hand in building? Judge Harrison leaned back in her chair. She looked at the massive binder, then slowly turned her gaze toward Derek and his lawyer, Vance. The air in the room was so tense it felt like it could shatter glass. Mr. Vance, Judge Harrison said, her voice dropping to a dangerously quiet register. You submitted a petition claiming this woman is mentally unfit to manage her own finances. You claimed she was on the brink of ruin. How do you explain the fact that she owns 12 commercial properties and the very building your client works in? Vance was sweating profusely. He stammered, shuffling his papers. Why, Your Honor, we were unaware of the extent of her holdings. But the contract. The contract for the beachfront property is still legally binding. She signed it. Ah, yes, the contract. Arthur interrupted smoothly, pulling a thin, red folder from his briefcase. Your Honor, we anticipated this. We commissioned a full forensic analysis of the document submitted by the plaintiffs. I have provided copies of the expert's report to the court. Arthur handed the folder to the bailiff, who passed it to the judge. According to the state's leading forensic document examiner, Arthur stated, his voice turning lethal, the signature on that contract is a crude, traced forgery. It does not match Miss Linwood's biometric handwriting patterns, with a 99.2% probability of fraud. But that is not even the most damning piece of evidence. Arthur paused, letting the silence stretch out to maximize their terror. The plaintiffs claim this contract was signed 2 years ago, in March. However, the chemical analysis of the ink used to sign the document tells a different story. The ink is a specific proprietary blend called Aquaglide Pro, manufactured by a boutique stationery company. Your Honor, I have attached an affidavit from the CEO of that company. Aquaglide Pro was not invented, patented, or sold until October of last year, exactly 4 months ago. A collective gasp echoed from the gallery. A young law clerk sitting near the front actually covered her mouth. Unless the plaintiffs possess a time machine, Arthur mocked, staring daggers at Derek. It is scientifically impossible for this contract to have been signed when they claim it was. It was fabricated, backdated, and forged mere weeks ago, shortly after they discovered my client owned the beachfront villa. This is not a family dispute, Your Honor. This is a calculated, malicious act of felony fraud, perjury, and attempted grand larceny. Vance, Derek's lawyer, looked like he had been struck by lightning. He physically backed away from Derek at the plaintiff's table. He realized instantly that his clients had lied to him, handed him forged evidence, and just destroyed his career. Your Honor, I had no knowledge of this, Vance stammered, his voice cracking in panic. Derek shot up from his chair, his face red with manic desperation. It's a lie, she's lying. She set us up, she's a psychotic bitch who planned this whole thing to ruin us. Bang, bang, bang. Judge Harrison slammed her gavel down so hard I thought the wood would splinter. Her face was a mask of absolute, terrifying judicial fury. Mr. Vance, you will sit down and remain silent, or I will have you chained to that chair, she roared. The courtroom fell instantly, deathly silent. Derek collapsed back into his seat, trembling uncontrollably. Chloe was openly sobbing, her face buried in her hands. Judge Harrison took a deep, stabilizing breath, but her eyes never lost their lethal edge as she looked at my family. She spent several agonizing minutes reading through the forensic report. Finally, she set the papers down and looked directly at me. The harshness in her face softened into something resembling profound respect. Miss Linwood, Judge Harrison said gently. I am deeply sorry that you have been dragged into this courtroom under such vile, fabricated pretenses. The sheer resilience you have shown in building your life is extraordinary. Is there anything you wish to say on the record before I issue my ruling? Arthur nodded at me. This was it. The moment I had waited 9 years for. I stood up slowly, smoothing the jacket of my tailored suit. I didn't look at the judge. I turned and looked directly into the gallery, locking eyes with my mother and father, and then down at Derek and Chloe. 9 years ago. I began, my voice steady, carrying the weight of a decade of silent warfare. My parents sat me down in their living room and told me I was a bad investment. They told me I had no talent, no drive, and no future. They cut me off to fund my sister's extravagant lifestyle because she was the exceptional one. They wanted me to fail. My mother flinched as if I had slapped her. My father stared at the floor, utterly broken. They wanted me to be poor, I continued, because my failure validated their choices. It justified their favoritism. When I bought my first property and worked until my hands bled, they didn't know, and they didn't care. When Derek mocked me at every Thanksgiving for driving a cheap car, I said nothing, because I knew the truth. My success destroys their entire worldview. It proves that the daughter they threw away was the only one capable of building an empire. I turned my gaze to Derek, who was shaking with tears of humiliation. The forged contract they submitted wasn't just about greed, I said, my voice echoing off the wood-paneled walls. It was about control. They saw something beautiful that belonged to the sister they despised, and their immediate instinct was to steal it and legally bind me in a straitjacket of incompetence. They didn't just want my house. They wanted to destroy my sanity to protect their fragile egos. They wanted to rewrite my reality. But my reality is built on concrete, steel, and 9 years of absolute independence. They have no power here. They have nothing. I sat down. The silence in the courtroom was absolute. You could hear a pin drop. Judge Harrison stared at my family with a look of unparalleled disgust. She didn't just dismiss their case, she annihilated them. The petition for conservatorship and enforcement of this contract is dismissed with extreme prejudice, Judge Harrison declared, her voice ringing out like a death knell. Furthermore, the actions of the plaintiffs in this courtroom today go far beyond a frivolous lawsuit. You have weaponized the legal system, submitted scientifically proven forged documents, and attempted to steal millions of dollars in assets while maliciously attacking the mental health of an innocent woman. She looked at the bailiff standing near the door. I am immediately referring this case, along with all submitted forensic evidence, to the District Attorney's Office for Criminal Prosecution. Mr. Derek Vance and Mrs. Chloe Vance, you are to remain in this courtroom. Bailiff, take them into custody for suspicion of felony perjury, forgery, and attempted grand larceny. Chloe screamed. It was a visceral, horrifying sound. No. Mom, Dad. Help us. Derek, do something. Derek didn't do anything. He was paralyzed with shock. 2 armed bailiffs approached the table, pulled Derek's arms behind his back, and slapped cold steel handcuffs onto his wrists. The man who had strutted into the courtroom smirking was dragged out weeping like a child, his designer suit rumpled, his pride entirely shattered. Chloe was handcuffed next, sobbing hysterically as they led her away. Judge Harrison then turned her wrath onto my parents in the gallery. Mr. and Mrs. Linwood, you sat in my courtroom and nodded along to this grotesque charade. You endorsed the destruction of your own daughter. While you are not legally bound to the forged contract, your complicity is a moral stain that I suspect will haunt you for the rest of your lives. Get out of my courtroom. My parents stumbled out of the double doors, looking like they had aged 20 years in 2 hours. Update 3, the aftermath. It has been 6 months since the trial, and the fallout has been nothing short of apocalyptic for my family. Derek was indicted on multiple felony charges. Because he worked in corporate finance, the moment the charges of forgery and fraud hit the public record, his firm fired him instantly. They also initiated a massive internal audit of his past accounts. He ended up taking a plea deal to avoid a 10-year sentence. He is currently serving 36 months in a state penitentiary. Chloe managed to avoid prison time by turning on Derek and claiming he forced her to go along with the forgery, but she received 5 years of severe probation and 1,000 hours of community service. However, her punishment in the real world was far worse. In her obsessed, upper-crust social circle, reputation is everything. The news of her attempting to steal her sister's house and her husband going to prison made her a total pariah. She was kicked out of the country club. Her friends blocked her numbers. Without Derek's income, her massive house went into foreclosure. She is currently living in a tiny, cramped apartment, working as a receptionist at a dental clinic. As for my parents, Arthur and I didn't stop at the criminal trial. We filed a massive civil suit against them for intentional infliction of emotional distress and complicity in the fraudulent lawsuit. The legal fees alone drained their retirement accounts. To avoid a public trial that would completely destroy their high-end furniture business, they settled out of court for a massive sum, which I immediately donated to a charity that helps women escape financial abuse. Their business took a massive hit anyway when the local gossip mill got hold of the story. They had to sell their luxury cars and downsize to a small condo. They spend their days miserably blaming each other for their ruin. I was granted a permanent, ironclad restraining order against all of them. My entire 12-property portfolio, including the beachfront villa and the obsidian mill, has been placed under a complex web of blind trusts. Even if they wanted to find me, they legally and financially cannot touch me. Yesterday, I sat on the balcony of my Coastal Cove villa. The sun was setting over the ocean, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and purple. I drank a glass of incredibly expensive wine, listening to the waves crash against the shore. I thought about the scared, exhausted 23-year-old girl who walked out of her parents' house with nothing but a suitcase and a vow. I didn't just survive the shark's world, I became the Leviathan, and my waters are finally, completely peaceful. My parents wanted my $650,000 inheritance given to their favorite daughter. Then, Grandma exposed everything. My dad looked me dead in the eye and told me he was legally seizing my $600,000 inheritance to give to my sister, claiming it was what the family needed. So, I made a single phone call to my grandmother, activated a hidden clause in the will my parents knew nothing about, and watched as my father was stripped of his power, his reputation, and his golden child's future in one fell swoop. I am a 29-year-old man, and I come from a family with a long, exhausting, and deeply toxic history of blatant favoritism. My parents, but especially my father, have always treated my younger sister, Chloe, 26, like she was sent from the heavens, while treating me like an unpaid intern in my own home. This dynamic isn't just something I'm projecting, it has been the defining reality of my entire existence since I was old enough to form memories. From my earliest recollections, Chloe was the undisputed golden child. When I was 6 and she was 3, our parents threw her an incredibly extravagant birthday party. I'm talking about a massive, 3-story inflatable bouncy castle fortress, a petting zoo complete with a miniature pony, and professional face painters hired from the city. For my birthday that exact same year, I received a small, awkward family dinner at the kitchen table and a heavily discounted, store-bought sheet cake that still had the clearance sticker on the plastic lid. That single year set the immutable tone for the decades to come. As we grew older, the massive disparities in how we were treated only became more glaringly obvious and painful. Chloe always got the newest toys, the most expensive designer clothes, and an endless reservoir of their time and attention. I vividly remember being 11 years old and desperately wanting a mountain bike. I saved up my meager allowance, mowed our neighbors' lawns in the freezing Seattle rain, and hoarded every single spare dollar for 10 agonizing months to buy it myself. I was so incredibly proud when I finally wheeled that cherry red bike up our driveway. When Chloe saw it, she threw a massive, floor-kicking tantrum simply because she wanted a new bike too. Instead of using this as a teaching moment about patience, saving money, or hard work, my parents immediately drove to the sporting goods store and bought her a custom-ordered, top-of-the-line bike that cost 3 times as much as mine. School was an entirely different arena where the favoritism shone through like a blinding spotlight. My parents enthusiastically attended every single one of Chloe's minor school events, but they routinely forgot or were too busy for mine. In the 5th grade, I landed the lead role in the school play. I was practically vibrating with excitement. I practiced my lines in the mirror for 6 weeks straight. On the night of the actual performance, I stood on the stage, scanning the dark auditorium for their faces. They showed up over an hour late, completely missing my main scene. Their excuse? They claimed Chloe had a tummy ache, and they needed to comfort her. I found out the very next day from Chloe herself that she was perfectly fine. They had just lost track of time while playing a board game with her in the living room. When it came to pure academics, absolutely nothing I achieved ever seemed good enough to warrant their praise. Throughout middle school, I consistently earned straight A's, became the captain of the math club, and even won a prestigious regional science fair by building a fully functional miniature wind turbine. My parents barely offered a passing nod to these massive achievements. I'd bring home a flawless report card, and my dad would just grunt and leave it on the counter. But when Chloe managed to scrape together a B on a single history test, her weakest subject, they threw her a massive celebratory steak dinner and bought her a brand new iPhone as motivation to keep up the good work. High school was a particularly dark and isolating time for me. I threw myself into every single extracurricular activity I could physically manage, desperately hoping to finally win a shred of their approval. I became the captain of the debate team, the editor-in-chief of the school newspaper, and maintained a flawless 4 gigapascals while running on empty. Meanwhile, Chloe coasted through her classes, barely maintaining a C average, skipping homework, and spending the vast majority of her time partying with her loud friends. During my junior year, I was selected as one of only 2 students from our entire district to attend a highly prestigious summer academic program at Stanford University. It was a monumental honor, a literal dream come true. I was practically shaking with joy when I shared the acceptance letter at the dinner table. My dad glanced at it, grunted his usual grunt, and immediately changed the subject to discuss Chloe's upcoming community dance recital. My mom offered a tight lip "that's nice, dear," before completely turning her back to me. The absolute kicker? The night of Chloe's dance recital fell on the exact same day I was scheduled to fly out to California for the Stanford program. My parents flat out refused to drive me to the airport because they absolutely could not miss Chloe's 5-minute dance routine. I had to beg a friend's mother to drive me to the terminal, feeling like an absolute orphan the entire ride there. The college application process was another brutal exercise in emotional neglect. I spent nearly 8 months meticulously perfecting my admission essays, participating in endless community service projects, and studying until my eyes bled for the SATs. I was ultimately accepted into several top-tier universities and received a massive, life-changing scholarship to my absolute dream school. When I proudly announced this incredible news at Sunday dinner, my parents' response was freezing cold. My dad scoffed, crossed his arms, and said, "That's fine, but don't let it go to your head. Fancy degrees aren't everything in the real world." My mom immediately chimed in, adding, "Just don't forget about the people who raised you when you're off becoming some arrogant big shot." In stark, sickening contrast, when Chloe barely managed to graduate high school by the skin of her teeth and decided she didn't want to go to college at all, my parents were overflowing with unconditional support. They praised her for knowing her own mind and bravely refusing to conform to societal pressures. They even bought her a brand new Honda Civic as a graduation present, a massive financial gesture they reported of tendering to him and us never even considered doing for me when I left for university. This relentless, suffocating favoritism took a devastating emotional toll on me. I battled severe depression and crippling anxiety throughout my late teens and early 20s. I constantly felt like I was inherently defective, like I was missing some fundamental piece of my soul that made me worthy of love. During my sophomore year of college, I finally broke down and started seeing a campus therapist. Those sessions were a massive turning point. My therapist helped me unpack the trauma and realize that my parents' toxic behavior was entirely their failing, not mine. It took years of agonizing mental work to rebuild my shattered self-esteem, and learn how to validate my own existence instead of endlessly chasing the dangling carrot of my parents' approval. Despite the total lack of support from my immediate family, I clawed my way up and built a fantastic life for myself. I graduated university with highest honors, secured an incredibly lucrative job in the tech finance sector in Seattle, and even managed to buy my own beautiful townhouse by the time I was 27. I am fiercely proud of the man I have become and the life I have built with my own 2 hands, even if my parents couldn't care less. Now, here is where the current, explosive drama begins. My grandfather on my dad's side, Granddad Arthur, passed away recently after a brief illness. He was an incredibly successful, self-made businessman who built a massive real estate fortune entirely from scratch. He was tough, fair, and left behind a very significant estate. In his meticulously drafted will, he mandated that his liquid assets be divided equally among his children, my dad and his 3 siblings, and his grandchildren, me, Chloe, and our 6 cousins. My specific share of the inheritance was life-altering, Exactly $600,000. This kind of money would instantly allow me to completely wipe out my remaining student loans, heavily invest in my retirement, and finally start the independent consulting business I had been dreaming about for years. I was overwhelmingly grateful for this unexpected windfall and the immense freedom it represented. However, when the will was officially read in the mahogany-paneled office of the estate lawyer, my parents were visibly seething. My dad's face was practically purple. The moment the lawyer stepped out of the room, my parents aggressively pulled me into the hallway. They cornered me and flat out demanded that I hand over my entire $600,000 share to Chloe. They claimed it was a travesty of justice that I received an equal cut because I was already financially successful, whereas Chloe was struggling. For context, Chloe is 26, works exactly 12 hours a week as a barista at a local coffee shop, and still lives rent-free in our parents' fully furnished basement, spending her money on concerts and designer bags. I was absolutely stunned by their audacity, but I forced myself to stay calm. I politely but firmly explained that this was Granddad Arthur's explicit final wish, and it was absolutely not up to them, or me, to rewrite his legacy. They immediately lost their minds. They insisted I had a moral obligation to do the right thing and save my sister. When I gave them a hard no, the guilt tripping began. My dad started screaming in the hallway, bringing up every single bare minimum parenting duty he had ever performed as proof that I owed him. He literally threw it in my face that he paid for my braces when I was 14, braces that were medically necessary to fix a severe overbite, and claimed he, generously, let me live at home during my first year of college, conveniently omitting the fact that I paid him $400 a month in rent from my part-time job. He completely ignored the brand new car he bought Chloe, the endless shopping sprees, and the fact that they are fully funding the life of a 26-year-old adult. The situation rapidly escalated from toxic to downright illegal. My dad, who had been named as one of the co-executors of the estate alongside my aunt, decided to take matters into his own tyrannical hands. He sent me a formal email stating that, as the executor, he was going to reinterpret Granddad's wishes. He declared he was legally withholding my funds and transferring my entire $600,000 share directly into Chloe's account. He wildly claimed that this was what Granddad would have truly wanted if he had fully understood our current financial disparities. I was completely devastated, nauseous, and furious. Not only was his plan blatantly illegal and tantamount to theft, but it was the ultimate, agonizing reminder of how completely worthless I was to them. I tried one last time to reason with them over the phone, pointing out that Granddad had always been a fierce advocate for fairness, and treated all his grandchildren exactly the same. My mom started hysterically crying, accusing me of speaking ill of the dead and being a greedy, heartless monster who wanted to see his little sister starve in the streets. I even tried to reach out to Chloe privately. I thought surely, as an adult, she would recognize how insane this was. We met at a park, and when I laid out the facts, she just awkwardly shrugged, looked at her shoes, and mumbled, "Mom and Dad just know what's best for the family. You have a big house, Mark. I have nothing." It was a massive slap in the face. She was perfectly happy to let them steal from me if it benefited her. Feeling incredibly betrayed and entirely alone, I decided to make one final play. I drove across town to visit my paternal grandmother, Gran Eleanor, Granddad's widow. Gran is a sharp, no-nonsense woman who misses absolutely nothing. I sat at her kitchen table, drank her black tea, and explained exactly what my dad was trying to orchestrate. Gran Eleanor went absolutely ballistic. I had never seen this tiny, 80-year-old woman so fiercely enraged. She slammed her hand down on the table, rattling the teacups, and declared that my dad had completely lost his damn mind. Then, she dropped a massive bombshell that completely changed the trajectory of this entire nightmare. Gran revealed that 3 years ago, my parents had secretly visited Granddad Arthur. They had aggressively lobbied him to completely cut me out of the will and leave my entire portion to Chloe, using the exact same arguments they were using now. Granddad had been utterly disgusted by their blatant favoritism. He flat out refused, stating that he would never punish one grandchild for being successful, while rewarding another for being lazy. But Granddad didn't stop there. Anticipating that my dad might try to pull something exactly like this after he died, Granddad had his high-powered legal team quietly insert a poison pill clause into the will. The clause explicitly stated that any heir or executor who attempted to contest, manipulate, or alter the equal distribution of the assets would immediately forfeit their own inheritance and be permanently stripped of their executor status. Armed with this nuclear information, I requested a family meeting at my parents' house. I walked into their living room, sat down, and calmly repeated exactly what Gran had told me. The color instantly drained from my dad's face. He looked like he was going to vomit. My mom gasped and covered her mouth. They were absolutely horrified that Gran had exposed their secret, treacherous lobbying from 3 years ago. My dad started stammering, trying to backpedal and justify his actions, claiming he was just exploring all options for Chloe's future. I didn't yell. I didn't scream. I just looked at the two people who were supposed to love me unconditionally, felt a profound sense of emptiness, and walked out of their house. Gran Eleanor did not waste a single second. The very next morning, she contacted the estate's primary legal counsel and my dad's 3 siblings. When my aunts and uncles found out that my dad was trying to illegally steal my inheritance, they were utterly appalled. They immediately initiated emergency legal proceedings to have my dad formally removed as the co-executor of the estate, citing gross breach of fiduciary duty and attempted fraud. My parents were forcefully backed into a corner and legally mandated to drop their scheme entirely, but their fury towards me reached a psychotic new level. They bombarded my phone with unhinged text messages, accusing me of maliciously destroying the family, turning my own grandmother against them, and being a sociopathic traitor. My dad left a screaming voicemail, threatening to completely write me out of their own will. I simply texted back, "I never expected a single dime from you anyway. Consider this my resignation from this family." My mom then sent a deeply manipulative, agonizing text claiming that by accepting the money, I was proving I never truly loved them and was just waiting for them to die so I could cash out. That was the final nail in the coffin. I blocked both of their numbers. The extended family is now entirely fractured. My aunts, uncles, and a few of my older cousins are fiercely on my side, praising me for finally standing up to decades of abuse. A few distant relatives think I should have just handed over the $600,000 to keep the peace and preserve family harmony. I am completely drained. I have started having severe panic attacks again, waking up in the middle of the night drenched in sweat, my chest tight. I am scheduling an emergency appointment with my old therapist. Am I the absolute villain for keeping my inheritance and refusing to fund my sister's life, even if it means my parents will likely never speak to me again? It has been exactly 6 months since my original post, and the sheer volume of chaos that has unfolded is difficult to fully articulate. First of all, thank you to everyone in the comments who validated my reality. When you endure gaslighting for 29 years, you truly start to believe you are the crazy one. Reading your responses gave me the titanium spine I desperately needed to survive the legal and emotional warfare of the past half year. Let me start with the heavy legal fallout. As many of you strongly advised, I immediately retained my own aggressive probate attorney. My lawyer took one look at my dad's email threatening to reinterpret the will and basically laughed out loud. He confirmed that what my father was attempting was a blatant violation of fiduciary duty and borderline criminal extortion. My lawyer sent a terrifyingly formal cease and desist letter to my dad, threatening immediate civil litigation and potential criminal charges if he delayed my disbursement by a single minute. Thankfully, a massive court battle was avoided because Gran Eleanor and my dad's siblings executed a flawless coup. They successfully petitioned the probate court to have my father officially and permanently removed as co-executor. The judge was completely unamused by my dad's actions. The will was executed exactly as Granddad Arthur had written it. I received my full $600,000 inheritance, entirely untouched by my parents' greedy hands. The family fallout, however, has been apocalyptic. My parents completely doubled down on their delusional victimhood. They launched a massive, coordinated smear campaign across the extended family, spreading venomous lies that I had somehow manipulated Granddad in his final days to steal Chloe's rightful money. This culminated in a horrifying incident on Thanksgiving. My Aunt Sarah was hosting the dinner and explicitly told my parents they were not welcome. They showed up uninvited anyway, barging through the front door right as we were carving the turkey. My dad immediately started screaming in the foyer, pointing a trembling finger at me, calling me a thief and a parasite. My mom, in a display of theatrical madness, pulled an old family photo album out of her tote bag and violently hurled it at my feet. The spine cracked open, scattering childhood photos across the hardwood floor. She sobbed hysterically, screaming that I had destroyed every happy memory we ever had. It was utterly mortifying. The entire house went dead silent. My uncle David physically stepped between me and my father, threatening to call the police for trespassing. It took 3 of my uncles to physically corral my screaming parents out the front door and lock the deadbolt. I spent the rest of the holiday shaking in the guest bathroom, trying to get my breathing under control. But out of that nightmare came the most profoundly healing moment of my entire life. After the dust settled, Gran Eleanor pulled me aside into the den. She opened a locked drawer in her antique desk and pulled out a thick, leather-bound scrapbook. She told me Granddad had been secretly keeping it for the last 15 years. I opened it, and I immediately started sobbing. It was a massive, meticulously curated archive of my entire life. Every single achievement my parents had ignored was in there. There were newspaper clippings of my regional science fair victory. There were printed copies of my college acceptance letters. And there, on page 4, was the crinkled paper program for my 5th grade school play, the one my parents had missed. Granddad had drawn a gold star next to my name. Gran told me that Granddad was fiercely proud of the man I was becoming, but he kept it a secret because he knew my dad would somehow try to ruin it or use it against me. Realizing that the man I respected most in the world had seen me, truly seen my worth, completely broke me in the best possible way. Following the Thanksgiving disaster, Gran Eleanor called a massive family meeting with all the aunts, uncles, and cousins, strictly excluding my parents. She laid out the entire, brutal history of my parents' abusive favoritism. She exposed incidents I had completely repressed, confirming to the entire family just how toxic my upbringing had been. It was incredibly validating to finally have a room full of people acknowledge my lifelong pain, but it completely shattered any remaining illusion that my parents and I could ever have a normal relationship. It has now been a full year since the inheritance drama began, and the landscape of my life is entirely unrecognizable from what it was. The biggest, most shocking twist in this entire saga actually involves my sister, Chloe. About 3 months ago, I got a completely unexpected text from her asking if we could meet at a neutral coffee shop. I was incredibly guarded, assuming she was acting as a spy for our parents. But when she walked into the cafe, she looked exhausted, entirely stripped of her usual entitled arrogance. She sat down, ordered a black coffee, and immediately burst into tears. She offered me the most profound, genuine apology I have ever received. Chloe confessed that the Thanksgiving incident had deeply horrified her. Watching our parents act like literal psychopaths over money finally snapped her out of her lifelong delusion. We sat in that booth for 4 hours, unearthing 26 years of deeply buried trauma. Chloe admitted that being the golden child was actually a gilded cage. She told me she felt completely suffocated by our parents' manic need to control her every move. She confessed that they actively sabotaged her attempts at independence, because they needed her to remain their helpless baby. Every time she tried to learn a new skill or fail at something on her own, they would swoop in, fix it, and tell her she couldn't survive without them. She realized she was 26 years old with zero life skills, zero resilience, and zero identity outside of being their favorite pet. Watching me stand up to them, watching me secure my financial freedom and walk away from their toxicity, had sparked something inside her. Chloe announced that she was finally moving out of their basement. She used a portion of her own inheritance to rent a small apartment with a roommate and officially enrolled in a local community college to study graphic design. When our parents found out she was moving out and going to school, they completely lost their minds. They accused me of brainwashing her and turning their precious daughter against them. They tried to financially threaten her, but because she had her own inheritance money, their threats were entirely toothless. This massive shift forced my parents into a corner, and their reactions have split. My mom, entirely stripped of both her children, completely broke down. After months of intense conversations with Gran Eleanor, my mom finally checked herself into intensive therapy. She is slowly, painfully beginning to unpack her own generational trauma, and realizing the horrific damage she inflicted on both of us. She has sent me several long, handwritten letters acknowledging her failures. We have had exactly 2 very brief, highly guarded lunches. I am maintaining massive, impenetrable boundaries, but for the first time in my life, I am seeing a glimmer of genuine remorse in her eyes. It is a slow process, and I am not rushing to forgive, but the hostility has ceased. My dad, however, has chosen the path of total isolation. He absolutely refuses to admit he did anything wrong. He is entirely convinced that he is the ultimate victim of a massive, family-wide conspiracy. He sits alone in his big house, simmering in his own toxic rage. He refuses to speak to me, he barely speaks to Chloe because she betrayed him by going to college, and he is completely estranged from his own siblings and his mother. It is pathetic and incredibly sad to witness, but I have finally accepted that I cannot save him from his own ego. As for me, my life has exploded in the best possible ways. I used a portion of the $600,000 to completely eradicate my student loans. The feeling of logging into that portal and seeing a balance of $0 was a spiritual experience. I worked with a brilliant financial advisor to set up a robust, diversified investment portfolio that has essentially secured my retirement. But the most incredible change has been in my career trajectory. The endless therapy sessions I paid for with the inheritance money helped me realize that I am deeply passionate about helping others navigate toxic family dynamics. I have officially scaled back my hours at the tech firm and am currently taking night classes to get my master's in counseling psychology. I want to become a licensed therapist specializing in adult children of emotionally immature and narcissistic parents. I also took $50,000 of the inheritance and used it to establish a community grant program in Granddad Arthur's name. We provide emergency funding and mental health resources for teenagers in the Seattle area who are trying to escape abusive household dynamics. Knowing that Granddad's money is directly helping kids who feel as invisible and worthless as I once did brings me a level of peace I cannot put into words. Chloe and I are actively rebuilding our relationship from the ground up. We have a strict no parents talk rule when we hang out. We go hiking every other Sunday, and we are finally learning how to just be siblings. It turns out, underneath all the golden child conditioning, she is actually a really funny, deeply empathetic person. This entire ordeal dragged me through the absolute depths of hell, but it burned away all the dead weight in my life. I learned that family is not an unconditional blood pact, it is a title that must be earned through mutual respect, boundaries, and genuine love. I am finally free, I am financially secure, and for the first time in 29 years, I am genuinely excited to wake up in the morning. My parents secretly drained the $85,000 trust fund my grandfather specifically left me for my college education, handing every single penny over to my golden child sister for a doomed, overpriced business venture. When my mother laughed in my face, handed me an itemized bill for my childhood, and kicked me out onto the street, I stopped crying, hired a ruthless estate lawyer, and set a chain of events in motion that ended with their house foreclosed and my mother leaving my university campus in the back of a police cruiser. I am a 19-year-old female, and I am currently sitting in my quiet, peaceful university dorm room, staring out the window at the rain, reflecting on the absolute hurricane of chaos that my biological family has put me through over the last couple of years. To say that I grew up in a profoundly toxic household would be the understatement of the century. My parents, Tom and Brenda, are textbook narcissists, the kind of people who view their children not as independent human beings with their own thoughts, feelings, and aspirations, but as extensions of their own fragile egos, tools to be used, discarded, and manipulated at will. And at the absolute center of their twisted, warped universe was my older sister, Serena, who is currently 26 years old. Serena is the root of almost every single problem I have ever faced in my young life. From my earliest, fuzziest childhood memories, my parents have been blindingly, unapologetically biased towards Serena. Thanks to their blatant favoritism, I never truly had a happy childhood. Serena wasn't exactly a physical bully who pushed me into lockers, but she was incredibly cunning, highly manipulative, and ruthlessly opportunistic. She never missed a single chance to exploit our parents' desperate need for her validation, twisting their feelings to get whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted it. Honestly, I don't even fully blame Serena for how she turned out. My parents meticulously raised her to be exactly that way. She is the firstborn, the miracle child, so she holds a sacred, untouchable place in their hearts. But I am their child too, or at least I was supposed to be. I know many parents have a secret favorite child, which is fine as long as they have the decency to hide it and not make the other child feel completely unwanted and worthless. That is exactly what my parents failed to do. They made my daily existence utterly miserable. I constantly felt like a defective spare part in my own home, a ghost haunting the hallways. Growing up, I almost exclusively wore Serena's discarded, faded hand-me-downs because my mother claimed they were too new and expensive to throw away. I remember the distinct, humiliating feeling of wearing Serena's old jeans. The knees would already be worn thin, the hems frayed, the fabric smelling faintly of the cheap vanilla perfume she loved to drench herself in. I played with Serena's broken, chipped toys because, again, why should they spend their hard-earned money on new toys for me when Serena's old ones were still perfectly functional? I vividly remember only getting a brand new dress once a year, right before Christmas, and that was solely because my parents didn't want to look like negligent, impoverished abusers in front of my grandpa Arthur and our extended relatives. So, entirely to avoid being judged by friends and family, I used to get exactly one matching set of clothes, shoes, and cheap accessories at Christmas, while Serena got absolutely everything she pointed her manicured finger at. If I ever dared to complain, feeling the stinging injustice of it all, my mom would aggressively roll her eyes, sigh dramatically, and snap, "Don't be so incredibly impatient and selfish, Chloe. Your turn will come eventually." As a naive child, I foolishly bought into her twisted logic. But when I reached middle school and truly started to comprehend the deeply unfair situation, I finally started making a fuss about it. The moment I expressed my hurt, they would immediately pivot their strategy. They would either aggressively gaslight me, claiming we were far too poor to buy new clothes for me, despite Serena coming home with designer shopping bags every week, or they would brutally punish me for my disrespectful behavior, grounding me to my room. For days. I genuinely do not remember my mother ever once asking me what I wanted for dinner, or taking the time to cook my favorite meal. It was always, exclusively, about Serena. Whether it was Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter, or any random Tuesday, the entire household menu was strictly dictated by Serena's wildly fluctuating, picky tastes. Once, when I was 14, I rebelled against this madness. I flat out refused to eat the spicy seafood pasta she requested, knowing I am mildly allergic to shellfish, and I pushed my chair back and left the dining table. My parents violently punished me, locking me in my room and leaving me without a single bite of food until the next morning, forcing me to tearfully apologize to everyone and wash all the household dishes for an entire month. It is utterly exhausting and deeply traumatizing to narrate these sad stories, but that is simply the reality of how things were. Do you want to know why my parents, especially my mother, treated me like a stray dog? It is entirely because of my mother's own sister. My mom suffered terribly at the hands of her own narcissistic parents, so in a deeply tragic, twisted way, she made absolutely sure to become one herself. Do you see the sickening irony in that? Mom is the oldest of two sisters. She constantly claims her parents endlessly pampered her youngest sister and spoiled her rotten. Mom suffered from her parents' heavy biases, so she consciously decided not to pamper her youngest child me but instead poured all her unresolved trauma and affection into the oldest Serena. I truly feel like my mom literally sees herself in Serena and treats her exactly the way she desperately wanted to be treated during her own childhood. Do you understand that kind of suffocating, projective feeling? By the time I finished elementary school, I had become so bitterly resentful of my parents and my sister that I started begging to spend my entire summer vacations with my Grandpa Arthur on my father's side of the family. Grandpa Arthur was the absolute light of my life. He was the only person in the world who truly, unconditionally loved me. Grandpa didn't get along very well with my mother, Brenda. I think he was incredibly sharp and could easily see right through her absurd, manipulative behavior and her obvious favoritism. Maybe that is exactly why he always went out of his way to fiercely support me. The year I finished elementary school, Grandpa invited me to stay with him on his farm in rural Oregon. I felt an overwhelming wave of relief wash over me the second my father's car pulled out of his driveway, leaving me there. I had never felt so incredibly free, relaxed, and safe. Grandpa Arthur got me absolutely everything I ever asked for. I feel a slight twinge of guilt saying this now, but as a deprived child, I totally exploited his boundless love. I asked for everything I was violently denied at home. Beautiful new dresses with the tags still on, brand new dolls, elaborate dollhouses, video games, and every single little thing I used to desperately wish for but my parents flat out refused to buy me. I absolutely loved spending time with him on his sprawling 70-acre farm, completely isolated in the middle of breathtaking nature. The air there always smelled crisply of pine needles, damp earth, and sweet hay. He had a massive poultry operation and a beautifully kept small stable with 4 majestic rescue horses. He spent his long, quiet days tending to them, and I was right there by his side, carrying water buckets and brushing their coats. Life was so incredibly fun and peaceful in those days. I never, ever wanted to go back to my parents' sterile, hostile house. When it finally came time for me to enter high school, I stubbornly insisted on enrolling in a small public school near Grandpa's farm so I could permanently live with him. My parents were honestly more than happy to completely get rid of me and focus solely on their golden child, so, from my very first year of high school, I officially lived with my grandfather. It was deeply necessary for both of us. He was getting quite old, his joints were aching, and he genuinely needed someone strong and willing to help him manage the daily chores. And I desperately needed a permanent escape from my deeply toxic, suffocating family. I was right in the middle of my penultimate year of high school, finally thriving and getting straight A's, when my beloved grandfather suddenly fell gravely ill. Maybe he felt it in his bones and knew his end was rapidly approaching, because he called our entire extended family to the farm and officially revealed the contents of his legally binding will. He generously gave his massive farm, the heavy machinery, and the stables to 2 of my hard-working uncles who had always helped him harvest. He then allocated exactly $175,000 in liquid cash savings to my father, Tom. But there was a massive unbreakable stipulation attached to that money. Exactly $85,000 of that cash was placed into a dedicated trust strictly earmarked for me, specifically meant to cover my future college education, tuition, room, and board. Sitting by his bedside, he held my trembling hand, looked me deep in the eyes, and made me tearfully promise that I would go to a good university and complete my higher education, no matter what happened. My mother, true to her vile nature, immediately started complaining loudly in the hospital room because my uncles received valuable real estate properties and a working farm, while my dad only got a few stacks of bills. Grandpa, mustering his last bit of strength, sharply reminded her that my dad had already ruthlessly taken his massive share of the family property a decade ago, and immediately sold it to pay off his massive gambling debts and start a series of failed businesses. Just as I was nervously starting my final, senior year of high school, Grandpa Arthur peacefully passed away in his sleep. It was unequivocally the darkest, saddest, most devastating day of my entire life. Suddenly, the solid ground was ripped out from under me, and I had absolutely no one left to turn to. I was legally forced to pack my bags, leave the sanctuary of the farm, and move back into my parents' hostile house. It was incredibly unpleasant. I absolutely hated every second of it, and they made it painfully clear that they hated having me back, interrupting their perfect little life with Serena. As the highly anticipated day of my high school graduation rapidly approached, I nervously sat my parents down in the living room and politely asked them for access to my $85,000 trust fund that Grandpa had so lovingly left me. I desperately needed to start paying for expensive college applications, housing deposits, and securing my enrollment, and that is exactly when the nightmare truly started. Whenever I politely asked about my inheritance money or even casually mentioned my upcoming college plans, my parents would make these incredibly strange, guilty faces, rapidly change the subject, and physically avoid the conversation by leaving the room. When I finally lost my patience a few weeks later, I cornered them in the kitchen and firmly asked, "What exactly is going on here? Where is the money Grandpa left me?" That is when my mother, without a single ounce of shame or remorse, coldly stated that they had completely drained the account and given every single penny of my $85,000 to my sister Serena to fund her new business venture. I felt the blood completely drain from my face. What the actual hell? I started screaming that the money was legally and explicitly supposed to be for my college education. They casually waved their hands and said it wasn't a big deal, aggressively claiming that I could easily just wait a year or two to start college because I was supposedly still far too young to go to university. I stared at them in absolute disbelief and yelled, "Are you completely insane? How can I possibly be too young for college when literally all of my classmates, who are the exact same age as me, are currently packing their bags and being admitted?" When they realized they couldn't logically reason with me or gaslight me into submission, they suddenly switched tactics and started pitifully begging me to just give them a single year to save up and manually pay for my college tuition out of their own pockets. I coldly replied, "Why couldn't your precious golden child wait a single year to start her stupid little business? I cannot afford to lose an entire year of my academic life just to fund her delusions." I stormed out of the house, my heart pounding in my chest, completely unsure of what to do next. Do I even have a remote chance of getting that massive amount of money back from these monsters? Update 1. A massive amount of chaotic drama has happened in the incredibly stressful months since I first posted my story. My parents continued to relentlessly hound me, aggressively demanding that I quietly wait another year and drop the subject entirely. I absolutely refused to agree to their insane terms and continuously pressed them for my stolen money every single day. They quickly got violently angry with me, screaming in my face and calling me a selfish, evil, ungrateful brat who was trying to destroy the family. They are completely manipulating the entire situation to make themselves look like the victims. On top of this absolute nightmare, my sister Serena has officially launched a massive, coordinated smear campaign across all her social media platforms to falsely portray me as the jealous, unhinged villain of the story. I completely lost my temper when my older cousin explicitly told me that Serena was actively telling all our extended relatives that I was incredibly jealous of her massive success as an entrepreneur, and that I was trying to extort money from her hard-earned business. I furiously confronted my mother and explicitly told her that if they didn't immediately return my stolen money, I was going to publicly tell everyone in our community that they deliberately went against Grandpa Arthur's dying will and illegally gave my dedicated college fund to their useless, unemployed daughter. Mom got absolutely furious, her face turning a deep, dangerous shade of purple. She screamed, "Do you really want to stoop to that disgusting level, Chloe? If you want to play hardball, you better start paying us monthly rent and buying your own damn groceries. In fact, I'm going to meticulously calculate every single dollar we've ever spent on you over the last 19 years, and we will call it even." I reacted with pure, unadulterated shock. What the hell is wrong with you? You are currently fully financially supporting your 26-year-old daughter who is completely broke, divorced, and has a toddler, and yet here you are being so incredibly vicious, trying to deny me the money that is legally mine. I have consistently gotten straight A's my entire life, but they have never once been proud of me, while their golden daughter has brought them nothing but absolute shame and financial ruin, and yet they are still blindly supporting her. I know I haven't told you guys much about my sister's chaotic background. While I was peacefully living on the farm with Grandpa, Serena stupidly got pregnant by her notoriously lazy, perpetually unemployed aspiring DJ boyfriend, Trent. When she finally found out she was pregnant, it was obviously way too late to do anything about it. She tearfully informed my parents, and while they were initially disappointed, there was hardly anything they could do. Mom, being a deeply hypocritical, conservative Christian who cares entirely about outward appearances, immediately forced Serena into a shotgun marriage with Trent. Neither of them actually wanted to get married, but Serena had to comply because Mom aggressively threatened to cut her off financially if she didn't. Trent was an absolute slacker. He spent his days smoking cheap weed and playing video games on my parents' couch. He never wanted to take an ounce of responsibility for the child. Shortly after the baby, Jax, was born, Trent completely abandoned my sister and the child, fleeing to another state. My parents desperately tried to track him down to force him to pay child support, but Trent had secretly recorded massive amounts of audio proof showing that my sister was violently and mentally abusing him on a daily basis. He successfully sought a rapid divorce on these solid grounds, and my parents were legally forced to bring her back home. They have been entirely taking care of Serena and her child ever since Grandpa passed away. When I returned home from the farm, I quickly realized that it was actually my mother who was entirely raising the toddler, because my sister was constantly away from the house. Sometimes Dad would get furious with Serena for dumping her child on Mom, but Mom would instantly rush to Serena's defense, aggressively lying and claiming that Serena was out exhaustingly looking for a high-paying job. That was a complete and utter lie. I personally saw her so many times hanging around upscale cafes and local parks with random guys, sipping $8 lattes. Serena is a college dropout with zero marketable skills, so she obviously had massive trouble finding a decent job. When she finally realized she couldn't get hired anywhere, she endlessly insisted that mom give her a massive sum of money to start her own business. Despite all her massive failures, my parents continued to blindly support her, and they handed over my entire $85,000 inheritance without even bothering to ask me. Until I posted my story here on Reddit, I genuinely had no idea what legal options I had to get my money back. So, the very next time I firmly asked for the money and they aggressively resisted, I looked them dead in the eye and calmly stated that I was officially going to sue them for legally breaching Grandpa's will and committing grand larceny. Their faces instantly turned a sickly, ghostly pale. They finally understood, in that terrifying moment, that I was absolutely no longer the quiet, naive, vulnerable little girl they could easily exploit and abuse. After returning from Grandpa's farm, I had already started building a spine and standing up to their endless exploitation. When I explicitly told them I was hiring a lawyer to sue them, they completely lost their minds. It was totally incomprehensible to them that I would dare defy them. Mom physically pulled out a yellow legal notepad, grabbed a pen, and furiously scribbled down a completely fabricated list of the monthly expenses they had supposedly spent on me since birth. I mean, this deeply unhinged woman literally put a quarter of the household utility bills in my name, charged me for my public elementary school lunches, and even itemized the cheap, synthetic Christmas dresses she bought me a decade ago. I stood there, absolutely stunned, as she furiously wrote it all down. At the very end, she slammed the pen down and screamed, "Forget the $85,000. You legally owe us $250,000 for raising you. Pay up right now before you ever dare ask for your damn college fund again." I had a massive, ear-shattering screaming match with Mom, grabbed my jacket, and stormed out of the house. After walking aimlessly in the freezing rain for an hour, I took a long bus ride to Grandpa's old house, where my uncle now lived. I tearfully explained the situation, asked for Grandpa's personal journal, and found the direct phone number of his trusted estate lawyer, Mr. Vance. I immediately called him, sitting on the porch, and thoroughly explained the horrific situation. I desperately asked if he could help me. Mr. Vance, a sharp-witted bulldog of a litigator, was absolutely appalled. He assured me in a calm, authoritative voice that I had an absolute, ironclad legal right to the $85,000 that Grandpa left me, and that as the executor of the original estate, it was his strict professional responsibility to ensure the will was executed perfectly. He confidently stated he would immediately draft and send an official legal notice to my parents, demanding the immediate return of the stolen funds, and if they didn't comply within 14 days, we would ruthlessly sue them in civil court. That was a massive, overwhelming relief. The formal notice is scheduled to arrive in their mailbox in exactly 1 week. I am incredibly happy to finally receive professional help, but I am equally terrified about my parents' explosive reaction once they open that certified letter. God only knows what they are going to do to me. Update 2. This is going to be a massive, completely unbelievable update. I just wanted to let you all know that every single one of you in the comments was absolutely right when you warned me that my parents would violently kick me out of the house. I was mentally preparing myself for the inevitable fallout. I quietly talked to my best friend about urgently sharing a cramped, tiny apartment with her. I also aggressively hunted for work and took a grueling part-time job at a busy local coffee shop. The pay is absolutely abysmal, but the manager is incredibly kind and lets me take home massive bags of leftover pastries and sandwiches when we close, which is literally how I am surviving right now. Knowing the explosion was coming, I had already secretly packed all my essential belongings into black trash bags a day before the lawyer's certified notice was scheduled to arrive. Exactly as predicted, the absolute second my mother opened that legally binding lawyer's notice, she completely lost her mind and violently kicked me out. She screamed horrific, unrepeatable insults at me, calling me a treacherous whore, and physically started throwing my remaining belongings out of the front door onto the wet lawn. I made a slight tactical mistake by not leaving earlier that morning, forcing me to endure the trauma of watching them deeply enjoy throwing me out like garbage. She stood on the porch, veins popping in her neck, screaming that I was exactly like a venomous snake they had been generously feeding in their backyard, because I supposedly lived and survived on their hard-earned money while secretly plotting to brutally bite and betray them. I shouted back from the sidewalk that they deliberately left me absolutely no choice, and that I refused to sacrifice my entire future, my education, and my life to fund their disgusting narcissism and Serena's delusions. Mr. Vance, my incredible lawyer, had given my parents exactly 1 month to formally respond to the legal notice or return the funds. They completely ignored it, stupidly letting the deadline pass. I genuinely think they were so incredibly arrogant that they believed I could genuinely think they were completely bluffing, because Serena actually had the sheer audacity to call my cell phone and aggressively insult me for destroying the family reputation. She smugly laughed and stated that my parents wouldn't give me a single red cent, and that I couldn't possibly do anything about it because I was a broke teenager who didn't have the money to actually afford a protracted legal battle. I listened quietly to her delusional ranting, and when I couldn't stomach her screeching voice anymore, I simply hung up the phone and blocked her number. I immediately called Mr. Vance and told him they defaulted on the notice. He chuckled darkly and said, "Excellent. We filed a lawsuit on Monday morning. I suffered severe, unhinged backlash from my extended family for officially suing my parents. I didn't initially want to press criminal charges for theft, hoping the civil suit would force their hand, but they left me absolutely no choice. When the heavily armed county sheriff physically arrived at their front door to serve them the official court summons, they finally panicked. My dad frantically called me, his voice shaking, begging me to drop the lawsuit, crying that we could sort out these private family matters between us, and that there was absolutely no need for a vicious legal battle. I coldly reminded him that I had desperately tried to settle this privately, but they chose to steal my money, mock me, and throw me out into the street. The ship had officially sailed, and they were going to face the full, terrifying wrath of the legal system. During the incredibly tense court hearings, the judge was absolutely disgusted by my parents' blatant theft. He swiftly ordered my dad to immediately repay the $85,000 according to Grandpa's explicit will. But Dad broke down crying in the courtroom, physically sliding his bank statements across the mahogany table, proving that he literally did not have the money anymore. He pitifully offered to pay me $10,000 a month. Mr. Vance fiercely argued that I desperately needed that money right now for my university tuition, and piecemeal payments wouldn't secure my enrollment. Ultimately, the judge legally mandated that Dad would have to directly pay for my expensive university tuition, my room, my board, and all academic necessities, up to a strict minimum of $85,000. If he missed a single payment, he would be held in contempt of court. Actually, Dad really didn't have the $85,000 to give me in a lump sum because Serena had already blown through it. I hated the idea of remaining financially tethered to him, but I accepted the compromise. Meanwhile, my sister's highly anticipated organic baby boutique failed absolutely spectacularly. It turns out, Serena spent my entire college fund on imported Italian marble countertops for her checkout register, custom engraved bamboo hangers, and a massive, neon pink sign that read Mama and Me in a trendy cursive font. She had absolutely zero inventory management skills, priced her items astronomically high, and treated her few customers like garbage. The business completely collapsed within 6 months. To make matters vastly worse, one night Serena was pulled over by the police for a routine traffic stop. Instead of complying, she flew into a violent, entitled rage, aggressively screaming at the officers and physically shoving one of them. The direct result was that my golden child sister was brutally tackled, handcuffed, and spent the night rotting in the county jail facing assault charges. Mom desperately tried to advocate for her, but Dad finally snapped. He gave Mom a strict ultimatum: Serena or him. Mom, who hasn't worked a day in 20 years, obviously chose her meal ticket and tearfully told Serena she had to move out. I successfully started university, moved into a beautiful dorm, and was thriving. But then, the absolute unthinkable happened. A few months into my sophomore year, Dad suddenly stopped paying my tuition. The university sent me a terrifying notice that I was going to be unenrolled. I frantically called Dad, and he shamefully admitted that he couldn't afford it anymore because Serena had been evicted from her friend's apartment and had officially moved back into their house. He was back to fully financially supporting her and her child, completely bowing to my mother's demands again. That was the final, unforgivable straw. I immediately called Mr. Vance, and we went absolutely nuclear. We didn't just sue them for the remaining $65,000 they still owed me. We filed a massive, comprehensive lawsuit for severe emotional distress, breach of contract, and blatant defamation, because my mother and Serena had been posting horrific, libelous lies about me on Facebook, publicly claiming I physically abused my grandfather and caused his death. The judge was absolutely merciless this time. Because my father willfully violated the previous court order to fund Serena's lifestyle, the judge legally ordered the immediate foreclosure and forced sale of their 4-bedroom suburban home to satisfy the massive debt they owed me. The total amount, including interest, legal fees, and the defamation settlement, ballooned to over $120,000. When my mother received the foreclosure notice, she completely snapped, entering a realm of absolute, terrifying psychosis. She actually drove 3 hours to my university campus, violently accompanied by Serena. Mom tracked me down outside the library and started aggressively screaming at the top of her lungs, causing a massive crowd of students to gather. When 2 burly campus security guards rushed over to de-escalate the situation, my mother escalated it into a horrific felony. She violently swung her heavy, designer handbag, smashing one of the security guards directly in the face, audibly crunching and breaking his nose. Blood poured everywhere. When the second guard tried to physically restrain her, my mother, a woman who always prided herself on her pristine country club image, began viciously kicking, biting, and thrashing like a feral animal. The actual city police had to be called with sirens blaring. They aggressively tackled my mother to the concrete pavement, slapped heavy metal handcuffs on her, and dragged her away as she screamed bloody murder. Serena, who cowardly witnessed the entire bloody assault, didn't lift a single finger to help her mother, but meekly followed the police cruisers to the station. My mother is currently facing multiple severe felony charges for assaulting a uniformed officer. I easily secured a permanent, ironclad restraining order against both of them. Their house was officially auctioned off by the bank last month, and the massive check I received completely covers the rest of my university studies, my future master's degree, and leaves me with a massive safety net to start my adult life. I no longer have any relationship whatsoever with my father, as he ultimately chose his deeply psychotic wife and his useless golden child over me one final time. But as I sit here in my peaceful room, looking at my fully funded bank account, I realize I don't need them. I finally have my money, my absolute freedom, and my grandfather's justice. My daughter-in-law called me her live-in maid online for clout. I responded by canceling her cards, evicting her parents, and uncovering a $150,000 lie. My entitled daughter-in-law filmed me setting my own dining table and posted it online with the caption, "Our live-in maid. At least she's good for something." So, I canceled her credit cards, locked up my house, and let her learn the devastating difference between living with a mother and crossing a landlord. Original post. My husband passed away 5 years ago, leaving me a beautiful, fully paid off 4-bedroom house in a quiet, upscale suburb of Seattle. It was too big for just me, but it was filled with memories. 18 months ago, my son Liam, 30, and his wife Chloe, 28, came to me with a sob story. They were drowning in rent, the cost of living was skyrocketing, and they desperately wanted to save for a down payment on their own home. They asked if they could move into my 2 upstairs guest bedrooms for just a year to aggressively save money. Being a mother who wanted the best for her child, I agreed. I didn't charge them a dime in rent. I didn't ask them to pay for electricity, water, or internet. I even gave Chloe an extra debit card linked to my secondary checking account specifically for shared household groceries, assuming she would help out with the shopping. Instead, the slow, insidious creep of entitlement began. Within 3 months, they had completely taken over the house. Chloe's expensive designer shoes and yoga mats littered my hallway. Liam's golf clubs and work bags permanently occupied the living room. They stopped offering to cook. They stopped doing their own laundry because they worked such long hours. Slowly, without ever having a formal conversation about it, I became the sole manager of the household. I cooked their dinners, washed their clothes, cleaned their bathrooms, and paid for 90% of their food. I justified it by telling myself I was helping them secure their future. I was being a good mother. Then came last Sunday. The day everything shattered. I had spent 4 hours in the kitchen preparing a massive Sunday pot roast. The house smelled incredibly warm and savory, filled with the scent of rosemary, garlic, and slow-cooked beef. I was in the dining room, carefully folding the white linen napkins and placing them next to the good china. I heard footsteps and looked up to see Chloe standing in the doorway. She was wearing her expensive matching athleisure set, her phone held up, the camera lens pointed directly at me. At first, I smiled, thinking she was taking a video of the nice table setting to show her friends. Then, I heard her voice. Loud, mocking, and dripping with condescension. "Our live-in maid," Chloe said to her phone, letting out a little scoffing laugh. "At least she's good for something." She tapped her screen to stop recording, completely ignored my presence, shrugged, and turned around to walk back upstairs. I froze mid-motion. My hands were still resting on the white linen napkin. The silence in the dining room was deafening. I didn't yell, I didn't chase after her. I just stood there as a cold, heavy realization washed over me. 10 minutes later, I was sitting alone at the kitchen island. I opened the social media app on my phone and went to Chloe's profile. The video was already uploaded to her story. The caption was exactly what she had said aloud, stamped in big, bold, mocking letters right across my face, "Our live-in maid. At least she's good for something." But that wasn't the part that broke my heart. The part that killed the mother inside me and birthed something entirely different was the comment section. Right at the top was a reply from my son, Liam. He hadn't defended me. He hadn't told his wife to take it down. He had just commented a single, crying laughing emoji. I didn't feel a stab of pain in my chest. I didn't shed a single tear. What I felt was a strange, ice-cold clarity. A switch flipped in my brain. To them, I wasn't family anymore. I wasn't a grieving widow trying to help her son get a head start in life. I was an appliance. I was free labor. I was a joke. I stood up from the stool. I didn't turn off the oven. I didn't plate the food. I walked to the hallway, grabbed my heavy winter coat off the hook, picked up my purse, and walked out the front door without saying a single word. I locked the door softly behind me, got into my car, and drove 45 minutes out of the city to a quiet, expensive little bed and breakfast overlooking Puget Sound. I checked into a suite, turned my phone on silent, and ordered a glass of wine. I needed space to think. I needed to formulate a plan. The next morning, I was sitting on the little private balcony of my room, wrapped in a thick robe, holding a steaming cup of coffee. The winter sun was bright and piercing. My phone buzzed on the wooden table. It was a frantic text message from Chloe. Why was my card declined? I'm standing here at Whole Foods with a completely full cart at the checkout line and a line of people staring at me. Fix this. Now. It was the extra debit card I had given her for shared groceries. I set my coffee down, opened my banking app, and confirmed what I had quietly done the night before from my hotel bed. The card was permanently blocked and reported closed. Without a shred of hesitation, I locked my phone screen. I didn't reply. I breathed in the freezing, salty morning air, picked up my knife, and sliced into my warm croissant. The phone started ringing immediately. I let it ring until it went to voicemail. Around noon, I finally drove home. The second my key turned in the lock, I heard rapid, angry footsteps stomping down the hallway. Chloe was waiting for me, arms crossed, her face flushed red with fury. What the hell was that this morning? She snapped, her voice echoing in the foyer. I looked like an absolute idiot at the register. Did you forget to raise the limit or something? I had to leave $200 worth of groceries behind. I calmly took off my coat, shook off the light rain, and hung it precisely on its hanger. I turned to look at her, my expression completely blank. No, I said evenly. I canceled the card. Liam came shuffling out of the living room, looking tired and annoyed, the way he always did when he was forced to deal with any kind of tension. Mummy, you can't just do that. How are we supposed to buy food? I turned my gaze to my son, the boy I had raised, the boy who had laughed at my humiliation. With your own money, Liam. That card was for occasional shared items, not your everyday luxury expenses while you live in my house rent-free. I am not carrying your financial weight anymore. I held out my hand, palm up. I'd like the plastic card back right now, please. Chloe huffed dramatically, aggressively dug through her designer handbag, and tossed the useless plastic card onto the entryway console table. All this drama over one stupid video, she muttered, rolling her eyes. It was just a joke for my friends. You're being overly sensitive. It was your idea of a joke, I said, my voice dangerously quiet, and this is my money. I don't need your jokes and you don't need my card. I walked past them, leaving them standing foolishly in the hallway, and went straight into the kitchen. The leftover pot roast from the night before was still sitting in Tupperware in the fridge. Instead of making the massive, elaborate family lunch I usually prepared on Mondays, I scooped out a single portion for myself, heated it in the microwave, sat down at the small breakfast nook, and ate in total silence. Liam hovered in the doorway for a long time, shifting his weight from foot to foot, waiting for me to ask if he was hungry. I didn't look up, I just kept chewing my food, reading a magazine. After 5 agonizing minutes of silence, he finally turned and walked away. That afternoon was the beginning of my systematic withdrawal. I walked past the laundry room. Usually, on Mondays, I hauled their overflowing, heavy laundry baskets down to the basement, washed, dried, folded, and delivered their clothes back to their bedroom door. Today, I looked at their overflowing basket sitting in the hallway, stepped neatly around it, and went to read a book on the sofa. Update 1. 2 days passed in an oddly peaceful, highly tense quiet. I cooked only for myself, I loaded only my own dishes into the dishwasher. I wiped down only the counters I used, I completely ignored their messes. Wednesday morning, the reality of the situation finally crashed down on Liam. He appeared in the kitchen doorway at 7:30 a.m., holding a wrinkled, light blue button-down shirt, looking absolutely panicked. Mom, you haven't done the laundry yet, he said, his voice tight. I have a massive presentation with the regional directors this afternoon. I need this custom shirt. It's wrinkled and smells like cologne from last week. I didn't even look up from my iPad. I took a slow sip of my Earl Grey tea. Your laundry basket is exactly where you left it in the upstairs hall, Liam. The washing machine in the basement is completely free. I suggest you read the manual on the lid. He blinked at me, genuinely confused, like a toddler who couldn't understand why the magic toy machine stopped working. But, you always do it on Wednesdays. For all of us. Chloe doesn't have time today, she has a Pilates class and then brunch. I finally looked up and met his eyes. I am retired, Liam, but I am not the hired help. If your wife has time to go stretch on a mat and drink mimosas, she has time to run a washing machine. Or better yet, you are a 30-year-old man. Do it yourself. I looked back down at my screen. He let out a loud, frustrated groan, muttered something under his breath that sounded like unbelievable, and stomped heavily down the basement stairs. An hour later, I heard Chloe upstairs screaming about how her favorite Lululemon leggings were ruined because Liam washed them on hot. She came stomping downstairs, entirely ignored me, and slammed the front door so hard the glass rattled. It was a small, petty victory, but it felt phenomenal. That afternoon, I decided it was time to reclaim my physical space. For a year, I had allowed them to slowly push me out of my own living room. Chloe's massive stacks of Vogue and architectural magazines covered my antique coffee table. Liam's running shoes and boots blocked the entryway. They treated the entire downstairs like their personal apartment, while I had been quietly retreating to my bedroom to give them privacy. That ended immediately. I grabbed a massive plastic storage bin from the garage. I walked through the living room, dining room, and foyer, aggressively tossing every single item that belonged to them into the bin. Shoes, magazines, empty coffee mugs, expensive throw blankets, random mail. I dragged the heavy bin up the stairs and dumped it directly in front of their bedroom door. Then, I went into the spare guest room and dragged out my old, incredibly comfortable, slightly faded floral wingback chair. Chloe had banished it a year ago because it ruined the modern, minimalist aesthetic she was trying to curate for her Instagram photos. I dragged that heavy chair right into the center of the living room and positioned it in the absolute best spot, right next to the massive bay window overlooking the garden. I made a cup of tea, sat down, and waited. At 5 p.m., the front door unlocked. Chloe walked in. She stopped dead in her tracks in the living room archway, staring at me in horror. "What is times doing in here?" she demanded, pointing a manicured finger at my chair. "It doesn't even match the couch." We agreed we wanted the living room to be light and modern. We didn't agree on anything. I said calmly, turning the page of my book. "This is my house, Chloe. I like this chair by the window. Also, I put all of your clutter in a bin outside your door. From now on, your belongings stay in your rented space upstairs. If you leave your trash down here, it goes in the actual garbage." She opened her mouth, her face twisting in rage, closed it, and stormed up the stairs. I heard her trip over the plastic bin, scream in frustration, and slam her bedroom door. That evening, Liam came to me while I was making a turkey sandwich. He looked incredibly nervous, running his hands through his hair. "Mom, Chloe is threatening to leave. She's hysterical. Can't you just cut her some slack? We all live here together. You're making the environment toxic." "Exactly, Liam. We live here together. But you are my guests. Guests who do not pay rent, do not pay utilities, and do not respect me. I have been cutting you slack for 18 months. Now, I am setting boundaries." He wouldn't meet my eyes. He stared at the floor. "Look. Yeah. We were actually going to talk to you tonight about summer vacation. You always help us with the travel fund. We found this incredible luxury beach house in Cabo for 2 weeks. We need your contribution to lock in the booking." I slowly wiped the mayonnaise knife on a paper towel and placed it gently in the sink. "Not this year. I am keeping my money for myself. I have some renovations planned for the house." Liam's head snapped up, his eyes wide with panic. "But we were banking on that. It's $8,000. Without your half, we can't afford to go at all." "Then I suggest you buy a tent and go camping," I said with a terrifyingly polite smile. I picked up my plate and walked away. The next morning, I called a professional locksmith. He arrived at 8 a.m. sharp while Liam and Chloe were still asleep. I didn't ask him to change the front door locks. My request was much more targeted. I had him install heavy-duty, commercial-grade deadbolts on my master bedroom door and my home office door. Lately, Chloe had developed a habit of wandering into my private rooms whenever she pleased, borrowing my expensive hand creams, taking my stationery, or just snooping around. When the locksmith finished, I paid him in cash, locked both doors, and pocketed the heavy brass keys. Around 10:30 a.m., Chloe shuffled downstairs in her slippers, holding an empty mug. As she walked past my office, I heard her casually grab the door handle and push. It didn't budge. She rattled it aggressively. "Is this door jammed?" she yelled out. I leaned out of the kitchen, sipping my coffee. "No. It's locked." She spun around, her eyes narrowing. "Locked? Why the hell would you lock doors inside your own house?" "Because it is my private space," I said, my voice smooth as glass. "I don't want you wandering into my rooms anymore. Your designated area is upstairs." "That is so weird and passive-aggressive. We're family. What are you hiding in there anyway?" she sneered. "My peace and quiet," I replied, turning my back to her. By Friday, the tension in the house was suffocating, but I was just getting started. The next boundary was the garage. When they moved in, they had stacked dozens of massive cardboard boxes, old furniture, and winter sports gear floor to ceiling in my 2-car garage, promising to sort it out over the weekend. 18 months later, it was still there. My beautiful, expensive sedan had been parked out on the street in the Seattle rain every single day so their junk could stay dry. I put on my heavy gardening boots and gloves. I wheeled a heavy-duty dolly out from the shed. For 4 grueling hours, I hauled every single box, every snowboard, every ugly lamp out of my garage. I didn't throw it away, but I moved it all to the uncovered back patio. If it rained, that was their problem. I swept the garage floor spotless, grabbed my keys, pulled my car off the street, and parked it perfectly in the center of the garage. The mechanical hum of the garage door closing behind my car was the most beautiful music I had ever heard. When Liam got home from work and saw the mountain of cardboard boxes sitting outside under the gray, threatening sky, he stormed into the living room, his face purple with rage. "Mom, are you insane? Why is all our stuff outside? It's supposed to rain tonight." It's going to get ruined. I sat in my wingback chair, calmly doing a crossword puzzle. You're right, Liam. You should probably move it up to the attic, or rent a storage unit immediately. I need my garage back for my car. Starting today. We don't have time tonight, we have a dinner reservation downtown with Chloe's friends. He shouted. That's unfortunate, I replied, not looking up. I guess you'll be canceling those reservations. Or buying waterproof tarps. Yes. He stared at me like I was a monster. The obedient, silent mother who used to bend over backward to make his life easy was dead. In her place was a woman who demanded absolute respect. They spent the next 4 hours furiously dragging heavy boxes up 2 flights of stairs to the dusty attic, missing their dinner, while I watched television with a glass of Merlot. But Chloe wasn't going down without a fight. Sunday morning brought her petty retaliation. I woke up, went to the kitchen at 7 a.m., and opened the large refrigerator to get my expensive imported cheese, my Greek yogurt, and the fresh bakery rolls I had bought. The shelves were entirely empty. In their place was a sticky note with Chloe's handwriting. Since you want everything to be strictly separate now, we decided to separate the food too. We took yours because we haven't had time to shop. We'll pay you back eventually. I laughed out loud. It was such a childish, pathetic attempt to provoke a screaming match. I didn't say a word. I went back to my locked office, opened my laptop, and ordered a high-end, silent mini fridge. It was delivered the very next day. I had the delivery men install it directly inside my locked office. I went to the premium gourmet market, bought fresh wild-caught salmon, expensive charcuterie, organic vegetables, and 2 bottles of premium white wine. I stocked my private fridge, locked my office door, and went about my day. That evening, Liam and Chloe came home from work, clearly starving. I heard them open the main kitchen fridge. It was a barren wasteland containing half a bottle of ketchup and a carton of spoiled milk. Mom? Liam yelled from the kitchen. Didn't you go grocery shopping? There's literally nothing to eat. I stepped out of my office, locking the door behind me. I looked at them with a serene smile. You wanted things strictly separate. I thought it was a brilliant idea. I shopped exclusively for myself. My food is secured in my office. You are adults. I suggest you download a food delivery app. Chloe's face contorted with pure hatred, but she couldn't say a word. They ordered a $50 pizza while I cooked a beautiful piece of salmon. Update 2. The real climax of this war came 2 weeks later. It was a Friday evening. I was reading by the window when a large SUV pulled into my driveway. I watched in mild confusion as Chloe's parents, Richard and Susan, stepped out of the vehicle, dragging 2 massive, heavy rolling suitcases behind them. Chloe sprinted out the front door to greet them, hugging them tightly. Liam trailed behind, looking completely terrified and avoiding looking at the window where I sat. No one had told me they were coming. Chloe led her parents straight through the front door, talking loudly and cheerfully. Come on in, Mom and Dad. Make yourselves totally at home. The guest room downstairs is all ready for you. You're going to love it, it has an ensuite bathroom. I stayed seated in my chair, folding my hands in my lap. I knew exactly what was about to happen. Chloe marched confidently up to the downstairs guest room door and grabbed the handle. She pushed. Nothing happened. She violently rattled the knob. It was dead-bolted shut. She spun around, the fake cheerful smile dropping from her face instantly. Did you lock this door? She demanded, her voice echoing in the quiet house. I stood up slowly, smoothing my skirt, and walked over to greet her parents with a polite, aristocratic smile. Good evening, Richard, Susan. What a surprise to see you. Did you have a pleasant drive from Portland? They nodded awkwardly, glancing between me and their furious daughter. Chloe stepped into my personal space, lowering her voice to a venomous hiss. Open the damn door, Evelyn. My parents are staying here for the next 2 weeks. Where the hell are they supposed to sleep? I looked at her, completely unfazed by her anger. You should have asked me for permission before inviting long-term guests into my home, Chloe. The downstairs guest room is no longer available. I had a contractor come in 3 days ago. It is now my private craft and sewing room. It is locked, and it will remain locked. You can't be serious, she screamed, abandoning all pretense of politeness in front of her parents. You can't just send my parents away. This is our home too. I'm not sending anyone away, I replied evenly, my voice projecting clearly so her parents could hear every word. But if you choose to invite guests without consulting the homeowner, you must host them in your designated space. You have that lovely upstairs landing area. There is a 10-year-old pull-out couch up there. I'm sure Richard's back will handle the metal springs just fine. Liam's face turned the color of a tomato. Richard and Susan looked utterly humiliated, staring at the floor, realizing they had walked into a war zone where their daughter had absolutely no power. Without a single word of protest, Liam picked up the heavy suitcases and began the humiliating trek up the stairs. Chloe glared at me with tears of pure rage in her eyes, but she followed her husband in silence. The house belonged to me again. But I wasn't finished. I was about to drop the final, nuclear bomb. The weekend was incredibly quiet. Richard and Susan largely hid upstairs. Or went out for long, awkward drives. The pull-out couch was predictably a nightmare. On Sunday afternoon, they packed their bags, gave me a very stiff, cold goodbye, and drove away. The moment their car disappeared down the street, I went out to the garden where Liam was miserably raking leaves. "Mom," he started, his voice shaking, "what you did on Friday was unforgivable." Chloe's parents felt so unwelcome. "Chloe has been crying for 2 days. You are intentionally trying to destroy my marriage. You could have at least warned us." I set down my gardening shears. I looked my son dead in the eyes. "Funny thing about warnings, Liam, you two have been living here like it's a luxury resort and I'm the unpaid staff. You consume my electricity, my water, my food, and my patience. And worst of all, you consume my trust." I reached into the deep pocket of my cardigan and pulled out a thick, legal-sized envelope. I shoved it hard into his chest. He stumbled back, taking it hesitantly. "What is this?" he asked, his voice trembling. "A standard, legally binding rental agreement," I said, my voice devoid of any maternal warmth, "for the upstairs bedrooms. I had my lawyer draft it yesterday. It outlines the fair market rent for the square footage, which is $3,500 a month, plus 50% of all utilities. It goes into effect on the 1st of next month. You will sign it, or I will begin formal eviction proceedings on Tuesday." Liam stared at the document like it was coated in anthrax. "Rent? $3,500? Mom, are you insane? We're aggressively saving for a house. If we pay this, we'll never be able to afford a down payment. We literally don't have the money." I smiled. It was a cold, terrifying smile. I reached into my other pocket and pulled out a single piece of folded paper. I held it up between 2 fingers. "That's fascinating, Liam. Because when I was clearing out your garbage from the garage last week, a poorly taped box broke open. A folder fell out, a folder containing your financial documents. Documents with my home address on them, which means I am legally allowed to open mail delivered to my house." All the blood drained from Liam's face. He looked like he was going to vomit. "I found the deed, Liam," I whispered, stepping closer to him so he could hear the absolute finality in my voice. "I found the deed to the 3-bedroom townhouse you and Chloe purchased 14 months ago in Bellevue. I also found the lease agreement showing that you have been renting that townhouse out to a corporate tenant for $4,000 a month. You haven't been saving for a house, you already own one. You've been hoarding rental income, living entirely off my dime, letting me act as your unpaid maid, while you secretly built a real estate portfolio." Liam's mouth opened and closed like a dying fish. He couldn't speak. He couldn't form a single word of defense. "But that wasn't even the best part," I continued, my voice dropping to a deadly calm. "The best part was the printed email thread between Chloe and her mother, Susan. The one where they discussed how my memory was slipping. The one where they plotted to have me declared legally incompetent within the next 2 years, force me into a state-run assisted living facility, and have Richard and Susan move into my master bedroom permanently because this neighborhood is nicer than Bellevue." Liam dropped the rake. It clattered loudly against the pavement. "Mom. I didn't know about the emails. I swear to God, I didn't know Chloe was planning that." "I don't care what you knew," I snapped, my voice finally cracking like a whip. "You watched your wife humiliate me to thousands of strangers, and you laughed. You used my grief and my love to rob me blind." I took a step back, straightening my spine. "You have exactly 30 days to vacate my property. If you are not gone by the 1st of the month, I am handing these financial documents over to my accountant to report your undeclared rental income to the IRS. I have already spoken to a real estate developer. I am selling this house to a cash buyer who plans to bulldoze it and build luxury condos. I am taking my millions, and I am moving to a beachfront property in Florida. Do not speak to me again unless it is to hand over your keys." I turned around, walked back into my house, and locked the door behind me. The next 30 days were a blur of frantic, panicked packing. Liam and Chloe moved through the house like ghosts, utterly terrified of me. They didn't argue. They didn't fight back. They knew I held the detonator to their financial ruin. Chloe never looked me in the eye again. She never treated me like staff again. On the 29th day, they moved out. They had to evict their high-paying corporate tenant to move into their own townhouse, losing their massive passive income stream. As Liam handed me the keys to the upstairs, he looked like a broken man. He tried to apologize, tears in his eyes. I simply closed the door in his face. The house is incredibly quiet now. It smells like fresh coffee and blooming hydrangeas. Tomorrow, the moving trucks arrive to take my favorite furniture down to my new, glorious condo in Boca Raton. The developer wired the money into my account yesterday. They thought calling me a maid would put me in my place, but the house, the money, the power, none of it ever belonged to them. I didn't throw them out in a fit of screaming rage. I gave them rules, rent, and ruin, and as I sit in my wingback chair looking out at the rain one last time, I finally understand the truth. Respect isn't something you beg for in your own home. It's the lock on the door, And the signature on the eviction notice. Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity to secretly own a rental property, collect $4,000 a month, and still steal your mother-in-law's cheese out of the fridge to save a buck. Chloe is a sociopath, and Liam is the biggest spineless coward I've ever read about on this app. You handled this with the cold, calculated precision of a military general. Enjoy Florida, Queen. User 2. I don't care what you knew, you used my grief to rob me blind. Chills. Literal chills. The fact that the in-laws were actively plotting to institutionalize you to steal your house is terrifying. I wouldn't just report them to the IRS, I'd send those printed emails to every single one of Chloe's little social media followers. User 3. When you dragged the floral wingback chair into the middle of her curated aesthetic living room, I cheered out loud. This is a masterclass in establishing boundaries. They completely Ed around and found out the hard way, that the live-in maid was actually the landlord holding all the cards. Good on you for selling the house out from under them. You're just the ATM, my son's wife laughed after giving my cabin to her parents. I didn't argue. I just revoked their inheritance. And watched them crumble. My daughter-in-law smirked, this house will be ours eventually anyway, while her parents trashed my mountain cabin. I didn't yell. I just turned around, revoked their $75,000 down payment, and let them lose everything. Original post. I drove up to my cabin in the Smoky Mountains to prepare it for a long-term rental, expecting an empty house, crisp mountain air, and a quiet meeting with my real estate agent. Instead, I found my daughter-in-law's parents inside, drinking my expensive wine, eating greasy food on my late husband's heirloom table, and laughing with 3 of their cousins like they owned the place. When I walked in, my daughter-in-law's mother just smiled and said, Chloe told us we could stay. This house will be hers eventually anyway. I didn't yell. I didn't demand an explanation. I just looked at the absolute mess they had made of my sanctuary, turned around, and decided that everyone in my family was about to learn a very harsh, unforgiving lesson about the difference between family and ownership. My name is Eleanor. I am 66 years old, and for the last 7 years since my husband Arthur passed away from pancreatic cancer, I have lived a very quiet, very structured life in Nashville. Arthur and I built the Smoky Mountain cabin from the ground up. It wasn't just a piece of real estate, it was the physical embodiment of our marriage. Every piece of wood, every piece of furniture, held a memory. Now that I am retired, I was counting on the rental income from that cabin to secure my retirement fund and ensure I would never be a financial burden to my only son, Mark. Mark is 32, and he is a good man, but he has a fatal flaw, he is a chronic people pleaser. This made him the perfect target for his wife, Chloe. Chloe is a hurricane of entitlement wrapped in a polite, suburban smile. For the 5 years they've been married, I have watched her slowly dictate every aspect of Mark's life. She managed their budget, she decided where they spent the holidays, and she had already started eyeing my belongings. That piece is a bit dated, Eleanor, she would say, running her fingers over my antiques. When Mark and I take over the estate, we'll probably modernize all of this. I used to just nod, biting my tongue to keep the peace. I loved my son, and I desperately wanted access to my future grandchildren, so I played the role of the quiet, generous mother-in-law. I had even set up a joint savings account for Mark and Chloe. It was my own money, $75,000 saved meticulously from my pension bonuses and a small life insurance payout from Arthur. It was intended as a massive down payment for their first real house, a beautiful 4-bedroom colonial they were scheduled to close on in just 2 weeks. Mark had signatory power on the account, but legally, the principal was entirely mine. I was happy to give it to them. I wanted them to have a solid foundation, but my generosity was entirely mistaken for weakness. The plan for that Tuesday was simple. I was driving up to the cabin with my spare key to meet a realtor and stage the property for high-end, long-term tenants. But the moment my tires crunched onto the gravel driveway, I knew something was horribly wrong. There were 3 strange cars parked on my lawn, tearing up the grass. I walked up to the front porch, my heart pounding in my chest. Before I even put the key in the lock, I heard loud, booming laughter and the unmistakable heavy bass of a pop song vibrating through the wooden walls. I turned the deadbolt and stepped into the living room. I froze entirely. There sat Chloe's parents, Susan and Gary, along with 3 people I vaguely recognized as Chloe's cousins. They were lounging on my custom upholstered sofas in wet bathing suits. Gary was tossing a football across the room to a cousin, knocking over a stack of my favorite books. On the hand-carved mahogany coffee table, a piece Arthur had spent 3 months restoring in our garage, sat 4 greasy, open pizza boxes, pooling oil directly onto the wood. And in Susan's hand was a glass of my 2010 Cabernet, a bottle I had been saving for a special occasion. Susan looked up at me. She didn't jump. She didn't look embarrassed. She just let out a sharp, mocking laugh, not even bothering to stand up. Eleanor, what on earth are you doing here? She asked, swirling the dark red wine in my crystal glass. What am I doing here? I asked, my voice dangerously low. This is my house, Susan. Who gave you permission to be here? Susan rolled her eyes, and took a long sip of the wine. Oh, relax, Eleanor. Chloe told us we could crash here for a few weeks. I mean, the place was just sitting empty, right? Gary's been stressed at work, and we needed a vacation. We thought you'd be happy the house was actually getting some use. I felt a sharp, suffocating sting in my chest. It wasn't grief. It wasn't even anger yet. It was pure, freezing cold disappointment in my son. Mark knew exactly what this house meant to me. He knew I was staging it today. He knew I needed the rental income. I didn't say a word. I walked past them into the kitchen to survey the damage. It was a disaster zone. The sink was overflowing with crusty, unwashed dishes. Crumbs and spilled salsa coated the granite countertops. They had completely emptied my pantry and replaced my organic staples with cheap beer and junk food. Susan followed me into the kitchen, leaning against the doorframe with a smug smirk on her face. Don't get your feathers ruffled, Eleanor, she said condescendingly. Chloe said the house is basically going to be hers and Mark's eventually anyway. We're just getting a head start on enjoying the inheritance. No harm, no foul. She grinned at me as if I were a nagging, unwanted houseguest intruding on her private vacation. In that exact fraction of a second, I made a choice. I wasn't going to argue. I wasn't going to scream. I wasn't going to try to reason with a woman who felt entitled to my late husband's legacy. I am 66 years old. I have plenty of patience for painting, for gardening, and for reading thick historical biographies. But I do not have a single microsecond left in my life for blatant disrespect. I turned around without uttering a single syllable. I walked right past her, walked out the front door, and got back into my car. As I started the engine, Susan stood on the porch, laughing with Gary. She actually yelled out, "Hey Eleanor, if you're heading back to town, could you at least take the trash bags with you? They're starting to smell." They thought I had given up. They thought quiet, passive Eleanor was going to drive home, have a good cry, and write it off as just another family quirk to keep the peace. They had absolutely no idea that as I pulled out of the driveway, I was already mentally auditing every single financial authorization I had ever signed in my life. Edit. A lot of you are asking why I didn't just call the police right then and there for trespassing. At that moment, I knew if I called the cops, Mark would get involved, Chloe would play the victim, and it would turn into a massive screaming match on the lawn. I didn't want a messy scene. I wanted absolute, surgical destruction of their entitlement. I wanted to hit them where it actually hurt. The bank account. Update 1. The drive back to Nashville took 3 hours. During that time, my phone rang incessantly. Mark called 4 times, Chloe called twice. I let every single call go straight to voicemail. My son isn't an inherently bad person, but he is like warm putty in Chloe's hands. He avoids conflict by giving away my generosity, and I was done paying the price for his lack of a spine. When I finally arrived back at my townhome, I made myself a cup of Earl Grey tea. My house was quiet, orderly, and entirely mine. I intended to keep it that way. I sat down at my heavy oak desk, opened my laptop, and took a deep, steadying breath. My pulse was incredibly calm. First, I logged into the joint banking portal. There it was, $75,000. The down payment for their dream home, the money I had bled for. With 3 clicks of my mouse, I transferred every single cent back into my private, individual checking account. It wasn't theft, it was the immediate revocation of a gift that was no longer appreciated. Next, I messaged the premium cleaning service I had used for the cabin for years. I canceled their sessions for the entire month. If Susan and her rowdy crew wanted to live in my house, they could scrub their own filth off the floors. Then, I logged into my utility portals. Electricity, water, gas, Wi-Fi. I didn't just cancel the auto pay, I scheduled a complete disconnection of all services for the upcoming Monday morning. I set my laptop aside and drank my tea. The hardest part was still to come. The conversation where Chloe realized the inheritance she was banking on was officially dead and buried. The next morning at 8 a.m. sharp, my doorbell aggressively rang. I opened it to find Chloe standing there, her face flushed bright red, her eyes narrowed in pure fury. She pushed past me into the foyer without even being invited. "Eleanor, what the hell was that yesterday?" she demanded, her voice echoing in my quiet house. "My mother is absolutely devastated. You just walked in, glared at them, and walked out without saying a word. They feel completely unwelcome and humiliated." I didn't flinch. I picked up my small watering can and calmly walked over to my African violets in the living room. I didn't even look at her. "They are unwelcome, Chloe," I said smoothly, pouring a small amount of water into the soil. "It is my house." Chloe let out a loud, scoffing laugh, crossing her arms over her chest. "We're family, Eleanor. Mark and I agreed they could stay there. We thought you'd be thrilled the house was finally being used instead of just rotting away in the woods." I set the watering can down very slowly. I turned around and looked her dead in the eye. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. "Mark has absolutely no right to give away my property," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. yet slicing through the room like a razor. And neither do you. Chloe stepped forward, pointing a finger at me. You're being so incredibly selfish. That house is going to be ours anyway when you pass. Why are you making such a massive drama out of this? My parents needed a break. Later isn't now, Chloe, I replied coldly, and whether that house will ever be yours is a decision I make every single day I wake up breathing. Chloe snorted, rolling her eyes. Speaking of decisions, Mark logged into the banking app this morning. The savings account is empty. What is that about, Eleanor? We are supposed to sign the closing contract for the new house next Thursday. Move the money back. She didn't ask, she commanded. I sat down at my kitchen table and gestured to the chair across from me. She refused to sit, choosing to loom over me instead. That money was a gift with strings attached, I explained, folding my hands neatly on the table. The string was mutual respect. Since you have decided to use my private cabin as a frat house for your relatives without even having the decency to ask my permission, I can only assume you no longer need my financial support. You are clearly independent enough to manage my real estate assets, so you can manage your own down payment. Chloe's jaw actually dropped. Her eyes darted around the room as she looked for a sharp comeback, but my complete lack of emotional reaction deeply unnerved her. She was used to me folding the moment she raised her voice. She was used to me apologizing just to keep the peace. But today, I was a stone wall. You can't do this. She hissed, her voice trembling with rage. You are going to ruin our lives over a weekend trip. I haven't ruined anything, I said simply. I am just no longer funding your disrespect. Have a good day, Chloe. She stormed out, slamming the heavy front door so hard the picture frames on the wall rattled. 4 hours later, Mark showed up. He looked completely exhausted, his shoulders slumped, dark circles under his eyes. He walked into the kitchen and sat in the exact spot where he used to do his middle school homework. Mom, does it really have to be like this? He pleaded, rubbing his temples. Chloe is losing her mind. She's screaming at me. Her parents won't leave the cabin because they feel entitled to finish their vacation, and now we don't have the cash to close on the house. We're going to lose the earnest money. I pushed a plate of freshly baked oatmeal cookies toward him. I felt a pang of sadness for my boy, but I crushed it down. Pity wouldn't save him. Mark, did you give them the spare key? I asked quietly. He avoided my gaze, staring at the cookies. Chloe said it would be fine. She said they just needed a change of scenery, and since you weren't up there, it wouldn't matter. And did you ask them why they are drinking my vintage wine, destroying your father's antique table with pizza grease, and treating my home like a dump? Mark was completely silent. He knew he was entirely in the wrong. I have already hired a realtor, I told him. The first walkthrough for long-term premium tenants is next Tuesday. Your in-laws need to be completely out of that property by Sunday night at 8 p.m. Mark shook his head frantically. Mom, they can't do that. Susan already unpacked everything. They invited more people up for a barbecue on Monday. They said they're staying for at least 3 weeks. I gave him a thin, humorless smile. Then they will be barbecuing in the pitch dark. I have canceled the electricity, the water, and the gas. Mark looked at me, utterly horrified. Mom, you can't do that. That's illegal. I can, Mark, and I did. My name is the only one on the deed and the bills. I am not paying the utilities for a vacation for people who mock me in my own home. I stood up, signaling the end of the conversation. Sunday, 8 p.m., tell them to pack. I didn't give him a chance to beg or negotiate. I walked upstairs, leaving him sitting alone in the kitchen. That night, I slept better than I had in a decade. I had spent so long trying to keep a false peace, but I finally realized that peace based on being a doormat isn't peace at all. It's just quiet subjugation. Update 2. On Sunday evening, I drove back up to the mountains. I wasn't going to argue, and I wasn't going to yell. I was going to change the locks. I had arranged for a local locksmith, a burly, no-nonsense man named Mr. Davis, to meet me at the edge of the gravel driveway at 7:45 p.m. As I pulled up, the cabin was lit up like a Christmas tree. Every single light was blazing. I could hear loud country music blaring from the back deck. They honestly thought I was bluffing. They thought quiet Eleanor wouldn't actually pull the trigger. I got out of my car, thanked Mr. Davis for coming so late on a Sunday, and walked up to the front door. I didn't knock. I used my key and pushed the door open, stepping inside with the locksmith right behind me. Susan was in the kitchen, wearing a fluffy white bathrobe, pouring another glass of my wine. She stopped dead when she saw me. Eleanor, back again? She sneered, though her eyes darted nervously to the large man carrying a heavy metal toolbox. We told Chloe we are staying through the month. You need to leave. I ignored her entirely and pointed to the front door mechanism. Mr. Davis, you can start with this deadbolt, please. What is this? Who the hell is this man? Susan shrieked, slamming her wine glass down on the counter. Gary stumbled out of the hallway, looking visibly intoxicated and deeply confused. Hey, you can't just barge in here and kick us out. It's Sunday night, we have rights. I checked my watch. It is exactly 8 p.m. You have exactly 30 minutes to pack your bags and vacate my property. Anything left in this house at 8:31 p.m. will be considered abandoned trash and will be thrown into a dumpster tomorrow morning. Mr. Davis didn't hesitate. He pulled out his power drill, and the loud, metallic grinding sound drowned out Susan's immediate, hysterical screaming. They scrambled. It was absolute chaos. Susan grabbed her phone, frantically calling Chloe. I could hear Chloe screaming through the speakerphone that I had gone clinically insane, demanding to speak to me. I didn't take the phone. I just stood in the hallway, my hands deep in my coat pockets, watching the scene unfold like a neutral, detached observer. All the emotion was gone. It was just logistics now. Gary was cursing loudly, tripping over a rug as he tried to find his shoes. Susan was frantically stuffing her clothes, makeup, and stolen pantry snacks into black plastic garbage bags because she hadn't brought actual luggage. At 8:15 p.m., Susan tried a new tactic. She dialed 911. Yes, police. I have a crazy woman trying to illegally evict me from my vacation rental. She cried into the phone. 10 minutes later, a local county sheriff pulled up, his lights flashing in the dark woods. He walked into the house, looking at the chaotic mess of half-packed bags and the locksmith installing a heavy-duty brass lock. "What's going on here?" the officer asked sternly. Susan ran up to him, playing the victim. "Officer, she is illegally evicting us. We are tenants. We have rights." The officer looked at me. I calmly reached into my purse and handed him my driver's license, the original property deed, and my most recent property tax statement. "Officer, this is my private residence," I said smoothly. "These people are my daughter-in-law's parents. They do not have a lease. They do not pay rent. They broke in using a spare key without my permission, and I want them removed for trespassing." The officer reviewed the documents, looked at the absolute state of the living room, and then turned to Susan. "Ma'am, unless you can produce a signed lease agreement right now, you are trespassing. You have 5 minutes to get off this property before I arrest you." Susan went entirely pale. The smugness evaporated in a millisecond. As she was rushing to grab her final bags, I noticed a stack of glossy printed papers sitting on the kitchen island. I walked over and picked one up. My blood ran cold, and then boiled over. It was a printed brochure. Rustic Smoky Mountain Retreat, hosted by Susan. $350. Night. She wasn't just squatting. She was running an illegal sublet business out of my home. She had listed my cabin on a vacation rental site and was actively trying to rent it out to strangers while pocketing the cash. I held the flyer up so Susan could see it. "Did you really think you would get away with this?" I asked, my voice laced with pure venom. She didn't answer. She just grabbed Gary by the arm and practically ran out the door. By 8:30 p.m., the new locks were installed. Susan, Gary, and the cousins were standing at the bottom of the gravel driveway in the freezing mountain air, shivering next to their garbage bags of clothes. Mr. Davis handed me the gleaming new set of keys. I thanked him, tipped him generously, and locked the heavy front door from the inside. I turned off the porch light, plunging them into darkness. I watched through the window as they fumed, argued with each other, and finally piled into their cars and drove off into the night. Silence returned to the cabin. Real, beautiful, heavy silence. The next morning, the professional cleaning crew arrived. It took them 6 hours to undo the damage. I also had a separate, key-padlocked steel door installed on the wine cellar. When I finally drove back to Nashville on Wednesday, the house was pristine, staged, and officially under the management of my realtor. When I pulled into my driveway, Mark was sitting on my front steps. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week. He looked broken. "Mom, what did you do?" he whispered as I unlocked my door and let him inside. Susan and Gary had to sleep in their car on Sunday night because they couldn't afford a hotel. "Chloe has been screaming at me nonstop. She says you humiliated her family." I set my keys on the counter. "I didn't humiliate anyone, Mark. I protected my property from scammers." "Did you know Susan was trying to rent out my cabin online?" Mark's eyes widened in absolute shock. "What? No. Chloe just said they were resting." "Chloe lied to you," I said bluntly. "And if your wife wants to host her fraudulent parents, she can do it in her own apartment." Mark sat heavily at the kitchen table, burying his face in his hands. "We don't have the money for the house, Mom. The closing is tomorrow. The sellers refuse to extend the deadline. If we don't have the $75,000 down payment, the contract is void. We lose the house, and we lose the earnest money." I sat across from him, my posture perfectly straight. "That is highly unfortunate. But since you are both adults, and Chloe firmly believes she is the CEO of your lives, I'm sure you will figure it out. Maybe Susan and Gary can lend you the money from their fake Airbnb business." Mark let out a dry, bitter sob. "You know they don't have a dime, Mom. They live completely off credit cards. They're broke." "Exactly," I nodded. "Just like you were planning to do with my money. Mark, I am willing to help you, but the era of me being a passive ATM is over. I slid a single piece of paper across the table. I had drafted it with my lawyer that morning. I will release the funds, I said clearly, but under new terms. The cabin is permanently off limits. Neither of you will ever get a key. Furthermore, the new house will be purchased in my name, and I will retain the deed for the next 5 years to ensure my investment is protected. And finally, Chloe will give me a handwritten apology for her blatant disrespect. Until all of those conditions are met, the bank account remains closed. Mark stared at the paper. He knew Chloe would rather walk barefoot over broken glass than apologize to me, but he also knew I was absolutely unmovable. For the next 2 weeks, there was total radio silence. Thursday came and went. The sellers backed out. Mark and Chloe lost their dream home. Then, the dominoes really started to fall. Susan and Gary, having nowhere else to go, and entirely out of cash, forced their way into Mark and Chloe's tiny, 900 square foot, 2-bedroom apartment. Suddenly, their home was cramped, loud, and utterly chaotic. Susan immediately took over, demanding Chloe cook for her and complaining about the lack of space. The perfect, controlling image Chloe projected to the world shattered completely. Susan actually had the audacity to call me. She tried flattery first, apologizing for the misunderstanding. When I didn't respond, she pivoted to screaming accusations, threatening to sue me for emotional distress. I didn't say a word. I just hung up and blocked her number. I wasn't the old Eleanor anymore. I spent my afternoons wandering through the local art museum, drinking coffee with old friends, and tending to my garden. I realized just how much of my life force I had wasted managing other people's toxic moods. One rainy evening, 3 weeks after the eviction, my doorbell rang. It was Mark. He was alone, and he was holding a large suitcase. "I can't do it anymore, Mom," he said, his voice cracking. "The apartment is a nightmare. Susan and Gary are constantly fighting about money. They've taken over the living room. Chloe is blaming me for everything, saying I'm not man enough to stand up to you. I need to breathe." I stepped aside and let my son into the warmth of my home. "You can stay in the guest room, Mark, but on one condition: we do not talk about Chloe, and we do not negotiate about money. This house is my sanctuary." He nodded, looking more relieved than I had seen him in years. The power dynamic had officially, permanently shifted. Mark stayed with me for 5 days. For the first time in his adult life, he experienced what a peaceful, structured, independent life looked like. He saw me reading, laughing on the phone with friends, and managing my finances with absolute precision. Slowly, the fog began to lift. He began to realize how deeply Chloe had isolated him to maintain her control over him. On the 6th day, Chloe came over. She didn't burst in this time. She knocked softly. When I opened the door, she looked entirely defeated. Her hair was tied back in a messy knot, the dark circles under her eyes were prominent, and that smug, entitled smirk was completely gone. "Is Mark here?" she asked quietly, her eyes glued to the floor. I nodded, keeping my hand firmly on the door handle. "He is reading in the den." She started to step forward, but I didn't move. I stayed planted in the doorway, blocking her path. "What do you want, Chloe?" She swallowed hard, her throat bobbing. "My parents moved out. They drove up to Ohio to stay with my uncle. The apartment is empty." It was a complete nightmare. I said nothing. I just waited. Silence is a weapon, and I wielded it flawlessly. "I'm sorry," she finally choked out. It sounded agonizingly forced, like it physically pained her vocal cords to form the words, but she said it. "I am sorry about the cabin. I am sorry about how my mother acted. I never should have given them the key. I was wrong." I looked at her for a long, heavy moment. I analyzed every micro-expression on her face to see if it was genuine or just another manipulation. "That is a start, Chloe," I said evenly. "But an apology without a fundamental change in behavior is just noise." I finally stepped aside and let her in. The 3 of us sat at the kitchen table. I laid out my final plan. The $75,000 would remain in my control. I would be the sole trustee. There would be absolutely no cash given for luxuries, vacations, or bailing out her grifter relatives. If they wanted to find a new, more modest house, I would help with the monthly mortgage payments, but the deed would remain entirely in my name for the first 5 years. If they divorced, or if Susan ever set foot on the property, the house would be sold and they would be evicted. Chloe opened her mouth to protest the strict terms, instinctively turning to Mark for backup. But for the first time in 5 years, Mark didn't jump to her defense. He didn't cower. He just looked at his wife with cold, tired eyes and said, "Mom is right, Chloe, we blew it. You blew it. You accept her terms, or I am staying here permanently." Chloe lowered her head. The fight drained completely out of her. She realized, in that exact moment, that the days of using me as a passive, silent bank account were over forever. I wasn't the frail old widow to be ignored and managed anymore. I was the architect of their future, and I held all the keys. Final update. The months that followed were a massive period of adjustment. Chloe signed the agreement and followed the rules, even though I could tell it took every ounce of her willpower to bite her tongue. The Smoky Mountain cabin was successfully leased to a lovely retired couple from Atlanta. The premium rental income goes straight into my private account, securing a lifestyle I had only dreamed of when Arthur was alive. Last week, I organized a family dinner at a high-end local bistro, not greasy pizza in a cardboard box, but a proper, civilized sit-down meal with real linen napkins. Susan and Gary were, of course, not invited. Chloe accepted this reality without a single word of complaint. During dinner, the conversation was polite and entirely drama-free. I noticed Mark starting to make his own choices again. He ordered what he wanted, he spoke confidently, and he even mentioned he was signing up for an advanced IT certification course, a course Chloe used to mock as a waste of time. I offered to help him pay for it, but I made it clear the check would be sent directly to the university. Control is the only way to ensure my generosity actually builds something rather than being squandered. After dessert, Chloe walked me to my car. She handed me a small box of expensive artisanal chocolates. "I wanted to say thank you, Eleanor," she said softly, "for taking Mark in when things were so toxic at our place, and for giving us a second chance." I took the chocolates, looking at her under the glow of the street lamp. "I love my son, Chloe, but I also love myself. That is the fundamental difference between now and then." She looked at me with something that almost resembled genuine admiration. "How did you do it? How did you just stay so incredibly cold and calm when my whole family was ganging up on you in the cabin?" I smiled, a real, genuine smile. "I wasn't cold, Chloe, I was just clear. When you know exactly what belongs to you, and exactly what you are worth, you don't need heat or anger to defend yourself. A little bit of light is plenty." In that moment, we reached a new level of understanding. We will never be best friends, we will never have a mother-daughter bond. But there is now a mutual, ironclad recognition of territory and respect. Today, I am sitting on my back patio, looking out at my blooming hydrangeas. My phone is resting on the table next to me, but it is no longer a source of anxiety. I have learned that you can say the word no without providing a footnote of excuses or apologies. I have learned that while blood might make you related, respect is the absolute only currency that keeps a family together. Mark and Chloe just closed on a beautiful, modest 3-bedroom townhouse. I co-signed the mortgage, and my name is proudly on the deed. They know that my support is inextricably tied to their continued good behavior. Some people might call that harsh or controlling. But for us, it is the absolute sturdiest structure we have ever had. I haven't heard a single word from Susan or Gary since that Sunday night in the mountains. I hear through the grapevine that Susan talks trash about me to anyone who will listen, claiming I stole her vacation and ruined her life. But the echo of her bitterness doesn't reach me here in my garden. I simply do not care. I didn't find my peace through a tearful, hugs and kisses reconciliation. I found my peace by taking back my complete autonomy. I am not the victim of greedy, entitled relatives. I am the architect of my own golden years. Sometimes, when the tenants are away visiting their grandchildren, I drive up to the mountains alone. I sit on the back porch with a glass of that vintage Cabernet and just soak in the profound quiet. The old mahogany table is exactly where it belongs, polished and gleaming. The cabin smells like pine needles and fresh mountain air, not stale pizza and cheap beer. I realize that sometimes you have to be willing to risk absolutely everything, even the relationship with your only child, to save the truth. Mark respects me more now than he ever did in his entire life, because I finally showed him what a person with a spine actually looks like. My name is Eleanor. I am 66 years old, and I am never, ever giving away my keys again. I am free. And that freedom is the absolute best inheritance I could ever leave myself. Top comments. User 1. The moment you pulled out the printed Airbnb flyer, I literally screamed at my screen. Susan wasn't just an entitled mooch, she was an actual criminal trying to run a fraud scheme out of your house. The fact that you didn't even yell, but just let the police and the locksmith do the talking, is the most badass, boss move thing I have ever read on this site. You didn't just set boundaries, Eleanor, you built a titanium fortress. User 2. As someone who is currently married to a Chloe, let me tell you what you did saved your son's life. When you are a people pleaser, you get so deep into the fog of manipulation, that you can't even see how much you are giving away until someone snaps you out of it. Losing that house was the absolute best thing that could have happened to Mark. It forced him to see Chloe and her family for the parasites they were being. Good on you for holding the deed to the new place. Trust, but verify. User 3. Pride doesn't pay the mortgage. Put that on a damn t-shirt. The sheer audacity of Chloe demanding you put the $75,000 back while her parents were actively destroying your late husband's antique table is mind-blowing. I'm so glad you cut the utilities. Sitting in the dark with no water is exactly what Susan deserved. You handled this with so much grace and absolute zero mercy. A masterclass in tough love. My daughter-in-law measured my rooms and told me to move to the basement. I said one word, change the locks, and let her HELOC scam burn her to the ground. My daughter-in-law measured my living room, assigned me the basement, and told me she was moving in to help, so I changed the locks, cut off her access to my grandchildren's college funds, and dug into her finances only to uncover a massive, illegal scheme that ended in her absolute ruin. Original post. What a beautiful house. My mother is going to love it here. We're moving in next month. My daughter-in-law, Chloe, said it so casually, like she was just chatting about the gloomy Seattle weather. She ran her perfectly manicured, acrylic nails over the solid mahogany dining table my late husband, Arthur, had built with his own hands 25 years ago. I sat at the head of the table, my coffee cup in hand, just watching her. I'm Evelyn. I'm 68 years old, a widow for the last 5 years, and for the past 4 decades, the undisputed owner and caretaker of this 4-bedroom house in a quiet, upscale suburb of Seattle. I'm not a woman who makes grand, dramatic speeches, but I am a woman who notices absolutely everything. I noticed how my son, Mark, 42, kept his eyes glued to his slice of lemon pound cake, studying the icing like it held the secrets of the universe. He didn't say a single word. He just chewed, swallowed, and avoided my gaze. Chloe, on the other hand, was practically vibrating with excitement. She had already pulled a shiny metal measuring tape out of her designer purse. The guest room upstairs gets the absolute best morning light, she went on, flashing a brilliant, practiced smile at her mother Susan, who had flown in from Miami and come along today for the tour. Chloe let the tape measure snap back into its casing with a sharp metallic crack. And the basement is basically a full apartment, right? Mark and I were talking, and Evelyn, you could easily set up a little kitchenette down there. It'll be so cozy for you once we're all settled in. That is exactly when the air in my dining room got thick enough to choke on. They weren't talking times to times me, they were talking times about times me. I was being treated like a piece of obsolete furniture they needed to shove into storage so they could remodel. Chloe had already assigned the master bedroom to herself and Mark, the sunny guest room to Susan, and the smaller rooms to my grandchildren, Leo, 10, and Mia, 7, all before my morning coffee even had a chance to cool down. Susan was nodding eagerly, inspecting the original crown molding like she was a real estate agent calculating the appraisal value. I set my cup down on the saucer. The porcelain clinked softly. There was no shaking in my hands, no hesitation. It was just a clean, sharp period at the end of a sentence. I looked Chloe straight in her eyes. Her smile was highly calculated, a toxic mix of condescension, entitlement, and the arrogant assumption that the frail old widow would eventually cave just to keep the family peace. No, I said. Just that one word. It wasn't loud, and I didn't raise my voice, but it sliced right through Chloe's frantic, bubbly chatter like a hot knife through butter. The entire table froze. Mark finally looked up from his cake, and I could see the shock and genuine fear flickering behind his eyes. Chloe blinked rapidly, her smile faltering. She looked around the room like maybe there was an echo, or maybe she hadn't heard me correctly. She had absolutely no idea that this single syllable was only the beginning of her nightmare. "Excuse me, Evelyn?" Chloe asked after a long, suffocatingly awkward minute of dead silence. She let out a short, high-pitched, fake little laugh meant to cover her rising irritation. "You must have misunderstood. This property is way too much work for you to handle all by yourself now that Arthur is gone. The stairs are a hazard. We just want to help you." I leaned back in my chair, folding my hands over my lap. "I understood you perfectly, Chloe. You just decided how the rooms in my house are going to be divided up and assigned. And my answer is no, Susan is not moving in here, and neither are you." Mark cleared his throat nervously, his face flushing red. "Mom, come on. Chloe means well. The house is massive, and you're rattling around in here all alone. The maintenance." It was the exact same old song they had been singing for 6 months. Fake concern masking pure, unadulterated convenience. Mark and Chloe wanted to ditch the $3,500 a month rent on their downtown apartment, dump the daily burden of Susan's elder care entirely onto my shoulders, and live rent-free in a $1 million home. "I am in excellent shape, Mark," I replied evenly, not breaking eye contact with my son. "I swim 40 laps every single morning at the rec center, and I maintain the garden myself. I hire professionals for the roof and the gutters. I do not need a caretaker." I shifted my gaze to Susan, who was suddenly extremely interested in the pattern of the hallway wallpaper. "Guests are always welcome in my home," I continued, my voice steady, "but I am the sole person who chooses who lives here. And right now, I am choosing the peace and quiet that you all seem so terrified of, over this kind of hostile takeover." Chloe's face hardened instantly. The mask of the sweet, thoughtful daughter-in-law completely evaporated. "We have already broken the lease on my mother's condo in Miami," she hissed, her voice dropping an octave. "She is arriving permanently in 2 weeks. Where exactly is she supposed to go, Evelyn?" That was her biggest mistake. She thought she could bulldoze me with a manufactured emergency. She thought a done deal would force my hand. I stood up slowly and started clearing the dessert plates, moving with steady, deliberate hands. "There are several lovely, highly rated senior living communities just a few miles from here, I said as I walked toward the kitchen. I would be more than happy to print out a list of phone numbers for you, but nobody is measuring anything else in my house today. I heard Chloe grip her leather purse so tightly that the material creaked. She could feel her grand master plan slamming into a solid brick wall, but she was far too stubborn to give up yet. Update 1. The following week, Chloe switched tactics. Since demanding hadn't worked, she decided to try forcing her way in through action. On a rainy Tuesday afternoon, she showed up unannounced at my front door with 3 massive, heavy cardboard boxes. Just some of Mom's winter things that arrived early by freight, she said breezily, using her shoulder to physically push past me into the entryway. They can just stay down in the basement for a few days until we sort everything out and get the moving truck up here. I stood in the foyer and watched her drop the heavy boxes right onto my antique Persian rug, tracking wet mud from her boots onto the hardwood. She didn't wait for permission. She didn't even ask. She was already treating my home like her own personal, free storage unit. Mark wasn't with her, of course. He was conveniently at work, dodging the entire conflict like the coward he was becoming. Chloe gave me a smug, triumphant little smirk as she turned to leave, clearly figuring that once she got a physical foothold in the house, the rest of her invasion would naturally follow. I waited exactly until her SUV disappeared around the corner. I am not the type of woman to scream, cry, or make a public scene. I am the type of woman who maintains order. I walked out to the garage, grabbed Arthur's heavy-duty hand truck, and wheeled all 3 of those 80-pound boxes full of Susan's dishes, coats, and shoes straight back out the front door. I left them on the front porch. I pushed them right up to the edge of the overhang. They were technically covered, but if the Seattle wind picked up, which it always does, they were going to get damp. Then, I pulled out my phone and sent Mark a very brief text message. Chloe left some boxes here. They are outside on the porch. Please pick them up by 8 p.m. tonight. The forecast says heavy rain and wind. No accusations. No emotional outbursts. No long, drawn-out explanations. Just a clear, undeniable statement of boundary. 2 hours later, Mark called me, sounding frantic and stressed. Mom, you can't do that. That is incredibly rude to Susan. Those are her fragile things. Mark, I said, my tone completely flat. What is rude is using my home as a storage facility without my explicit consent. I said no to you moving in. That no applies to people, and it applies to boxes. Come get them. That evening, Mark drove up alone in the pouring rain. He wouldn't even make eye contact with me as he silently hauled the heavy, slightly damp boxes into the back of his car. He looked exhausted, aged, like a faded, washed-out version of the bright boy I had raised. I stood in the doorway and watched him. I didn't offer him a towel. I didn't offer him coffee. If you only show up to my house to enforce someone else's disrespect, you are not a guest. But he had absolutely no clue that I had already planned my next move. Thursday morning, I was in the kitchen when I heard the familiar scrape of a key in the front door deadbolt. I checked the clock. It was only 10:30 a.m., and my cleaning service didn't arrive until Friday afternoons. I walked into the main hallway just in time to see Chloe pushing the front door wide open, 2 large duffel bags slung over her shoulder, a contractor's clipboard in her hand. I figured I'd come over and help you clear some of the junk out of the basement, she announced loudly, not even looking at me, her muddy boots stepping right back onto the rug. She headed straight for the basement door. We really need to measure the square footage down there to see if Mom's sewing table and the medical bed will fit. She was acting like our Sunday confrontation had been a collective hallucination. It was a deliberate, aggressive push, testing exactly how far she could trample over my boundaries. I stepped directly into her path and grabbed her forearm. I didn't squeeze hard enough to bruise, but my grip was like a steel vise. I stopped her dead in her tracks. Chloe, give me the key, I demanded. She laughed, a nervous, high-pitched sound. What? Why? Mark gave me this key for emergencies. You know, in case you fall down the stairs or something happens to you. This is not a medical emergency, I said, staring unblinkingly into her eyes. This is trespassing. Give me the key. Right now. Her eyes flashed with genuine, unhinged anger. You are so unbelievably selfish, Evelyn. You are sitting up here on your little throne, hoarding this massive house, while your actual family is struggling. My mother has nobody. We are drowning in rent. She violently yanked her arm out of my grip, slammed the house key down onto the entryway console table, and stormed out, slamming the heavy oak door so hard the glass panes rattled. I heard her tires screech as she peeled out of my driveway. I didn't waste a single second calling Mark to complain. I walked straight to the kitchen drawer, pulled out the phone book, and called an emergency locksmith. Within an hour, a man named Gary was drilling out the old cylinders. By noon, every single lock on my exterior doors had been replaced with high-security, bump-proof deadbolts. Gary handed me 3 freshly cut keys. I put one on my keyring, locked one inside my fireproof floor safe, and put the third in a hidden lockbox in the garden. Mark's old key was now just a useless piece of jagged metal. But I wasn't done. After Gary left, I drove straight to my bank. For the past 10 years, ever since Mark and Chloe had their first child, I had been transferring $1,000 every single month into a joint account that Mark and Chloe had access to. It was meant to be a college fund, but I knew they used the overflow for family expenses, gymnastics, summer camps, and the occasional vacation. I had also seeded a $40,000 lump sum into that account. I didn't cut the grandkids off. I'm not a monster. But I completely severed Chloe's access. I sat down with my personal banker and legally moved every single penny of that $40,000, plus the monthly auto transfers, into an ironclad, irrevocable trust in Leo and Mia's names. I named myself as the sole trustee. Neither Mark nor Chloe could touch a single dime of it until the kids turned 18, and even then, it could only be dispersed for verified educational expenses. If Chloe thought my house and my bank accounts were her personal, unrestricted retirement and slush funds, she had miscalculated on a catastrophic level. On the first of the following month, my phone rang at exactly 9:01 a.m. It was Chloe, and her voice had lost every ounce of its smug superiority. She sounded absolutely hysterical. "Evelyn, what the hell happened to the kids' money? The transfer didn't hit our account. We already put down the deposits for Mia's elite cheer camp and Leo's travel baseball league. The checks are going to bounce." I was sitting in my sunroom, sipping black coffee, watching the chickadees at the bird feeder. "The money is perfectly safe, Chloe," I said calmly. "It is now secured in a protected trust for Leo and Mia. I want to guarantee that those funds go strictly toward their university tuition when they are older. But we need that cash now." She shrieked into the receiver. "You have no idea how expensive our lifestyle is right now. Everything is inflating." "I know exactly how expensive life is," I answered, my voice dropping to a freezing whisper. Which is precisely why it is so important for Susan to budget for her own retirement, instead of banking on stealing my house. If you are having cash flow problems, I suggest you audit your own spending habits instead of trying to claim what is mine. There was a long, ragged silence on the other end of the line. I could hear her heavy breathing. She had always assumed that my wealth and my property were communal family resources that she was entitled to manage. Now, the terrifying reality was setting in. I held all the cards, and I had a death grip on the deck. "You cannot do this to us," she hissed, her voice venomous and shaking. "We are your family. We control whether or not you ever see your grandchildren again. Family respects boundaries, Chloe. You only respect your own greed." I replied. "And if you ever threaten me with my grandchildren again, I will make sure the trust document specifies that you don't even get a front row seat at their college graduations. Do not test me." I hung up the phone. I didn't feel guilty, I felt incredibly light. Update 2. I knew they would send Mark as their final weapon. He was the ultimate guilt trip mechanism. It was a Saturday evening, when Mark showed up unannounced. Through the living room window, I watched him walk up to the door and confidently slide his old key into the new deadbolt. He frowned, jiggled it, twisted it harder, and then finally realized it wouldn't turn. He looked totally lost, staring at the brass lock like it had betrayed him. Finally, he rang the doorbell. I opened the door but did not step aside to let him in. I kept him standing on the porch in the cold evening air. "The key doesn't work anymore," he said, his voice hollow. "I changed the locks the day Chloe tried to let herself in to measure my basement without my permission," I explained coldly. "What do you want, Mark?" He rubbed his face, looking utterly exhausted. "Mom, please. Can I come in? Chloe is at the absolute end of her rope. Susan is literally sitting on packed suitcases in our living room. We promised her she would have a place to live here. Why are you being so incredibly stubborn and cruel about this?" I looked at my son for a long, painful moment. Did times promise her that, Mark? Or did Chloe promise her that, and you just cowardly nodded along because it was easier than standing up to your wife? He looked down at his shoes. That was all the answer I needed. "You are my son, and I will always love you," I said, my voice softening just a fraction. "But this house is my sanctuary. Your father built that dining table. We paid off this mortgage by clipping coupons and skipping vacations for 20 years. If Susan and Chloe move in here, it ceases to be my home. It becomes a hostile boarding house where I am relegated to the basement like an unpaid, unwanted servant." "She would help with the chores," he protested weakly. "She wants to take over, Mark," I snapped back. "Just like she tried to take over my bank accounts." I locked down the kids' college funds because I knew Chloe was going to drain them to pay for Susan's moving costs and your expensive rent. Mark sighed heavily. "Chloe says if you don't back down, we are going to have to distance ourselves. She doesn't want the kids around a grandmother with such toxic, negative energy." My blood turned to absolute ice. "Are you seriously allowing your wife to use my grandchildren as hostages to extort real estate from me?" Mark swallowed hard, looking terrified. "Listen to me very carefully," I said, leaning in close. "If you cut contact with me, it will not change my mind about this house. It will simply mean that you lose the only person in this world who has always had your back. Go home, Mark." I shut the door in his face and locked the deadbolt. For 2 weeks, there was total radio silence. I maintained my routine. I gardened, I swam, I drank my coffee. Then, the final, explosive confrontation happened. It was a Sunday afternoon. I was reading in Arthur's old leather armchair, when I saw 2 cars pull into my driveway. Mark, Chloe, Susan, and the 2 kids piled out. But they weren't alone. Chloe was clutching a thick, leather-bound folder. I stepped out onto the porch, locking the door behind me. I wasn't letting them inside. "We need to talk, Evelyn." "Right now," Chloe demanded, marching up the steps. She slapped the leather binder onto the porch railing. "This is a draft for a living trust and a power of attorney. We had a lawyer review it. It is significantly better for tax purposes if the deed to this house gets transferred into a trust controlled by Mark immediately. You would retain lifetime rights to live in the basement. It protects the asset." I stared at the paperwork, then at Chloe, and I almost burst out laughing. The sheer, unmitigated audacity was staggering. "You brought legal documents to my front porch on a Sunday to try and force me to sign over the deed to my $1 million home?" I asked, looking over at Mark. "Did you actually agree to this?" Mark looked like he wanted the earth to open up and swallow him. "Mom, it provides security for everyone. It protects the house from probate." "Security for who?" I asked sharply. "My will is already perfectly airtight. The house is mine until I die. After that, it goes to you, Mark. But if you try to legally shove me into a basement while I am still breathing, I will call my attorney tomorrow morning and leave this entire estate to a charity for battered women." Chloe's face went purple with rage. "You arrogant, selfish old bitch," she screamed, completely losing her mind in front of the children. "You are hoarding wealth. You don't even need this much space. Sign the damn papers." "I am not signing anything," I said, my voice dropping to a deadly calm. "But since we are discussing legal and financial matters, Chloe, let's talk about why you are so incredibly desperate to get your hands on my equity." Chloe froze. The color instantly drained from her face. I reached into my cardigan pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. After Chloe had demanded the kids' money, my instincts had screamed that something was deeply wrong. I have a very close friend, Richard, who is a retired forensic accountant. I had asked him to run a quiet, perfectly legal public records and credit check on my dear daughter-in-law. "You see, Mark," I said, turning to my son, who looked utterly confused. "Chloe isn't just trying to move her mother in. Chloe is trying to get control of the deed to this house so she can take out a home equity line of credit (HELOC) against my property." Susan gasped. Mark stepped forward. "What? Mom? What are you talking about?" "Ask your wife, Mark," I said, handing him the paper. "Ask her about the $120,000 in hidden credit card debt and failed cryptocurrency investments she has racked up in her own name over the last 3 years. Ask her why the lease on their apartment wasn't just broken. They are facing an eviction notice for 3 months of unpaid rent." Mark stared at the paper, his hands physically shaking. He looked at the staggering numbers, the collection agency notices, the absolute financial ruin his wife had secretly plunged them into. "Chloe?" Mark whispered, his voice cracking. Is this real? You told me our savings were fine. You told me the rent was on autopay. You told me the rent was on autopay. You told me the rent was on autopay." Chloe was hyperventilating, backing away down the porch steps. I was going to fix it. The crypto market crashed. If Evelyn just signed the house over, we could pull out a small loan, pay off the debt, and everything would be fine. She doesn't even need the money, she's just a greedy old hag." Susan, Chloe's own mother, looked absolutely horrified. "You told me you sold my condo in Miami to pay for a larger house for all of us," Susan whispered, tears welling in her eyes. "You took the cash from my condo sale to pay your debts?" Chloe had used her own mother as a pawn, stolen her nest egg, and was now trying to steal my house to cover up her massive financial crimes. "Get off my property," I said, my voice echoing like thunder across the quiet suburban street. "Take your fraudulent trust documents, take your secret debt, and get the hell off my porch before I call the police for attempted elder financial abuse." The fallout was catastrophic and immediate. Mark didn't go home with Chloe that day. He packed the kids into his car and drove straight to a hotel. Within 48 hours, he had retained a brutal divorce attorney. Because of the massive, hidden debt Chloe had accumulated in secret, and the documented proof of her attempting to commit financial fraud against both me and her own mother, the custody battle was short and entirely in Mark's favor. Susan was left completely broke, but out of pity, I helped Mark find her a small, subsidized unit in a senior living community nearby. She visits occasionally, and we share a quiet, tragic understanding of the monster she raised. Chloe's life completely imploded. Without my financial support, without Mark's income, and drowning in $120,000 of high-interest debt, she was forced to declare bankruptcy. She now lives in a tiny, cramped studio apartment on the bad side of town and only gets supervised visitation with the kids every other weekend. It has been a year since that Sunday on the porch. Today is a crisp, sunny Seattle afternoon. I am sitting on the mahogany bench Arthur built in the backyard, drinking my coffee, watching my grandchildren, Leo and Mia, rake the autumn leaves into massive piles. Mark is inside my kitchen, cooking a roast. He lives in a modest apartment now, but he spends every weekend here with us. He looks lighter, healthier, free from the crushing weight of a toxic, parasitic marriage. I kept my house, I kept my money, and most importantly, I kept my dignity. I am Evelyn. I am 69 years old now. I still sleep on the left side of the bed, which sometimes feels a little too big without Arthur. But every single morning, when I walk through the sunlit hallways of my home, I know this: every square foot is mine. Every brick, every memory, every lock on the doors. Sometimes, the most powerful thing a person can do is look a bully dead in the eye and say one single word: no. Top comments. User 1. Holy hell, OP. You didn't just set a boundary, you built a fortress, dug a moat, and filled it with legal alligators. The moment she tried to force a living trust on you to take out a HELOC, my jaw actually dropped. That is literal elder financial abuse. Thank God you had that forensic accountant friend. You saved your son's life and your grandkids' futures. User 2. The absolute audacity of this woman to measure your rooms while you are sitting right there eating cake, and then trying to steal her own mother's condo money to cover her crypto gambling debts? Chloe belongs in a jail cell, not a studio apartment. You are an absolute legend for moving that $40,000 into an irrevocable trust. Checkmate. User 3. If you only show up to my house to enforce someone else's disrespect, you are not a guest. Put that on a damn t-shirt. Mark was deep in the fog: fear, obligation, guilt, but nothing clears the fog faster than $120,000 of secret crypto debt and an eviction notice. Enjoy your beautiful, quiet home, Evelyn. You earned every inch of it. I financed my son's marriage for 6 years. After one disrespectful Facebook post, I evicted them, and exposed the illegal scheme my daughter-in-law hid upstairs. My daughter-in-law posted a family-only anniversary photo that deliberately excluded me, the very woman paying for the roof over her head, the food in her fridge, and the electricity she used. So, I simply liked the picture, permanently cut off their utilities, and triggered a relentless chain of events that not only ended her marriage but exposed a massive, illegal $90,000 side hustle she was running right under my nose. Original post. It was a crisp rain-washed Friday evening in Seattle when I finally decided I had officially endured enough disrespect for one lifetime. My name is Evelyn. I am 62 years old, and I live on the sprawling ground floor of a beautiful, historic duplex that I have proudly owned and meticulously maintained for the last 25 years. My son, Marcus, and his wife, Chloe, live in the spacious unit upstairs. That particular Friday night was their 7th wedding anniversary. A few days prior, Chloe had mentioned in passing while literally walking away from me down the hallway, not even bothering to make eye contact, that I wasn't invited to their celebratory dinner. She casually waved her hand and said the reservation was super tight, and they wanted to keep the evening intimate and strictly focused on the couple. I just nodded calmly. I knew it was a flimsy, transparent excuse, but why push my way into a space where I clearly wasn't wanted? I am not the type of woman to wallow in self-pity. I lost my husband to a sudden heart attack 12 years ago, and since then, I've learned to be fiercely independent and perfectly comfortable with the quiet. So, I made myself a warm cup of Earl Grey tea, wrapped myself in a cashmere throw, and settled into my favorite leather armchair to read a thriller. But then, during a chapter break, I absent-mindedly opened Facebook on my iPad. The very first thing that populated my feed wasn't a post from Chloe, but a glowing, highly tagged album from her mother, Susan. It was a high-resolution photo of a massive, lavishly decorated table at the Emerald Catch, arguably the most exclusive and outrageously expensive waterfront seafood restaurant in the entire city. I zoomed in. Marcus and Chloe were at the center of the table. Surrounding them were Chloe's parents, her 2 sisters, their husbands, 3 of Chloe's cousins, and even her childhood best friend. There were at least 16 people crammed around that table. Everyone was throwing their heads back in laughter, raising crystal glasses of expensive champagne, and digging into a towering, 3-tier seafood platter that easily cost $300 alone. The caption read, "Only family." So, incredibly blessed to finally have all my absolute favorites in one place to celebrate 7 years of love. Number family only. Number inner circle. I sat there in the quiet of my living room. I am the woman who had spent the last 6 years paying the entire property tax bill, the exorbitant Seattle water rates, the gas, the electricity, the high-speed internet, and the premium cable packages for the entire duplex. I paid for the roof over their heads. I paid for the heat keeping them warm. Apparently, I didn't make the cut for the inner circle. There was no sudden explosion of temper. I didn't cry. Instead, I felt a cold, razor-sharp clarity wash over me. It was a deeply liberating sensation. I tapped the screen and hit like. Then, I opened the comments section and typed a single, Perfectly punctuated sentence. What a beautiful picture. Since I am clearly not family, I will be immediately stepping back from paying the family's bills. Have a wonderful night. Love, Evelyn. I hit send, closed the app, and set the tablet face down on the coffee table. Exactly 5 minutes later, the vibrating started. First Chloe's number, then Marcus's. The iPad danced across the table with 45 missed calls in rapid succession. I didn't pick up a single one. Instead, I stood up, walked into my home office, and pulled a thick, meticulously organized manila folder from my filing cabinet. Suddenly, I heard the heavy, frantic pounding of footsteps echoing down the wooden staircase. The footsteps hurried closer until there was a desperate, aggressive knock at my front door. It was Marcus. I took my time. I smoothed out my cardigan, placed the heavy folder on my dining table, and finally unlocked and opened the door. My son stood there, breathless, his face flushed a deep, embarrassed crimson. He was still wearing his expensive suit jacket from the dinner. "Mom, what on earth is with that comment?" He practically wailed, his voice cracking. "Chloe is out in the driveway hyperventilating in the Uber. Her whole family saw that comment. Susan is freaking out. You need to delete it right now." I looked at him calmly. I felt no anger, just a profound commitment to the facts. "Marcus, I am not deleting a single word. It is the absolute truth." "Yes." He stared at me as if I had suddenly started speaking fluent Russian. Marcus had always been a peace at any price kind of man, a trait he unfortunately inherited from his father. He usually let Chloe steer the ship of their marriage just to avoid her notorious tantrums. "You're ruining our entire night, Mom, you're humiliating us." I leaned comfortably against the doorframe, crossing my arms. "No, Marcus, you guys clearly enjoyed your night to the fullest, complete with oysters and champagne. I'm just finally tidying up my finances." I turned, picked up the top sheet from my folder, and handed it to him. It was the consolidated utility bill for the last quarter. It was staggeringly high, over $850 a month just for electricity and water. Starting on the 1st of next month, the electricity, water, internet, and gas for the upstairs unit will be entirely in your names, I informed him, my tone perfectly even. "I have already logged into my portals and revoked the auto-pay from my bank account. The city will be here next week to formally separate the meters." Marcus looked down at the paper, his mouth opening and closing like a fish on a dock. "What? Why? Why now? We can't afford an extra $1,000 a month right now." I gave him a small, thin, utterly unapologetic smile. "Because I realize tonight that I am not family, and if I am not family, I should not be carrying the family's financial burdens. You are 32 years old. It is time to pay for your own life." He opened his mouth to argue, but the words completely died in his throat. He knew I was right. Just then, the heavy front door of the duplex slammed open. Chloe had marched up the porch steps, her face a terrifying mask of fury, smeared mascara, and deep embarrassment. "This is literal blackmail, Evelyn," she hissed, trying to push past Marcus to get in my face. I shook my head slowly, gripping the edge of my door to close it halfway. "No, Chloe. This isn't blackmail. This is just adult life. Welcome to it." And with that, I shut the door firmly in their faces and locked the deadbolt. Update 1. The next morning, the entire house was eerily, beautifully silent. Usually, I'd hear Chloe stomping around in her heavy designer boots or shouting complaints down the air vents, but today, there was absolutely nothing. I sat at my kitchen island, sipping my dark roast coffee, and for the first time in 6 years, I felt the crushing weight of subsidizing 2 households lift completely off my shoulders. I hadn't been exaggerating about the utilities. I had actually been preparing the separation paperwork for weeks. Chloe's blatant disrespect hadn't happened overnight. It was a slow, insidious poison. She had crept in like a cold draft under a door, slowly viewing my extreme generosity not as a gift, but as her absolute birthright. Around noon on Tuesday, a white city utility van pulled into the driveway. I had scheduled a senior technician to physically install a secondary meter for the upstairs unit. As I led the burly man in his neon vest around the side of the house to the basement access, I heard the upstairs door aggressively fly open. Chloe stood at the top of the exterior stairs in her silk bathrobe, clutching a mug of coffee like a weapon. "What the hell is going on out here?" she demanded, her voice shrill enough to startle the neighborhood birds. "The technician is setting up your independent meters," I replied smoothly, not even bothering to look up from the clipboard I was signing. "From 5 p.m. today, you pay for exactly what you use." She practically ran down the wooden stairs, her face pale with genuine disbelief. "You literally cannot do this, Evelyn. We haven't budgeted for this at all. We have a trip to Cabo booked next month." I finally turned to look her dead in the eyes. "You have lived here completely rent-free for 6 years, Chloe. Budgeting for your own lights and your own hot water is the absolute bare minimum of human existence. You're a smart, modern woman. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Maybe cancel Cabo." She glared at me, her chest heaving. "This is so unfair. You're maliciously punishing us just because I wanted a small, private dinner with my actual blood relatives. I took one deliberate step toward her, my posture perfectly straight. I am not punishing anyone, Chloe. I am simply adjusting my financial expenses to accurately match my current status in your life. If you treat me like a stranger, you will pay the bills like a stranger. She spun on her heel, let out a frustrated scream, and stomped back upstairs. Later that afternoon, I heard them fighting. Really fighting. The screaming matched the volume of a rock concert. The perfect, curated facade of their marriage was rapidly cracking. But I wasn't done. Monday morning. Phase 2 officially commenced. Over the years, Chloe had essentially annexed my entire backyard. Her massive, $3,000 West Elm outdoor sectional, her gigantic propane fire pit, and her string lights entirely blocked my favorite spot under the ancient, blooming cherry tree. When she had her loud, obnoxious friends over for day drinking sessions, I felt like a hostage in my own home, forced to keep my blinds drawn so I wouldn't intrude on her space. That era was over. I called 3 local college athletes who were advertising moving services on a community board. While Chloe was away at her downtown office and Marcus was locked in a Zoom meeting with noise-canceling headphones, we got to work. I paid the boys $200 to carefully, meticulously carry every single piece of Chloe's massive outdoor lounge setup up the exterior stairs and cram it onto their private, much smaller second-story balcony. It wasn't about being destructive, it was about the forceful redistribution of space. Once the yard was clear, I drove directly to a high-end garden center. I purchased 2 beautiful, oversized teakwood Adirondack chairs, a matching side table, and a stunning, slatted wooden privacy screen. I had the delivery men set them up exactly where her obnoxious sectional used to be. The screen perfectly blocked the view from the upstairs balcony down into my private sanctuary. When Chloe got home at 6 p.m., I was already sitting under the cherry tree, sipping a chilled glass of Chardonnay and reading my book. I heard the aggressive click-clack of her heels on the pavement, followed by a dead silence. She stood frozen, staring at the privacy screen and my elegant new setup. "Where's my furniture?" she asked, her voice actually trembling with rage. I casually turned a page of my thriller. "I hired professionals to move it to your designated deck upstairs. The backyard legally belongs to the ground floor unit. I plan to enjoy my summer in total peace. But we always host our BBQs down here," she protested, her face turning a mottled red. "You still can," I said, taking a slow, deliberate sip of wine. "Up on your deck. You'll have so much more privacy up there for all those exclusive, family-only parties." She opened her mouth, let out a noise that sounded like a tea kettle boiling over, and stormed inside. The slamming of doors shook the foundation. Next on my immediate agenda was the basement laundry room. Since the day they moved in, Chloe had treated my $2,500 LG commercial-grade washer and dryer like her personal, abused property. She would wash heavy, muddy boots in the machine, leave her wet, sour-smelling gym clothes sitting in the drum for 4 days straight, and constantly demand I just pop her stuff in the dryer since I was already down there doing nothing. Respect is the only currency I deal in now, and Chloe's account was severely overdrawn. On Wednesday morning, I went down to the basement. Chloe's silk blouses and Marcus's sweaty basketball gear were strewn all over my clean folding table. I ignored the mess entirely. Instead, I pulled a heavy-duty, industrial plug lock out of my toolbox, a little gadget I'd picked up at Home Depot the day before. Within 2 minutes, the power cords for both the washer and dryer were locked inside a solid steel box. No one was turning those machines on without the brass key currently sitting in my pocket. Thursday night, the inevitable happened. I heard frantic footsteps rushing down the basement stairs, followed by Chloe aggressively rattling the machine doors. Then, she screamed for Marcus. I walked out into the hallway, leaning casually against the banister as Marcus stared at the steel lock in utter despair. "Mom, did you seriously lock the washer?" Marcus asked, rubbing his temples. "Chloe has a massive presentation tomorrow and absolutely needs her beige suit washed." "I did," I replied cheerfully. I noticed the machine was making a terrible grinding noise from extreme overuse. "Since we are entirely separate households now, you guys should really look into purchasing your own set. There are hookups in your upstairs bathroom closet." "But where are we supposed to do laundry tonight?" Marcus pleaded, looking like a man on the edge of a breakdown. "There's a fantastic 24-hour coin laundromat 3 blocks away on 4th Street, I suggested helpfully. Chloe stepped out from behind the basement door, her eyes blazing with absolute hatred. "You are doing this maliciously. You are trying to illegally kick us out of our own home." I looked her dead in the eyes, my voice dropping an octave. "No, Chloe, I am just taking care of my own property. If you love the luxury of living like an independent adult who excludes people, you have to actually pay the price of independence. Grab some quarters." Saturday brought the most brutal lesson in self-sufficiency yet. For 6 years, it had been an unwritten, exploited rule that I did the massive weekend grocery run for the entire house. I would spend $400 a week stocking the extra double-door fridge in the basement with prime ribeyes, fresh organic produce, artisanal cheeses, and cases of Chloe's favorite imported sparkling water. They just trotted downstairs and helped themselves whenever they felt hungry, never once offering a dime. That morning, I went to the upscale market as usual, but my cart stayed incredibly light. I navigated the aisles and bought exactly what I needed for myself: a beautiful fillet of wild-caught salmon, a bundle of fresh asparagus, some Honeycrisp apples, and a nice bottle of Pinot Noir. When I got home, I completely emptied the basement fridge of its remaining condiments, thoroughly scrubbed the shelves with bleach, and unplugged the entire unit from the wall, leaving the doors wide open to air out. At 7 p.m., I heard Chloe's heavy footsteps heading downstairs, likely hunting for a bottle of wine and some cheese. A moment later, she was at my door. She didn't even bother to knock, she just aggressively tried to turn the handle. But I had started locking my interior doors. I opened it slowly, leaving the chain on. "Is there a problem?" I asked politely. "The basement fridge is completely empty and turned off." She blurted out, her eyes wide with panic. "Where's the food for the weekend? What are we supposed to eat?" "I only shopped for myself today," I said smoothly. "Since you are now handling your own utilities, I thought it was only fair and logical that you handle your own groceries too." Chloe actually gasped, clutching her chest. "You could have at least warned us. We have absolutely nothing upstairs, and the good grocery store closes in 20 minutes. I am not your housekeeper or your personal chef, Chloe. A quick look in your own refrigerator would have told you that you were low on supplies." I paused, offering a tight smile. "You're capable adults. I'm sure Uber Eats is still delivering." I closed the door gently but firmly, right in her face. It is truly astonishing how much profound peace you can find when you stop carrying the dead weight of people who don't appreciate the ride. Sunday was traditionally my day in the kitchen. For years, Marcus expected a massive, slow-cooked pot roast or a huge Italian pasta spread. Often, Chloe would boldly invite her parents or her friends over without even asking my permission. They would sit at my expensive dining table, drinking my wine, and let me serve them plate after plate like a hired waitstaff. That Sunday, I woke up early. But instead of reaching for my flour-dusted apron, I took a long, luxurious hot shower. I put on my favorite tailored dress, applied a bold red lipstick I hadn't worn in years, and grabbed my designer handbag. I had booked myself a full morning at a luxury day spa, followed by a reservation at a very exclusive French bistro, overlooking the lake. At 10 a.m., I headed out. As I pulled my car out of the driveway, I saw Marcus staring out the upstairs window, looking incredibly confused. Usually, the rich smell of roasting garlic and rosemary would be wafting through the air vents by then. I spent 6 glorious hours away from that house. I got a hot stone massage, drank complimentary champagne, ate an incredible duck confit, and took a long, peaceful stroll along the waterfront. When I finally returned home around 5 p.m., the tension radiating from the duplex was thick enough to cut with a chainsaw. Marcus was sitting on the bottom step of the porch, his head buried in his hands. "Mom, where were you?" he asked miserably. "Chloe's parents and her sister came over for Sunday lunch. We thought you were cooking the roast." I hung up my coat, genuinely amused. "Why on earth would I be cooking for your in-laws, Marcus? We clearly established last week that we aren't family anymore. At least, not according to Chloe and her mother." He rubbed his forehead aggressively. "It was a total disaster. We had absolutely no food. We had to order cheap Chinese takeout at the last minute. Her mom kept asking where you were and why the basement fridge was unplugged." I smiled radiantly. "You could have just told her the truth, Marcus, that I am enjoying my free time and my hard-earned money instead of slaving over a hot stove for people who actively exclude me from their milestones." Marcus stood up, looking physically exhausted and defeated. "Chloe is threatening to move out. She says she cannot take this toxic hostility anymore." I looked him dead in the eye, my voice soft, but possessing the strength of forged steel. "It is not hostility, Marcus. It is called setting boundaries. And if she wants to move out, I will absolutely not stop her." The threat of moving was Chloe's ultimate, desperate power play. She firmly believed that as an older widow living alone in a massive house, my biggest fear was abandonment. She thought I would beg her to stay, just to have noise in the house. She was dead wrong. I had felt far more isolated and lonely being actively ignored by them while they lived right under my roof. On Tuesday night, Marcus knocked on my door. He looked pale, clutching a thick stack of printed papers. I let him in, made some chamomile tea, and sat across from him at the kitchen island. He spread out the printouts. They were local apartment listings, and a scribbled, frantic budget. We looked at rent in the Seattle area. He started quietly, his voice shaking. "It's insane, Mom. With our salaries, and now having to pay for all our own utilities, food, and laundry, if we pay market rent, we will have absolutely nothing left. No travel, no savings, no Pilates classes for Chloe." I sipped my tea and waited in total silence. "Let him hear it, Mom," he finally said, looking at me with pleading, desperate eyes. Can't we just go back to how it was? We'll apologize for the Facebook photo, we'll take you out to dinner. I set my cup down with a sharp Times clink. Marcus, you need to understand something. This is not just about a petty photograph, it is about fundamental, systemic respect. You both lived here for free, drained my bank accounts, destroyed my belongings, and treated me like an annoying, invisible obligation. He lowered his head, staring at his hands. I know. I was a coward. I just wanted peace with Chloe. She yells so much. Mom, I just gave in. I get that, I said gently, feeling a brief pang of sympathy for my son. But you do not buy peace by allowing your own mother to be financially and emotionally exploited. You can stay in the upstairs unit, but the free ride is permanently over. If you stay, we are signing a formal, legally binding lease. I am going to charge you exactly fair market rate, $3,500 a month. Marcus swallowed hard, looking like he might vomit. Chloe will never, ever agree to that. She says this house is going to be mine eventually anyway, so why should we pay? My look sharpened into a glare. Maybe it will be yours, eventually. But until my heart stops beating, it is mine. I am still alive, Marcus, and I refuse to live like a ghost in my own home. When Marcus took the news of the $3,500 rent upstairs, the storm finally broke. I heard Chloe's shrill voice rising to a demonic pitch. Doors slammed hard enough to rattle my picture frames. I distinctly heard the sound of glass shattering against a wall. She wasn't used to anyone, anywhere, ever saying no to her. She thought I was weak. She was about to find out how wrong she was. Update 2. The next morning, after I watched Marcus drive away to work, I went down to the basement. I grabbed 15 large, heavy-duty moving boxes, meticulously taped the bottoms, and stacked them neatly in the common hallway at the bottom of the stairs. Then, I walked up and knocked firmly on their door. Chloe answered in her robe. Her eyes were bloodshot and swollen from crying, or screaming, or both. She stiffened defensively when she saw me. What do you want now? She spat. I brought you some boxes, I said calmly, gesturing down the stairs. Marcus mentioned my rental terms were unacceptable to you. I wanted to make the moving process as easy and efficient for you as possible. Do you need a tape dispenser? She stared at me like I had just slapped her across the face. Her threat to move out had been a massive bluff, a manipulative power move designed to get me to cave. She never actually intended to give up her luxurious, free lifestyle. You'd really throw your own flesh and blood son out on the street? She shrieked, her voice echoing in the stairwell. Marcus is always welcome here, I replied smoothly. But he is a grown man who makes his own life choices. If he chooses to follow you out the door, that is his legal right. 2. But I am completely done being disrespected in the house I paid for. Chloe stepped back, her mouth hanging open. She realized in that exact moment that she had entirely lost the war. No fake tears, no guilt trips, and no screaming tantrums were going to work on me ever again. I had completely walked off her chessboard. The boxes are in the hall, I added, turning my back on her and walking down the stairs. But the story doesn't end there. Oh, no. The universe had one final, explosive twist waiting for me. 3 days later, while Chloe was furiously packing boxes upstairs and slamming cabinets, I was outside watering my front hydrangeas. A sleek black Uber pulled up to the curb. A young, wealthy-looking couple stepped out, dragging 2 large, expensive, away suitcases up my driveway. I frowned and intercepted them on the pathway. Excuse me, can I help you? Are you lost? The young man smiled politely and looked at his phone. Oh, hi, no, we're not lost. We're here to check into the Seattle Skyline Suite. We booked it for the weekend. My blood ran ice cold. I'm sorry, you booked what? The woman chimed in. The Airbnb. The host, Chloe, said to just use the keypad on the side door and go straight up to the 3rd floor sunroom and guest suite. I stood there, paralyzed, as the horrific puzzle pieces rapidly snapped together in my mind. The astronomically high electricity bills, the excessive water usage, the constant influx of friends Chloe claimed were just visiting for the weekend. The fact that she was so fiercely protective of her privacy upstairs. I am so sorry, I said to the couple, my voice trembling with suppressed rage. But this is an illegal listing. The host does not own this property. You cannot stay here. I handed them $100 cash out of my pocket to cover an Uber to a real hotel, apologized profusely, and sent them away. Then, I marched inside, sat at my computer, and searched Airbnb for my own address. There it was. Luxury Seattle Skyline Suite, hosted by Chloe. She had a Superhost badge. She had over 150 glowing reviews dating back almost 3 years. She was charging $250 a night. Reviewers raved about the unlimited premium snacks, the endless hot water, and the luxurious temperature control, all of which I was personally paying for. I did the quick, horrifying math. At an average of 10 nights a month for 3 years, Chloe had illegally pocketed roughly $90,000 using my house, my electricity, and my water, while living absolutely rent-free. When Marcus got home from work that evening, I didn't say a word. I simply handed him a printed copy of the Airbnb listing, complete with Chloe's smiling profile picture and the hundreds of reviews. Marcus looked at the papers. All the color instantly drained from his face. He looked like he was going to pass out. Mom. I swear to God, I had absolutely no idea. She told me she was doing remote freelance consulting. She told me she needed the guest room as a private office. Where did the money go, Marcus? I demanded, my voice dangerously quiet. She made almost $100,000. Where is it? Marcus frantically pulled out his phone, logging into their joint banking app. He scrolled through the transaction history, his hands shaking violently. Then, he started to cry. She's been transferring it. He choked out, tears spilling over his cheeks. She's been sending thousands of dollars a month to an external account. It's her parents' account, Mom. She's been paying off her parents' massive credit card debts and funding their lifestyle. Suddenly, the lavish anniversary dinner at the Emerald Catch made perfect, sickening sense. Her family treated her like a reigning queen because she was literally their cash cow, secretly funding their luxury life by illegally exploiting my home and my wallet. The confrontation that followed was biblical. Marcus marched upstairs, the printed papers crushed in his fist. I stood at the bottom of the stairs and listened to the explosion. Chloe tried to deny it, then she tried to justify it, screaming that I had so much money and her parents needed help. She completely broke down, wailing that she deserved the money for having to live with her mother-in-law. Marcus didn't yell. He just packed a single duffel bag, walked past her, and came downstairs. He asked if he could sleep on my living room couch. I told him he could. The next morning, Chloe tried to call the police, claiming I was performing an illegal eviction. 2 Seattle police officers arrived. I calmly invited them in, showed them the separate utility meters, the deed to the house proving I was the sole owner, the lack of any formal lease agreement, and finally, the printed evidence of her illegal, unpermitted commercial hotel operation. The older officer actually laughed out loud. He turned to a furious, sobbing Chloe and said, "Ma'am, this is a civil matter, but if she decides to sue you for back utilities and illegal subletting, you are going to lose severely. I highly suggest you pack your boxes and leave peacefully." 2 weeks later, a small, battered U-Haul was parked in the driveway. Chloe had begged her parents to let her move back in with them. But shockingly, without the steady stream of stolen Airbnb cash flowing into their bank accounts, her loving, inner-circle family suddenly didn't have the space for her. Susan actually told her to figure it out. Chloe couldn't afford a nice place on her own salary. She ended up signing a lease for a dingy, 400-square-foot studio apartment on the industrial edge of town. She carried her boxes into the U-Haul entirely alone. Marcus didn't lift a single finger to help her. He had already filed for divorce and contacted a forensic accountant to track down the stolen funds. When she was finally finished loading the truck, she stood in the driveway, looking up at the beautiful duplex she had just lost. She looked completely broken. I stood on my porch, sipping my coffee, and watched her. I didn't gloat. I didn't say a word. I just watched the consequences of her actions crush her in real time. She got into the cab of the truck and drove away. As the truck turned the corner and disappeared from sight, I took a long, deep breath of the crisp Seattle air. The house was completely, blissfully silent. It wasn't a heavy, lonely silence. It was the perfect, golden silence of total peace. I went upstairs to the now empty unit. It smelled like cheap floor cleaner and a fresh start. I decided I am going to do some light, modern renovations and legally rent the unit out to a nice, quiet, retired couple. With the extra rental income, I am booking a first-class, month-long trip to the Amalfi Coast in Italy. I went back down to my living room, sat in my favorite leather chair, and picked up my iPad. I thought about that Facebook photo for a fraction of a second. It felt like it was taken a lifetime ago. I hadn't plotted some grand, cinematic revenge. I hadn't done anything illegal. I had simply stopped making myself small. I had taken back the keys to my own life. I opened my thriller novel, took a sip of hot tea, and leaned back into the cushions. I am not a supporting character in someone else's entitled story anymore. I am the lead in mine. Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity to exclude the woman literally paying for the roof over your head from an anniversary dinner, only to be secretly running an illegal Airbnb out of her house to fund your parents' lifestyle. I am physically sick. Chloe is a textbook narcissist. Good on you, Evelyn, for dropping the hammer. How is Marcus handling the divorce? OP. Marcus is in intense individual therapy. He feels incredibly guilty for being so blind and spineless for 6 years. He has filed for divorce and his lawyer is actively going after Chloe and her parents for the stolen funds, as they were marital assets funneled away secretly. I told him he can stay on my couch as long as he needs, but he is looking for his own apartment. He needs to learn how to stand on his own 2 feet. User 2. Locking the washer and dryer was a stroke of absolute genius, but the twist with the Airbnb guests showing up on the porch made my jaw hit the floor. Did she really think she could run a hotel out of your house forever without you noticing the random strangers walking around? OP. She was incredibly sneaky about it. She only rented it out during the days I was scheduled to be volunteering at the hospital, or out at my book clubs, and she had a private side entrance that led straight up the stairs. She told the guests that I was an eccentric downstairs tenant who shouldn't be bothered. The sheer manipulation still astounds me. User 3. The fact that Chloe's inner circle family completely abandoned her the second the illegal money stopped flowing is the most poetic justice I have ever read on this site. They only loved her when she was paying their credit card bills. You handled this with pure class, Evelyn. Enjoy the Amalfi Coast. OP. Thank you. That was the detail that truly broke Chloe. She realized her mother's only family post was entirely conditional on the free dinners and cash transfers. I bought my first-class tickets to Italy yesterday. I plan to drink a lot of very expensive wine and not worry about a single utility bill. My sister faked legal documents to steal my penthouse. I installed hidden cameras, and let the police handle the family transition with handcuffs. I, 34 male, have a younger sister, Chloe, 29 female, who has been the undisputed golden child of our family since the day she was born. Our parents, Arthur, 64 male, and Helen, 61 female, have spent their entire adult lives constructing a shrine to Chloe's existence. Every minor achievement of hers was broadcasted to the extended family like she had just cured a disease, while my actual milestones were treated as inconvenient footnotes that distracted from her spotlight. To give you the necessary context, I work in cybersecurity. 7 years ago, I started my own data protection firm. Building that company was the hardest thing I've ever done. I spent 3 solid years living off bulk rice and discounted canned beans, sleeping under my desk on a yoga mat, working grueling 16-hour days, and watching my bank account hover precariously close to zero. I sacrificed relationships, sleep, and my 20s to make this business work. Finally, all that brutal grinding paid off. 18 months ago, my startup was acquired by a massive global tech conglomerate. The payout was life-changing. It allowed me to finally breathe, invest heavily, and buy my absolute dream home, a stunning, top-floor luxury condo in downtown Seattle. It has floor-to-ceiling glass walls, a wraparound balcony, custom walnut floors, and an unobstructed, breathtaking panoramic view of Mount Rainier and the Puget Sound. I paid $3.2 million in cash. It is my sanctuary. Chloe, on the other hand, is the PR director for a boutique luxury lifestyle brand. She is undeniably good at networking and projecting an image, but she acts like she is the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Every single family dinner inevitably devolves into a hostage situation where we are forced to listen to a TED Talk about her latest revolutionary influencer campaign or how she single-handedly transformed her brand's digital footprint. Our parents eat it up, staring at her with glowing adoration, nodding along to every buzzword she drops. The nightmare truly began about 4 months ago when Chloe finally came to see my new condo. I had been living there for a little over half a year, taking my time to meticulously decorate it exactly the way I wanted: minimalist, dark tones, comfortable, and quiet. She walked through my front door, and I instantly saw her entire demeanor shift. Her eyes darted around the massive open floor plan, and that familiar, calculating, predatory look washed over her face. It's the exact look she gets when she sees something she wants and is already figuring out how to take it. "This is adequate," she murmured, trailing her perfectly manicured fingers along my custom Italian leather sofa. "Though, honestly, Marcus, this incredible space is completely wasted on you. You don't even entertain. You're basically a hermit. When was the last time you actually hosted a gala or a networking event here?" I just laughed it off, assuming she was just leaning into her usual brand of suffocating condescension, but she didn't stop. She spent the next hour pacing around my home, pointing out everything she deemed wrong with my personal sanctuary. My vintage movie posters were pedestrian. The placement of my reading chair was blocking the natural energy flow of the room, and she nearly scoffed at my dark charcoal and navy color palette. "Someone who actually understands and appreciates high-end luxury should be living in a place like this," she sighed, standing dramatically by the glass wall overlooking the city skyline. "Someone who knows how to leverage and showcase a space of this magnitude. You're treating a $3 million property like a college dorm room, Marcus." I should have recognized that as the massive, glaring red flag it was. Exactly 2 weeks later, during our mandatory Sunday dinner at our parents' suburban house, Chloe dropped the bomb. "I've been thinking a lot about Marcus's condo," she announced loudly over slices of apple pie, making sure everyone at the table stopped eating. "It really is just an absurd amount of space for one single guy who literally sits in front of a computer screen in his sweatpants all day." My mother's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. "Oh, Chloe, are you finally thinking of upgrading from your apartment? You deserve something nicer." Chloe flashed that practiced, camera-ready smile she uses for corporate photoshoots. "Well, I was just promoted to senior PR director. Did I mention that?" And with my new salary bracket, plus my escalating social and professional obligations, I desperately need a living space that accurately reflects my new executive position. Marcus's place would be absolutely perfect for my brand. I genuinely almost choked on my glass of water. I coughed, wiping my mouth. My place isn't for sale, Chloe. Nor is it for rent. She waved her hand in the air dismissively, rolling her eyes. Oh, Marcus, don't be so dramatic and silly. I'm not talking about buying it from you. Obviously, I can't afford a $3 million mortgage right now. I'm talking about a logical family arrangement. You could just move back out to the suburbs, find a nice, quiet little one-bedroom apartment that actually suits your introverted lifestyle, and I could take over the downtown condo. It just makes vastly more sense for the family image. I stared at her, completely stunned into silence. I looked over at my father, waiting for him to shut down this utterly insane proposition. Instead, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and nodded thoughtfully. You know, she actually has a very valid point, son, my father said in a calm, measured tone. Chloe does a tremendous amount of high-level entertaining for her career. She needs to project success. You just sit at your desk alone all day typing code. You don't need panoramic city views for that. I run a highly successful cybersecurity firm, I said, my voice trembling slightly as I tried to keep my temper in check. I worked my absolute ass off for 7 years, nearly destroyed my own health, and built a company from scratch just so I could afford that specific home. Watch your language at the table, my mother scolded sharply, her tone dripping with disapproval. And really, Marcus, there is absolutely no need to be so incredibly selfish about this. Your sister is right, she would make much better use of the square footage. You could easily get a nice, practical apartment somewhere much cheaper and quieter. Why do you need to hoard all that space? I looked around the dining room table. I was desperately waiting for someone, anyone, to crack a smile and tell me this was a bizarre, elaborate practical joke. But their faces were completely stoic. They were dead serious. They genuinely believed I should just hand over the keys to my multi-million-dollar home. That condo is mine, I said, my voice dropping an octave, hard and firm. I bought it with cash. The money I earned from selling the company I built with my own 2 hands. My name is on the deed. This conversation is over. Chloe's eyes narrowed into tiny slits. Her composed, polished facade instantly cracked, revealing the spoiled brat beneath. God, Marcus, why do you always have to make everything into a toxic competition? This isn't about who earned what or whose name is on some piece of paper. It's about what makes the most logical sense for the family as a whole. You're being incredibly immature and stingy. Immature? I stood up from the table, my chair scraping loudly against the hardwood floor. You are literally sitting here trying to convince me to abandon my own home and give it to you for free, simply because you think you deserve a better Instagram aesthetic. Because I do, she shrieked, slamming her hands down on the table. I am the one with the active, important social life. I am the one whose career actually relies on public perception. I am the one who actually knows how to present themselves properly in high society. You just got lucky with some random tech buyout, but that doesn't mean you have the class or the taste to know how to live well. My mother immediately rushed over and grabbed Chloe's hand, rubbing it soothingly. Sweetheart, please don't upset yourself. Breathe. Your brother has just always been deeply jealous of your success and your natural charisma. Jealous? I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. Are you listening to yourselves? She is actively trying to take my home. No one is taking anything, Marcus, my father said, using that deep, dismissive, authoritative tone he's used to belittle me since I was a child. Chloe is just being practical and looking at the bigger picture. You really should take some time to seriously consider her proposal instead of throwing a childish tantrum and storming off. I didn't say another word. I turned around, walked out the front door, got into my car, and drove back to the city. Over the next 2 weeks, my phone did not stop buzzing. Chloe relentlessly texted me dozens of Zillow listings for tiny, depressing one-bedroom apartments in the suburbs, attaching messages like, "This one has a great little den for your computers. Let me know when you want to start packing." Simultaneously, she ramped up her social media presence. She started posting heavily filtered photos on Instagram from various luxury rooftop bars around Seattle. Her captions were sickening, manifesting my dream high-rise life. And, big transitions coming soon. Can't wait to be living my absolute best life in the clouds. My parents called me almost every single day to berate me. They told me I was being stubborn, unyielding, and completely lacking in family loyalty. They insisted that a good brother would want to see his sister thrive and that I was actively hindering her career growth by hoarding a property I didn't truly need. The absolute worst part was discovering that Chloe had already started telling her entire professional network that she was in the final stages of acquiring a luxury downtown condo. A mutual acquaintance from college reached out to me on LinkedIn, confused, asking if I was moving out of state because Chloe had told him she was already consulting with contractors about tearing out my custom kitchen island. I thought they would eventually drop it. I thought it was just a phase of intense entitlement that would burn out. I was so incredibly wrong. Update 1. Things escalated into pure, unadulterated madness faster than I could have ever anticipated. A few weeks after the dinner incident, I was working from my home office on a Tuesday afternoon. My condo building is very secure, requiring key fob access to the elevators, but residents can occasionally let guests up if they bypass the front desk during busy hours. I was deep into a coding review when I heard distinct voices echoing in my private hallway. I am the only unit on this end of the floor, so any noise is unusual. The voices were getting closer, and one of them was unmistakably my sister's high-pitched, commanding tone. Then, I heard the terrifying sound of metal scraping against metal. Someone was actively trying to force a key into my front door. I sprang out of my chair, heart pounding, and yanked the heavy wooden door open. There stood Chloe, aggressively jiggling a massive ring of random keys, trying to find one that might magically fit my lock. Standing awkwardly right behind her were two elegantly dressed women holding expensive leather portfolios, laser measuring tapes, and massive books of fabric swatches. Chloe didn't even flinch when I opened the door. She just beamed at me with a terrifyingly bright, artificial smile. "Oh, Marcus, perfect timing. I was just trying to see if that spare key Mom gave me for your old apartment would work here. Anyway, this is Amanda and Michelle from Veranda Luxury Interiors. I brought them over for the initial consultation for the renovation." The two interior designers looked incredibly uncomfortable, shifting their weight from foot to foot, clearly sensing the massive wave of hostility radiating from me. I stared at my sister, my blood boiling. "Renovation of what, exactly?" "The condo, obviously," she said, rolling her eyes and trying to physically push past me into my foyer. She gestured for the designers to follow her. "Ladies, please excuse my brother's mood. He's still having a bit of a tough time adjusting to the transition." "There is no transition," I said, planting my feet firmly and using my body to completely block the doorway. "This is my private home. Chloe, you need to turn around and leave right now." Chloe's fake smile instantly dissolved into a cold, hard glare. "Marcus, stop making an embarrassing scene. I already fully briefed Amanda and Michelle about our family arrangement. I told them how you're downsizing to the suburbs and I'm taking over this space to better suit my PR firm's needs. Don't humiliate yourself in front of professionals." Amanda, the older of the two designers, politely cleared her throat and took a step back toward the elevator. Perhaps we should reschedule this consultation, Chloe. It appears there might be some sort of internal miscommunication here." "There is absolutely zero miscommunication," Chloe snapped, her voice rising in panic and anger. "My brother is just being temporarily difficult. Marcus, step aside, and let us in right now. They need to take accurate measurements of the living room so we can order the new velvet sectionals." "No," I said, looking directly at the two designers. "I am incredibly sorry that my sister wasted your valuable time, ladies, but she has absolutely zero claim, legal or otherwise, to this property. I own this condo outright. I am not moving, I am not renovating, and she is entirely unwelcome here." Michelle's eyes went wide. She quickly exchanged a panicked glance with Amanda. "We really should be going. Chloe, please contact our office only when this situation is legally sorted out." The two women turned on their heels and practically sprinted down the hallway toward the elevator, desperate to escape the toxic fallout. Chloe stood frozen in my doorway, her face flushing a deep, angry crimson. She crossed her arms, her nails digging into her sleeves. "You just completely humiliated me in front of the most exclusive design firm in Seattle," she hissed, her voice shaking with rage. "You humiliated yourself by dragging innocent professionals into your delusional fantasy," I shot back. I grabbed the edge of my door and started to close it. She quickly wedged her designer boot into the doorframe, stopping it from shutting. "This is far from over, Marcus. That condo should be mine, and you know it deep down. You are completely wasting it. You just sit in there alone in the dark like some pathetic hermit. I have the connections, the elite lifestyle, and the presence to make this space what it actually deserves to be. Get your foot out of my door and get out of my building before I call the police and have you escorted out for trespassing," I warned, my voice deadly calm. She finally pulled her foot back, but not before pointing a manicured finger directly at my face. "You are going to deeply regret choosing your own petty pride over your family." That night, my phone exploded. My mother called me, practically hyperventilating with manufactured tears. She screamed at me for devastating Chloe and publicly destroying her professional reputation. According to the completely fabricated version of events Chloe had fed our parents, I had explicitly invited her over to discuss the transition timeline, only to maliciously ambush her in front of the designers just to make her look foolish and crazy. She was literally trying to break into my home with a ring of random keys. "Mom!" I yelled into the phone, pacing my living room. "Oh, stop being so theatrical, Marcus," my mother scolded. "She was probably just confused about the timing of your meeting. You know how incredibly busy she is managing her new promotion. She is juggling so much right now, And you are purposefully making everything in her life harder just because you resent her success. The gaslighting was so intense I felt dizzy. I tried, step by step, to explain reality to her, but she just kept interrupting me with, "Chloe wouldn't lie to us, and you've always been so bitter." The very next day, my father called me with what he called a compromise. He stated that Chloe would graciously forgive my unhinged outburst if I simply agreed to let her co-host her corporate events at my condo, provided I give her a permanent set of keys so she could come and go freely for her professional networking obligations. "Absolutely not," I said. "Are you insane? Be reasonable, son," my father growled. "She isn't asking for much anymore, just the ability to use the space a few times a week. It would actually benefit you to have some high-class people in your home. You might actually learn how to socialize." "Dad, she brought contractors to my home to measure my living room for furniture she planned to buy after kicking me out. She is completely delusional." "That is a very harsh and disrespectful word to use about your sister," he snapped. "She is ambitious, not delusional. If you showed even a fraction of her ambition, maybe you'd understand how the real world works." I hung up on him and immediately blocked his number for the week. But Chloe was nowhere near finished. That following Saturday, I was relaxing on my balcony when my intercom buzzed. The front desk concierge informed me I had guests. Before I could even ask who it was, I heard a massive commotion out in my private hallway. I looked through the peephole. Chloe was standing there, accompanied by our parents and her new boyfriend, Julian, a crypto bro hedge fund manager who wore suits that were too tight and acted like he owned every room he walked into. They were all carrying massive, expensive-looking gift bags from a high-end luxury home goods store. "We are here for the official housewarming," Chloe announced loudly, practically shouting so my neighbors down the hall would hear. I kept the deadbolt locked and spoke through the heavy door. "What housewarming?" "Go away. Don't be horribly rude, Marcus," my mother's muffled voice called out. "We brought beautiful crystal gifts for Chloe's new place. Open this door immediately and let us in to celebrate." "This is not Chloe's place," I shouted back, my pulse pounding in my ears. "This will never, ever be Chloe's place. Leave right now." "Leave?" Julian, the boyfriend, chuckled arrogantly through the door. "Come on, bro, don't be weird about this. Chloe told me you finally agreed to the family arrangement and you're moving out next week. Stop stalling and let us pop the champagne." "There is no arrangement." I was furious now. "She is lying to you. She is lying to everyone." Just then, my elderly neighbor from the adjacent unit, Mrs. Higgins, slowly opened her door and poked her head out, looking alarmed by the shouting. "Is everything quite all right out here?" Chloe immediately pivoted, her face transforming into a mask of sweet, apologetic charm. "Oh, I am so incredibly sorry for the disturbance, ma'am. I'm Chloe, Marcus's sister. We are just having a tiny little family miscommunication about my upcoming move-in dates. You know how stressful transitioning properties can be." Mrs. Higgins looked utterly bewildered but nodded politely and quickly retreated behind her locked door. My blood ran cold. Chloe had just intentionally planted the seed with my neighbor that she was the new resident. She was actively constructing a false reality, creating a public narrative that I was just an unreasonable, stubborn tenant refusing to leave a property that was already rightfully hers. "If all of you are not out of this hallway in exactly 30 seconds, I am calling building security and the Seattle Police Department," I said, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper through the door. My father's voice turned vicious. "Marcus, listen to me very carefully. If you dare call the police on your own flesh and blood, you are no longer a part of this family. You will be dead to us." "Good," I replied. They finally left, slamming the elevator buttons, but the psychological damage was done. Update 2. The situation spiraled so far out of control that I had to hire a legal team to protect myself from my own family. After the disastrous fake housewarming, Chloe changed tactics. She began a subtle but aggressive smear campaign on social media. She posted cryptic paragraphs about how sometimes toxic family members make transitions incredibly difficult, and how dealing with a loved one's mental decline is heartbreaking. But persistence and love will eventually secure my new home. She never explicitly stated I was crazy, but the implications were violently clear. She was painting a picture that I was having a mental breakdown and she was stepping in to manage my assets. Then came the wellness check. 2 weeks ago, I was in the middle of a highly sensitive virtual meeting with a major corporate client when someone began pounding aggressively on my front door. It wasn't a knock, it was the heavy, rhythmic thud of authority. "Seattle Police Department, open the door." I froze. I quickly muted my microphone, apologized to my clients in the chat, and ran to the door. I opened it to find 2 uniformed police officers and a woman wearing a lanyard who introduced herself as a county crisis social worker. They stepped into my foyer uninvited, their hands resting cautiously near their belts. They explained, in very serious tones, that they had received an urgent call regarding a severe welfare concern. The caller claimed I was exhibiting extreme signs of paranoia, severe mental distress, complete isolation, and was potentially a danger to myself. Who exactly called this in? I asked, though my stomach was already sinking with the realization. The social worker clicked her pen and checked her clipboard. Your sister, Chloe. She reported that you have been acting increasingly erratic, aggressively isolating yourself in this apartment, and making wild, false accusations that your family members are conspiring to steal your property. She stated you are showing textbook signs of severe delusional thinking and paranoia. I felt the blood drain entirely from my face. She is lying to you. She is intentionally filing a false report because she is trying to illegally take ownership of my condo, and she is furious that I won't just give her the deed. The two officers slowly exchanged a very loaded, skeptical glance. I could instantly see exactly how I sounded. The more I frantically tried to explain the convoluted reality of the situation, that my successful sister and my suburban parents were orchestrating an insane scheme to steal my luxury real estate, the crazier and more paranoid I sounded. It sounded exactly like the delusions Chloe had warned them about. They stayed in my home for nearly 45 minutes. They conducted a full psychiatric assessment. They meticulously searched my apartment, noting how clean it was, checking my fridge for food, and asking me incredibly invasive questions about my medical history, my sleep patterns, my company's acquisition, and my social life. Thankfully, I remained completely calm. I showed them my bank statements, my clear work schedule, and the deed to the condo with only my name on it. By the end of the excruciating hour, they determined I was fully lucid and not a threat to anyone. However, the social worker handed me a pamphlet and strongly suggested I seek family conflict mediation. The second the door clicked shut behind them, I collapsed onto my couch, shaking with a mixture of pure adrenaline and white-hot rage. Chloe hadn't just tried to embarrass me, she had actively tried to have me documented by the state as mentally incompetent. I immediately called my close friend David, who is a corporate attorney. When I explained what happened, he went dead silent on the phone. Marcus, you need to listen to me very carefully, David said, his voice grim. This is not a joke anymore. If she can successfully establish a documented legal pattern of mental health crises and police interventions, she could potentially team up with your parents to petition the court for a conservatorship or medical power of attorney. If they get that, they can legally force you out of that condo and transfer the assets. You need to document every single interaction and get a lawyer right now. That same afternoon, I discovered the true extent of her poison. Chloe had been calling every single member of our extended family, aunts, uncles, cousins, telling them that the $18 million buyout of my company had completely broken my brain. She told them I was suffering from extreme paranoid schizophrenia, that I believed everyone was trying to steal from me, and that she was bravely trying to step in to manage my life before I ended up on the streets. My cousin Rachel called me in tears. Marcus, Chloe says you violently attacked her when she tried to bring you groceries, and that you accused her of trying to steal your house. Are you okay? Do you need me to come over? Rachel, I said, rubbing my temples. She brought an interior design team to my house to measure my living room for her own furniture. She is trying to steal my home. There was a long, painful pause. That is not what she told Aunt Susan. She said you begged her to come evaluate the condo because you were terrified of the space, and then you snapped and chased her out. I spent the next 3 hours sending Rachel exhaustive screenshots. I sent Chloe's text demanding I move to the suburbs. I sent screenshots of her Instagram posts manifesting the condo. I sent everything. Rachel was completely horrified. This is psychotic, Marcus, she is actually trying to steal your life. I didn't wait around. I immediately contacted building management and had them install hardwired security cameras directly above my door in the hallway. I replaced my standard lock with a heavy-duty, military-grade smart lock that sends instant alerts to my phone if anyone even touches the keypad. I installed a Ring doorbell that records 24/7 audio and video. I formally sat down with the head of building security and handed them printed photos of Chloe, my parents, and Julian, explicitly stating that under no circumstances were they allowed past the lobby, and if they breached the elevators, police were to be called immediately for trespassing. When my parents found out about the security measures, they went ballistic. My mother sent me a massive, unhinged text message block accusing me of destroying the family fabric and breaking my sister's heart with my sick paranoid delusions. I replied with one sentence, "You called the police to have me committed so you could steal my house." Her response was chilling. "We are terrified for you. You are acting erratically and cutting off the only people who love you. Any loving family would intervene. Get help before you lose everything." Update 3, Final. It has been 3 months since I went completely no contact with my immediate family. It has been a brutal, exhausting nightmare, but I finally have closure. The absolute breaking point happened about a month ago. Chloe had been eerily quiet for an entire week. No harassing texts, no fake wellness checks, no Instagram posts. I should have known she was simply changing her angle of attack. I received an urgent phone call from the head of my building's homeowners association and the property management office. They asked me to come down to the lobby conference room immediately to resolve a critical ownership dispute. When I walked into the glass-walled office, I stopped dead in my tracks. Sitting across from the bewildered property manager was Chloe, my parents, and a man in a sharp gray suit who introduced himself as Chloe's legal counsel. Chloe had actually marched into the HOA office and presented them with a highly sophisticated, notarized document claiming she had an equitable interest and immediate right of occupancy to my penthouse due to a pre-existing family trust arrangement. The document was completely, 100% fabricated. It was a masterpiece of legal jargon designed to confuse the property manager, claiming that my condo was purchased with pooled family assets and that I was legally obligated to vacate the premises by the first of the month. "This is blatant, criminal fraud," I said loudly, slamming my hand on the conference table. "That document is entirely fake. There is no family trust. I bought this property with a cashier's check from my own personal bank account. I have the sole deed." Chloe's sleazy lawyer smiled smoothly, adjusting his tie. "My client's firm position is that there was a binding verbal and written agreement regarding this property, witnessed and attested to by Arthur and Helen here, stating that the condo would be transferred to Chloe as part of a family wealth distribution plan." I looked at my parents. They were sitting there, nodding solemnly. My own flesh and blood were actively participating in a coordinated legal conspiracy to commit real estate fraud just to appease their golden child. "You are actually doing this?" I asked my mother, my voice barely above a whisper. "You are willing to commit a felony to steal my home?" My mother looked me dead in the eye, completely devoid of warmth. "We are simply helping your sister claim what was rightfully promised to her, Marcus. You have always been terribly selfish, but hoarding this asset is beyond acceptable." I didn't argue. I didn't yell. I pulled out my phone, took a clear photo of the fake document on the table, and walked out. Within 2 hours, I was sitting in the office of a vicious, high-powered real estate litigator. By the next morning, we had filed a massive cease and desist order against Chloe, her lawyer, and my parents. We made it explicitly clear that any further attempts to claim my property, forge documents, or contact my HOA would result in immediate criminal charges for fraud, extortion, and harassment, followed by a ruinous civil lawsuit. Chloe's immediate response was to go nuclear on TikTok. She posted a tearful, highly edited, 10-minute video crying about how her severely mentally ill brother was viciously attacking the family and showing signs of dangerous paranoid schizophrenia. She actually claimed in the video that I had promised her the condo when my mind was clear, but my deteriorating mental state was causing me to hoard the property and threaten her life. The video got thousands of views. People who didn't know me were leaving comments calling me a monster and suggesting she start a GoFundMe to hire better lawyers to save me from myself. But then, Chloe made her final, fatal mistake. About 3 weeks after the cease and desist was served, Chloe apparently convinced herself her own lies were true. She started telling people that my mental break was complete, that I had abandoned the condo, and fled the state. She even managed to convince her boyfriend, Julian, that the apartment was sitting completely empty and that she had the legal right to enter and begin her renovations. At exactly 2:14 a.m. on a Tuesday, my phone began vibrating violently on my nightstand. It was a severe motion alert from my front door camera. I grabbed my phone, heart hammering in my chest, and opened the live feed. There, in crisp, high-definition night vision, was Chloe. She was dressed in all black. Standing next to her was Julian, holding a heavy duffel bag, and another man I didn't recognize. I watched in absolute horror as the unrecognizable man pulled out a professional set of lockpicking tools and a crowbar, and began actively trying to dismantle my heavy-duty smart lock. Chloe was standing behind him, anxiously whispering and looking down the hallway. They were breaking in. They were actually committing a midnight burglary. I didn't hesitate. I dialed 911, told the dispatcher there was a burglary in progress at my exact unit number, and that the suspects were currently at the door with tools. Because of the downtown location and the luxury status of the building, police response time was less than 4 minutes. I sat on the edge of my bed in the dark, watching the live feed on my phone. The man was struggling with the reinforced deadbolt. Chloe was pacing. Then, the elevator doors at the end of the hall silently slid open. 4 Seattle police officers stepped out, tasers and flashlights drawn. I watched through the camera as the blinding beams of the flashlights hit Chloe's face. I watched Julian drop the duffel bag in sheer panic. I watched the lockpicker freeze, his hands raised in the air. I put on a robe, walked through my dark condo, and slowly opened my front door. Chloe was already in handcuffs, screaming hysterically at the officers. "You don't understand. This is my apartment. My brother is insane. He abandoned it. I have the right to be here." The lead officer looked at me, then back at Chloe. "Ma'am, you were caught actively trying to pry open a door with a crowbar at 2 a.m. You are under arrest for attempted burglary and possession of burglary tools." Julian was hyperventilating against the wall, shouting that he didn't know, that Chloe told him it was her property and they just lost the keys. When the police searched the duffel bag, they found a change of clothes, toiletries, and a fake lease agreement Chloe had drafted herself. She was planning to physically squat in my home to establish residency rights. I handed the police officers my printed stack of evidence, the cease and desist order, the fake trust documents she gave the HOA, and the previous police report from her fake wellness check. The officers didn't even entertain her screaming. They dragged her into the elevator. The fallout was apocalyptic. I pressed full criminal charges. I did not hold back. My parents called me 47 times in the span of 3 days, leaving unhinged voicemails alternating between begging for mercy and threatening to publicly destroy me. They threatened to disinherit me, from what? Their suburban mortgage debt? And told me I was dead to them. Chloe's high-flying PR career evaporated overnight. It turns out that elite luxury lifestyle brands do not want their senior PR directors catching felony burglary charges. She was fired with cause before she even made bail. Julian dumped her immediately, terrified of being implicated in the fraud, and completely blocked her on everything. Faced with overwhelming video evidence, the fake HOA documents, and the lock-picking tools, Chloe's lawyer advised her to take a plea deal. She pled down to a severe misdemeanor for trespassing and attempted breaking and entering. She received 2 years of supervised probation, mandatory psychiatric counseling, and a permanent restraining order forbidding her from coming within 1,000 feet of me or my building. The extended family, who had previously bought into her victim narrative, completely fractured. When the public arrest records became accessible, and after my cousin Rachel aggressively circulated the Ring camera footage of Chloe holding a crowbar at 2 a.m., the tide turned. My aunt called my parents delusional enablers, and half the family has completely cut ties with them. My parents have doubled down, naturally. They sold their suburban home and downsized to a small apartment just to afford Chloe's massive legal fees and to pay her rent, since she is now unemployed and completely unemployable in her field. They still tell anyone who will listen that I ruthlessly orchestrated a setup, that I manipulated the police, and that I framed my innocent sister just to ruin her life. But honestly, I don't care anymore. My condo is incredibly peaceful now. I've actually redecorated a bit more, not because Chloe was right about my style, but because I wanted to reclaim every single inch of the space as mine. I bought huge, comfortable furniture. I kept my pedestrian dark color palette. Every time I look at my living room, I feel a profound sense of safety. I've been in intensive therapy to unpack 3 decades of severe gaslighting and golden child dynamics. I finally understand that their sickness is not my burden to carry or cure. I've built a new, chosen family of friends and colleagues who actually celebrate my wins instead of trying to cannibalize them. I am dating a wonderful woman named Elena, who knows the entire insane saga. She occasionally jokes about helping me install a moat with alligators around the lobby just in case. Every once in a while, a distant relative will try to reach out and play the family as family card, urging me to forgive and forget because life is short. I block them immediately. Family doesn't try to legally declare you insane to steal the roof over your head. The high rise is mine. My peace of mind is mine. The future is mine. And as I sit here on my balcony, looking out over the Seattle skyline, the view has truly never looked better. Tell everyone your Navy nickname. My sister smirked at her wedding rehearsal. So I did. And the groom's uncle forced her to apologize while the room. That was the very first thing I noticed. Chloe had raised her crystal flute and aimed her perfectly glossed smile across the long, candlelit table directly at me. It was the exact kind of smile she had been weaponizing since we were 8 years old. She was already giggling before the words were even out of her mouth, before I'd even had a chance to process the ambush. That's how you know a social execution is premeditated. Tell everyone your Navy nickname, Sarah, she chimed, her voice cutting through the low hum of classical music and polite conversation. 35 people instantly stopped eating and turned to look at me. Chloe's future mother-in-law, Liam's cousins from Boston, his senior partners from the law firm, Jenna, her maid of honor who was already biting her lip to keep from laughing too early, and the banquet manager hovering near the Mamansiogany doors who had suddenly gone very, very still. And across the room, because I only truly noticed him later when the atmosphere shattered, sat one older man with iron gray hair, a rigidly straight back, and a tailored suit. He had stopped mid-sip, his eyes locking onto me with an expression I couldn't quite decipher yet. I looked back at my sister. She was absolutely glowing. She wore a bespoke ivory silk dress, her soft curls cascading perfectly over her shoulders, the ambient light catching the fizzing champagne in her glass. She had spent 14 grueling months planning this weekend in Oak Ridge, Pennsylvania. The historic estates, the 6-course menus, the agonizingly specific seating charts, the curated toasts, every single microscopic detail had been calibrated for maximum aesthetic impact, including this ambush. "Come on, Sarah," she said, her voice ticking up a notch in volume. "Don't make it weird for everyone." And I thought, there it is, that was always her signature trick. Corner someone, trap them in an impossible social situation, and then blame them for the awkwardness when they refuse to play along. I slowly folded my hands on the pristine white tablecloth. I said one word, undertow. "You need to understand something fundamental about Chloe and me before any of the fallout makes sense. We grew up in a house that was perpetually suffocating, entirely too small for the sheer volume of psychological warfare our family managed to generate. My mother, Karen, was a real estate agent who believed in keeping the peace above absolutely everything else. She valued the illusion of harmony above honesty, above fairness, and certainly above her youngest daughter's mental well-being. My father packed his bags and left when I was 10, and Chloe was 13. After the door clicked shut behind him, maintaining the illusion of a flawless, happy family became my mother's full-time, obsessive occupation. Chloe understood this dynamic instantly. She figured out that if she smiled at the right moments, played the victim flawlessly, and blamed her messes on other people quickly enough, she could avoid almost any consequence. She was charming, quick-witted, and objectively beautiful, and people desperately wanted to believe her. Teachers, boyfriends, extended family members who only saw us at Thanksgiving, they all bought the routine. And then there was me. I was the stubborn one, the one who categorically refused to let things slide, the one who made things complicated by refusing to pretend that her bullying hadn't happened. By the time I was 18, that dynamic had a permanent label in our household: Sarah being difficult. I enlisted in the Navy at 19. It wasn't out of desperation. I actually had a partial academic scholarship to Penn State waiting for me. I enlisted because I possessed a desperate, clawing need to belong to an institution that required me to be exactly who I was. No performative nonsense, no walking on eggshells, no emotional maintenance, just grueling work, raw competence, and objective truth. The Navy gave me exactly that. It also gave me the nickname. I was stationed aboard the USS Nimitz for my first major deployment, working on the flight deck. For those who don't know, the flight deck of an aircraft carrier is the most dangerous, chaotic working environment in the world outside of active, kinetic combat. You are surrounded by deafening jet engines, highly volatile aviation fuel, and massive steel cables that can snap and cut a person in half in a fraction of a second. There is zero margin for hesitation. You learn to read a catastrophic situation before it has finished happening. You learn to move without waiting for a direct order. My chief, a gruff 15-year veteran named Thomas Vance, started calling me undertow about 6 months into my deployment. I had asked him about it once while we were leaning against a bulkhead, exhausted after a 14-hour shift. He was eating a stale protein bar and barely even looked up at me. "An undertow doesn't fight the surface water, Sarah," he said, his voice raspy from the sea air. "It moves beneath it. You can't see it coming, it doesn't make a big splash, but it's pure, unstoppable force. You can't stop it once it takes hold." He took another bite, chewing slowly. "When things go to hell on that deck, you don't panic. You just pull the chaos under. That's you." The name stuck permanently. It wasn't a punchline to the men and women I served with. It was an acknowledgement, a badge of honor, a shorthand for something I had bled and sweated to earn. But Chloe had heard the word undertow the one time I made the fatal mistake of mentioning it during a rare phone call home 2 years ago. She had laughed hysterically then, too. She said it sounded like an edgy, rejected pro wrestler name. She said I was always so extra and dramatic about my military stuff. She didn't know what it actually meant, the blood and focus behind it, and she actively didn't want to. And now, she had calculated the exact moment to turn my earned title into a cheap punchline at her $120,000 rehearsal dinner. She did it in front of Liam's aristocratic family, in a room full of people who would inevitably laugh because she was the bride, and brides own the room. I knew this was coming because I knew Chloe. What I didn't know, what absolutely none of us knew, was that Arthur Pendleton was sitting across that dimly lit room, and that the word undertow meant something incredibly specific, something sacred, to a former Navy commander from a completely different generation. The laughter started the literal second the word left my mouth. Chloe burst out first, deploying that bright, performative, bell-like laugh she reserved specifically for large audiences, and then the rest of the table rippled with amusement. Liam's cousins chuckled, a few of his law firm partners smirked, and even Jenna, the maid of honor, glanced at me with a faux apologetic grimace as she giggled into her napkin. "Undertow," Chloe repeated, wiping a fake tear from her eye. "God, that sounds like a villain from a cheap comic book." More laughter erupted. Someone at the far end of the long table echoed it mockingly, "Watch out for the undertow." What were the other options? Chloe continued, completely in her element now, surfing the wave of 35 people's undivided attention. "Captain Buzzkill? Major Mood Swing?" The table absolutely loved that one. They roared. I sat perfectly still. My hands remained folded, my shoulders level, my face completely neutral. The Navy teaches you that, too. There are terrifying moments on a flight deck when absolutely everything goes wrong simultaneously. When the wind suddenly shifts, when an arresting cable snags, when an F-18's trajectory becomes instantly, catastrophically unpredictable. In those moments, the absolute worst thing you can do is let your physical body announce your internal panic before your brain has finished calculating the solution. So, you learn stillness. You learn to let the storm rage and scream around you while your mind remains a steel trap. I was doing exactly that right now. My mother's manicured hand suddenly found my forearm under the heavy tablecloth. Her nails dug into my skin. She leaned in, her perfume suffocating me, and hissed a whisper into my ear. "Just let it pass, Sarah. Smile." I turned my head slowly to look at her. "Why?" I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is that always my job?" She didn't answer. She never answered that question, because answering it honestly would require her to admit that letting things pass had been her cowardly survival strategy for decades, and that it had cost both of us pieces of our souls we would never get back. Chloe was still going strong. She had turned to Liam now, using her fiancé as a prop in her stand-up routine, leaning into his shoulder with exaggerated, theatrical disbelief. Can you imagine a bunch of grown adults actually calling her that with a straight face? She shook her head, her curls bouncing. The military is so incredibly ridiculous sometimes. That was the exact moment I heard it. A heavy crystal glass touching the mahogany table. It was a soft, deliberate sound, the absolute opposite of an accidental clink. I looked across the sprawling room. The older man with the iron gray hair had set down his water glass. Both of his large, weathered hands now rested completely flat on the table, and he was staring at my sister with an expression I can only describe as profound recognition. Not recognition of her as a person, but recognition of something she had just accidentally, fatally revealed about her own character. I didn't know who he was yet. I had been rapidly introduced to approximately 50 members of Liam's extended family and professional circle over the past 48 hours, and the faces had blurred. But I noticed his posture immediately. It was military straight. The kind of straight that doesn't fade, even in your 70s, and I noticed that his face had gone terrifyingly still. He wasn't confused. He wasn't overtly angry. He was calculating. He pushed his heavy oak chair back. The harsh scrape of the chair legs on the hardwood floor cut through the lingering laughter like a razor blade through a silk screen. Every single head in the room snapped toward him. The man stood up slowly. He wasn't a towering giant of a man anymore. Age inevitably compresses the spine. But when he stood, the entire atmospheric pressure of the room reorganized itself around him. It had nothing to do with physical height and everything to do with the invisible weight that people who have spent their entire lives in command carry in their bones. He looked directly at my sister, his eyes pinning her to her seat. "Apologize," he said. The word landed in absolute, suffocating silence. Chloe blinked rapidly, her champagne glass still suspended in the air, her glossy smile still glued in place, but frozen now. Confused, glitching. "What?" she asked, a nervous trill in her throat. "Apologize to her." His voice remained low, calm, and perfectly modulated. It didn't rise in pitch. It didn't crack with emotion. There were zero theatrics in it, no performance, no rage, and that, I realized instantly, was exactly what made it so utterly terrifying. You can dismiss anger, you can argue with shouting. But calm, immovable authority like that? You cannot fight it. Chloe forced out a tight, breathy laugh. "Uncle Arthur, come on. It was just a harmless joke." Uncle Arthur. Liam's uncle. I mentally filed that critical piece of information away. "No," Arthur said, his voice dropping a fraction of an octave. "It wasn't." Chloe looked around the table instinctively. It was a deeply ingrained reflex. The exact same thing she had always done since childhood. The thing our mother had trained both of us to read automatically, the find an ally scan. She was desperately looking for the face that would smile back. Looking for the enabler who would laugh, break the agonizing tension, and make her cruelty acceptable again. She scanned 35 faces. Not a single person smiled. Not Liam. He was staring at his uncle with a horrifying dawn of realization, spreading across his features. Not his wealthy parents, who had both gone rigidly straight in their chairs, sensing the catastrophic shift in the room's politics. Not the Boston cousins who had been snickering like children 2 minutes ago. Not Jenna, the maid of honor, who was suddenly studying her fork as if it held the secrets of the universe. Chloe was completely alone in the dead center of the trap she had built for me. I didn't mean anything by it," she stammered. Her voice had shrunk, retreating to a high-pitched register I hadn't heard since we were teenagers, long before she had learned that sheer volume could successfully substitute for actual vulnerability. Arthur's jaw tightened. A microscopic movement, but devastating. "That," he said, his words slicing through the air, "is exactly what cowards say when they want to inflict the damage without taking any of the responsibility." Liam suddenly shifted in his chair. He leaned slightly toward Jenna, who was sitting 2 seats down, her face pale and sweating. "Jenna," Liam said, his voice dangerously quiet, "did Chloe plan this little bit before dinner?" Jenna swallowed hard. The word plan times sat in the dead air between them, heavy and radioactive. "Jenna." Liam's voice was careful, precise. "Answer me, please." Jenna looked up at Chloe in a panic. Chloe's eyes locked onto Jenna's across the table, and I watched an entire, desperate conversation pass between them in the span of 2 seconds. "Don't you dare. I'm asking you as your best friend. As the woman who paid for your $600 dress. Do not betray me." Jenna looked down at her plate, her hands shaking. Then, she broke. She said the Navy nickname bit would absolutely kill. She workshopped it in the bridal suite. Update 1. The table went entirely cold. Not quiet. Cold. There is a massive psychological difference. Quiet is simply the absence of noise. Cold is a physical presence. Cold is 35 people simultaneously processing the exact same horrifying information, arriving at the exact same damning conclusion, and absolutely nobody wanting to be the first one to say the ugly truth out loud. Chloe's perfect facade physically cracked. It happened in agonizing stages. The way structural integrity fails under immense pressure. Not all at once, but in a horrific sequence. First, the glossy smile twitched and vanished. Then, the arrogant ease drained completely from her shoulders, leaving her slumped. Finally, something deep behind her eyes violently shifted from performative confidence to pure, unadulterated panic. Liam stood up. He did it slowly, deliberately. He wasn't dramatic about it. He didn't shove his chair back aggressively or throw his napkin down in a huff. He simply rose from his seat the exact way a man does when he has just made a life-altering decision and needs his physical body to confirm it. He didn't shout. He didn't scan the room to see who was watching his reaction. He wasn't doing this for an audience. "I need a minute," Liam said, his voice hollow. You're walking out?" Chloe whispered, her voice trembling violently. "Taking a minute?" "During our rehearsal dinner?" He looked down at her. There was no fiery anger in his eyes, and I think that was what truly undid her. The absolute absence of rage. There was only something quiet, clinical, and profoundly final. It was the devastating look of a man aggressively reassessing someone he thought he knew inside and out. "Because I do not want to say what I am actually thinking in front of all these people," Liam said softly. Then he turned his head and looked directly at me. "Sarah. I am so deeply sorry." He turned on his heel and followed Arthur out of the banquet hall. The heavy mahogany doors closed with a soft, definitive click times behind them. Chloe stood frozen at the head of the table. Her dress was still perfect, her hair was still immaculate, and the crystal champagne glass was still gripped tightly in her hand, though it had ceased being a triumphant prop and had become just a fragile object she was clutching because she had no idea what else to do with her hands. The room no longer belonged to her. The kingdom had fallen in less than 3 minutes. I've thought about that specific moment a lot since that night. About what it actually looks like when a narcissist loses their captive room. It's not a dramatic explosion. It's a quiet, brutal subtraction. One by one, without making a sound, the people around you simply revoke their attention. They stop being your audience and become your judges. My mother had both of her hands clamped tightly over her mouth. I honestly don't know if she was horrified at Chloe's behavior, or horrified at herself for the 30 years of, just let it pass, that had finally culminated in this spectacular public detonation. Chloe turned to look at me, and for the very first time in the entire evening, perhaps the first time in a decade, her face was just her face, stripped bare, no armor, no performance underneath it. "This is unbelievable," she whispered, her voice cracking. I calmly picked up my water glass, took a slow, measured sip, and set it back down precisely on the coaster. "You knew I said no," I said. I hadn't actually planned to speak, but the words were sitting right there in my throat, and I was so violently exhausted from swallowing them for her comfort. "I told you on Tuesday," I continued, keeping my voice dead level. "When you called and asked if you could make a joke about my Navy service during the toasts, I explicitly said no. I told you that some of those names carry heavy weight. I asked you, as my sister, to respect my boundary." I didn't raise my voice. I had learned how to project calm authority from the Nimitz flight deck, too. "But you kept going," I said, staring directly into her tear-filled eyes. "Because the room was laughing with you. You thought you were untouchable. You laughed at the name, Chloe. Meanwhile, I remember the faces of the people attached to it." Chloe's mouth opened to argue, but nothing came out. Her throat worked uselessly, and into that suffocating silence, from the doorway, came Arthur Pendleton's voice. He had walked back into the banquet hall quietly, standing just inside the threshold. I have no idea how long he had been standing there observing us. Long enough, clearly. "What did they call you that for?" Arthur asked me. His tone wasn't unkind, it was intensely curious. The specific, respectful way a seasoned veteran asks a question when they already suspect the heavy answer. "Flight deck operations, sir." I answered automatically, my posture straightening. "USS Nimitz." My chief said I moved like I could see the chaos before it finished happening. I pulled the panic under. Arthur nodded slowly, absorbing the information. Then he spoke, and his words changed the entire atmospheric pressure of the room yet again. "There was a young woman stationed on our support ship in 1982, Arthur said, his voice carrying effortlessly across the silent room. "They called her Undertow. Hospital Corpsman 3rd Class, Margaret Hayes." He paused, his eyes glazing over slightly with memory. "She dragged 3 unconscious men out of a flooding, burning below-deck compartment during a catastrophic systems failure off the coast of the Mediterranean. Nobody ordered her to do it. Nobody even had the time to process the breach. She just moved into the fire while everyone else froze. He slowly turned his gaze back to Chloe, who was visibly trembling now. We do not give names like that out as punchlines, Arthur said, his voice cold as ice. We give them as warnings, and as honors. The room was as silent as a tomb. Chloe slowly sank back into her chair, utterly defeated. My phone vibrated violently against the nightstand at 11:42 p.m. I was lying on the stiff mattress in my hotel room, room 312 at the Oak Ridge Inn. The yellow lamplight cast long shadows across the walls. I was eating a stale bag of vending machine pretzels because the rehearsal dinner had been abruptly, awkwardly terminated 2 hours early, and I hadn't even gotten to touch my main course. You humiliated me in front of Liam's entire family. I read the text message twice, sighed, and set the phone face down. 10 seconds later, it buzzed again. I hope you're incredibly happy with yourself. You ruined my weekend. I stared up at the popcorn ceiling. I thought about Margaret Hayes, hospital corpsman 3rd class, a woman I had never met, but whose ghost had just fundamentally altered my life. A flooding, burning compartment in 1982. I thought about the sheer, undeniable weight in Arthur's voice when he spoke her name. The specific reverence you only use when speaking of someone who saved lives, a story you've carried in your chest for 40 years. I thought about Chief Vance handing me that stale protein bar, telling me I was the water. I thought about the thousands of times I had let my mother and sister crush my boundaries to keep their fragile peace. I turned my phone on silent, rolled over, and finally went to sleep. The sharp knock on my door came at exactly 7:14 a.m. I know the precise time because I had been wide awake since 5:30 a.m., staring at the wall, running complex mental calculations, figuring out exactly how this was going to play out. What I was willing to tolerate, and what I absolutely wasn't. Where my immovable lines were drawn in the sand. Now that I had finally, definitively decided I was allowed to have them, I unlatched the deadbolt and pulled the door open. Chloe was standing in the hallway wearing her expensive, ivory monogrammed bridal robe. The one she had aggressively texted me a dozen photos of 3 months ago. Her makeup was a chaotic disaster half done, mascara smudged under one eye, expensive foundation stopping abruptly at her jawline. She looked exactly like someone who had started getting ready for the biggest day of her life, and then abruptly stopped when she realized there was a massive, bleeding wound she had to triage first. I'm sorry if you felt mocked last night, she said, her voice tight, crossing her arms defensively. I didn't move, I just looked at her. I looked at her for a very, very long time, letting the silence stretch until she shifted uncomfortably on her feet. That is not an apology, Chloe, I said flatly. That is a PR statement. Her jaw clenched tight. I'm trying, Sarah. Jesus. An actual apology for what you did sounds like this, I said, stepping slightly into the hallway. I maliciously planned to humiliate you in front of Liam's wealthy family to make myself look better. You explicitly asked me not to, and I did it anyway because I arrogantly thought I would get away with it, like I always do. That is what actually happened. That is what you need to apologize for. It was just one stupid joke. She hissed, glancing nervously down the hallway. You told Jenna it would kill, I replied, keeping my voice dead level. You sat in your luxury suite and workshopped my military service into a comedy routine. You premeditated it. She didn't deny it. The sheer, damning fact that she couldn't even formulate a lie to deny it was its own pathetic admission of guilt. It is my literal wedding day, she pleaded, her voice suddenly shifting into a softer, desperate register. She was appealing to something ancient, some basic, toxic sister contract she just assumed was still legally binding. I am fully aware of what day it is, I said. And I genuinely want to be there for you. But if you want me standing beside you at that altar today, you are going to apologize. Not just to me. You will apologize in front of Liam, in front of Arthur, and in front of Mom, publicly. For exactly what you did. Chloe went completely rigid. Absolutely not. I am not humiliating myself on my wedding day. Then I am packing my bags, and I will not be your bridesmaid, I said, my hand moving to close the door. The silence that followed was deafening. I watched her perfectly curated face violently cycle through a dozen different emotions in rapid succession. Disbelief, furious anger, the frantic formulation of a counterattack, and then, finally, something that might have actually been genuine fear underneath all the armor. I had spent 30 years learning to decode Chloe's micro-expressions. I knew every single mask she wore. What I saw buried under the panic was the look of a woman who had finally done the math and realized she was completely bankrupt. Then, her phone vibrated aggressively in the pocket of her silk robe. She pulled it out, looked down at the glowing screen, and I literally watched the blood drain from her face, leaving her chalk white. It's Liam, she whispered, her voice hollow. What does it say? She was dead quiet for a long moment, reading the text message. Her terrified eyes moved across the screen twice, once rapidly, then agonizingly slowly. When she finally looked back up at me, the very last lingering traces of the arrogant, rehearsal dinner Chloe were entirely gone. The smug smile that had owned the banquet room, the effortless ease, the absolute certainty that the universe would simply arrange itself around her if she threw a big enough tantrum evaporated. "He wants to meet in the hotel lobby before the ceremony," she said, her voice shaking violently. "Just you two?" I asked. She slowly shook her head, tears finally spilling over her eyelashes. "No, he wants Arthur there. And his parents. And his family's trust lawyer." Update 2. Fate has a twisted sense of humor. I found out exactly what transpired in that devastating morning meeting from 3 separate sources over the next few weeks: Liam, Arthur, and eventually, shockingly, Chloe herself. Liam had spent almost the entire night awake, pacing his hotel room, talking to his uncle, Arthur Pendleton, Lieutenant Commander, retired, 25 years of decorated service, had served with men and women who had bled and died to earn call signs like the one Chloe had callously turned into a punchline. He had watched that sacred name get stripped of its honor and mocked in front of 35 clueless civilians. But Arthur wasn't just a military man, he was the patriarch of Liam's family, the executor of a massive generational trust. And he had sat with Liam for 3 hours, explaining carefully, without any dramatics, exactly what he had witnessed. He explained that he had seen a woman who had learned to hold perfectly still while a room full of people threw stones. And he had seen a bride, Chloe, who possessed a dark, rotting cruelty at her core. But the twist, the absolute, mind-bending reversal that I didn't see coming, was what Liam had discovered when he started pulling at the threads of Chloe's lies that night. Liam had always known Chloe had a flair for the dramatic. He thought it was just charm. But after the dinner, deeply disturbed by her cruelty, Liam had logged into the shared laptop they brought for wedding logistics. He found a hidden folder of emails between Chloe and his wealthy mother. For the past year, Chloe had been feeding Liam's family a completely fabricated, highly toxic narrative about me. She had told his parents that I was a deeply troubled, mentally unstable, dishonorably discharged deadbeat who was intensely jealous of her success. She had painted herself as the saintly, successful sister who was constantly burdened by my episodes. She did this to make her own background look more tragic and heroic, securing the sympathy and financial backing of Liam's ultra-wealthy parents. She used my military service as a weapon to make herself the victim. Arthur, being a retired commander with deep connections, had made a single phone call at 2 a.m. to verify my service record. He discovered the absolute truth. My record was pristine, highly decorated, and completely honorable. Chloe wasn't just a mean sister making a bad joke. She was a pathological liar who had constructed her entire integration into Liam's family on a foundation of sociopathic deceit. When Chloe walked into that 8 a.m. meeting in the lobby, she thought she was just going to apologize for a bad joke. Instead, she walked into a financial and relational firing squad. Liam told me later, his voice completely devoid of emotion, exactly how it went. Arthur didn't yell. He simply placed a printed copy of my actual service record on the glass table. Next to it, Liam's family lawyer placed a hastily drafted, ironclad post-nuptial agreement. When Sarah said no to your little comedy routine on Tuesday, Arthur had asked her coldly, "What exactly did you think she meant?" Chloe had tried to play the victim one last time. "I thought she was just being oversensitive. She's always been jealous of me." "Stop lying," Liam had snapped, sliding the printed emails across the table. "You told my mother she was a discharged, unstable liability. You lied to my family for a year to get my parents to pay for this $120,000 wedding. You used her honor to buy our pity." Chloe had completely shattered then. Real, ugly, hyperventilating crying. Not the strategic, single-tier crying she deployed to win arguments with our mother. This was the catastrophic breakdown of a narcissist who had finally slammed into a concrete wall she couldn't manipulate her way out of. Liam gave her an absolute ultimatum. Sign the post-nup, which completely severed her from the family trust and required her to attend intensive psychiatric therapy for her lying, or he would cancel the wedding right there in the lobby and walk away forever. She signed it. Her hands shook so badly she tore the paper. The wedding still happened. I want to be brutally clear about that, because I know the part of you reading this is desperately craving a cinematic blow-up, a runaway bride, a cancelled reception, a massive disaster. But real life is often much quieter and far more painful. The wedding happened. Chloe walked down the aisle. She looked objectively stunning. Liam was crying before she was even halfway to the altar. But it wasn't the joyous, overwhelmed crying of a man watching his soulmate approach. It was the heavy, grieving tears of a man mourning the illusion of the woman he thought he was marrying, realizing the brutal work that lay ahead of them. I stood in my designated place. Second bridesmaid. Sage green chiffon dress, nude heels, holding a small, tight bouquet of white ranunculus. But before we had gone to the venue, before the hair extensions and the airbrush makeup and the frantic choreography of the morning, Chloe had knocked on my hotel room door a second time. It was 9:45 a.m. I had my duffel bag half-packed, fully expecting to be sent home. She walked in. No robe. Just sweatpants and a t-shirt. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face swollen from crying so hard she had burst blood vessels in her cheeks. I lied to them about you, she whispered, her voice completely broken. I told them you were crazy, so they would think I was strong for dealing with you. I planned the joke to make you snap in front of them, to prove my lies were true. I stopped folding my shirt. The sheer magnitude of the betrayal hit me like a physical punch to the chest. You tried to trigger me so I'd look unhinged? Yes, she sobbed, collapsing onto the edge of the hotel bed. I've been doing it my whole life, Sarah, setting you up to react, and then playing the victim when you get angry. I did it because you went away and became something real. You earned respect. I just bought expensive clothes and manipulated people. I am so deeply horribly empty inside, and I couldn't stand that you weren't. I thought about all the years of my mother whispering, just let it pass, Sarah. All the corners I had been backed into, all the times I was called the difficult one for simply demanding the truth. I signed a post-nup, she confessed, staring at the carpet. Liam knows everything. He's making me go to therapy. If I don't change, he's divorcing me in a year. She looked up at me, her face a mask of absolute terror. I don't know how to be a real person, Sarah. I don't know how to stop performing. Alder. I looked at my sister. Really looked at her, stepping entirely outside the toxic grooves of the patterns we had inhabited for 30 years. She looked small, exhausted, and for the very first time in her life, she looked brutally honest. It's going to take years, Chloe, I said quietly. One breakdown doesn't fix 3 decades of abuse. I know, she whispered. I didn't hug her. I didn't forgive her in that moment, but I unpacked my dress, and I stood beside her. Not because she deserved it, but because the undertow doesn't run from a wreck. I have to tell you about Arthur Pendleton, because this story isn't complete without him. Late that evening, after the agonizingly tense reception, after the painfully stiff first dances and the forced smiles, I found Arthur sitting alone outside on the venue's sprawling stone terrace. He had a glass of neat scotch in his hand, watching the sun sink behind the Pennsylvania hills, casting everything in deep orange and violet. I walked over and sat down in the wrought iron chair next to him. We were quiet for a long time, the good kind of quiet, the kind that doesn't demand to be filled with nervous chatter. Thank you, sir, I finally said, for last night. And for this morning. He waved his hand dismissively, a small, tight gesture that meant times don't mention it, but also intrinsically meant you're welcome. What happened to her? I asked softly. Margaret Hayes, the undertow. A genuine, warm smile touched the corners of Arthur's weathered eyes. Maggie? She retired as a chief petty officer in '94. She lives down in Pensacola now. Has about 7 loud grandchildren and a vicious, ongoing blood feud with her local HOA over the height of her privacy fence. He took a slow sip of his scotch, the ice clinking softly. She's fine, Sarah. She turned out absolutely fine. I let that sink in. A hero from a burning ship in 1982. Over 40 years of life, grandchildren, and petty suburban disputes. You moved exactly like her, Arthur said quietly, staring out at the fading horizon. Last night, when everything in that room went completely sideways, when the hostility spiked, the way you held your ground, the way you didn't let the panic touch you. He turned his head, and looked me dead in the eyes. That is not nothing, sailor. That is a rare, formidable force. No, I agreed, feeling a knot in my chest finally, permanently untangle. It's not. 6 months have passed since the wedding. Chloe is in intensive therapy twice a week. She called me last Tuesday, an actual phone call, not a curated text message. She told me her therapist forced her to realize that her entire personality was a survival mechanism that had metastasized into a weapon. She is trying to dismantle it, brick by painful brick. We still aren't close, but the silence between us is finally honest. My mother is furious that Liam's family cut off their financial support to her, but for the first time in my life, I simply blocked her number instead of absorbing her complaints. And right before Christmas, I received a thick, heavy envelope in the mail from Boston. Inside was a handwritten card from Arthur Pendleton. There was only one line written in crisp, black ink. Some currents leave deep, permanent marks on the seafloor. People will try to tell you that is damage. Do not listen to them. It is simply evidence of your force. It is pinned to my refrigerator, and that is exactly where it is going to stay. My parents sold their home to keep my sister out of prison, then freely move into my house. I ruined their lives, by exposing their secret. $675,000. It was the blue ink that finally broke me. Not the sheer audacity of the demands, not the cold, clinical language, and not even the part where they had graciously assigned me the unfinished, uninsulated basement of my own home. It was the handwriting. My mother had used her favorite sapphire blue fountain pen, the expensive one she kept carefully tucked in the velvet-lined pocket of her designer purse, the one reserved exclusively for wedding invitations and heartfelt thank you notes. The cursive was immaculate, featuring careful, deliberate loops, as if she had spent hours practicing it. As if she had sat in the passenger seat of my father's silver Honda Accord, parked illegally at the end of my driveway in the freezing rain, and drafted this insane ultimatum, while my father gripped the steering wheel in silent agreement. They treated this piece of paper like a binding legal document, not the desperate, unhinged power play that it actually was. This meant it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. This had been their master plan all along. I stood in the warm, well-lit entryway of my home, holding a folded piece of heavy stock paper that formally informed me in my mother's flawless, sweeping cursive that I would immediately be surrendering my master suite, my waterfront guest room, my private home office, and assuming the responsibility of cooking dinners 6 nights a week. In exchange for my complete submission, they would generously pay me $350 a month, while I was expected to continue paying the mortgage, the exorbitant property taxes, and every single utility bill. I stared at the blue ink for a very long time. Then I looked through the glass of my front door at the massive U-Haul truck idling in my driveway. Then I looked past the truck to the cherry red Corvette convertible parked behind it, and a cold, hard realization settled in my chest. This didn't just happen overnight. This slow-moving train wreck had been barreling toward me for decades. I want to be incredibly precise about who I am and how I got here. In stories like this, people on the internet love to make wild assumptions. They naturally assume the person who says no to their desperate parents is the villain of the story, the cold, unfeeling corporate drone who chose money and property over the sacred bond of family. So, let me be crystal clear. My name is Julian Hayes. I am 35 years old. I work as a senior cybersecurity consultant, building impenetrable digital fortresses for massive financial institutions. It is a job description that immediately makes most people's eyes glaze over in utter boredom, but the only relevant detail you need to know is that it pays exceptionally well. And I didn't get this job through nepotism or luck. I built my career by grinding through 80-hour work weeks, staring at glowing screens until my eyes bled, for 7 brutal years straight. I bought my dream property, a stunning A-frame lake house in Silver Lake, Michigan, exactly 3 years ago. It's an 1,800 square foot architectural beauty with wraparound cedar decking, sitting just 50 feet from the crystal clear water. I paid $415,000 for it. I put down a massive down payment of $155,000. That was money I painstakingly saved by living in a microscopic studio apartment, eating cheap rice and beans, and relying on pure, unbreakable discipline when I was in my late 20s. I said no to vacations, no to expensive dinners, and no to everything I wanted in the short term so I could say yes to something real, permanent, and mine in the long term. I did not inherit a single dime. I was not gifted a trust fund. Every single dollar I have to my name, I bled for and assembled myself. My younger sister, Harper, is 28 years old. She is undeniably charismatic, radiantly beautiful, genuinely hilarious, and utterly allergic to the concept of earning a living. In her entire adult life, she has never once managed to connect the fundamental concept of money going out to the necessary concept of money coming in first. I have kept a mental tally over the years. She has aggressively started and completely abandoned 14 different business ventures. These ranged from a bespoke vegan leather handbag company that accidentally ordered 10,000 units with a massive typo on the logo, to a luxury dog grooming spa, to a crystal healing membership website that she paid a freelance developer $22,000 to build, only for her to get bored and never launch it. Every single one of these 14 ventures ended in the exact same catastrophic way, with my parents quietly absorbing the massive financial loss, shielding her from any legal fallout, and Harper effortlessly pivoting to her next grand idea with the unshakable, terrifying confidence of a woman who has never faced a single real consequence in her entire life. My parents, Arthur and Margaret Hayes, are not evil people. I want to state that clearly for the record. They are generally kind. They genuinely love their children. They raised me with strict rules, teaching me the value of hard work, honesty, and extreme self-reliance. But they made one fatal, catastrophic parenting error. They fiercely applied those rigid values to me, while applying a policy of unconditional, limitless rescue to Harper. They did this so consistently, and for so many years, that their brains physically lost the ability to distinguish between genuinely loving their daughter and completely enabling her self-destruction. By the time they secretly sold their beautiful, 4-bedroom colonial house in Indianapolis, the house they had owned free and clear since 2011, the house that was supposed to fund their peaceful retirement, they had already bailed Harper out of severe, life-altering debt 14 separate times. 14. I know that exact number because I am someone who tracks data. It is literally what I do for a living. The 14th time, however, was the one that broke them. It cost them $675,000. The very first red flag that something was deeply wrong surfaced about 2 months before the U-Haul violently invaded my driveway. My mother called me on a random Wednesday evening. She usually only called on Sunday mornings, and her voice sounded incredibly strange, tight, flattened, and exhausted, like someone who had been violently sobbing in the bathroom and was desperately trying to pretend they hadn't. "Just checking in on my favorite son," she said, her voice wavering slightly. Are you doing okay up there? Of course, I replied, typing on my laptop. Everything is great. Work is busy. She then proceeded to ask me 5 highly specific, incredibly bizarre questions about my lake house. What did my heating bills look like during the brutal Michigan winters? Was the foundation well insulated? Did I ever actually use the 2 waterfront guest rooms? How much square footage was in the basement? I stupidly told myself it was just older parent nosiness. My mother had become increasingly intrusive as she aged, frequently asking about my furniture choices, my grocery budget, and whether I was ever going to give her grandchildren. I did not stop to ask why she was inquiring about the insulation of my guest rooms in a tone that was entirely too clinical to be casual. I really should have asked. A month later, she called again. This time, she specifically asked about my exact property tax rate and whether the local municipality allowed multiple vehicles to be parked in the driveway long term. I answered her questions absent-mindedly. She said good, but she said it in a way that wasn't actually responding to me. She said it in the exact tone a person uses when they have just confirmed a critical logistical detail for a secret plan. I rationalized it. I told myself, they are just getting older and thinking about real estate investments differently. That was the comfortable lie I chose to believe. The alternative that a massive, life-altering invasion was being meticulously planned without my consent was too horrifying to entertain. The missed calls started at exactly 5:42 a.m. on a freezing Saturday morning in late November. 18 missed calls stacked up on my lock screen like a row of toppling dominoes while I was deep asleep. 6 from my mother, 10 from my father, and 2 from a restricted number I didn't recognize. I stood in my dark kitchen, wearing nothing but sweatpants and socks, staring at the glowing screen of my phone. My stomach plummeted into my shoes before my brain even processed the situation. 18 frantic calls before sunrise means someone is already in motion. 18 calls means whatever is happening is no longer a hypothetical question. It is a physical reality that is already happening to you. I slowly walked to the entryway and opened the heavy wooden front door. The U-Haul was parked dead center in my gravel driveway. It was a massive 26-foot truck, the absolute largest size a civilian can legally rent without a commercial driver's license. It was backed up aggressively close to my front porch, the rear metal doors still latched shut. Directly behind it idled my father's silver Honda Accord, the engine rumbling softly, the headlights piercing through the bleak, gray morning light. A freezing, miserable November rain had just started to fall, the kind of sharp, icy drizzle that bites into your skin and promises a miserable day. My father was already stomping heavily up my wooden porch steps when I appeared in the doorway. He is 62 years old, completely soaked through his thin windbreaker, moving with the terrifying, frantic energy of a desperate man who has made a catastrophic life decision and brutally needs everyone else to fall in line immediately. Go get a heavy coat, he barked, not even offering a greeting. We need to unload the heavy furniture before the mattresses get ruined by the rain. What mattresses? I asked, my voice dangerously quiet. It wasn't really a question. It was a complete refusal to accept his insane premise. Our mattresses, he snapped, waving his hand dismissively. Move out of the doorway, Julian. We don't have time for this. Dad, I said, firmly gripping the doorframe. You have a 4-bedroom house in Indianapolis. He stopped and glared at me with the exact condescending expression he used to give me when I was 12 years old and struggling with algebra. We sold it, he said flatly, as if commenting on the weather. Now move. He rapidly explained the situation in fragmented, chaotic pieces while I stood there in complete shock. The freezing rain steadily darkened his jacket, and my mother hovered nervously at the bottom of the porch steps, clutching her designer purse to her chest like a Kevlar vest. Harper's most recent business venture, a bespoke wellness retreat company she had been building for the past 10 months, had spectacularly imploded. She had secretly taken out a massive, high-interest business loan, using her luxury downtown condo as collateral. The business folded almost instantly. She stopped making the loan payments without telling anyone. The bank aggressively began foreclosure and asset seizure proceedings. My parents found out in early September. By late October, they had quietly listed and sold their beautiful Indianapolis home. The sale closed for $675,000. They immediately took that money, paid off Harper's massive mortgage, entirely cleared her disastrous business debts, and the part that literally made my vision blur and my ears ring with rage when I heard it, they cheerfully gave her the remaining $225,000 in pure cash, so she could start fresh and heal her energy. $225,000. I repeated, my voice hollow, staring at them like they were aliens. She needed a solid foundation to rebuild her life, my mother piped up from the bottom of the stairs. Her voice was small and apologetic, but absolutely not apologetic enough to suggest she would have done anything differently. And you needed a house? I yelled, losing my composure. You already had a foundation. You had a home. Family helps family, Julian, my father growled, stepping closer to me. And now you're here, I said, the horrifying reality finally sinking in. At my house, the house that I own. Just for 6 months. My mother interjected quickly, taking a step up the stairs. Just until we get back on our feet, sweetheart. We'll contribute $350 a month for the inconvenience. My father nodded firmly, acting as if he had just offered me a lucrative real estate contract. He had decided exactly what my massive, beautiful home and my complete lack of privacy were worth to him. I stood in my own doorway, shivering in the freezing rain, and looked past my father at the massive 26-foot truck packed with the rotting corpse of their financial stability. You decided all of this, I said slowly, enunciating every syllable, without ever asking me. We are your parents? My father roared. His voice spiked in volume, a classic intimidation tactic he always used when he knew he was dead wrong and needed sheer aggression to compensate. Family helps family. That is how this world works. That is how it has always worked. He suddenly stepped forward, placed both of his large hands flat against my chest, and shoved me. He didn't push me hard enough to knock me to the floor, but he pushed me hard enough to force me backward into my own entryway. He pushed me hard enough to make it violently clear exactly what he thought of me standing in the doorway of my own property, daring to tell him no. In that exact fraction of a second, something deep inside my soul snapped cleanly in half. All the years of being the responsible one, the forgotten one, the reliable backup plan, it all instantly evaporated into pure, cold rage. I planted my feet, raised my hands, and shoved him back with twice the force. He stumbled backward, hit the wooden porch railing hard, and grabbed it to steady himself. He stared at me with wide, genuinely shocked eyes. He wasn't shocked at his own violent behavior, he was shocked at me. He looked at me like I was a wild animal that had just done something completely incomprehensible. Not one single box, I said. My voice was eerily calm, steadier than it had been in years. Not today, not tonight, not ever. I stepped back, slammed the heavy wooden door in his face, locked the steel deadbolt, and slid the heavy brass chain into place. Update 1. He completely lost his mind. He started viciously kicking the bottom of my front door. He kicked it so hard the entire doorframe shook, rattling the pictures on my entryway walls. He screamed my name into the freezing rain, demanding I open the door, threatening to break it down. I didn't say a word. I didn't turn on a single light. I walked into my dark living room, sat down on my expensive leather sofa, and watched my phone silently light up with incoming calls. I waited for my heart rate to slow down. Then, I calmly opened my laptop. Property records in Indiana are completely public. It took me less than 3 minutes navigating a clunky county auditor website to verify every single word my father had just said. The deed transfer was officially recorded on November 10th. The sale price was exactly $675,000. The new owners were listed. It was gone. The beautiful kitchen where my mother baked every Thanksgiving, the large garage where my father and I used to build model airplanes, the backyard where I grew up gone. Sacrificed on the altar of Harper's endless incompetence. I slowly opened Instagram. Harper had posted a new photo just 4 hours ago. It was a beautifully filtered shot of 2 crystal champagne flutes resting on a white linen table. In the background, there was stunning resort architecture, the expensive kind with infinity pools and glowing palm trees. The caption read, "New beginnings. So incredibly grateful for the beautiful souls who never stop believing in my vision. Number healing journey, number blessed." I felt physically sick. I scrolled down. 3 days prior, there was another post. It was a picture of a pristine, cherry red Corvette convertible. The top was down, and a giant, ridiculous red velvet bow was strapped to the hood. The caption read, "Decided I needed something reliable for this next chapter. Thanks Mom and Dad for believing in your girl. Never could have done this without my amazing seed investors." I stared at the glowing screen. My elderly parents were currently shivering in a freezing Honda Accord in my driveway, preparing to force their way into my basement, while their golden daughter was sipping champagne at a luxury resort and driving a brand new sports car bought with my childhood home. I opened my security camera app and switched to the live driveway feed. My father was furiously pacing back and forth in the rain. My mother was sitting on a damp patio chair, her face buried in her hands, her shoulders violently shaking as she sobbed. At exactly 2:14 a.m., my father finally stopped pacing. He marched purposefully around the side of my house, walked directly to my exterior power meter box, and violently ripped the metal door open. He grabbed the main breaker switch and yanked it down. My entire house instantly plunged into pitch blackness. My security cameras seamlessly clicked over to their internal battery backups, perfectly capturing his face in infrared night vision. I calmly took a screenshot and documented the exact timestamp. Dawn finally broke, painting the sky a miserable, bruised purple. At exactly 8:45 a.m., the Corvette arrived. I heard it long before I saw it, the aggressive, obnoxious roar of a V8 engine, echoing off the quiet lake. It aggressively pulled into my driveway, parking diagonally behind the U-Haul, completely blocking everyone in. Harper stepped out. She was wearing knee-high designer boots, massive oversized sunglasses, and a ridiculously fluffy white faux fur coat. She looked like she was arriving at a movie premiere, not a hostage situation. Ew, she whined loudly, staring at the U-Haul. Why is all of our crap still outside? It's freezing. Julian won't open the door, my mother whimpered from the porch, looking pathetic and soaked. Harper looked up, saw me standing silently on my second-floor balcony, and dramatically waved both of her hands in the air. Julian. Stop being such a dramatic psycho, she yelled, laughing as if this was all a hilarious sitcom misunderstanding. Open the door. I need to plug in my ring light and the outlet situation in this dump is going to need a major upgrade. I slid the glass balcony door open and stepped out into the cold air. Nice car, I called down, my voice dripping with venom. She smirked, flipping her hair. Right? I love it. Does this place come with a heated garage, or am I going to have to make Dad build one? The smirk vanished from her face when I didn't laugh. It's a legitimate business asset, she defended quickly. Then go sleep in your legitimate business asset, I replied coldly. Mom and Dad are my seed investors. She shouted, using that exact rehearsed, corporate therapist tone she always used to make her insanity sound reasonable. I am going to return quadruple their investment in 8 months tops. Then they can easily afford a luxury condo. My father stormed out from behind the Honda and pointed a trembling finger at me. 6 months, Julian. He screamed, his face purple with rage. That is all we are asking. 6 months, and then we will find our own place. Open this damn door. F. No, I said softly, and walked back inside, locking the glass door behind me. 20 minutes later, the blue ink note was aggressively shoved under my front door. I stood in my entryway, holding their insane demands, and felt a profound sense of clarity wash over me. I work in cybersecurity. I handle massive, catastrophic data breaches for a living. I have been on panicked conference calls at 3 a.m. where a Fortune 500 company is bleeding $50,000 a minute, and 10 executives are screaming at me to fix it. I have trained my brain to go completely silent in a crisis. You learn to filter out the emotional noise and focus entirely on the raw data. The data was clear. My parents had liquidated their entire life savings, handed the cash to a serial failure, driven across state lines with a massive truck, attempted to physically force their way into my home, intentionally sabotaged my electrical grid in the middle of the night, and were now sliding a delusional, pseudo-legal residency agreement under my door. This was not a family dispute. This was a hostile, calculated siege. I grabbed a thick black Sharpie and wrote absolutely not in massive block letters across my mother's beautiful cursive. I opened the door exactly 2 inches, keeping the heavy brass chain engaged, and shoved the paper back out into the cold. My father snatched it, read it, and his jaw locked in pure fury. He pulled out his cell phone and made a rapid call. I watched through the peephole. 12 minutes later, a white commercial van turned into my driveway. The side read, Apex Mobile Locksmith Services. The driver, a burly guy in a heavy work jacket, hopped out holding a massive canvas tool bag. My father practically sprinted over to him, violently waving a thick wad of cash in the air. My son locked himself inside. My father yelled, intentionally projecting his voice so the entire neighborhood could hear. He's having some kind of severe mental episode. I need you to drill out this deadbolt right now. I immediately slammed my fist against the glass of the front window. I am the sole legal owner of this property, I shouted, making sure my voice easily carried over the rain. I have the deed in my safe. If you touch that lock with a drill, I will immediately call the police, and I will personally ensure you are arrested for breaking and entering. The locksmith froze in his tracks. He looked at my screaming father. He looked at the heavy wad of cash. Then he looked at my dead serious face in the window. I can't do this, man, the locksmith muttered, backing away slowly. I'll double the cash right now, my father screamed, completely losing his mind. I am not going to jail for you, buddy, the locksmith said firmly. He threw his bag into his van, slammed the door, and rapidly reversed out of my driveway, nearly clipping the Corvette on his way out. My father stood in the freezing rain, chest heaving, staring at the departing van. Then, with a primal roar of frustration, he reached down, grabbed a heavy vintage cast iron lantern I kept next to the porch steps, and violently hurled it directly at my front window. The heavy iron smashed into the glass. It didn't shatter completely, but a massive, terrifying spiderweb fracture exploded across the entire pane. I didn't blink. I didn't yell. I simply pulled out my phone and dialed 911. Deputy Vance arrived 20 minutes later. He was a tall, heavily built officer with the exhausted, deadpan energy of a man who had dealt with 1,000 screaming families and was entirely unimpressed by this one. He calmly stepped out of his cruiser and let my father talk first. This is a classic de-escalation tactic. Let the hysterical party completely exhaust their adrenaline. My father ranted for 5 solid minutes. He structured his entire argument around the sacred concept of family, treating it like an unbreakable legal statute. He claimed I was having a breakdown, that he was simply a worried father trying to check on his sick son, and that I had maliciously locked them out of their own temporary residence. Deputy Vance stood perfectly still, his thumbs tucked into his duty belt, listening without a single change in expression. "Do you possess a signed lease for this property, sir?" Vance asked, his voice a low, authoritative rumble. "What? No, I am his father. Do you have a key to this property?" "He refuses to give us the key, that is the entire problem," my father shouted, waving his arms frantically. "Is there any mail delivered here in your name? A utility bill? A bank statement?" Vance asked, completely ignoring the yelling. "He locked us out," my father shrieked, his voice cracking. "Sir," Vance said, his tone dropping an octave, carrying a chilling authority. "I need you to listen to me very carefully. Without a signed lease, without a key, and without established residency, this house is not your home. You have not been locked out. You have been denied entry by the legal property owner. In the eyes of the law, there is a massive difference." I stepped outside onto the porch. I had my printed property deed in my left hand, and my phone cued directly to the security footage in my right. "Are you the legal owner of this residence?" Vance asked me. "Yes, sir," I replied calmly. "Deed has been solely in my name since 2021. Here is the documentation." I handed him the paper. He reviewed it for 3 seconds and handed it back. "Can you show me the footage you mentioned to the dispatcher?" I held up my phone and hit play. I showed him the time-stamped footage from 2:14 a.m. Clear as day, it showed my father marching to the side of the house, ripping open the electrical panel, and aggressively cutting the main power breaker. Deputy Vance watched the video twice. His jaw tightened. He slowly turned around and locked eyes with my father. "Sir," Vance said, his voice dangerously quiet, "did you intentionally cut the power to this man's residence in the middle of the night?" "It was an accident," my father stammered, stepping back. "I was just checking the fuses." "At 2 in the morning?" Vance asked dryly. My father fell completely silent. "Sir, did you also hurl a heavy iron object at the window of this residence?" My mother let out a pathetic, muffled sob from the porch. "He aggressively provoked me," my father yelled defensively. "That is a yes or no question, sir," Vance barked, his hand resting casually near his radio. He glanced at the massive spiderweb crack in my window. "You currently have 2 options," Vance announced to the driveway. "Option 1, you pack your people into your vehicles and you leave this property voluntarily, right this second. Option 2, I formally take a report for malicious destruction of private property and criminal trespass, and I place you in handcuffs in the back of my cruiser. The shattered window alone is a serious misdemeanor. The attempted solicitation of a locksmith to breach a locked dwelling is potentially a second charge. The intentional sabotage of a residential power grid is a third." Vance paused, staring a hole through my father. "Sir, I highly recommend you choose option 1. My father looked at me. It was a look I had seen a million times. It was the look he gave me when Harper crashed a car or failed a class. It was the look that meant, "Julian, step in. Fix this. Absorb the blow for us." I looked him dead in the eyes. "Option 1 sounds perfect to me, officer," I said coldly. My father's shoulders physically collapsed. The blinding rage left his body, replaced instantly by the crushing realization that he had absolutely no power here. "Load the truck," he whispered to Harper. She didn't move. She just stared at him in horror. I said, "Load the damn truck." He roared at her. It took them 3 agonizing hours to repack the U-Haul. I stayed safely inside, watching them on the security cameras. My mother cried the entire time, her shoulders shaking as she weakly carried boxes of fine china through the mud. Harper was completely useless. She refused to lift a single box. Instead, she sat inside the heated Corvette, furiously texting on her phone, occasionally glaring at my house. My father worked in grim, humiliated silence. When the massive truck was finally loaded, my father walked up to my front door one last time. He didn't knock, he just stood there, staring at the Ring camera lens. "You are completely dead to us, Julian," he spat, his voice dripping with absolute disgust. "You have no family anymore." I opened the front door, leaving the screen door locked. "I haven't had a family in 20 years. I replied evenly. "I only had dependents." He turned around, got into the Honda, and drove away. The U-Haul followed. Harper peeled out last in her Corvette, tearing up my lawn in the process. I stood in my quiet house. I looked at the shattered window. I looked at the muddy footprints on my porch. Then, I opened my laptop and went nuclear. I created a burner account on Facebook. I uploaded a massive, public album and tagged every single member of our extended family, aunts, uncles, cousins, family friends. I uploaded the security footage of my father cutting the power. I uploaded the video of the locksmith confrontation. I uploaded high-resolution photos of the shattered window and the iron lantern. I uploaded a scanned copy of my mother's delusional handwritten residency agreement. Then, I uploaded the screenshots of Harper's Instagram posts, the champagne at the luxury resort, the brand new Corvette with the red bow. Finally, I uploaded the public county property record showing the $675,000 sale of my childhood home. My caption was only 2 sentences long. My parents secretly sold their home to fund Harper's luxury lifestyle. Anyone who agrees with their violent attempt to forcibly seize my property is more than welcome to house them. I clicked post at 11:45 a.m. Update 2. By 1 p.m., the massive family group chat which I was still a part of was completely, terrifyingly silent. Nobody said a word. The sheer volume of undeniable, documented evidence had paralyzed them. At 1:15 p.m., my Aunt Clara, my father's notoriously strict older sister, finally broke the silence with a single, chilling text message addressed to the group. "Arthur, you call my phone right this second." My father abruptly left the group chat 3 minutes later. My mother left 10 minutes after that. Harper immediately posted a tearful, black and white Instagram story about toxic family members trying to destroy her healing energy. But the real twist, the one that absolutely blew my mind, came at 3 p.m. when my cell phone rang. It was an unknown number from a prestigious law firm in Grand Rapids. "Is this Julian Hayes?" A deep, professional voice asked. "Who is asking?" "My name is Marcus Thorne. I am a senior real estate attorney. Your father contacted my office this morning, frantically asking if there was any legal loophole that could force a property owner to house destitute family members during a financial crisis." I tightened my grip on the phone. "And what did you tell him?" "I told him absolutely not," Thorne replied smoothly. "But during our consultation, your father revealed a highly sensitive piece of information regarding the sale of his Indiana property. I am calling you because, having seen the viral public post you made, I strongly believe you need to be legally protected from your own family." "What did he tell you?" I demanded. Thorne paused. "Julian, your sister did not just default on a standard business loan. She secretly forged your mother's signature on the commercial loan documents, using your parents' fully paid off home as illegal collateral. When the business failed, the bank discovered the forgery. They were preparing to hand the file over to federal authorities for felony wire fraud." The room started spinning. "She committed federal fraud?" "Yes," Thorne said quietly. "Your parents didn't sell their house just to bail her out of debt. They panic sold their home, paid off the bank in full, and completely covered up a massive federal crime to keep your sister out of a federal penitentiary. They lost everything to protect a felon, and they fully expected you to pay the price for it by sacrificing your home." I hired Thorne on the spot. The very next morning, we filed for an emergency, ironclad civil restraining order against both of my parents and my sister. Thanks to the police report, the shattered window, and the documented power sabotage, the judge granted it immediately. It has been 5 months since that miserable November morning. My parents are currently renting a tiny, cramped, 2-bedroom apartment in a bad part of Lansing, 40 miles away from me. My father, who had been happily retired for 3 years, is now working 50 hours a week as a shift manager at a massive home improvement warehouse just to make rent. It turns out that $675,000 vanishes incredibly fast when you hand $225,000 of it to a delusional criminal who immediately blows it on sports cars and luxury resorts. Harper's bespoke wellness retreat business crashed and burned in late January. Her brand new Corvette was officially listed on Facebook Marketplace 3 weeks ago. The listing begged for a quick cash sale. My mother tried to contact me once through a mutual family friend, crying and begging for an opportunity to explain. I sent a copy of the restraining order back through the same friend. I had the shattered window replaced with reinforced, double-pane glass. I bought a new vintage lantern for the porch. Every single morning, when I unlock my heavy front door and step out into the crisp, quiet Michigan air, I look at the beautiful lake, I look at my empty driveway, and I take a deep breath. It took me 35 years to finally learn how to say no. I just wish I hadn't waited so long to do it. "He's going to take care of us," Dad said after giving my brother everything. My parents priced my brother at $850,000 and me at leftover junk. My name is Marcus. I'm 33 years old, and I want to tell you about the exact moment I stopped being a good son. Or, more accurately, the day my parents made it abundantly clear that I had never really been one to begin with. Let me back up and give you some context. I grew up in Columbus, Ohio. We lived in a modest, vinyl-sided house on a quiet cul-de-sac. It was the kind of neighborhood where everyone knew what kind of car you drove, but nobody really knew what was going on behind closed doors. My parents, Richard and Helen, raised 2 boys in that house, me, and my older brother, Julian. Julian is 36 now, 3 years my senior. For the vast majority of my life, if you had asked me, I would have told you that Julian and I were close. We weren't blood brothers who shared our deepest, darkest secrets, but we were close enough. We'd grab a couple of IPAs every other weekend, argue about Ohio State football, and complain about our wives in that specific way guys do when they are deeply in love but just need to vent about whose turn it was to take out the recycling. It was normal, everyday brother stuff. I thought we had a solid bond. I was wrong. I am a plumbing and HVAC contractor. I have been since I was 19. I skipped the entire college experience because, frankly, traditional schooling was never my arena. I was the kid who couldn't sit still through a 45-minute history lecture without feeling like my skin was crawling and the walls were closing in. The thought of taking on massive student debt for 4 more years of sitting at a desk sounded like a prison sentence that I had to finance. So, I took a different route. I enrolled in a trade school, got my certifications, apprenticed under a grizzled old master plumber, and started working for a local commercial company. By the time I turned 26, I had branched out and started my own small business. It was nothing glamorous. It was just me, a used Ford Transit van, and a willingness to show up at 11 p.m. on a Saturday when a restaurant's grease trap backed up or a homeowner's water heater decided to violently expire. I did okay for myself. Actually, I did much better than okay. Over the years, I built that humble one-man operation into a company that now employs 10 people. I own my home outright. I have a robust retirement portfolio. My wife, Elena, and I are not flying private jets, but we are incredibly comfortable. And the most important part? We earned every single inch of that comfort with our own calloused hands and late nights. Julian, on the other hand, went the traditional, parent-approved route. He got a business degree from a prestigious private university, followed it up with an MBA, and then embarked on a string of high-paying corporate jobs where his title seemed to change every 18 months. Vice President of Synergy, Director of Strategic Implementation. His actual day-to-day responsibilities remained a complete mystery to everyone in the family, possibly even to him. He married a woman named Chloe, who is exactly the kind of person whose entire personality revolves around her aesthetic. If you're wondering what kind of imported Italian Carrara marble she has on her kitchen island, don't worry, she will find a way to tell you within 5 minutes of meeting her. Julian and Chloe live in a massive, sprawling modern farmhouse built in Dublin, Ohio, an affluent suburb. They drive the kind of luxury SUVs that make you wonder if the monthly lease payment comes with a complimentary panic attack. They look incredibly successful. Whether they actually are successful is an entirely different conversation, one that my parents never wanted to have. Here is the fundamental truth about my family dynamic that I didn't fully process until 8 months ago. My parents always treated Julian differently. It wasn't always a glaring, abusive favoritism that you could point to and scream, "That's toxic." It was far more insidious than that. It was the kind of favoritism that acts like water slowly wearing down a stone, quietly, over decades. Growing up, Julian got the master bedroom when my dad built an addition. Julian's travel baseball games were the holy grail of our family calendar. My dad never missed a single inning. Meanwhile, my state wrestling tournaments were always a, "we'll try our best to make it, but your mother has a headache" situation. When Julian graduated with his MBA, my parents rented out a country club banquet room and threw a massive party with 70 guests. When I officially registered my LLC and started my business, I got a pat on the back, a Hallmark card, and a $50 gift card to Home Depot. Look, I know the gift card was practically useful, but the disparity in celebration was deafening. For years, I lied to myself. I told myself it didn't bother me. I rationalized it by saying that parents are just human beings, that they connect differently with different children based on shared interests, and that it didn't mean they loved me any less. It just meant they expressed their love differently. I had constructed this elaborate internal monologue, rehearsing it so many times that it almost felt like the truth. I had Elena. I had my thriving business. I had a life I had built from the dirt up. I told myself I didn't need my parents' approval. I just wanted it. But there is a massive, crushing difference between those two things, and if you let it, that difference will eat you alive from the inside out. Everything shattered 8 months ago. It was a cold, rainy Thursday evening in late October. My parents' kitchen sink had been leaking for about 3 weeks. My mom had called me about it 4 separate times. She didn't call to ask how my day was. She didn't call to see if Elena and I wanted to come over for a Sunday roast. She called exclusively to tell me the sink was still dripping and to ask when I was coming to fix it. Because that is exactly what I was to them. I wasn't Marcus, their son. I was Marcus the plumber. I was the free utility you call when something is broken and you don't want to pay a professional. I drove over to their house straight from a grueling commercial job. I was still in my heavy work clothes, exhausted, my hands stained, and smelling faintly of PVC primer and damp crawl spaces. When I walked through the front door, my dad was anchored to his recliner in the living room, watching some World War II documentary. He barely grunted an acknowledgement when I walked in. My mom was in the kitchen. She didn't say hello. She didn't offer me a glass of water or a cup of coffee. She just pointed at the sink like I was a hired hand who had never been in her home before, said, "It's the handle on the left," and immediately walked back to the laundry room. I sighed, got down on my knees, and slid under the sink. It was an incredibly simple fix. The cartridge inside the faucet valve was worn out. It was a 15-minute job, tops. I realized I needed a specific basin wrench that I had accidentally left in my other truck, but I knew my dad had a spare in the infamous junk drawer next to the refrigerator. You know the drawer. The one stuffed with dead batteries, dull scissors, expired takeout menus from restaurants that closed in 2012, and random screwdrivers. I pulled the drawer open and started digging through the chaotic mess, searching for the wrench. That is when my knuckles brushed against a thick, manila envelope tucked underneath a stack of old appliance warranties and tangled rubber bands. The metal clasp was undone, and the flap was open. I could clearly see heavy, official-looking legal paper inside. Normally, I wouldn't have given it a second thought. People keep random important documents in weird places all the time. But there was a bright yellow sticky note slapped right on the front of it. In my dad's unmistakable, blocky handwriting, it read, "Updated September. Do not lose. September. As in, last month. As in, this was a brand new development." I pulled the envelope out. I know I shouldn't have. I know it was an invasion of privacy. But something deep in my gut, some primal instinct, screamed at me to look inside. And if my 33 years on this earth have taught me anything, it's that your gut is vastly smarter than your brain almost 100% of the time. I slid the papers out. It was a comprehensive copy of my parents' last will and testament, along with their full estate plan. It included trust documents, asset allocations, property deeds, life insurance beneficiaries, the entire financial architecture of their lives, stapled neatly together beneath a cover letter from a high-end estate law firm in downtown Columbus. As my eyes scanned the pages, my hands went completely numb. The blood drained from my face, and the ambient noise of the refrigerator humming seemed to fade into a vacuum. Everything was going to Julian, and I mean everything. The house they lived in, completely paid off. The joint savings accounts. A massive brokerage account I didn't even know existed. The base of no. A beautiful lakefront cabin property down near Hocking Hills that had been in my mother's family for 3 generations. The total net worth, laid out in a neat, clinical spreadsheet at the bottom of the summary page, came to exactly $850,000. Every single cent, every square inch of property, every stock and bond was allocated to Julian Thomas. My name appeared exactly one time in the entire 30-page document. In a minor section buried at the back, titled Other Considerations, there was a single, humiliating sentence. Marcus Richard shall receive personal effects as deemed appropriate by the surviving trustee. Personal effects as deemed appropriate. I wasn't even guaranteed a specific item. I was legally entitled to whatever dusty boxes of worthless junk Julian didn't feel like hauling to the local Goodwill. I knelt there on the cold linoleum floor, staring at the number, and $850,000. I read it 3 times because my brain refused to process the math. I flipped frantically through the remaining pages, desperately hoping I had missed an addendum, a separate trust, a life insurance policy with my name on it. There was nothing. My parents had quantified my worth, and the final tally was 0. I was still kneeling there, the heavy papers trembling in my hands, when I heard my dad's voice boom behind me. He didn't sound concerned. He didn't sound embarrassed that his secret was out. He sounded absolutely furious. "Put that down." I turned around slowly. He was standing in the kitchen doorway, his face flushed a deep, angry crimson. My mom was hovering anxiously behind him, her hands twisting a cheap dish towel into knots, her eyes wide with the panic of a cornered animal. "Marcus, put those documents down right this second," my dad barked, stepping toward me. I stood up. I am 6'2", and my dad is about 5'9". When we are both standing, the physical difference is impossible to ignore. I think in that specific moment, looking up at me, that difference intimidated him more than he would ever admit. I didn't yell. I didn't scream. I held the papers loosely at my side, looked him dead in the eyes, and delivered the calmest, coldest sentence of my life. "What exactly is this?" My dad's jaw clenched so hard I thought his teeth would crack. "That is absolutely none of your business. That is a private, legally binding document." "It has my name in it," I replied, my voice dangerously steady. "Exactly one time, in a section about leftover garbage. I'd say that makes it heavily my business." My mom stepped out from behind him. She deployed the look she always used when she was about to gaslight me into accepting her version of reality. "Marcus, honey, please calm down. You are taking this entirely out of context. Estate planning is very complicated. There is a lot of legal nuance that you just wouldn't understand. The number is $850,000. I interrupted, my voice slicing through the room. "All of it, every penny, goes to Julian." "What specific part of that math am I taking out of context, Mom?" The kitchen fell into a suffocating silence. The only sound was the broken faucet I had been trying to fix. Drip, 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 one drop every 3 seconds. It sounded like a judge's gavel echoing in a courtroom. My dad crossed his arms defensively over his chest. "Your brother has a family to provide for, Marcus. He has significant responsibilities. He has a massive mortgage on that house in Dublin. They plan on having kids soon. He needs the financial security." "I have a family," I shot back, the anger finally bleeding into my tone. "I have a wife, I have a mortgage, I have a business with 10 employees whose mortgages and families depend entirely on me keeping the lights on. How is that not responsibility? That's different, my mom whispered, looking at the floor. How? I demanded, taking a step toward her. Explain to me exactly how it is different. She didn't answer. She just looked up at my dad with desperate, pleading eyes. It was her classic move. Pass the baton. Let Richard deal with the messy emotional fallout. My dad cleared his throat, trying to regain his authority. Look, son. You have done very well for yourself. You've always been the fiercely independent one. You never needed our help to get where you are. You're a survivor. Julian is different. He's had a much harder road. I actually laughed. A harsh, bitter bark of laughter ripped its way out of my chest. Julian had a harder road? I asked, staring at him in sheer disbelief. The guy with a fully funded private college education? The guy with the MBA? The guy with the massive house and the wife who complains about the maid service? That Julian had a harder road than the guy who spent his 20s crawling under mobile homes at midnight in freezing mud to fix burst pipes? He drives an $85,000 luxury SUV. I continued, the dam completely breaking. He went on a 2-week Mediterranean cruise last spring. And you two helped pay for it. Don't look shocked, Mom. I know you gave them money for that trip because you drunkenly bragged about it to Elena's sister at a barbecue. Julian got a $75,000 down payment from you guys for that Dublin mansion. Elena and I scraped together every single cent of our down payment by ourselves. I worked 7 days a week for 3 straight years. Elena took on freelance graphic design jobs until 2 a.m. every night. We never asked you for a dime because we foolishly thought that's what you respected, hard work and independence. Turns out, the only thing you respected was Julian's shameless ability to beg. My dad took an aggressive step forward. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, Marcus. Then explain it to me, I roared, my voice shaking the cabinets. Explain to me why Julian gets an $850,000 empire, and I get your dusty personal effects as deemed appropriate. Explain it to me like I'm the dumb kid who wasn't smart enough for a real university. Explain it real slow, Dad. I saw the words hit him like a physical blow, because those were the exact words he had used against me when I was 18 and told him I was choosing trade school over a 4-year college. He had sneered, said, well, I guess not everyone is intellectually cut out for the academic route, and walked out of the room. It was a sentence designed to make me feel small, and I had carried it like a stone in my shoe for 15 years. My mom started crying. It wasn't loud, hysterical sobbing. It was the quiet, manipulative kind of crying. Her chin trembled, her shoulders shook, and she dabbed at her eyes with a cheap dish towel. For 33 years, that exact performance had worked on me. It was our toxic dance. Step 1, I discover something hurtful they did. Step 2, I get rightfully angry. Step 3, Mom cries. Step 4, I feel overwhelming guilt, swallow my anger, and apologize for having basic human emotions. Step 5, we pretend everything is perfect until the cycle repeats. Not this time. I felt absolutely nothing watching her cry. I need you to answer me, I said, my voice dropping back to a terrifying calm. Why? My dad slowly sank into one of the kitchen chairs. He rubbed his face with both hands, looking suddenly very old and very tired. When he finally looked up at me, he delivered the sentence that would permanently sever our relationship. Because Julian is going to take care of us when we get old. And there it was, the ugly, naked truth, stripped of all the polite estate planning jargon and fake parental concern. This wasn't about love. This was a transaction. They were treating their children like mutual funds, investing heavily in the son they expected a massive return from. The expectation was that Julian would eventually move them into his sprawling Dublin estate. Julian would manage their end-of-life care. Julian would be the beautiful, successful son who hosted the holidays and paraded grandchildren around. I was just the plumber, the blue-collar grunt who fixes the sink for free and goes back to his side of town. Has Julian explicitly agreed to this arrangement? I asked, staring blankly at the wall. My dad looked down at the table. We have discussed the future with him, yes. So, Julian knows about the will. He knows the exact numbers. Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. Julian knows, I stated. It wasn't a question anymore. More silence. Which was the loudest answer they could have possibly given. I slowly walked over to the counter and set the thick manila envelope down. I looked over at the sink. The new $12 cartridge and my tool bag were sitting right there. I could have finished the job in 5 minutes. I could have replaced the part, tightened the valve, wiped up the water, and driven home. That is what the old Marcus would have done. Fix the mess, swallow the agonizing pain, call Elena on the drive home, vent for 20 minutes, and then spend the next 6 months pretending my heart wasn't shattered. Instead, I picked up my heavy tool bag and slung it over my shoulder. I looked at my mother, who was still weeping into her towel, and my father, who refused to meet my gaze. The cartridge in the valve is shot, I said quietly. You can buy a replacement at any hardware store for about $12. There's a guy on YouTube who can walk you through the installation. Good luck with the house. I turned around and walked out the front door. I climbed into the cab of my work truck, the vinyl seat freezing against my back, and turned the key. I didn't touch the radio. I didn't call my wife. I just let the hum of the engine and the biting Ohio wind rushing through the cracked window fill the silence. My mind was a relentless projector, playing back 33 years of memories through a brutal new filter. Every birthday where Julian got the lavish gift and I got a gift card. Every Thanksgiving where Dad spent 2 hours interrogating Julian about his corporate strategies, but never once asked about the massive commercial contracts I was bidding on. Every time Mom introduced us to her country club friends, this is Julian, he's a corporate executive, and this is Marcus. Not Marcus the business owner, not Marcus the self-made man, just Marcus. When I finally pulled into my driveway, Elena was sitting on the living room couch, working on her laptop. She took one look at my pale, devastated face, immediately shut her computer, and walked over to me. What happened? She asked, her voice laced with dread. I sat down at the kitchen island and told her everything. I recited every word, described every eye roll, and laid out the exact $850,000 figure. She didn't interrupt me once. She didn't gasp, or cry, or offer empty platitudes. She just listened intently, her jaw tightening with every sentence. When I finally finished, the house was perfectly quiet for about 30 seconds. Then, she reached across the counter, took my hands in hers, and said 4 words with absolute, terrifying conviction. We are done with them. I know there are people reading this who will think I overreacted. People who will say, it's just money, Marcus, family is more important than an inheritance. You shouldn't throw your parents away over a will. If you think that, you are entirely missing the point. It was never about the money. I didn't need their $850,000. I have my own wealth. I have been building my own impenetrable fortress of security since I was 19. It was about what the money represented. It was a literal scoreboard. It was a legally binding document, notarized and filed with the state, that explicitly stated my parents valued one of their sons at nearly $1 million, and valued the other at whatever dusty garbage was left in the attic. Update 1. That night in the kitchen was exactly 8 months ago. I did exactly what Elena said. I went absolute, scorched earth no contact. I blocked my parents' numbers, I blocked Julian's number, I blocked Chloe's number. And for the first several months, the silence from their end was deafening. None of them even tried to reach out. It proved everything I needed to know. The initial transition was brutally hard. I won't sugarcoat the psychological toll it took. I threw myself into my plumbing business with a borderline manic obsession, which is my default coping mechanism when I am trying to outrun grief. I worked 14-hour days. I took on jobs I normally would have passed on. I was trying to exhaust myself so I wouldn't have to lie awake at night staring at the ceiling. Elena let me run myself ragged for about 2 weeks before she staged an intervention. She sat me down at the same kitchen island and said, Marcus, you cannot outrun this trauma with a pipe wrench. You are bleeding all over the floor, and you need to actually deal with it. She was right, she usually is. I found a therapist named Vance. He was in his late 50s, a former Marine, and exactly the kind of no-nonsense professional I needed. He wasn't the type to let you ramble for an hour and softly ask, and how does that make your inner child feel? If I started making excuses for my parents, Vance would cut me off mid-sentence and say, that is a fictional narrative you are telling yourself to avoid the pain of reality. What actually happened? I liked him immediately. Vance helped me dismantle 33 years of psychological conditioning. He helped me realize that the will wasn't the inciting incident, it was the grand finale. It was the culmination of a lifetime of tiny, calculated decisions my parents had made. I had been pigeonholed as the low-maintenance child. Because I never asked for help, they assumed I never needed it. Because I was self-sufficient, I became invisible. I had adopted a survival strategy. If I am useful, if I fix their sinks and mow their lawns, they will have to love me. Except, they didn't, they just used me. I was a tool in a toolbox, taken out when something was broken, and shoved back into the dark when the job was done. The strangest part about going no contact is the massive vacuum of time and emotional energy it creates in your life. Suddenly, I wasn't spending my Sunday afternoons driving across town to fix my dad's lawnmower while he watched golf. I wasn't spending holidays sitting at the end of a long dining table, passing the mashed potatoes while Julian held court and basked in my parents' adoration. I took all of that reclaimed energy and poured it directly into my future. I had been running my business lean for years, handling all the dispatching, invoicing, and logistics myself. It was a massive bottleneck. I finally bit the bullet and hired a full-time operations manager named Sarah. Sarah was a force of nature. She walked into my chaotic office, took one look at my filing system, which was essentially a series of milk crates labeled with masking tape, laughed out loud, and completely overhauled my life. Within 3 months, Sarah had digitized our entire back end, streamlined our dispatching, and freed me up to focus exclusively on bidding for massive commercial contracts. And we started winning them. We landed a massive renovation for a boutique hotel in the Short North District. We secured the plumbing contract for a massive new craft brewery expansion. By month 5 of no contact, my company's revenue had exploded by 40%. I hired 3 more technicians. I bought 2 brand new, fully wrapped commercial vans. Elena's freelance graphic design business exploded at the exact same time. She transitioned to full-time, built an incredible portfolio, and suddenly had high-paying corporate retainers. We sat down one Saturday morning, looked at our combined financial dashboards, and realized we had built a fortress. We were completely, untouchably secure. I was sleeping 8 hours a night for the first time in my adult life. I felt like I had dropped a 100-pound rucksack I didn't even know I was carrying. Then, around the 6-month mark, the karmic wheel finally turned. Columbus is a big city, but the professional circles can be remarkably small. Through a convoluted grapevine, Elena's sister's husband plays golf with a guy who works in the same corporate building as Julian's wife, Chloe. We started getting incredibly detailed intel. Julian was drowning. His tech consulting firm had gone through a massive, brutal round of corporate layoffs right before the holidays. Julian's position, whatever director of synergy actually entailed, was eliminated, restructured right out of existence. He managed to find another job a few months later, but it was a massive step down in prestige, and more importantly, a massive pay cut. When your entire identity and lifestyle are built on a house of cards financed by debt, a pay cut is a death sentence. The $85,000 SUV payments, the Dublin mansion mortgage, the country club dues, the imported marble, it all started caving in. Chloe started posting bizarre, cryptic things on Instagram about embracing minimalism and finding joy in the simple things, which, as anyone knows, is the universal social media bat signal that a couple has maxed out their credit cards and is facing financial ruin. The big house was apparently feeling very small, and the marriage was fracturing under the stress. But here is where the story goes from sad to poetic. Remember the grand bargain? The reason Julian was getting the $850,000? He was going to take care of my parents. Well, my dad's health took a sudden, sharp decline. His knees finally gave out, and he needed a complex double replacement surgery. At the exact same time, my mom's arthritis flared up so severely she could barely navigate the stairs of their home. They desperately needed help. They needed someone to drive them to physical therapy, clean the house, cook meals, and manage the property. And Julian? Julian was completely AWOL. He was too stressed, too busy trying to save his crumbling lifestyle, too overwhelmed by his own bad decisions to drive across town and change his mother's light bulbs. The golden son, the $1 million investment, was returning absolutely zero dividends when it actually mattered. They had bet their entire estate on a single horse, and that horse was currently getting repossessed. I won't lie to you and say I took the high road. I felt a deep, dark, incredibly satisfying sense of vindication. Update 2. Then, on a Tuesday evening in late March, my phone buzzed on the kitchen counter. I looked down at the screen. Incoming call. Mom. It was the first time I had seen that name on my screen in 8 months. I didn't answer it. I let it ring until it went to voicemail. I stared at the phone like it was a live grenade. Elena walked into the kitchen, saw the look on my face, and immediately knew. Are you going to listen to it? She asked softly. I have to, I replied. I put the voicemail on speakerphone. My mother's voice echoed through our pristine kitchen, and she sounded shockingly frail. She sounded like she had aged 10 years and 8 months. Marcus, honey, it's Mom. I know it's been a long time. I know some things were said last year that were unfortunate, and I know you're upset, but I really need to talk to you. Your father's knee surgery is next week, and the recovery is going to be so hard, and we just desperately need some help around the house. The gutters are falling off, and the basement is damp, and, well, there are some other family matters we should probably discuss. Please call me back. I love you. And I played the message twice. I wanted to analyze every single syllable, and what I found was exactly what I expected. Zero accountability. There was no apology. There was no, we were wrong. There was only, things were said, a classic passive voice deflection, and, you're upset, placing the emotional burden entirely on me. She was rewriting history to frame my justified rage as a silly misunderstanding, right before sliding in her real agenda. We need our free handyman back. I didn't call her back. 2 days later, Julian called. I sent him straight to voicemail too. His message was a masterpiece of narcissistic delusion. Hey man, it's Julian. Look, Mom and Dad are really struggling right now, and I think it's incredibly selfish of you to be ghosting them over some legal paperwork you weren't even supposed to snoop through. They're getting old, Marcus. They need their family. Stop throwing a tantrum and call them back. We need to figure out a schedule for Dad's recovery. Selfish. The guy who happily accepted $850,000 while watching his brother get written out of the family was calling me selfish for not wanting to clean their gutters. It was so perfectly absurd I actually laughed out loud. I took the voicemails to my therapist, Vance. We spent the whole hour dissecting them. Vance looked at me and asked the million-dollar question. What is your endgame here, Marcus? Do you want revenge? Do you want the money? What do you actually want? I thought about it long and hard. I don't want a dime of their money. I don't want to punish them. I just want them to look me in the eye and admit it. I want them to say, out loud, that they valued me less, that they treated me like garbage, and that they were wrong. I want the truth on the record. Vance nodded. Then go get it. Before I made my move, I called up an old high school buddy named Kevin, who is now a viciously smart estate litigation attorney in downtown Columbus. I bought him a plate of brisket at a BBQ joint in German Village and laid out the entire scenario. Kevin wiped barbecue sauce off his chin and gave me the legal reality. Legally, Marcus, you have no standing. Your parents can leave their money to their golden retriever if they want to. However, the $75,000 down payment, the vacations, the explicit verbal agreement that Julian would provide care in exchange for the estate that establishes a clear pattern. If Julian isn't fulfilling his end of the bargain, your parents have a massive problem. But morally, you hold every single card in the deck. You have all the leverage. Armed with that knowledge, I finally texted my mother. I will come to the house this Saturday at noon. I am not coming to fix anything. I am coming to talk. Julian must be there. If he isn't, I leave. 12. Julian must be there. Saturday morning arrived. I didn't dress up, but I didn't wear my work clothes either. I wore a clean flannel, dark jeans, and my boots. I wanted to look exactly like who I was, a man who didn't need them. Elena kissed me at the door and said, do not let them gaslight you. Hold the line. I drove to the house. Julian's leased luxury SUV was parked in the driveway, looking freshly washed. I parked my massive commercial truck right behind him, boxing him in. I walked up to the front door and let myself in. They were all waiting in the living room. It looked like a tribunal. Dad was anchored in his recliner, his bad knees propped up on pillows, looking pale and defeated. Mom was perched nervously on the edge of the sofa. Julian was standing by the fireplace, arms crossed over his chest, trying to project an aura of corporate dominance. He looked exhausted. The bags under his eyes were dark purple. I walked in, didn't say hello, pulled a dining chair into the center of the room, and sat down. I looked at the three of them. Somebody want to start? I asked, my voice echoing in the quiet room. Julian, ever the arrogant executive, took the bait. Yeah, I'll start. You have been acting like a petulant child for 8 months, Marcus. Mom and Dad are dealing with severe medical issues, and you are throwing a pity party because you snooped through private documents and got your feelings hurt. It's time to grow up and help out. I stared at him, letting the silence stretch until it became deeply uncomfortable. Is that what they told you, Julian? I asked softly. That I'm throwing a pity party? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like I walked away from a toxic business transaction. You are standing in a house that is legally promised to you, along with $850,000 in diversified assets. So maybe your perspective on my feelings is a little compromised by your greed. Julian shifted his weight, his corporate armor cracking slightly. He glanced at Dad, but Dad was staring intensely at the carpet. Did you know about the specifics of the will, Julian? I asked, locking eyes with him. He hesitated. I knew they were making arrangements. Don't manage me, Julian, I snapped, my voice cracking like a whip. Did you know the exact terms? Did you know you were getting everything and I was getting nothing? Julian swallowed hard. Yes. Dad and I discussed it last summer. And you didn't think to maybe mention to your brother that he was being entirely cut out of the family legacy? It wasn't my place to discuss their finances, Julian deflected weakly. It wasn't your place to tell me, I repeated, nodding slowly. But it was absolutely your place to quietly accept the $1 million, take the $75,000 down payment for your mansion, let them pay for your Mediterranean cruise, and watch me crawl under their house for free every weekend, right? My mom leaned forward, tears already pooling in her eyes. Marcus, please. We made that estate decision for entirely practical reasons. Julian explicitly agreed to be our primary caretaker when our health declined. That is a massive financial and emotional commitment, and we felt it was only fair to compensate him for that future burden. I turned my gaze entirely to her. Okay, Mom, let's talk about practicality. In the last 8 months, since you signed that document, how many times has Julian come over to help? Silence. How many times has the golden child driven down from Dublin to clean your gutters? How many times has he prepped meals for Dad's surgery? How many times has he fixed the leaking sink that I left broken on the floor 8 months ago? Dad closed his eyes. Mom let out a quiet sob. Julian's face flushed a deep, humiliated red. I'll answer for you, I said, my voice dripping with absolute contempt. Based on everything I know, Julian has been here exactly twice, both for holidays. Meanwhile, when I was in the picture, I was here every single weekend. I saved you thousands of dollars in labor. I was the caretaker. I just didn't charge you $850,000 for the privilege. I've been going through a massive crisis. Julian suddenly exploded, his corporate facade completely shattering. I lost my job. Chloe and I are drowning in debt. I am trying to save my marriage and my house. Marcus, I haven't had the time. I didn't ask about your pathetic financial problems, Julian. I said, my voice dead calm. I asked about your promise. You took the money. You took the down payment. You signed the moral contract. And the absolute second the bill came due, the second they actually needed you, you abandoned them. You are a fraud. The room went completely, terrifyingly silent. The truth was finally out in the open, raw and bleeding on the carpet. I turned to my father. He looked broken. Dad. Look at me. He slowly raised his head. His eyes were shining with tears. In 33 years, I had never seen my father cry. Not once. Why? I asked, all the anger suddenly draining out of me, leaving only a hollow exhaustion. Forget the money. I don't care about the money. My business is clearing more profit in a month than you made in a year. I don't need your house. But I need to know why it was always him. Why was I the afterthought? What did I do wrong? One of the Gadjas. My dad's chest heaved. He looked like a man who had been carrying a crushing weight for decades and had finally collapsed under it. You didn't do anything wrong, Marcus? He choked out, his voice a ragged whisper. You were always so incredibly capable. From the time you were a kid, you just figured the world out. You built a business with your bare hands. You never asked us for a dime. You didn't need us. Julian always needed us. He needed the tutoring, he needed the loans, he needed the constant reassurance. And somewhere along the line, your mother and I made a terrible, unforgivable mistake. We confused you not needing us financially with you not wanting us emotionally. We poured everything into the son who demanded it, and we completely neglected the son who actually deserved it. That is the weakest excuse I have ever heard, I said, though my own throat was tightening. I showed you I wanted you by showing up, by fixing your house, by calling every Sunday. That was my love language, and you exploited it. I know, Dad wept, the tears finally spilling over his cheeks. I see it now. The will was a mistake. Treating you like a handyman was a mistake. Valuing his degrees over your dirt and sweat was the biggest regret of my life. We were entirely, completely wrong. And I am so deeply sorry, my son. My mom was openly sobbing now, burying her face in her hands. We are so sorry, Marcus, we are so ashamed. I looked at Julian. He was staring at the floor, the arrogance completely stripped away, leaving only a tired, broke man who realized he had ruined his family for nothing. You took the deal, Julian, I said softly. You sold me out. I did. Julian whispered, his voice cracking. I was greedy. I was insecure about how successful you were becoming, and I liked being the favorite. It was disgusting, and I am sorry. Lowe's. I sat there for a long time. I let their apologies hang in the air. They weren't perfect apologies, but they were real. The illusion was dead. I am not going to never forgive you. I finally said, standing up. But things are never going back to the way they were. I am not your utility anymore. If we are going to have a relationship, it is going to be on equal footing. Dad, you are going to rip up that will and split it 50/50, or I am walking out that door and never coming back. I'll call the lawyer on Monday, Dad said immediately, without a second of hesitation. I swear to God, Marcus. I nodded. I'll be back on Tuesday to help with the recovery after your surgery. Not because I'm bought and paid for. Because it's the right thing to do. Nodar. I walked out of the house. I didn't fix the sink that day. It has been about 3 months since that confrontation. Things are not perfectly healed. Anyone who tells you that decades of family trauma can be fixed with one dramatic conversation is lying to you. But things are fundamentally different. Dad had his knee surgery. Elena and I took shifts, helping out at the house. Julian took shifts too. We forced him to step up. And to his credit, he did. He swallowed his pride, sold the massive Dublin mansion, downsized to a normal townhouse, and is trying to rebuild his life without my parents' wallet acting as a safety net. 2 weeks ago, my dad drove over to my commercial shop. In 15 years of me running a plumbing business, my father had never once set foot on my property. He walked through the massive warehouse, looked at the fleet of branded vans, looked at my 10 employees loading up for the day, and walked into my office. He stood in the doorway, looking at the massive whiteboard filled with lucrative commercial contracts, and then looked at me. You built all of this? He said, awe in his voice. Yeah, Dad, I replied, leaning back in my chair. I built it. He smiled, a genuine, proud smile. I am so incredibly proud of you, Marcus. I should have been saying that every day for the last 15 years. So, that is my story. I found a piece of paper that told me I was worthless to the people who were supposed to love me most. I walked away, I built an empire out of my own grief, and when the golden child inevitably collapsed under the weight of his own incompetence, I forced my family to look in the mirror. If you are the scapegoat in your family, if you are the kid who gives everything and receives nothing, hear me right now. Your worth is not determined by blind people. Walk away, build your own table. And if they ever come crawling back and ask for a seat, make damn sure they know exactly what it costs to sit with you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a massive commercial contract to fulfill, and my wife is waiting for me at home. My family laughed at my entry-level finance job. At the will reading, my corporate lawyer revealed I was a CEO. Then I took their inheritance. The text from my sister, Chloe, arrived at 7:43 on a freezing Tuesday morning while I was reviewing the final documents for a $6.5 million corporate acquisition. Family meeting Friday 2 p.m., Grandma's will reading. Don't make a scene, Arthur will be there. There was no hello. There was no how are you holding up. There was absolutely no acknowledgement that our grandmother, Beatrice, the woman who had essentially raised us both, had died just 12 days earlier. There was also no mention of the fact that I had been the only person sitting in that sterile hospice room holding her hand when she finally took her last breath. Just orders, as always. I set my phone face down on my mahogany desk, and looked out through the floor-to-ceiling windows of my 40th floor office. Chicago was putting on one of its rare, bitterly cold, crystal clear December mornings. The icy expanse of Lake Michigan looked like shattered glass against the steel blue sky. I stared at the water for a long time, letting the silence of my office ground me. Then I picked up my phone and typed back, "I'll be there." Her reply came in under 30 seconds, "Dress appropriately." This is a formal legal proceeding. I stared at that message for a full minute, a hollow laugh escaping my chest. I was 34 years old. I was the sole founder and CEO of Vanguard Capital Group, a private equity firm currently managing $75 million in assets. I sat on the board of directors for 5 different corporations, 3 of which were publicly traded. I had spent the last 12 years of my life building something incredibly real, something serious, something that actual sophisticated professionals in my industry deeply respected. And I had done every single bit of it quietly, carefully, and without ever once asking my family for a single dollar, a single favor, or a single word of encouragement. But to Chloe, I was still just little Clara, the disappointing younger sister, the one who had fumbled her prestigious birthright and wandered off into finance, of all the mediocre, boring places to end up. I forwarded her text message to my executive assistant, Sarah, with a quick 3-word note, "Block my Friday." Then I went back to the acquisition proposal on my desk. You need to understand something fundamental about my family before I tell you what happened in that downtown conference room. On paper, we are a highly respectable Midwestern dynasty. My grandfather built a massive commercial real estate portfolio in the late 1960s and 70s. But it was my grandmother, Beatrice Hayes, who spent the next 40 years quietly quadrupling its value after he died. She navigated an era when banks literally required a man's signature on a woman's business loan. She didn't care. She found ways around every single closed door, every condescending loan officer, and every sexist competitor. By the time I was born, Hayes Real Estate Holdings was worth somewhere north of $90 million. My father, Robert, inherited the family name, the exclusive country club memberships, and the unshakable, arrogant conviction that he had actually earned something. My mother, Evelyn, had gone to an Ivy League school and considered that fact a permanent personality trait. My sister, Chloe, had graduated from Columbia Law, summered in the Hamptons, and 4 years ago had married Arthur Sterling, Federal Judge Arthur Sterling, as she reminded everyone approximately once per conversation. I had gone to a state university on a full merit scholarship, double majoring in economics and advanced mathematics. I graduated summa cum laude and won the Dean's Medal for academic excellence at the commencement reception. It was a reception my family missed because they had a charity gala that conflicted with the schedule. They came to the actual walking of the stage, but they left immediately after. I stood in the reception hall holding a gold medal and a plastic cup of warm sparkling cider, surrounded by professors who were telling me I had a brilliant mind, and I remember thinking, they're already in the car. That was the exact moment I decided to stop telling them things. It wasn't out of spite, it was out of pure, exhausted pragmatism. Every time I shared an accomplishment, they found a way to make it smaller. At 25, when I told my father I was leaving my safe corporate banking job to start my own firm with my savings, he swirled his scotch and said, "That's a very risky, foolish decision. Clara, have you thought about what you'll do when it fails?" He didn't say times if. He said times when. So, Vanguard Capital launched out of a dingy, shared co-working space in the Loop with $250,000 I had saved through 3 years of brutal, soul-crushing 80-hour work weeks. By 28, we had $20 million under management. By 31, $50 million. Now, we were at $75 million and growing, with a fierce reputation for finding family-owned logistics companies in distress and turning them around faster and more cleanly than anyone in the Midwest expected. My family knew absolutely none of this. At every Thanksgiving, every Christmas, every obligatory Sunday dinner, the dynamic was exactly the same. Chloe would hold court at the head of the table, bragging about Arthur's latest high-profile ruling, their new summer house in Door County, or the judicial fundraiser they had just chaired. My parents would beam with pride. Then they would turn to me with that particular look, not quite pity, not quite contempt, but something that lived uncomfortably right between the two. And my father would ask, "So, Clara, still doing that entry-level finance thing?" I had stopped correcting them years ago. I owned a $2.2 million penthouse condo downtown with a panoramic view of the skyline. But when my mother asked where I was living, I just said, "Downtown." And she would sigh, "Oh, still renting." And I would say, "Nothing." Let her keep the story she preferred in her head. It was so much easier than fighting. The only person in my entire family who ever saw me clearly was Grandma Beatrice. We had started having Wednesday lunches together 6 years ago, just the two of us at a small, quiet French bistro near her townhouse in the Gold Coast. She would ask real, piercing questions. Not, "Are you seeing anyone?" Or "Have you thought about a more stable career?" But "Walk me through that logistics acquisition, Clara. What was the debt structure? How did you restructure their bloated management team?" She understood every single word because she had done vicious versions of it herself in a much harder era with far fewer tools. She was the only person on earth who knew the full, unvarnished truth about what I had built. "They deeply underestimate you, Clara," she had said last spring over a plate of cocoa vin and a glass of expensive Bordeaux. "That is not a tragedy. That is your greatest competitive advantage in life. Use it." I thought about that conversation constantly after she died. I had been with her when it happened, on a quiet Tuesday evening 12 days before the scheduled will reading. The hospice nurse had called me at 3:30 p.m. to say it would likely be that night. I dropped everything, left a board meeting, and drove straight from my office. My parents were on a luxury Mediterranean cruise they had booked 8 months ago. We paid in full, my mother had carefully noted over the phone, as though a non-refundable deposit was a valid factor when your own mother was actively dying. Chloe had a judicial fundraiser she absolutely couldn't miss. Arthur had a docket obligation. So, I sat with Grandma Beatrice for 5 hours. I held her fragile, paper-thin hand. I talked to her even after she stopped responding, because a doctor had once told me that hearing is the last sense to go, and I desperately wanted the last voice she heard to be someone who loved her without an agenda. Her last coherent words to me that afternoon were spoken with her eyes closed and a very small, tired smile on her face. "You've always been the smartest one in the room, Clara. Don't ever let them make you forget that." I didn't cry then, I was saving it. Update 1. Friday arrived cold, gray, and threatening snow, which is to say, it arrived as a typical Chicago day in December. I dressed incredibly carefully. I wore a tailored charcoal Tom Ford pantsuit, understated but expensive jewelry, and pulled my hair back into a sleek twist. I looked exactly like what I was, a serious, high-net-worth businesswoman attending a formal legal proceeding. But I knew the absolute second my family saw me, they would read it as Clara trying way too hard to look professional. That was fine. Let them think it. Vance and Associates occupied the top 3 floors of a towering glass high-rise overlooking the Chicago River. Harrison Vance, 72 years old, senior partner, and one of the most feared and respected estate attorneys in the Midwest, had been my grandmother's personal legal counsel for over 4 decades. I had been to his offices 3 times before, all for trust planning meetings that my family had absolutely no idea had ever occurred. I arrived at 1:45 p.m. My parents were already sitting in the sprawling, leather-bound reception area. My mother was drowning in Chanel and quiet anxiety. My father was wearing a custom suit and the specific, arrogant expression of a man who expects to be handed a kingdom. They looked up when I walked in. "Clara, you're surprisingly early," my mother said, her tone dripping with passive aggression. My father just grunted. I sat across from them, and we waited in the kind of suffocating silence that only accumulates over decades of unspoken resentment. At exactly 1:58 p.m., Chloe swept into the room with Arthur trailing behind her. She was radiant in the way she always was when she knew she had an audience. She was dressed head to toe in designer Italian wool, her massive diamond engagement ring catching the recessed lighting like a distress flare. Her posture was perfectly calibrated to announce that she and federal judge Arthur Sterling were doing everyone in the room a massive favor simply by breathing the same air. "Sorry we're late," she announced to the room, though they technically weren't. Arthur had to finish an emergency conference call with the appellate court. Arthur nodded at the room with the patient, weary magnanimity of someone accustomed to being the smartest and most important person in any given zip code. He was tall, silver-haired, and undeniably distinguished. In any other context, I might have found him genuinely impressive. In this one, I already knew significantly more about his wife's family finances than he did. We were ushered into the main executive conference room. It featured dark mahogany walls, high-backed leather chairs, and panoramic windows showing the frozen river below. Harrison Vance sat at the head of the massive table. Beside him was Patricia Lynn, a slight, precise, sharply dressed woman in her 50s who served as the trust's dedicated legal architect. Patricia had worked directly with Grandma Beatrice and me for 6 years on the estate restructuring. I trusted her implicitly. And beside Patricia, sitting calmly in a chair that my family clearly had not expected to be occupied by a stranger, was David Carmichael. David was my personal corporate attorney. Chloe's eyes immediately darted to David, narrowed almost imperceptibly, but she said nothing. We all sat down. My family arranged themselves on one side of the long table. Arthur sat at the end nearest to Harrison, projecting authority. I sat on the completely opposite side, next to David. The physical geography of the room felt heavy and significant even before a single word was spoken. Harrison opened with the standard legal pleasantries. He spoke of Beatrice's long life, her formidable business accomplishments, and the 40-year friendship between attorney and client. My mother dabbed her eyes with a tissue. My father stared out the window, clearly impatient for the numbers. Chloe held Arthur's hand on the tabletop, looking solemn. I just thought about Grandma Beatrice teaching me how to play chess when I was 9 years old in her sunroom. Always think 3 moves ahead, Clara. And never, ever show your opponent what you're really planning until the trap is already sprung. Harrison slowly opened the thick leather folder in front of him. Hayes Real Estate Holdings is currently valued at approximately $115 million. He paused deliberately, letting the sheer weight of that number settle over the room. My father's eyes gleamed. There are also liquid assets, personal property, and several smaller, highly lucrative investment vehicles. The primary instrument controlling all of this is an irrevocable trust Beatrice established 25 years ago, and substantially modified 6 years ago. Standard practice, Arthur interrupted, his deep judicial voice warm, authoritative, and entirely performative. Trusts avoid probate, smart planning. Indeed, Arthur, Harrison said dryly. However, this specific trust has a rather unusual feature. Beatrice named a singular chief trustee with absolute, full discretionary authority over all assets, liquidations, and distributions. My father immediately sat forward, adjusting his tie. He was the eldest child. He had been arrogantly assuming this exact moment belonged to him for decades. Well, that would obviously be me, he said confidently. No, Robert, Harrison said, his voice flat. It wouldn't. He nodded to Patricia. Patricia opened her own heavily tabbed folder, looked up, and said clearly and without a single ounce of drama, the chief trustee of the Hayes estate is Clara Evelyn Hayes. The silence in the conference room lasted for exactly 3 seconds. Then, my entire family disintegrated into chaos. That's absolutely absurd. My mother shrieked, dropping her tissue. There has to be a clerical mistake. My father demanded, his face flushing red. This cannot possibly be legal, Chloe snapped, already turning to her husband. And Arthur, judicial Arthur, reasonable Arthur, the man who literally made a living out of staying composed under pressure, raised one hand to silence his wife and said with perfect, condescending authority, Harrison, with all due respect to the deceased, Clara is 34 years old and, as I understand it, works in an entry-level, junior finance position. This seems to raise serious, actionable questions about judgment. Not about the document, not about the law, but about Beatrice's mental judgment at the time of signing. I felt something go very, very still and cold in the center of my chest. David Carmichael cleared his throat. I'm David Carmichael, Miss Hayes's corporate counsel. He didn't raise his voice. He was a shark who never needed to yell. For the formal record, Clara is the founder and CEO of Vanguard Capital Group, a registered private equity and investment advisory firm currently managing $75 million in corporate assets. She serves on the board of directors for 5 companies, 3 of which are publicly traded. She holds a fiduciary designation. She has personally managed complex trust structures for multiple high-net-worth clients for a decade. She is, by any professional or legal standard, eminently qualified for this role. The room became a completely different kind of quiet, a suffocating, stunned silence. My family was staring at me the exact way people stare at a complex optical illusion after the hidden image suddenly resolves in their brain. Like the picture hadn't changed, but their fundamental ability to see it had been permanently altered. You said you worked for a finance company, my mother stammered, her voice having gone very small. I do, I said calmly, looking her dead in the eye. I own it. Chloe's face went bright red. This is ridiculous. It's a lie. She turned frantically to Arthur. Tell them this can't stand. Contest it. But Arthur was looking at me completely differently now. I could literally see the judicial mind working behind his eyes, sorting through mental files, reclassifying the threat level. You're the CEO of Vanguard Capital? He said slowly. The firm that handled the massive Horizon Logistics turnaround last year? Yes, I said. And you sit on the board of Apex Medical? I saw your name on an SEC filing a few months ago, but I assumed it was a coincidence. Yes, I said again. He slowly sat back in his heavy leather chair. I watched him recalibrate every single thing he thought he knew about me. And for one brief, unguarded moment, I saw something dangerously close to actual respect cross his face before he forced the professional, neutral mask back into place. Patricia continued with the trust distributions, ignoring the tension. Annual payments to Robert and Evelyn Hayes, $200,000 each. Inflation adjusted, guaranteed for life, $125,000 annually to Chloe Sterling. That's it? My mother's voice went up a full octave. From a $115 million estate? The trust heavily prioritizes aggressive asset growth and substantial charitable giving, Harrison said patiently. Those distributions are, by any reasonable metric, incredibly generous for people who did not contribute to the principal. What about the physical properties? My father's composure was completely cracking now. The commercial buildings in the Loop, the summer house in Lake Geneva, those belong to the Blood family. All held firmly in the trust, Patricia said, under Clara's exclusive management. Chloe stood up, her chair scraping violently against the hardwood floor. I want to contest this right now, Arthur. On what grounds can we fight this? On the grounds that it's insane, Chloe yelled, her voice entirely losing its carefully curated social polish. She's never once mentioned having a job that actually matters. She disappears for months at a time. She barely calls, and now she just waltzes in here and steals everything? I'm sitting right here, Chloe, I said, my voice dangerously low. Don't. Chloe snapped, turning to face me fully, the mask coming all the way off. Don't you dare act like you deserve this, Clara. You abandoned this family years ago. You skip every holiday. You didn't even bother to visit Grandma until it was financially convenient for you. Every Wednesday for 6 years, I thought to myself, every single Wednesday. She was senile, my mother said, grasping at straws, her hands shaking. No, Patricia said firmly, and there was absolute steel in her tone. I assessed Beatrice's mental capacity personally. We had 3 independent, board-certified physicians evaluate her over the last 5 years. She was fully, undeniably competent. She knew exactly what she was doing. Harrison reached into his folder and slid a thick, cream-colored envelope across the polished wood table directly to me. My name was written on it in Grandma's handwriting, the distinctive, looping cursive she had used my entire life. My hands were not perfectly steady when I opened it. I wasn't going to pretend otherwise. Dearest Clara, if you are reading this, I am gone. And your family is probably having a massive, collective breakdown in Harrison's office. Good, they desperately need it. You have spent your entire adult life being severely underestimated by the exact people who should have celebrated you. I watched them dismiss your incredible achievements, belittle your life choices, and treat you like a permanent afterthought. It broke my heart every single time. I am making you chief trustee because you are the only one with the intelligence, the ruthless integrity, and the skill to actually carry this immense responsibility. But I am also doing it because I want them to finally see you. Really, truly see you. You built a literal empire from absolutely nothing. While they spent their inheritance advances and married for social prestige, you stayed humble while they bragged. You kept learning while they rested on their hollow credentials. Don't let them bully you today. Don't let them make you feel an ounce of guilt. You earned this through pure character. Not by being born first. Not by marrying well. Also, there is something they don't know. Something I never told them because it was none of their damn business. Check the trust documents. Hayes Holdings LLC, page 47. I think you'll find the architecture quite interesting. I love you, my sweet, brilliant girl. Make me proud. Which, of course, you already have. Grandma. I read the letter twice. My eyes burned furiously, but I was absolutely, under no circumstances, going to cry in front of them. What does it say? My father demanded, reaching out. It's personal, I said, folding it. Chloe reached aggressively across the table for the letter. I slid it out of her reach without even looking at her. No. Patricia was already sliding the massive, 400-page trust binder toward me. It was heavily tabbed and meticulously indexed. I turned to page 47, and for a second, I actually stopped breathing. Hayes Real Estate Holdings wasn't a single corporate entity. It was the parent umbrella company of 22 different limited liability companies, each one holding various commercial properties across the Midwest. That was standard estate architecture. Nothing surprising. But 6 years ago, the exact time we started our Wednesday lunches, the time she started asking real questions about my firm and deciding she trusted my financial acumen, she had made quiet, massive changes. She had legally transferred partial ownership of 16 of those LLCs directly to me, not through the trust. Structured as irrevocable gifts under the annual exclusion limit, spread meticulously across 6 years, heavily documented, and completely clean from a tax perspective. It meant I personally, outright owned 40% of the entire $115 million Hayes real estate empire, completely outside the trust structure. Not subject to any legal contest. Not dependent on anyone's approval. The trust controlled 60%. I personally controlled 40%. Together, I controlled absolutely everything. David leaned over, read the page, saw exactly what I was seeing, and kept his face carefully, professionally neutral. Arthur, whose legal mind was already working frantically through the implications of the silence, narrowed his eyes. What exactly is on page 47? The LLC ownership breakdown, I said, my voice remarkably steady. Grandma was very, very thorough. Harrison allowed himself the smallest, briefest smile I had ever seen on a 72-year-old man's face. She certainly was. Beatrice restructured her core holdings 6 years ago with Clara's direct, confidential assistance. The arrangement is, as you'll see if you read it, quite legally elegant. What does that actually mean in English? My mother asked, her voice trembling. It means, Patricia said coldly, that even if you somehow manage to contest the trust in court, which I assure you, you will not win. Clara still personally controls a massive, independent portion of the assets outright. Beatrice meticulously ensured that Clara's financial position is completely unassailable by any legal challenge you could possibly bring. The room went quiet again, a totally different quality of quiet this time. It was the silence of total defeat. Chloe sank slowly back into her chair, looking physically ill. My father's face was dark, mottled red. This is a profound betrayal. After everything we did for her. You did nothing for her, Clara. The words came out of my mouth much harder and sharper than I intended, but I didn't walk a single one of them back. She built her empire completely by herself in the 1960s when women couldn't even get business loans without a man's signature. She survived a husband who nearly bankrupted them. She outlasted vicious competitors who tried to crush her. She didn't need your help. I looked at my father steadily, letting the disgust show. You needed hers. How dare you speak to us like that? My mother whispered. It's the absolute truth, I fired back. She gave you massive cash distributions for your entire adult lives. She paid for your Ivy League educations, your extravagant weddings, your luxury house down payments, and you treated her like a burden. Like a walking ATM. I paused, letting the silence stretch. When was the last time any of you actually visited her? Not for a birthday dinner, where others were watching. Not when a quarterly check was due. Actually sat down and visited her? No one answered. The silence was deafening. I had lunch with her every single Wednesday for 6 years, I said, my voice finally cracking just a fraction. I was there when the doctor diagnosed her with cancer. I drove her to chemotherapy when you were too busy. I sat with her through the nausea. I was holding her hand in the hospice room when she died. I looked at each of them in turn, my gaze lingering on my sister. Where were you? A cruise? A fundraiser? My mother's face completely crumpled. Real tears this time, not the performative dabbing from earlier. My father stared a hole into the mahogany table. Chloe said nothing, staring blankly ahead. Arthur cleared his throat, adjusting his collar. Perhaps we should reconvene when tempers have cooled. No. Chloe's voice was different now. It was quieter, colder, and desperate. She looked at me directly. I want to know something. Did you manipulate an elderly, dying woman for money? The accusation hung in the freezing air of the conference room like a lit match over gasoline. David immediately started to speak, his lawyer instincts kicking in. I put a firm hand on his arm to stop him. I helped Grandma structure her estate to reflect her actual values, I said, staring unblinkingly at my sister. I suggested family support without permanent dependency, heavy charitable giving, strategic, aggressive management of what she spent her life building. Every single decision was hers. I provided the financial expertise she asked for, and that's what I gave her. How convenient, Chloe spat. And now you're rich. I was already rich, Chloe, I said flatly. My company generates roughly $4.5 million in annual net revenue. I didn't need Grandma's money. I met her eyes, refusing to look away. I needed her to see me. She was the only one in this family who ever did. Something in Chloe's face violently shifted at that. A flinch she didn't quite manage to hide behind her anger. You think you're so smart, she hissed, but the contempt in her voice had lost its footing. With your private equity company and your designer suit and your impressive sounding job title, you're still just little Clara. The family disappointment. The one who couldn't even get into an Ivy League school. I didn't apply to the Ivy League, I said softly. I didn't want their prestige. I wanted to build something real. I looked at her steadily. And I did. Arthur put a firm hand on Chloe's arm. We should go. She violently pulled away from him. You manipulated a dying woman. Enough. Arthur's judicial voice echoed off the walls, full force. Chloe blinked rapidly, as though she had entirely forgotten what it felt like to be on the receiving end of his authority. That is an incredibly severe accusation that you cannot prove and absolutely should not make on the record. The trust documents are ironclad. The LLC transfers were documented and clean. Clara's professional qualifications are legitimate and substantial. This is over, Chloe. You lost. She looked at her husband like he had suddenly changed shape. Then she looked back at me, and what I saw in her face wasn't rage anymore. It was something incredibly raw. It was fear. Or maybe the specific, terrifying vertigo of realizing that a comforting story you've told yourself for 30 years has just been entirely, mathematically proved false. She grabbed her designer coat and walked out without another word. Arthur paused at the heavy glass door. He turned back, looked at me with an expression that was, for the first time in 4 years, completely devoid of condescension. For what it's worth, Clara, he said quietly, I'm sorry. We clearly should have paid much more attention to who you actually were. Then he turned and followed his wife out. Update, 2. Low. When the room finally cleared of my family, I slumped back into my chair, suddenly exhausted. Harrison, Patricia, and David stayed seated. The three of them exchanged a quiet, knowing look, the specific look of professionals who had spent months preparing for exactly this detonation and were profoundly relieved it had gone exactly as projected. Beatrice predicted your father would immediately invoke birth order. Patricia said, organizing her files. She said your mother would cry real tears only when confronted with her absence. And she knew your sister would threaten legal action through Arthur. She knew them terrifyingly well, David noted. She knew you much better, Harrison said, looking at me kindly. She sat in this exact room 6 years ago, and told me that you were the only person in her bloodline with both the raw intelligence and the moral integrity to carry this burden without letting it destroy you. She was right, I whispered. I thought she was almost always right. We spent the next 2 hours, meticulously reviewing the trust mechanics. $115 million in real estate assets, generating approximately $8.5 million in annual net operating income. After the mandatory family distributions and property operating costs, roughly $6.2 million annually was available for reinvestment and charitable giving. Grandma had explicitly specified a minimum of 20% of annual trust income at current levels, roughly $1.2 million to go strictly to nonprofits supporting women entrepreneurs, first-generation college access, and ovarian cancer research. She had essentially created a massive private foundation, fully funded it, and handed me the keys to drive it. Just before we adjourned, Patricia pulled one final document from her briefcase. Beatrice left specific, separate instructions about her personal property. There are items at her old house she wanted you to have immediately. The Lake Geneva house? I asked, confused. No, Patricia said gently, her original historic brownstone, in Lincoln Park. I looked up sharply, my heart skipping a beat. She sold that place 15 years ago when she downsized to the townhouse. Patricia shook her head slowly, a sad smile on her face. She let everyone in the family believe she sold it. In reality, she held it buried in one of the shell LLCs. She's been quietly renovating and preparing it for the last 2 years. Patricia paused, sliding a brass key across the table. She told me you would know exactly what to do with it when you saw it. I drove to Lincoln Park the next morning. The historic 1890s brownstone sat on a quiet, tree-lined street. It had dark wood beams, custom built-in bookshelves, and a massive window seat in the study that caught the morning light perfectly. I had spent every single childhood summer running through those halls until the year Grandma supposedly downsized and our extended family abruptly stopped gathering. She had been secretly keeping it all that time. The house had been completely updated. A chef's kitchen, renovated marble bathrooms, fresh paint, but the soul and the bones were exactly as I remembered. I walked into the study. Sitting perfectly centered on the vintage oak desk placed there intentionally was a second envelope. Clara, this house holds my absolute best memories. You learned to read sitting in that window seat. Your grandfather proposed to me in the garden out back. This house is everything I ever believed in: roots, legacy, and continuity, but I have also lived long enough to know that family is not just shared blood. Real family is the people who genuinely see you, who celebrate your victories instead of deeply resenting them. Your real family might end up being the friends you've chosen, the brilliant corporate team you've built, the mentors who guided you when I couldn't. This house is yours. Truly, legally yours. Not held in the trust. I transferred the deed to your name 4 months ago. It is my final gift to you, simply for being exactly who you are. Live here. Build your beautiful life here. Fill these empty rooms with people who actually deserve your time. Forgive your parents and your sister if you can. Not because they deserve your forgiveness, but because holding on to that anger is a heavy weight you simply don't need to carry anymore. They are deeply flawed people who made small, selfish mistakes over and over again until those mistakes just became a habit. Don't let their bad habits define your future. But don't ever forget who you are, either. You are the girl who built an empire from nothing. You are the woman who sat with a dying old lady because it was the right thing to do, not the profitable thing. You were never the family disappointment, Clara. You were always my greatest success story. They just couldn't see it. All my love, Grandma. I stood in the center of the quiet study, the winter sun streaming through the window, holding the letter. I was a CEO, with $75 million under management. I was a fiduciary responsible for a $115 million trust, and I finally broke down and let myself cry. Not from grief, not from the triumph of revenge, but just from the sheer, overwhelming, accumulated weight of finally being seen. Monday morning brought 22 missed calls from various family members. I didn't return a single one. On Tuesday afternoon, my mother physically showed up at the Vanguard Capital offices. My assistant, Sarah, called my desk with a panicked 3-minute warning. It wasn't enough time to hide, but it was enough time to sit up straight, adjust my blazer, and remember exactly who I was in this building. My mother walked into my massive corner office. She looked at the expensive art, the sweeping view of Lake Michigan, the frantic energy of the analysts working in the bullpen outside. She sat carefully in the chair across from my desk, the exact same desk where I signed multi-million-dollar acquisition agreements, and folded her hands in her lap. She looked at me like someone who has finally, painfully understood that she's been reading the exact same book upside down for 30 years. "I've been thinking," she said, her voice trembling slightly, "about what you said in the conference room, about us not visiting Grandma, about us never asking about your actual life." She took a shaky breath. "You were completely right. We made terrible assumptions. We stopped paying attention to you." She was quiet for a long moment, staring at her hands. "I am so deeply sorry, Clara. I'm sorry we didn't see what you had built here. I'm sorry we weren't there for you when it actually mattered." I had desperately wanted that exact apology for 15 years. But hearing it now felt less like a profound relief and more like arriving at a destination completely exhausted, realizing the grueling journey itself was more defining than the finish line. "Thank you for saying that, Mom," I said quietly. "Can we please try to start over?" Her voice cracked completely on the last word. "Can we try to be a real family?" I thought about Grandma's letter. "Forgive them if you can." "I don't know," I answered honestly. "I am willing to try. But it's going to take a lot of time, and it's going to require actual, fundamental change. Not just apologies." She nodded rapidly, real tears spilling over her mascara. "Will you please come to Thanksgiving dinner?" "Yes," I said, "but I'm hosting it at the Lincoln Park House, and I'm bringing my executive team. They are my family too." My mother flinched just slightly at that, but then she forced a nod. "We would love to officially meet them," she said softly. 2 days later, I received a text from Chloe. "Arthur says he owes you a profound professional apology." Then, a minute later, "He's right. And so do I. I was completely awful to you. I'm so sorry." I stared at the screen for a long time. I thought about all the years of small, biting humiliations. All the holiday dinners where I forced a smile and said absolutely nothing to keep the peace. All the times I had driven home alone to my condo and lied to myself that their approval didn't matter. Then I typed back, "Accepted. But this is going to take time, Chloe." Her response came immediately. "I completely understand." 6 months later, I stood at the oak podium in the massive ballroom of a downtown hotel for the first annual Hayes Family Foundation grant ceremony. We were giving away $1.2 million to 18 different organizations. There were grants for struggling women entrepreneurs in Chicago, full-ride scholarships for first-generation college students, and a massive endowment for the ovarian cancer research program at Northwestern that Grandma had secretly funded for 2 years before she died. My parents were sitting in the front row of the audience. Chloe was there, with Arthur sitting quietly beside her. They had attended every single quarterly trust meeting since the explosive will reading. They asked actual, respectful questions about the portfolio. They listened intently to my answers. They had permanently stopped referring to my life's work as that finance thing. The Lincoln Park brownstone was fully furnished now. I had hosted a chaotic, beautiful Thanksgiving there. My parents, Chloe, Arthur, my Vanguard executive team, David, and Patricia had all crammed into the dining room. It was a loud, awkward chaos of people who didn't quite know how to interact yet, filling those old rooms with noise, expensive wine, and the tentative, fragile, exhausting work of beginning to actually trust one another. Every Wednesday afternoon, without fail, I drive to the cemetery. I bring fresh white peonies, and I sit by the headstone. I tell Grandma Beatrice about the week. I tell her about the trust's financial performance, the new corporate acquisitions Vanguard is making, the foundation grants we've issued, and the slow, imperfect, genuinely hopeful process of rebuilding a family with people who had spent decades tearing me down. But mostly, I just thank her. I thank her for seeing me when no one else bothered to look, for fiercely believing in me long before I had the financial evidence to justify it, for teaching me, in a quiet hospice room on a freezing Tuesday, that the ultimate work of a life is not about proving other people wrong, it's about proving yourself right. Vanguard Capital Group now officially manages $92 million in assets. The Hayes Trust is valued at $121 million and growing steadily. I mentor 4 young women who are brutally fighting to build their own investment firms from nothing, the exact same way I did. My family collects their trust distributions, respectfully attends the foundation events, and treats me like an equal. The Lincoln Park house is full of light and life again. And every single time I sign a legal document that reads Time's chief trustee, every time I close a massive deal, I hear her voice in my head. You've always been the smartest one in the room, Clara, don't ever let them make you forget that. I never will, Grandma. I promise you, I never will. Dad called me a materialistic for not letting my sister trash my property, so I billed her $4,200, locked them out, and uncovered Dad's dark secret. I, 31 desperately need some perspective because my family is making me feel like I am losing my mind over something I bled to achieve. 4 years ago, I finally closed on a beautiful A-frame vacation cabin tucked away in the Blue Ridge Mountains, about 3.5 hours from the city where I live. Let me be crystal clear right out of the gate, this was not some generational wealth inheritance or a generous family gift. I saved for this for 7 agonizing years. I work in high-level financial consulting, routinely pulling 7-0-hour weeks. For years, I lived in a cramped, drafty studio apartment that smelled faintly of mildew, ate bulk pasta, and drove a rusting 1999 Toyota Corolla with no air conditioning, all just to make this dream a reality. The cabin is my absolute sanctuary. It is the only place I can go to decompress after brutal, soul-crushing work periods. It is where I sit on the wraparound deck to write the thriller novel I have been working on, and where I can finally breathe clean air without the suffocating pressure of demanding corporate clients and city smog. My father, Thomas, 60 meters, has always harbored deeply frustrating ideas about fairness. Growing up, his golden rule was equity over equality, which in practice meant my younger sister, Chloe, 24/5, always got significantly more resources because she needed them more. When I was working 2 grueling part-time jobs in high school just to save for college textbooks, Chloe was gifted a brand new Honda Civic for her sweet 16 because young women need reliable transportation to stay safe. When I graduated with $45,000 in heavy student loan debt that kept me up at night, Chloe's out-of-state college tuition was fully funded in cash because, as Dad put it, we learned from our financial mistakes with you. I made peace with that blatant favoritism years ago. I built my own success from the ground up, but apparently, that hard-earned success has now become a massive problem for them. Last month, Dad called me on a Tuesday evening with what he tried to present as a perfectly reasonable, casual request. He demanded that I give Chloe a spare set of keys and open, unrestricted access to my mountain cabin whenever she wanted it. His reasoning? I quote, "Young people in their 20s deserve formative experiences more than established adults need luxury getaways." He genuinely argued that I was selfishly hoarding resources that could create core memories for Chloe and her circle of friends. He actually had the absolute audacity to use the phrase, "Wealth redistribution starts at home, Liam." I tried to keep my voice level. I explained that this cabin is not a luxury flex for me. It is my mental health retreat, my dedicated writing space, and my largest financial investment. Furthermore, the property isn't just sitting there collecting dust. I drive up there at least 2 weekends a month, and I spend entire weeks there when my firm allows me to work remotely. But according to Dad, my quiet recreational use is vastly inferior to Chloe's developmental experiences. For context, Chloe graduated college 10 months ago with a generic communications degree. She is currently in her finding herself era, living completely rent-free at Dad's house while working maybe 12 hours a week at a trendy boutique Pilates studio. Her entire personality revolves around posting constantly on social media about manifesting abundance, vibrational alignment, and creating space for pure joy. Apparently, manifesting abundance actually means demanding my physical space for her joy. The phone conversation rapidly deteriorated into a screaming match when I coldly suggested that if these mountain experiences were so vital to her spiritual journey, maybe Chloe could work 7-0-hour weeks and save for her own real estate like I did. Dad instantly accused me of being a materialistic, cold-hearted capitalist. He said I was gatekeeping happiness, and that my scarcity mindset was actively preventing me from sharing my blessings with my own flesh and blood. He even threw in my face that I should be on my knees thanking him for the childhood stability that allowed me to save money in the first place, conveniently amnesiac to the fact that my stability came from my relentless work ethic, not his wallet. The absolute kicker? He ended the call by heavily sighing and saying he was deeply disappointed in the cold man I had become, and that my mother, who passed away 6 years ago from breast cancer, would be utterly heartbroken to see me choosing wood and glass over my own sister. That felt like a physical punch to my solar plexus. Mom was the only one who truly understood my desperate need for solitude and quiet space. She was actually the very person who encouraged me to start a savings account for a cabin when I was just a stressed-out teenager. I ignored his follow-up text messages demanding I reconsider my toxic stance. Almost immediately, Chloe started posting highly passive-aggressive Instagram stories with quotes about family members who let money rot their souls, and the tragic difference between being financially successful and spiritually significant. My Aunt Brenda even called me at work to inform me that I was the main topic of gossip at the Sunday family barbecue, universally condemned as the selfish, arrogant nephew who refuses to share his toys. Am I really being the materialistic gatekeeper my father says I am for protecting the one thing I worked my entire youth to afford? Edit to clarify some recurring questions in the comments. Yes, I have actually let Chloe use the cabin before. Twice, in fact, shortly after I bought it. Both times she looked me in the eye and swore it would just be her and one quiet girlfriend doing yoga. Both times I arrived weeks later to find undeniable evidence of massive, raging parties. I found empty tequila bottles stuffed in the surrounding bushes, deep hookah coal burn marks scarred into my expensive cedar deck, and my furious neighbor complained about thumping bass music lasting until 4 a.m. She did hire a cleaner afterward, but sweeping the floors doesn't fix burned wood or broken trust. Also, the cabin is 100% paid off. I bought it entirely in cash to avoid the crushing stress of a 30-year mortgage. According to Dad, this makes my refusal even more sociopathic, since I don't even have monthly bank payments to worry about. Update 1 to 3 weeks later. Well, Reddit, you completely called it. The situation has absolutely exploded, escalating exactly as many of you cynically predicted. After reading through thousands of your comments on my original post, I decided to take the high road and attempt one last calm, rational conversation with my father. I literally wrote down talking points, practiced staying completely emotionally detached, and even offered a very generous compromise. I told him Chloe could use the cabin exactly once a month, provided she gave me 30 days advance notice, paid a standard $300 cleaning deposit, and signed a basic liability agreement respecting the property rules. I thought I was being incredibly magnanimous. Dad's response? He scoffed loudly into the phone. The simple fact that you feel the need to weaponize a legal contract against your own baby sister shows exactly how far you have fallen from our family values, Liam. He flat out refused to even entertain the compromise. So, I held my ground. I explicitly told him the cabin was strictly off limits without my direct, written permission for each individual visit. I foolishly thought establishing that hard boundary was the end of the drama. Last Friday, I decided to head up to the mountains for a long weekend of writing. I had just wrapped up a highly contentious merger project with a difficult client and my brain felt like scrambled eggs. I just needed the absolute silence of the pines. Imagine my sheer, unadulterated shock when I pulled my car up the steep gravel driveway only to find 10 different unfamiliar vehicles parked haphazardly across my lawn, and the unmistakable, obnoxious thumping of tribal house music vibrating through the walls of my sanctuary. I unlocked the front door and walked into an absolute nightmare. Chloe was actively hosting what can only be described as a high-end, Instagram-worthy wellness and manifestation retreat. There were at least 20 strangers wandering around my property. Thick rubber yoga mats were unrolled across my vintage Persian rugs, massive jagged crystals were placed dangerously on every polished wood surface, and someone had fully dismantled my living room furniture to set up a professional ring light photography studio. My pristine kitchen was currently being used for some massive, chaotic turmeric juice cleanse workshop, and there were 6 people I had never seen in my life doing aggressive, loud breathwork exercises on my back deck. Chloe's reaction when she finally noticed me standing frozen in the doorway, she didn't look guilty, she looked annoyed. Oh my God, Liam, you are severely manifesting negative energy into this room right now. We are literally in the middle of a sacred space activation ceremony, you need to leave. I saw completely red, the kind of blinding, hot fury that makes your hands shake. I stepped into the center of the room, unplugged the massive speaker system, and loudly announced that every single person had exactly 20 minutes to pack their bags and vacate my private property before I had the county sheriff arrest them all for criminal trespassing. Chaos erupted. Chloe ran up to me, aggressively pointing her finger in my face, arguing that Dad had explicitly told her it was completely fine to use the cabin this weekend. She yelled that my soul was spiritually blocked and that my aggressive capitalist energy was ruining her clients' healing journeys. One of her unhinged friends actually had the audacity to light a bundle of white sage and try to smudge my aura while I was physically dialing 911 on my cell phone. Once the police arrived and officially cleared the property amidst a lot of crying and threats of bad Yelp reviews from her clients, I finally got to assess the damage. Oh, let me list the absolute carnage they inflicted on my home in just 48 hours. Someone had burned raw incense cones directly on the surface of my handmade, Amish-crafted coffee table, leaving deep, permanent black scorch marks. My guest bathroom was smeared floor to ceiling in what I prayed was a charcoal face mask, but it looked like someone had tried to replicate a Jackson Pollock painting with mud. They had aggressively dragged my heavy oak furniture across the original hardwood floors to improve the feng shui, leaving deep, jagged scratches in the varnish. Someone had taken my vintage cast iron skillet which I had meticulously seasoned for 5 years and used it as a fire pit to burn a massive pile of pungent, sticky pine resin. They had completely ransacked my private bedroom, going through my personal items, including my writing desk, where someone had spilled a matcha latte all over 3 chapters of my printed novel manuscript. But the absolute final, devastating insult was my beautiful, custom-ordered cedar hot tub. It was completely ruined. What used to be crystal clear, perfectly balanced water was now a thick, murky, iridescent soup of cheap essential oils, rotting flower petals, and Epsom salts. The filtration system was completely clogged and making a horrific grinding noise. At the bottom of the tub, someone had constructed a massive healing grid out of sharp rose quartz crystals, which had deeply gouged and scratched the protective fiberglass shell beyond simple repair. I spent 3 hours photographing and documenting every single millimeter of damage. I called emergency cleaners and repairmen. Then, I sent Chloe a formally itemized invoice for exactly $4,200 in damages, deep cleaning fees, and hot tub filter replacements. Her immediate response was to ignore my text, and instead post a tearful, 10-minute video on Facebook about how money is just a fabricated energy, and how tragic it is that some toxic people value material objects over communal healing and human experiences. Dad called my phone within 2 hours of her video going live. Was he apologetic? Did he offer to help his son cover the thousands of dollars in damages his golden child caused? Absolutely not. He was blindingly furious with me for humiliating Chloe in front of her prestigious wellness community. He screamed that I had severely traumatized her nervous system by making her feel like a common criminal in a space that was supposed to be about family love. He actually asked me, "What would it really cost you to just be the bigger man and let this go?" I coldly replied, "It is literally costing me $4,200, Dad, plus the absolute principle of the matter." His final response before hanging up, "I didn't raise my son to be this petty and vindictive." The family explosion since that night has been purely nuclear. Chloe's highly curated version of events, which Dad has eagerly shared with every single relative who will listen, is that she was selflessly hosting a non-profit healing circle for burnt-out young professionals. And I violently and aggressively disrupted their safe space because I hate seeing her succeed. She conveniently omits the criminal trespassing, the thousands in property damage, and the complete violation of my boundaries. My Aunt Brenda called to formally inform me that I am officially banned from the family Thanksgiving dinner unless I issue a public, written apology to Chloe for making her feel unsafe. My cousin Leo sent me a barrage of text messages calling me a capitalist sociopath and stating I am everything wrong with modern society. The only sliver of family support I have received was a brief text from my Uncle Marcus, Dad's older brother, who wrote, "Your dad pulled this exact same manipulative bullshit with me over my lake boat 20 years ago. Do not cave. Stand your ground, kid." I am currently typing this update from my kitchen island at the cabin, where I am spending my entire weekend doing tedious repairs and supervising the deep cleaning crew. The professional hot tub repair technician actually laughed out loud when he saw the crystal grid at the bottom of the murky water. He told me this is the 4th wellness retreat disaster he has been hired to fix this month. Apparently, I am not alone in dealing with insanely entitled people who believe their spiritual awakening legally exempts them from respecting private property. Chloe still hasn't acknowledged or paid my invoice. Dad has sternly informed me via email that we will be addressing your behavior as a united family unit, which I know is code for an organized ambush at the next family gathering. I have already made the easy decision to completely boycott all family events until this is fully resolved and paid for. The thing that truly hurts the most? Finding my novel manuscript completely out of order, pages stuck together, with green matcha rings soaking through months of my hard work. But sure, I am the villain for not wanting my only sanctuary turned into a trashed backdrop for a fake Instagram influencer. I am currently researching security companies. I am installing high-definition exterior cameras tomorrow, and I have already changed every lock on the property. Family values, my ass. Update 2 to 6 weeks later. Reddit, I genuinely thought the ruined hot tub and the wellness retreat fiasco was the absolute peak of my family's insanity. I was so incredibly wrong. The last 6 weeks have been an absolute masterclass in psychological manipulation, gaslighting, and legal threats. I am honestly stunned at how far they are willing to push this. First, let's address the $4,200 invoice I sent Chloe. Of course, she didn't pay a single cent of it. What she did instead was create a highly dramatized GoFundMe campaign titled, "Help a Young Female Entrepreneur Recover from Family Financial Abuse." In the campaign description, she blatantly lied, claiming I was weaponizing my corporate wealth to maliciously silence her spiritual practice. She told the internet that the damage charges were completely fabricated by me to bankrupt her and prevent her from building a community-focused wellness business. She actually managed to raise $1,200 before I caught wind of the campaign, reported it directly to GoFundMe with my police report and timestamped photos of the damage, and had the entire page permanently taken down for fraud. Guess who the top contributors were before it was nuked? Dad, $500. Aunt Brenda, $200. And several other flying monkey relatives who have been harassing me. But that pathetic scam was just the appetizer to the main course of Dad's manipulation. 2 weeks ago, Dad unexpectedly texted me, asking me to meet him for lunch at a quiet, old-school diner we've been going to since I was a little boy. I should have instantly known something insidious was up when he insisted on that specific booth. It is the exact booth where he sat me down to tell me he was divorcing Mom. It is where he told me she had terminal cancer. It's where all the heavy, life-altering ambushes happen. I sat down, and he started with totally out-of-character small talk. He asked about my consulting firm, seemed genuinely interested in my novel's plot, and even bought my coffee. Then, his face shifted into this solemn, rehearsed expression. "Son," he started, placing his hands flat on the sticky vinyl table. "I've been doing a lot of deep soul-searching lately about family legacy, and what we leave behind when we're gone." My stomach completely dropped. Here it comes. He reached into his leather briefcase and pulled out a thick, physical manila folder. He had literally prepared a corporate-style presentation to manipulate me. He opened the folder and slid several documents across the table. Inside were 1. High-quality Zillow printouts of small, depressing condo listings closer to my city, heavily highlighted with notes like, "More suitable for a single man." 2. Printed pseudopsychology articles about the healing power of communal nature access for young adults. 3. A bizarre, color-coded Excel spreadsheet he had personally built, comparing our utilization metrics. It mathematically highlighted that I only occupy the cabin an average of 8 days a month, versus Chloe's projected potential community utilization of 20+ days a month. 4. And finally, blank legal documents regarding the quitclaim transfer of property deeds within immediate families. I stared at the papers, utterly speechless. His grand proposal? I was to formally transfer full legal ownership of my $450,000 cabin over to Chloe. In exchange, he would make it right by graciously gifting me a $60,000 check to use as a down payment on a more practical, less selfish investment property. I looked at him to see if he was joking. He was dead serious. I actually started laughing, a loud, bitter, echoing laugh right there in the middle of the diner. When I laughed at the sheer, unhinged absurdity of offering me $60K for a $450K asset I bought with my own blood and sweat, his paternal mask instantly slipped. His tone turned venomous. "You clearly don't appreciate what you have, Liam," he hissed. "Chloe brings vibrant life, joy, and healing to that space. You just use it to hide from the real world like a coward. Your mother would want that beautiful cabin filled with laughter and community healing, not used as some depressed hermit's brooding cave." I immediately stood up from the booth, throwing a $20 bill on the table. But as I turned to leave, he grabbed my wrist hard. "Liam, think about this. You're 31. You're unmarried. You have no children. What legacy are you actually building? Just a bank account? Chloe is creating a community. She is building something deeply meaningful. That cabin could be the foundation of a beautiful wellness empire, instead of just your private, selfish playground." The words that came out of my mouth next surprised even me, but the anger took the wheel. "Dad," I said, my voice completely deadly and calm. "Mom left me her $15,000 diamond engagement ring in her will to give to my future wife. By your logic, should I just hand that over to Chloe right now, too, since she'd probably wear it more often? After all, I'm just a useless hermit who doesn't deserve nice things until I'm using them exactly the way you approve of." His face instantly went a mottled, furious purple. He sputtered that Mom's ring was entirely different because it was sentimental, whereas real estate is practical. The mental gymnastics he was performing were Olympic level. I yanked my arm out of his grip and walked out, but here is where the story shifts from toxic family drama into actual, terrifying insanity. Last Tuesday, I received a highly formal email from a law firm. It wasn't a filed lawsuit yet, just a friendly legal heads up that Chloe and my father were officially retaining counsel to explore their options regarding the equitable distribution of family-adjacent assets, and heavily suggesting I agree to formal mediation before things got unnecessarily complicated in public. I immediately forwarded the email to my own powerhouse corporate lawyer. Thank God my consulting firm provides incredible legal retainers as a perk. My lawyer called me laughing. He assured me they had absolutely zero legal standing, no case whatsoever, and were purely relying on aggressive intimidation tactics hoping I would panic and settle. But my lawyer did some digging of his own, and he uncovered something that made my blood run cold. Chloe had been heavily advertising massive summer wellness retreats at Mountain Haven, the name she gave my cabin on her public Instagram business page. She was actively taking non-refundable $500 deposits from strangers for weekend retreats at a property she does not own, does not have access to, and has been banned from. The family fallout has reached apocalyptic levels. I am now universally painted as the sole reason this family is disintegrating. Cousin Leo called to scream that Chloe cries hysterically at every single family gathering about how I am violently denying her life's purpose. Uncle Marcus sent me another text saying, "Possessions are just things, kid, but don't let them take your dignity. You want to know what really matters to me? The absolute silence I get to experience on my deck while editing my chapters as the sun rises over the foggy pines. The peace I have fiercely earned after years of grinding my teeth to dust in a stressful career. A career, by the way, that funds not just my life, but has routinely bailed them out. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that crucial detail in my first post. Guess who happily paid $3,000 to fix Chloe's transmission last winter? Guess who quietly covered the $8,000 gap in Dad's medical bills when his insurance refused to pay for his knee surgery 2 years ago? Me. But I am the selfish monster because I refused to hand over the deed to my legally purchased, meticulously maintained, fully paid off property to a spoiled 2-4-year-old who thinks dumping essential oils into a filtration system is a spiritual awakening. The absolute latest development happened just this past weekend. I got an automated alert on my phone from the new high-tech security system I had installed. I opened the app to watch a crystal clear, 4K live feed of Chloe and her new boyfriend actively trespassing on my porch. They tried multiple different fake keys in my new deadbolt. When that failed, I watched via the camera as her boyfriend pulled out a crowbar and actively attempted to jimmy open my reinforced kitchen window while Chloe kept lookout. When the reinforced glass wouldn't budge, they had the astronomical audacity to walk next door and ask my neighbor if he had a spare key because they were family just trying to get inside to prepare for a retreat. My neighbor, who hates them from the loud party incidents, told them to get off his property before he called the cops. My lawyer has officially served Chloe and my father with a terrifyingly aggressive cease and desist letter. I have also spent the week legally transferring the cabin's deed into a blind LLC to add a massive layer of corporate legal protection against any future frivolous claims. My lawyer has explicitly advised me that if they step foot on the property one more time, we are filing for a permanent restraining order. But amidst all this rage and legal maneuvering, there is a profound sadness. While packing up some old boxes in my apartment to move permanently to the cabin, I found a sealed letter from my mom. It was dated just 3 weeks before she lost her battle with cancer. I opened it with shaking hands. In her beautiful cursive, she wrote about how incredibly proud she was of my work ethic. She wrote that she knew my soul needed quiet, and she explicitly said, "I hope you never stop saving for that cabin in the woods, Liam. You have always carried the weight of the world on your shoulders. You deserve a sanctuary where no one can demand anything from you." She knew. She completely understood the dynamic of this family, and she wanted me to escape it. And now, my father is maliciously weaponizing her memory to guilt me into surrendering the exact sanctuary she dreamed I would have. So, that is my reality. I am the family villain who values property over people. Chloe is the tragic victim denied her divine calling. Dad is the righteous patriarch desperately trying to restore harmony. And I am sitting in my hermit cave, drinking black coffee, writing my novel, and finally accepting that the true price of peace is permanent distance from people who only view you as a resource to be consumed. I will update if the lawsuit actually drops, but I am done playing nice. Final update 2 months later. Reddit, grab a strong drink and pull up a chair, because this final update is a wild, incredibly satisfying ride. The last 2 months have been a complete whirlwind of aggressive legal drama, devastating family revelations, and honestly, the best, most liberating decisions of my entire adult life. First, let's talk about the legal situation. Chloe actually went through with her threat and attempted to formally sue me. Her official legal grounds? Intentional infliction of severe emotional distress, and unjust enrichment. Her lawyer was a guy she met in her hot yoga class who had literally just passed the state bar exam 3 months prior. His grand legal argument was that by purchasing a large cabin, I had created an implied familial expectation of access, and that by suddenly enforcing boundaries, I was causing Chloe severe financial ruin since she had already illegally pre-sold tickets to her wellness retreats at my address. My corporate lawyer, a terrifying man who charges $600 an hour, literally laughed out loud in the conference room when he read their initial filing. Their entire pathetic case spectacularly disintegrated during the mandatory pre-trial mediation. My lawyer absolutely eviscerated them. He forced Chloe to admit, on the official legal record, that A. She had never contributed a single penny to the purchase, taxes, or maintenance of the cabin. B. I had never, in writing or verbally, promised her any business access to the property. She had knowingly committed fraud by advertising commercial retreats and taking money for a property she did not own. When the mediator asked Chloe to define her emotional distress, she burst into tears and stated her distress was feeling spiritually unsupported by my brother's toxic, low vibrational energy. The mediator, a stern older woman who looked like she wanted to be anywhere else, took off her glasses, rubbed her temples, and strongly suggested to Chloe's amateur lawyer that they withdraw the suit immediately before I countersued them into oblivion for legal fees and property damage. They withdrew the case that afternoon. But not before Chloe tried to offer a spiritual compromise where I would just give her the cabin for the entire months of June, July, and August. I told her to get out of my sight. But the real, earth-shattering bombshell came from a completely unexpected source 2 weeks later. I received a private phone call from Diane. Who is Diane? Diane is my father's secret girlfriend. Yes, you read that correctly. My father, who has spent the last 6 years aggressively playing the tragic, grieving widower card to manipulate everyone around him, has been secretly dating Diane for over 3 years. Diane reached out to me because she was at her breaking point. She called me after what she described as the most humiliating dinner of my life, where Dad spent 3 hours screaming to his golf buddies about my unforgivable selfishness. Diane sat me down at a coffee shop and unloaded a mountain of information that made every single puzzle piece fall perfectly into place. 1. Dad has been secretly funding Chloe's manifesting abundance lifestyle to the tune of $3,500 every single month. 2. Dad actually took out a massive second mortgage on his own house to silently fund Chloe's previous string of disastrous, abandoned business ventures, which included a failed vegan soap company, a bankrupt dropshipping store, and now this fake wellness retreat. He is currently drowning in debt. 3. Dad has been lying to Diane, telling her that I am a multi-millionaire tech CEO who hoards wealth, and that I promise to support the family. I'm a consultant, I do well, but I am not a billionaire. 4. The massive kicker, Dad has been desperately trying to move into Diane's house to escape his own mortgage payments, but he couldn't do it while Chloe was still living with him rent-free. His master plan was to bully me into giving Chloe the cabin so she would move out, allowing him to sell his house, pay off his massive debts, and move in with Diane without looking like he abandoned his golden child. Diane was disgusted. She told me, I raised 3 successful children who all work hard for what they have. I am sick and tired of watching Thomas bankrupt himself to give Chloe a free ride through life, and I am sick of him making you the villain to cover up his own financial incompetence. This revelation changed absolutely everything. I finally realized that none of this was ever actually about the cabin. It was about Dad projecting his immense guilt over his secret relationship, his absolute financial ruin, and his desperate need to offload his spoiled daughter onto me. My peaceful sanctuary just happened to be the most convenient battlefield for their toxic dysfunction. Armed with this incredible knowledge, I executed a ruthless, permanent exit strategy. First, I hired a premium, local property management company to keep an eye on the cabin when I am not there. They have strict, legally binding instructions that absolutely no one is to access the property without my direct written authorization. Second, I upgraded my security. The cabin is now surrounded by discreet, high-definition cameras that immediately alert my phone and the local police dispatch if anyone crosses the property line. Third, my lawyer sent a formal, certified letter to every single member of my extended family. It explicitly stated that anyone who attempts to access my property, or contacts me regarding Chloe's finances, will be immediately prosecuted for harassment and trespassing. Fourth, I permanently blocked Dad, Chloe, Aunt Brenda, and Cousin Leo on every single communication and social media platform. I essentially ghosted my own family. Fifth, and most importantly, I took a massive leap of faith. I requested a 6-month paid sabbatical from my consulting firm, packed up my apartment, and moved into the cabin full-time. Just me, the mountain air, and my laptop. The family's reaction to the legal letters was swift and predictable. The family group chat, which Uncle Marcus sends me screenshots of, has been a non-stop stream of Dad playing the victim and Aunt Brenda posting passive-aggressive Bible verses about forgiveness. But here is the absolute most beautiful part of this entire nightmare. I truly, deeply do not care anymore. The sabbatical has been incredibly transformative. Without the constant, draining anchor of my family's toxic drama dragging me down, my creativity exploded. I wrote 75,000 words in 2 months. My thriller novel is finished, and it is shaping up to be something I am intensely proud of. I've also finally gotten to know my neighbors properly. Turns out, the guy who yelled at Chloe is a retired judge who has dealt with his own fair share of entitled relatives. We have a standing Friday night dinner, and they have become the peaceful, drama-free surrogate family I didn't even know I needed. And last week, the universe delivered a massive dose of poetic, cosmic justice. Diane called me one last time to tell me she finally dumped Dad. When she broke up with him, she exposed his massive debts and his secret relationship to Chloe. Chloe threw a monumental, house-shaking tantrum, accusing Dad of betraying Mom's sacred memory and ruining her life by not securing my cabin for her. The irony is richer than a chocolate cake. Chloe has now moved out, is giving Dad the absolute silent treatment, and is currently living on her new boyfriend's couch. Dad is completely financially devastated, living alone in a house he can barely afford, weeping because his precious golden child refuses to speak to him. Diane asked if I would ever consider reaching out to Dad now that he has hit rock bottom. I sat on my pristine cedar deck, watching the morning fog roll over the Blue Ridge Mountains, drinking coffee made with water from my own well, in a house that I own free and clear. I told her, no, not today, probably not ever. Because I have learned a brutal but vital lesson these past few months. Family is not defined by blood or genetic obligation, it is defined by mutual respect, honoring boundaries, and actual support. Sometimes, the absolute best thing you can do for your own soul is to walk away from people who only view you as a battery to power their own delusions. My uncle Marcus drove up to visit me last weekend. We didn't speak a single word about Dad or Chloe. We just drank cold beers, grilled steaks on the deck, and sat in my newly repaired, perfectly balanced hot tub. Right before he drove back home, he hugged me and said, "Your mom would be so damn proud of you, Liam. Not just because you bought the dream house, but because you finally learned how to protect your peace." That one sentence meant more to me than any forced Thanksgiving dinner invitation ever could. So that is where I leave you, Reddit. I am officially the family pariah. But I am a pariah with a thriving writing career, a flawless mountain sanctuary, a pristine hot tub, and absolutely zero regrets. Chloe's wellness empire has mysteriously vanished from Instagram now that she can't steal my property to fund it. Dad is drowning in the consequences of his own decades of enabling. And I am living, breathing proof that sometimes the only cure for toxic family dynamics is extreme geographic and emotional distance. Thank you to everyone who commented on the original post. Your harsh truths and solid advice kept me sane when my family was actively trying to gaslight me into surrendering my life's work. Mother slapped me so hard, because I refused to take out a $250,000 loan for my sister's luxury spa. I walked out and didn't speak to them anymore. The slap echoed in the dining room, rattling the expensive china, while my sister just smirked at my burning cheek. That was the night I walked out, cut them off, and let them think they'd won until 8 years later, when my mother called me 42 times at 3 a.m. begging me to save my sister from a 10-year prison sentence. Let me start by saying that I never wanted to be the villain in my family's story. My name is Chloe, I'm 33 years old, and I live a very quiet, meticulously organized life in Denver, Colorado. My apartment is painted in soft, calming shades of sage and cream. My sheets are crisp, white linen, everything in my life is quiet. I like the quiet. It took me a long, agonizing time to get used to a silence that wasn't heavy with tension, guilt, or the impending demand for my wallet. Growing up in Seattle, I was the sturdy one. I was the reliable one with plain brown hair, brown eyes, and a quiet disposition. My sister, Maya, is 2 years younger. From the exact moment she took her first breath, she was the undisputed princess of the household. She had these massive, expressive blue eyes that would well up with tears the second she was denied anything she wanted. She was delicate. She was creative. She was, in my mother's words, a sensitive soul who needs extra care. I, on the other hand, was just Chloe. I did my homework without being asked. I cleaned my room. I got straight A's. My mother used to pat me on the shoulder and say, "Chloe, you're the strong one. Maya needs our help. You don't." For a long time, my naive, childlike brain took that as a compliment. I thought being strong meant I was special. I didn't realize until much later that being the strong one was just a convenient trap. It meant I was the designated beast of burden. It meant my needs were secondary, if they existed at all. It started with the little things. "Chloe, let Maya have the last slice of cake. You don't need the calories." "Chloe, do Maya's chores this weekend. She's feeling a little overwhelmed." "Chloe, give Maya your allowance. She saw a dress she really wants and we're strapped for cash." I always said yes. I wanted to be good. I desperately craved that rare, fleeting smile of approval from my mother. I wanted my dad to look up from his newspaper, pat my head, and say, "Good job, kiddo." But as we got older, the stakes shifted from cake and chores to my actual livelihood. When I was 17, I got a job stocking shelves and running the register at a local grocery store. I worked every Friday night and pulled double shifts on weekends. I saved every single crumpled dollar bill and shiny quarter. My goal was a used, beat-up Toyota Corolla. It wasn't fancy, but it represented freedom. I was exactly 2 weeks away from having the cash in hand. Then, Maya crashed her brand new electric scooter. She was completely unharmed, but the scooter was totaled, and she had managed to take out a neighbor's expensive cedar fence in the process. My mother came into my bedroom that night. I remember the exact look on her face, tired, annoyed, and expectant. "Chloe, we have a situation," she said, sitting on the edge of my bed. She explained the fence, the scooter, and the angry neighbors threatening to sue. "We need to use your car fund," she stated. It wasn't a question. It was a royal decree. "But Mom," I stammered, my voice shaking so hard I could barely form the words. "I've been working for a year and a half. That's my money. I need that car for college." Her face turned to stone. "Chloe, family sacrifices for each other. Your sister is in serious trouble. Do you want the neighbors to drag us to court? Do you want us to be the laughing stock of the neighborhood? Stop being so incredibly selfish." Selfish, that was her favorite weapon. If I wanted to keep the money I bled for, I was selfish. If I wanted a boundary, I was selfish. I cried until I threw up that night, but the next morning, I handed over my savings envelope. Maya got a replacement scooter a month later, paid for by my dad. I rode the city bus until I was 23. The financial extraction only accelerated when I went to college. I attended a state university on a full academic scholarship. I worked 2 jobs waitressing at a diner and tutoring freshmen in statistics just to afford my textbooks, rent, and ramen noodles. I never asked my parents for a single dime. Maya, naturally, went to an out-of-state private art institute that cost an absolute fortune. My parents paid for everything: her tuition, a luxury off-campus apartment, a leased SUV, and an endless stream of supplies that usually consisted of designer clothes. During my junior year, I came home for Thanksgiving. I was running on fumes, wearing boots with a hole in the left sole because I couldn't afford a $40 replacement pair. Maya was sitting on the couch, flaunting a new Prada handbag. "Isn't it gorgeous?" she squealed. "Mom got it for me as a reward for getting a B in my ceramics class." I looked at my mother, who was busy basting a turkey. "I made the dean's list again," I said quietly. "I have a 4 gigapascals. My mother didn't even turn around. "That's nice, Chloe. But you've always been book smart. It comes easy to you." Maya is a creative. The world is harder for artists. We have to encourage her spirit. I went into the downstairs bathroom, locked the door, and stared at my pale, exhausted reflection. I looked 10 years older than my actual age. My eyes had dark, bruised-looking circles under them. Why was my suffering invisible? Why was my hard work expected, but her bare minimum was celebrated? When I graduated and landed a high-paying job as a financial analyst at a major firm, the dynamic morphed from emotional neglect to outright financial abuse. I was finally making real money. I thought, this is it. This is my ticket to freedom. But my mother saw my salary as a communal family asset. First, it was a phone call. "Chloe, the water heater blew. Dad is having panic attacks about the cost. Can you wire us? $800? I wired it. 2 months later, "Chloe, Maya was invited to a destination wedding in Cabo. She can't go looking like a peasant. She needs $1,200. I transferred it. 6 months later, "Chloe, we're behind on property taxes. Just this once, $3,500. I paid it. Every time I hit send on my banking app, a wave of nausea washed over me. But right behind the nausea was a pathetic, lingering hope. Maybe this time they'll say thank you. Maybe this time they'll see my value." I was literally trying to buy my family's love, but the price was infinite, and the product was always out of stock. Maya never thanked me. She would take my hard-earned money, post glamorous Instagram photos sipping margaritas on a yacht, and complain about how exhausting her life was. Meanwhile, I was working 60-hour weeks, eating canned soup and popping antacids to deal with a stress-induced stomach ulcer. The breaking point the moment my soul finally snapped happened 8 years ago. It was a chilly Tuesday evening. My mother called me at the office. "Come over for dinner tonight. It's extremely important." Important in my family was code for expensive. I drove to their house with a knot the size of a golf ball in my stomach. When I walked into the dining room, it looked like a scene from a magazine. The good china was out. Crystal wine glasses caught the light of the chandelier. The smell of roasted chicken, rosemary, and expensive Pinot Noir filled the air. My dad was sitting at the far end of the table, staring intensely at his napkin, refusing to make eye contact. That was red flag number 1. Maya was seated to his right, wearing a silk blouse I had paid for, sipping wine and checking her reflection in the blade of her butter knife. She looked bored. My mother was bustling around, aggressively cheerful. Sit, eat." We ate in an agonizing, suffocating silence. The only sound was the clinking of silverware and the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Finally, my mother dabbed her mouth with a linen napkin and folded her hands on the table. "Chloe," she began, her voice adopting a sharp, business-like tone. "We have an incredible opportunity, a life-changing opportunity for Maya." I put my fork down. The chicken suddenly tasted like ash. "What kind of opportunity?" Maya rolled her eyes and sighed, as if explaining this to me was a physical burden. "A high-end lifestyle boutique. I'm going to launch my own curated fashion and wellness line. I have a vision, Chloe. It's going to be a massive disruptor in the retail space." "That sounds ambitious," I said, trying to keep my voice neutral. "Do you have a business plan, a market analysis, a supply chain strategy?" Maya scoffed loudly. "God, you are so boring. Mom is handling the boring legal details. I'm the visionary." My mother leaned forward, her eyes locking onto mine like a predator. "She needs startup capital, Chloe. Real capital to secure a prime commercial lease in the Arts District, renovate the space, and purchase the initial inventory." "How much?" I asked, bracing myself. I figured she wanted $10,000, maybe $20,000. I was already calculating how much I could pull from my emergency savings without defaulting on my own rent. $250,000, my mother said. She didn't blink. The number just hung there in the warm air, suffocating and absurd. I stared at her. Then, I laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh. It was a harsh, involuntary bark of pure shock. "Mom, are you insane? I don't have $250,000 sitting in a checking account. I'm an analyst, not a hedge fund CEO. We know you don't have it in cash, my mother replied smoothly, unbothered by my reaction. But you have a flawless credit score. We checked. You can take out a small business loan or a massive personal line of credit. You can just co-sign with us, but the primary debt needs to be in your name to get the best interest rate. We checked. The words echoed in my skull. We checked. They had run an unauthorized background check on my credit profile without my consent. No. I said. It was the first time I had ever said that word to her with zero hesitation. My mother blinked, her polite facade cracking. Excuse me? No, I repeated, my voice dropping an octave. I am not taking out a $250,000 loan. That's a mortgage. That is a life-ruining amount of debt. Maya has never held a job for more than 6 months. She has zero business experience. If this boutique fails, and statistically, it will, I am on the hook. I will be bankrupt. No. It won't fail, Maya shrieked, slamming her hand on the table. You never believe in me. You're just jealous because you sit in a cubicle all day and I actually have dreams. It's not about jealousy, Maya, it's about basic math, I shot back. It's an insane risk, and I refuse to be your collateral damage. My mother stood up. Her chair scraped violently against the hardwood floor. Her face was flushed dark red. Chloe, this is your sister. This is her dream. You are going to ruin her one chance at happiness because you are terrified of a little financial risk? You are the most selfish, ungrateful child I have ever known. There it was, the magic word. Selfish. I'm not doing it, Mom, I said, standing up as well. I'm done. I am completely done paying for her life. I am done being this family's ATM. Give me your credit card, Chloe, my mother demanded, holding out an open palm. We need to put down a $15,000 deposit tonight to hold the commercial lease. Give it to me right now. Last. No. That was when she hit me. It was so fast I didn't even see it coming. Her hand cracked across my left cheek with the force of a baseball bat. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet room. My head snapped violently to the side. The heavy silver forks rattled against the china plates. My face instantly erupted in a burning, stinging agony. My left ear started ringing with a high-pitched whine. But the physical pain was nothing. The real agony was looking around that room. I looked at my father. He was staring intensely at his mashed potatoes. He didn't flinch. He didn't speak. He didn't defend me. I looked at Maya. She wasn't shocked. She wasn't horrified. She was sitting there, swirling her Pinot Noir, with a slow, triumphant smirk spreading across her face. She loved it. She loved seeing me put in my place. And my mother? She just glared at me, her chest heaving, waiting for me to break down, apologize, and hand over my wallet like a good, obedient dog. Something inside me didn't just break, it completely vaporized. The desperate, people-pleasing daughter died on that dining room floor. I didn't scream, I didn't cry. I didn't fight back. I calmly picked up my purse from the back of the chair. I'm leaving, I said. My voice was a dead, flat whisper. If you walk out that door, my mother screamed, her voice shrill and hysterical, don't you ever come back. You are turning your back on this family. I paused at the doorway, turning to look at them one last time. You turned your back on me the day she was born. I walked out into the freezing Seattle night. I got into my car, locked the doors, and drove. I didn't go back to my apartment. I was terrified they would show up, pound on the door, and break me down. I drove 30 miles out of the city and checked into a dingy, $40 a night motel off the interstate. I sat on the lumpy mattress, staring at the peeling wallpaper, touching my swollen, throbbing cheek. I felt hollowed out. I felt like an astronaut whose tether had been cut, drifting into the infinite, freezing void of space. But beneath the terror and the grief, I felt something else, relief. I didn't have to find $250,000. I didn't have to listen to the guilt trips. I was free. Update 1. For the first month, I lived in a state of hypervigilance. I changed my locks. I jumped every time my phone buzzed. I expected angry voicemails, screaming texts, or my mother ambushing me in the parking lot of my office. But there was nothing. Complete, absolute silence. At first, the silence hurt more than the slap. It was the ultimate confirmation of my deepest fear. I was only valuable to them when I was paying the bills. The second the money stopped, my existence was erased. Then, about 6 weeks later, I was in a Target a few towns over, grabbing some laundry detergent. I turned the corner of aisle 12 and almost slammed my card into my cousin, Rachel. Rachel and Maya were practically best friends. When Rachel saw me, her eyes went wide, and she looked incredibly uncomfortable. Oh, hey, Chloe. She stammered, gripping her basket tightly. Wow, haven't seen you in a minute. I've been really busy with work, I said, trying to push past her. Yeah, I bet, Rachel said, lowering her voice and leaning in. Look, I know you and your mom had a massive blowout, but honestly? It's really amazing of you to fund Maya's boutique anyway. She's been bragging to everyone about it. My blood turned to ice water. The ambient noise of the store, the bad pop music, the squeaking cartwheels faded into a muffled hum. What are you talking about? The boutique? Rachel looked confused. Maya said you guys fought, but you eventually came through and backed her. She signed the commercial lease 3 days ago. She's hiring contractors for the renovation. I left my cart right there in the middle of the aisle. I sprinted out of the store, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I got into my car and locked the doors, my hands shaking so violently I couldn't get the key into the ignition. I pulled out my phone and frantically logged into my banking app. Checking account, normal. Savings account, normal. Then, I pulled up my credit monitoring app. I stared at the screen, my breath catching in my throat. There were 4 hard inquiries in the last 3 weeks. 2 massive small business loans, 1 huge personal line of credit, and a commercial lease agreement. All approved, all under the name Chloe, my last name. They hadn't just asked for the money. When I said no, they simply took it. They used my social security number. They used my pristine credit history. They used my old address. My mother and my sister had committed massive, coordinated financial fraud, and I was holding a $250,000 bag. I felt violently ill. I opened my car door and dry heaved onto the asphalt. This was no longer just toxic family drama. This was a federal felony. I needed absolute proof before I dropped the nuclear bomb. I couldn't call my mother, she would gaslight me. I couldn't call Maya, she would laugh in my face. So, I called my dad. He answered on the 4th ring. Hello? He mumbled. Dad, I said, my voice shaking with a terrifying, cold rage. Meet me at the diner off Route 9. Right now. Do not tell Mom. If you aren't there in 20 minutes, my next call is to the police. He hesitated. Chloe, your mother is still very upset with. 20 minutes, Dad. I hung up. He walked into the diner 25 minutes later. He looked pathetic. I guess. His shoulders were slumped, his hair was uncombed, and he was wearing a stained flannel shirt. He slid into the booth across from me, refusing to meet my eyes. I didn't order food. I just had a mug of black, bitter coffee in front of me. Rachel told me Maya signed the lease, I said, keeping my voice dangerously low. She said the funding is in my name. My dad stared at the sugar packets on the table. His hands were visibly trembling. Look at me, I snapped. He flinched and looked up. His eyes were red and watery. Did they steal my identity? He swallowed hard, giving a tiny, pathetic nod. How? I demanded. They need signatures. They need government ID. They need tax returns. Your mother. He whispered, his voice cracking. She kept all your old documents in the safe. Your birth certificate. Your old W-2s. She spent 3 nights at the kitchen table practicing your signature from your old birthday cards until she had it perfect. A wave of pure disgust washed over me. My mother, sitting at the table where we ate family dinners, meticulously practicing forgery so she could ruin my life to fund my sister's delusions. And you knew? I asked, feeling the last shred of respect I had for this man evaporate. You watched her do it? I told her it was a bad idea. He pleaded, leaning forward. I said you would be furious. But you know how she is, Chloe. Once she sets her mind on something for Maya, she won't stop. And honestly, we just need a little time. Why? Maya's boutique is going to be a huge hit. The business will generate revenue, and your mother has a plan to pay off the loans before you even notice. A plan? I laughed. It was a sharp, jagged sound that made the waitress at the counter turn around. Dad, this isn't a misunderstanding. This is wire fraud. This is identity theft. This is years in federal prison. My dad went pale. No, Chloe, don't say words like that. It's family. We just borrowed your credit. You're strong, Chloe. You can handle the stress. Maya is fragile. She needs this win. Please, just give it a year. There it was. The ultimate truth. Because I was capable, because I was resilient, I was allowed to be a sacrificial lamb. My strength was my punishment. Maya's weakness was her shield. I stood up, pulling a $10 bill from my purse and dropping it on the table. I am strong, Dad, you're absolutely right about that, and I am going to handle this. But you are not going to like how I do it. Chloe, what are you going to do? He asked, genuine terror in his eyes. I'm going to protect myself, I said, since my father refused to. I walked out of the diner. I didn't go home to cry. I didn't call a therapist. I sat in my car and Googled financial fraud attorney Seattle. I found a highly rated firm, Vance & Associates, specializing in identity theft and corporate fraud. I called them from the parking lot and scheduled an emergency consultation for the next morning. Mr. Vance was a sharp, no-nonsense man in his late 50s. He wore a tailored suit and had a gaze that could cut glass. I sat in his plush, mahogany office and laid out the entire story. I gave him the credit reports, the names of the banks, and the confession from my father. He listened in complete silence, taking notes with a silver fountain pen. When I finished, he leaned back in his leather chair and steepled his fingers. "Chloe," Mr. Vance said smoothly, "you are standing at a fork in the road. Path A. You accept this debt. You become legally responsible for $250,000. You will spend the next 20 years paying it off. Your credit will be destroyed. You will never own a home. And, most importantly, your family will absolutely do this to you again, because you will have proven that there are zero consequences for abusing you." He paused, letting the grim reality sink in. "Path B. We file a comprehensive affidavit of identity theft with the federal authorities and the local police. We dispute the loans as fraudulent with every bank involved. The financial institutions will immediately freeze the funds. They will launch aggressive fraud investigations. You will be completely legally cleared. But your mother and sister will face severe criminal charges, grand larceny, wire fraud, or identity theft. They will likely see prison time." I looked down at my hands. They weren't shaking anymore. I thought about the slap. I thought about the smirk. I thought about my mother practicing my signature like a master criminal. "Path B," I said, looking him dead in the eye. "Burn it down." The next 2 weeks were a masterclass in calculated destruction. I didn't act out of wild rage. I acted like a surgeon excising a malignant tumor. I closed every single bank account I had. I moved my money to a completely different institution. I placed a permanent, impenetrable freeze on my credit. Meanwhile, Mr. Vance went to war. He fired off legal notices to the 3 banks, the commercial landlord, and the credit bureaus. My client is the victim of severe identity theft. These accounts were opened fraudulently. Any funds dispersed must be frozen immediately. The fallout was instantaneous and catastrophic. The banks froze the $250,000 before Maya could spend more than the initial deposit. The commercial landlord, spooked by the fraud investigation, canceled the lease and locked Maya out of the building. The boutique was dead before it even existed. 3 days later, my phone exploded. I was sitting at my desk at work when the barrage began. 15 missed calls. 30 missed calls. 50 missed calls. Then the text messages poured in. "Mom, Chloe, what did you do? The bank locked the accounts. The landlord changed the locks. Answer the phone. Mom, the police just called us asking questions about fraud. Are you insane? You are ruining your sister's life. Call the bank and tell them you authorized this right now. Maya, you jealous, vindictive bitch, I am going to kill you. You ruined my dream. Fix this now or I swear to God I will destroy you." I didn't reply to a single one. I forwarded the threat from Maya to Mr. Vance, who added it to the police file. Then, I walked into a Verizon store, handed them my phone, and said, "I need a new number. Today." I changed my phone number. I deleted all my social media. I put in my 2 weeks' notice at my job, packed up my apartment, and moved 1,300 miles away to Denver, Colorado. I vanished, like a ghost. For the first 2 years in Denver, I was terrified. Every time I saw a car that looked like my mother's, my heart would stop. Every time a blocked number called my office, I thought it was them. But they never came looking for me. Tracking me down would have required effort, money, and a genuine desire to reconcile. They possessed none of those things. I was a broken ATM, and they had simply thrown me away. Over the next 8 years, I built a beautiful life. I climbed the corporate ladder and became a senior director at a wealth management firm. I bought my own condo. I went to therapy and unpacked 2 decades of emotional abuse. I met Liam, a high school history teacher who is the kindest, most patient man I have ever known. We got engaged. He knows my whole history, and he is my absolute rock. I kept tabs on my family from a safe, digital distance, mostly through public records and occasional Google searches, just to ensure they weren't plotting a comeback. I watched the consequences of their actions unfold. Because the banks caught the fraud early and recovered most of the money, the district attorney offered them a plea deal. My mother and Maya both pled guilty to lesser charges of financial fraud. They got 3 years of intense probation and a massive fine. Maya's credit was permanently ruined. My mother had to downsize her house to pay the legal fees. I thought the lesson had been learned. I thought they would never dare touch my name again. I was wrong. Update 2. It was 3:14 a.m. on a Tuesday. The digital clock on my nightstand glowed a soft blue in the pitch-black bedroom. Liam was sound asleep next to me, breathing softly. Suddenly, my phone, which was resting on the dresser across the room, started vibrating violently against the wood. It was a harsh, aggressive sound. I groaned, threw off the covers, and stumbled across the room, assuming it was an automated server alert from work. I picked up the phone. The screen blinded me for a second. When my eyes adjusted, my stomach plummeted as if I had just stepped off the edge of a cliff. The caller ID read, "Unknown number." But beneath it, the notification center displayed the terrifying truth: 42 missed calls. 18 new voicemails. My hands started to shake. 42 calls at 3 a.m. In a normal family, this means someone is dead. It means a catastrophic car crash, a heart attack, a house fire. But I don't come from a normal family. In my family, an emergency is just a manipulation tactic. I stood there in the dark, my heart hammering against my ribs. I hadn't spoken to my mother in 8 years. Why now? The phone buzzed again in my hand. Call 43. I took a deep breath, exactly like my therapist taught me, and swiped to answer. I didn't say a word. I just held the phone to my ear. Chloe? It was my mother. Her voice sounded entirely different from the domineering, arrogant woman I remembered. It was high, thin, raspy, and laced with absolute panic. She sounded old. Hello, Mother, I said. My voice was calm, deep, and steady. It was the voice of a 33-year-old executive, not the terrified 25-year-old girl she used to bully. Oh, thank God, she babbled, her breath catching in the microphone. I didn't know if this number was real. Rachel's husband found it through some online background check thing. Chloe, you have to come home. You have to fly to Seattle right now. I live in Denver, Mom. I am home. And it's 3 a.m. I'm not going anywhere. You don't understand. She shrieked, the panic escalating into hysteria. The police were just here. Detectives, Chloe. 2 of them. They banged on the door, they had a warrant, they took Maya's laptop. They took her phone. They are talking about a grand jury. They are talking about federal prison. Chloe, you have to fix this. I closed my eyes. A cold, dark vindication washed over me. What did she do this time? Nothing. She did nothing. My mother cried out, defaulting to her ancient defense mechanisms. It's a massive misunderstanding. Maya was just trying to get her life back on track. She started an online consulting business. She just needed a small bridge loan to get the website running. The banks are so predatory, Chloe. Whose name did she use, Mom? I asked, my voice cutting through her lies like a scalpel. Dead silence on the other end of the line. Just the sound of her ragged breathing. Mom, whose name? Chloe, you know how hard it is for her, my mother whispered, her voice trembling with toxic guilt. Because of what happened 8 years ago, her credit is completely destroyed. She couldn't even get approved for a $500 credit card. She just used a cosigner. She forged my name again, I stated flatly. It wasn't a question. No, she didn't forge anything. My mother desperately backpedaled. She just digitally signed it. It's an electronic signature. It's not a real crime. It's just a computer glitch. But the police won't listen. They're calling it aggravated identity theft. Because she was already on probation years ago, they're saying she's a repeat offender. They're saying it's a 10-year mandatory minimum. How much money did she steal this time? My mother let out a pathetic sob. $75,000. I let out a harsh breath. $75,000. They never learn. They never change. A decade of silence, a previous criminal conviction, and they still thought they could use me as their personal piggy bank. Chloe, please, my mother begged, her voice breaking. You have to call the Seattle Police Department tomorrow morning. You have to tell them you authorized the loan. Tell them it was a verbal agreement between sisters and you just forgot. If you say you authorized it, the criminal investigation collapses. It becomes a civil dispute. We will pay you back, I swear on my life, we will pay you back every penny. You want me to commit perjury and lie to federal investigators to cover up a $75,000 felony? I asked, utterly astounded by her audacity. I want you to save your sister. She screamed, the old, vicious mother finally clawing her way to the surface. She will not survive federal prison, Chloe. She is delicate. She is your blood. You owe us this. You abandoned us. I stood in the darkness of my bedroom, looking at Liam sleeping peacefully. I thought about the life I had built. I thought about the ulcer, the panic attacks, the empty bank accounts, and the slap. Okay, I said quietly. My mother gasped, a wet, hopeful sound. Okay? You'll do it? You'll call them? I'll meet you. I lied smoothly. I have to fly in for a business meeting in Seattle tomorrow anyway. Meet me at 10 a.m. at the Starbucks down the street from your house. Do not talk to the police until I get there. Yes. Oh my God, yes, thank you, Chloe. I knew you were a good girl. I knew you wouldn't let your family be destroyed. I knew you were a good girl. I hung up the phone. I didn't go back to sleep. I walked out to my living room, opened my laptop, and pulled up my secure files. Here is the part my mother didn't know. The part that makes this entire story so incredibly satisfying. She thought this 3 a.m. phone call was a surprise to me. She thought I was caught off guard. But when you are the victim of familial identity theft, you don't just move on. You build a fortress. I pay a premium for top-tier, real-time credit and identity monitoring. 4 weeks ago, I received an encrypted alert on my phone. New credit inquiry, $75,000. Business loan. Applicant, Chloe last name. I didn't panic. I didn't call my mother to demand an explanation. I didn't cry. I simply called Mr. Vance's law firm. He had retired, but his junior partner, a shark of a woman named Sarah, took my case immediately. We didn't just dispute the charge, we built an ironclad, nuclear-level criminal dossier. We pulled the digital application. We traced the IP address directly back to my mother's Wi-Fi router. We proved that the funds were deposited into a shadow account controlled by Maya, and we tracked where the money went. Spoiler: it didn't go to a consulting business. It went to a luxury lease on a Range Rover, a first-class trip to Miami, and massive online gambling debts. 3 days ago, my lawyer handed that dossier directly to the fraud division of the Seattle Police Department and the FBI field office. The police weren't at my mother's house at 2 a.m. by coincidence. They were there because I sent them. I booked a 6 a.m. flight to Seattle. I didn't pack a bag. I wore a sharp, navy blue tailored suit. It was the suit I wore when I negotiated multi-million-dollar contracts. It was my armor. I walked into the Seattle Starbucks at exactly 9:55 a.m. The sky was gray and drizzling, classic Seattle weather. I spotted them immediately in the back corner. They looked like absolute garbage. My mother had aged 20 years. Her hair was thinning, her skin was gray, and she was wearing a stained trench coat, frantically tearing a paper napkin into microscopic shreds. Maya sat next to her, and the sight of her almost made me laugh out loud. The delicate princess looked like a cornered rat. She wore a baggy hoodie pulled over her head, huge dark sunglasses hiding her eyes, and she was violently biting her fingernails. When my mother saw me, she practically lunged out of the booth. "Chloe, you came." I didn't hug her. I didn't smile. I slid into the booth across from them, placing a thick, black manila folder on the table between us. "You look very successful," my mother noted, her eyes darting nervously over my expensive suit and my diamond engagement ring. "I am," I said. Maya wouldn't look at me. She just stared at the table, her jaw clenched. "Okay, listen." My mother leaned in, whispering frantically like a mobster. "The detective left his business card. His name is Detective Miller. You just need to call him right now. Tell him it was a sisterly loan. Tell him you gave Maya permission to use your digital signature because you were out of town. Once you say that, they have to drop the warrant." "And then what?" I asked, leaning back and crossing my arms. "Then we figure out the money," my mother said quickly. "Maya has some assets. We can sell her car. I can take out a third mortgage. We will pay the bank back. Nobody has to go to prison. We have got a 9 sec. Maya doesn't own the car, Mom," I said smoothly. "She leased a Range Rover, and you don't have equity for a third mortgage. Furthermore, she blew $30,000 of it on a high-stakes online poker site in Miami." I saw the forensic accounting. Maya's head snapped up, her sunglasses slipping down her nose. Her eyes were wide with sheer terror. How do you know about Miami?" "Because, Maya," I said, leaning forward, resting my elbows on the table and staring directly into her terrified soul. "I am the one who gave the IP addresses and the bank routing numbers to Detective Miller." The silence that descended on that table was heavy enough to crush bone. The ambient noise of the coffee shop completely vanished. My mother's mouth slowly dropped open. She looked like she was trying to process a foreign language. What are you talking about?" I opened the black folder. I pulled out the 40-page police report, the IP traces, and the sworn affidavit of identity theft. I slid them across the table. "I got the credit alert 4 weeks ago," I said, my voice completely devoid of emotion. "I didn't wait. I didn't call you. I called my legal team. We built the case. We handed it to the district attorney. The police raided your house last night because I authorized the warrant." "You?" My mother's face turned a horrifying shade of purple. The veins in her neck bulged. "You sent the police to my house? You set up your own sister?" "You set up your own sister?" "No," I corrected her calmly. "Maya set herself up. Maya committed a $75,000 federal felony. I just refused to be the victim." "You absolute psychopath," Maya shrieked, slamming her fists on the table so hard her coffee spilled. People at the counter turned to stare. "You have money. You're wearing a Rolex. You could have just paid the $75K. It's nothing to you. Why do you want to destroy my life?" "I didn't destroy your life, Maya," I said, my voice eerily calm against her hysteria. "You stole from me 8 years ago. I let you walk away. I gave you a decade to grow up, to get a job, to become a functioning adult. Instead, you decided to rob me again. This isn't revenge. This is just gravity. You jumped off the cliff, and I am simply refusing to be the net that catches you." "I am your mother," my mother hissed, reaching across the table and grabbing my wrist with a claw-like grip. Her nails dug into my skin. "You will call Detective Miller right now and retract this statement, or I swear to God, you are dead to me. Do you hear me? Dead to me?" I looked down at her hand gripping my wrist. I remembered that hand slapping my face 8 years ago. I remembered the burning sting. I remembered the power she used to hold over me. I felt nothing but pity. I calmly reached over, peeled her fingers off my wrist, and dropped her hand back onto the table. I was dead to you the moment I stopped paying your bills, Mom, I said softly. I stood up, buttoned my suit jacket, and picked up my folder. The detective has everything he needs. The bank is pressing the fraud charges. Not me. It is completely out of my hands. It is the state of Washington versus Maya now. Have a nice life. Chloe, please, my mother suddenly wailed, the anger evaporating into pure, pathetic desperation. She started sobbing, real, ugly tears. Please don't walk away. We can't afford a lawyer. She's going to go to prison. Please, I'm begging you. You kicked me out of the family the night you slapped me, I said, looking down at her. Today, I am finally honoring your decision. I turned around and walked out of the coffee shop. I heard Maya screaming obscenities at my back, but I didn't turn around. I walked out into the cool Seattle rain, got into my rental car, and drove straight to the airport. I was back in Denver, sitting on my couch with Liam, eating takeout Thai food by 6 p.m. The fallout over the next year was absolute and total destruction. I didn't have to lift a finger. I just sat back and received periodic updates from the district attorney's office. Because Maya had a prior record of financial fraud, from the first time they stole from me, the judge showed zero leniency. The evidence I provided was bulletproof. The IP addresses, the forged digital signatures, the money trail, it was insurmountable. My mother completely bankrupted herself trying to save her golden child. She drained her pathetic retirement account and sold her house at a massive loss just to afford a high-priced defense attorney. It was completely useless. Faced with a mountain of irrefutable evidence, Maya took a plea deal to avoid a trial. She pled guilty to aggravated identity theft and wire fraud. She was sentenced to 4 years in a federal women's correctional facility, followed by 5 years of heavily monitored probation and full financial restitution to the bank. I didn't go to the sentencing, I didn't need to. I read the brief article in the local Seattle online paper. Local woman sentenced in $75K identity theft scheme. There was a blurry photo of Maya leaving the courthouse in handcuffs. She looked haggard, terrified, and old. She wasn't smirking anymore. Because my mother sold the house and blew the money on legal fees, she had nowhere to go. My father, who had been quietly enabling this madness for decades, finally broke. He filed for divorce, packed his truck, and moved to Idaho to live in a trailer park with his brother. My mother is now living in a tiny, run-down, one-bedroom apartment on the bad side of town, working as a cashier at a pharmacy at age 62 to survive. People on the internet might read this and think I'm a monster. They might think I orchestrated a master plan of revenge to destroy my family. But it wasn't revenge, it was a quarantine. When you have a toxic infection in your body, you don't negotiate with it. You don't give it $75,000 and hope it leaves you alone. You cut it out. I received exactly one piece of mail from my mother, about 6 months after Maya went to prison. It was a crumpled, handwritten letter sent to my office. Chloe, I hope you are happy. You completely destroyed this family. Your sister is locked in a cage with criminals. She cries every time I talk to her. I lost my home. Your father abandoned me. You did this. You are a cold, heartless, evil girl. I pray to God you never have children, because if you do, I pray they do to you exactly what you did to me. Mom. I stood by the window in my high-rise office, looking out over the beautiful Rocky Mountains, holding the letter. I didn't cry. I didn't feel guilty. I just felt a profound sense of closure. Even after losing everything, her home, her husband, her daughter's freedom, my mother still refused to take accountability. In her twisted, diseased mind, Maya committing a massive federal crime wasn't the issue. Me reporting the crime was the issue. She lived in an alternate reality where love equaled submission, and abuse was just a quirky family dynamic. I tore the letter into tiny pieces and dropped it into the recycling bin. 2 years have passed since that day. Maya is still in prison. Liam and I got married last spring in a beautiful, small ceremony in the mountains. We didn't invite a single person from my biological family. My best friends walked me down the aisle. I am safe. I am successful. I am loved for who I am, not for what my bank account can provide. I didn't destroy my family. I just stopped being their human shield, and the reality of their own actions destroyed them. My parents spent thousands for my older brothers while I tried to survive. But then, while he begged for a job, I built a company and watched him burn. My parents secretly funded my golden child brother's entire luxury college life while letting me tape my broken shoes together and work 80-hour weeks in a lumber yard. Years later, when he was broke and begged me for a job at my multi-million-dollar agency, I didn't just say no. I created an elaborate, fake corporate entity, put him through a grueling 3-month unpaid internship, and watched him publicly bomb a fake investor pitch just to hand him a screenshot of the exact moment he called me a pathetic laborer. Original post. I returned to my apartment after a brutal 14-hour shift at the lumber yard, my hands blistered and my back screaming in agony, only to find my older brother Trevor lounging on the couch. He looked up from his phone, smirked, and said, "You know, most people your age are out having fun on a Saturday night, not hauling wood like a peasant. I just turned 29 a few months back. If you saw me now clean cut, wearing a tailored navy blazer, spinning the keys to a Porsche 911 on my finger, you'd probably assume I was one of those trust fund kids who had everything handed to him on a silver platter. But nothing could be further from the blood, sweat, and absolute isolation that built my life. Because while some people grow up in families that nurture them, mine had a generational talent for reminding me in 1,000 microscopic ways that I was the spare parts. I wasn't the chosen one. That sacred title belonged to Trevor, 3 years older, smug as a lottery winner, and completely useless. From the moment we were old enough to speak, my parents made it aggressively clear which one of us was destined for greatness, and which one was destined to serve. I was 16 when I got my first job. It was early Saturday mornings at a massive local lumber and hardware supply depot. I spent my weekends stacking 50-pound bags of concrete, organizing treated pine, and learning how to use a heavy-duty box cutter without slicing my own fingers off. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid, and it was honest. I still vividly remember the first time I came home with an aching spine, my boots caked in mud, and grease permanently stained under my fingernails. My mom was sitting at the kitchen island, sipping her wine. She glanced up from her iPad, gave me a disgusted once-over, and muttered, "I really never thought we'd raise a blue-collar laborer. Wash your hands before you touch anything." My dad, reading the sports section, just chuckled. At least someone's learning the value of $1. That might have actually meant something, maybe even felt like a compliment, if he hadn't immediately followed it up by looking proudly at Trevor. Unlike Trevor here, who was busy cultivating his mind instead of wasting his youth on minimum-wage grunt work, Trevor, at 19 years old, hadn't worked a single day in his life. He didn't even pretend to look for a job. He spent his weekends gaming in the basement, smoking weed out the window, or blasting EDM through the $400 noise-canceling headphones my parents had bought him for study focus. They always had an arsenal of excuses ready for him. He's focused on his entrepreneurial future. He's got raw, untamed potential. We don't want to distract his creative genius with mundane money problems. And honestly, maybe that would have made a fraction of sense if Trevor was actually acing his classes, learning to code, or inventing the next big startup. But he wasn't. He was coasting through community college, failing basic electives, and somehow, his failures were always a grand conspiracy against him. His professors were biased. The syllabus was too rigid for a visionary. The grading scale was outdated. Meanwhile, I was pulling straight B+S and A's, working every single weekend, and hoarding every crumpled dollar bill I could into a shoebox so I could eventually buy a beat-up 2008 Honda Civic I had found on Craigslist. One sweltering Saturday afternoon in July, I came home from a double shift. I was drenched in sweat, completely dehydrated, and starving. I'd worked 14 hours straight because 2 other guys called out sick, and I desperately needed the time and a half overtime pay. As I dragged myself through the front door, I heard roaring laughter echoing from the kitchen. I walked in to find Trevor sitting at the dining table with my parents. They were eating expensive takeout sushi, and Trevor was animatedly telling some story, probably another fictional tale about how his business ethics professor just didn't understand the modern market. What I will never forget is what Trevor said the second I walked into the room. "Oh, look who it is," Trevor sneered, pointing a chopstick at me. "The weekend warrior returns to the castle. Did you beat the final boss in the plywood aisle yet, Marcus?" They all laughed. My mom laughed the loudest, throwing her head back. My dad gave me this pathetic, half-hearted "Hey, bud," before immediately turning his attention back to Trevor's plate. I just stood there in the doorway, sawdust covering my jeans, dirt on my face, wondering how it was scientifically possible to feel like a complete ghost inside the house you grew up in. I was covering for Dave. "He's got a newborn kid," I muttered, walking to the sink to get a glass of tap water because all the bottled water was gone. Trevor snorted loudly. "You know, most guys your age are out partying, hooking up with girls, doing normal human stuff. Not hauling dead trees around for literal pennies. I'm saving up for a car," I replied, gripping the edge of the sink, trying to keep my voice steady. "You know, so I don't have to beg mom and dad to drive me everywhere, or use their gas money." That should have landed. It was a direct, logical statement. But instead, my mom gave me times that look, the specific look where her lips press into a razor-thin line, her eyes narrow, and she looks at me like I'm a stubborn stain on the rug. "Marcus," she sighed, her tone dripping with exhaustion. "Don't be so bitter and jealous. Your brother is on a completely different path than you. He's a thinker. You should be happy for him instead of projecting your insecurities." "Happy?" I said, my voice finally cracking as the heat rushed to my face. "Happy for what, exactly? That he doesn't lift a single finger, lives here for free, eats takeout, while I break my back every weekend just to buy my own clothes, and I times get mocked for it." Trevor leaned back in his chair, putting his hands behind his head, flashing that infuriating, punchable grin. "Hey, man. I'm just saying, Maybe if you weren't so obsessed with scraping pennies together like a peasant, you'd have a little more fun. Live a little, bro, stop being such a martyr. Something inside me snapped right then. It wasn't a loud, explosive snap, it was a microscopic, hairline fracture deep in my chest, but once it cracked, the cold realization spread through my entire body. I didn't yell, I didn't throw my glass against the wall. I didn't storm off like an angry teenager. I just stood there, looking at Trevor in his brand new $150 designer hoodie, and I thought, okay, you win. You're the golden boy. I'm the disposable worker bee. But, somewhere in the darkest, quietest part of my mind, I made a blood oath to myself. Let's see exactly where the two of us end up in 10 years. That night, lying in my cramped bedroom, staring at the popcorn ceiling, I didn't shed a single tear. I didn't punch my pillow, I just planned, and over the next few months, that cold, silent plan became the nuclear fuel that powered my life. They didn't know, they just kept laughing, eating their sushi, and Trevor kept coasting on their dime. I kept working. But I officially stopped waiting for them to notice me. Because I knew, with absolute certainty, that one day they would have no choice but to look at me. And when that day came, it wouldn't be a heartfelt reunion, it would be them staring at my taillights as I left them in the dust. The first major shift happened a year later. It started with a simple, standard issue envelope sitting on the kitchen counter. It had my name printed on the front. I wish I could say it was a full-ride scholarship to an Ivy League school, or a magical inheritance, but life doesn't hand out cinematic miracles to people like me. It was a financial aid notice from Easton Community College. A stiff, bureaucratic piece of paper mathematically proving that even if I drained my entire savings account to cover tuition, I would still need to work 40 hours a week just to make rent on the tiny, roach-infested studio apartment I had found on the bad side of town. But to me, that piece of paper was a declaration of independence. It meant I was doing this alone. It was freedom, printed in black ink. I didn't even bother showing it to my parents. There was 0 point. I already knew the script. Trevor was transferring to Coastal University. Not just any state school, but the massive, prestigious one with a football stadium that looked like an alien mothership and out-of-state tuition fees that would make a normal person vomit. He didn't apply for financial aid. He didn't have to. My dad strutted around the neighborhood bragging about Trevor getting into Coastal like he had personally cured a disease. My mom hosted a lavish catered dinner party to celebrate Trevor's massive intellect, and literally made me take the dripping trash bags out to the curb right in the middle of her champagne toast. "Don't glare at me, Marcus," she hissed under her breath as I tied the garbage bags. "This is Trevor's moment. Don't ruin the energy." Trevor's moment somehow mutated into an entire season of worship. He was treated like a conquering hero. Meanwhile, I quietly packed my things, added more graveyard shifts at the lumber yard, and prepared for September. I had accepted my role as the invisible son. The phantom who vacuumed the living room before the guests arrived, only to vanish so the golden child could shine. But the ultimate breaking point didn't come from one big explosion. It came from 1,000 microscopic cuts. It was a humid August evening, 2 weeks before Trevor was scheduled to move into his luxury off-campus apartment. I had just finished a grueling 10-hour shift and walked into our house to find the living room completely buried in shopping bags, Amazon boxes, and enough high-end electronics to stock a Best Buy. My parents were playfully arguing over whether Trevor needed a third curved monitor for his creative workflow. Trevor was sprawled horizontally across the sofa, eating potato chips, scrolling on his phone. "Hey, Marcus," my dad called out as I walked in, still wearing my high-vis work vest. "Put your stuff down. We need your help loading the SUV. Trevor's got a lot of new gear." I stood there, sweat literally dripping down my spine. "Can I at least take a shower and eat a sandwich first? I haven't eaten since noon." Trevor rolled his eyes, not even looking up from his screen. "Jesus, don't be so dramatic, it's just a few boxes. You act like you just survived a tour in a coal mine. Just move the stuff, bro." I didn't say a word. I mechanically set my backpack on the floor and started hauling his treasure trove: a stainless steel mini fridge, a massive flat-screen TV, a $1,200 espresso machine, all brand new, all top of the line, all purchased with my parents' credit cards for a 22-year-old man who had never earned a single paycheck. As I picked up a bag from an electronics store, a receipt fluttered to the ground. I picked it up, $2,850, just for his computer peripherals. That was more money than I had saved from working 3 entire months in the blazing sun. Later that night, after I had loaded the entire car by myself, I went into the kitchen to make a cheap bologna sandwich. As I reached for the mayonnaise, I heard Trevor's voice drifting from the den. He was on the phone with his buddy. "Yeah, bro, Marcus is still out there stacking boxes for beer money." Trevor laughed, his voice dripping with condescension. "He thinks going to community college is some noble, heroic struggle. Dude's acting like a literal martyr just because he shows up to a minimum wage job on time." A pause as his friend spoke. Then Trevor laughed harder. No, man, my parents aren't giving him a dime. My mom said he made his own bed. They offered to help him if he went to a real school like Coastal, but since he wanted to be all independent and go to loser college, they're letting him drown and figure it out himself. It's honestly hilarious. I stood perfectly still in the kitchen, the jar of mayonnaise cold against my palm. They offered to help me? That was absolute news to me. They had never once offered me a cent. I waited in the shadows until I heard him hang up and stomp upstairs to his bedroom. Then I walked into the dark den, sat in my dad's leather recliner, and stared at the blank TV screen. The black glass reflected a version of me I didn't recognize anymore. A hollowed out, exhausted shell. I didn't know who to scream at first. But it turned out, I wouldn't have to scream at anyone. Because the very next afternoon, they delivered the final, fatal blow. I came home from work to find the house packed with people. Aunts, uncles, cousins, even my great aunt with the horrible perfume. There were massive silver balloons spelling out "Congrats Trevor." A massive tiered cake sat on the island. My mom saw me walk in and clapped her hands. "Oh, there he is. Marcus, you're just in time." "In time for what?" I asked, confused. She blinked as if I was stupid. "Trevor's surprise farewell dinner. He's leaving for orientation tomorrow morning." Asked. "Tomorrow?" "No one told me." "Well," she said, waving her hand dismissively, "we figured you'd be working your little job anyway, so we didn't bother. Grab a paper plate." Trevor came sauntering down the stairs wearing a crisp new button-down shirt. Everyone cheered. My dad wrapped a heavy arm around Trevor's shoulders and raised his glass. "Family, this right here is what we always knew was coming. A young man who is going to change the world. He's got the kind of raw potential you just can't teach. It's in his blood." Trevor beamed. "Thanks, Pops." Then, my mom stepped forward, tears in her eyes, and handed Trevor a thick white envelope. "This is from us, honey. For your living expenses. We want you to focus purely on your studies, not on money." Trevor ripped it open and his eyes went wide. He let out a loud whistle. "Whoa, you guys, this is a lot. We believe in investing in the future," my mom said proudly, glancing at me for a split second before looking away. Later, after the crowd had thinned out, I saw the envelope discarded on the coffee table. The sick curiosity overpowered me. I walked over and looked inside. It was a certified bank check. $6,000. I stood there holding the slip of paper like it was a live grenade. My ears were ringing. $6,000. The exact same people who had explicitly told me they couldn't afford to help me buy a $150 used laptop for my college classes had just casually handed my brother $6,000 in cash, after time spending thousands on his apartment furnishings. I didn't speak to a single person for the rest of the night. I packed my duffel bag in silence. The next morning, Trevor left for Coastal University in his new car. The house was dead quiet. And a week later, I moved out into my roach-infested studio apartment. Update 1. I spent the next 3 years in absolute hell. I don't use that word lightly. I was a ghost haunting my own life. I worked 2 jobs to survive, opening shifts at a greasy diner flipping pancakes at 4:30 a.m., and evening shifts doing data entry for a logistics company. I took 18 credits a semester at the community college. I learned how to stretch a $10 grocery budget across an entire week by living off rice, canned tuna, and expired bread the diner let me take home. I didn't go to a single party. I didn't date. I didn't buy new clothes. By my second winter, the soles of my only pair of sneakers had holes so big I had to wrap them in heavy-duty duct tape just to keep the snow from freezing my toes. But the pain was productive. I channeled every ounce of anger into my grades. I maintained a 4 gigapascals, forced my way into the honors program, and aggressively applied for every corporate internship in a 50-mile radius. Meanwhile, through the grapevine of my mother's increasingly stressed phone calls, I learned about Trevor's journey. By the end of his first semester at Coastal, he was failing 3 classes. His excuse? The professors were intimidated by his unconventional ideas. He switched majors from business to philosophy, then to communications, then to undeclared. He partied relentlessly. He burned through the $6,000 check by November on VIP sections at clubs and a custom gaming PC. He called my parents weekly, begging for emergency funds. And like clockwork, they kept opening their wallets, Venmoing him $250 here, $400 there. Then came the spring of my sophomore year, the turning point. I landed a massive, highly coveted, paid internship at Apex Innovations, one of the biggest marketing and brand strategy firms in the city. Out of 400 applicants, they picked me. The senior director who interviewed me looked at my resume, looked at my duct-taped shoes, and said, "You've got grit. I can teach you marketing, but I can't teach hunger. You start Monday." I was euphoric. For the first time in my life, I felt like I had actually won something. I took the bus to my parents' house that weekend, foolishly hoping that maybe, just times maybe, this would be the accomplishment that finally made them proud of me. I walked in. My mom was watching reality TV. My dad was scrolling on his tablet. Hey, I said, out of breath. I got it. I got the internship at Apex Innovations. It's paid. Full-time this summer. It's a direct pipeline to a six-figure job. They both looked up. My mom gave a polite, tight-lipped nod. Oh, that's nice, Marcus. My dad lowered his tablet, frowning. But what about your classes? Are you dropping out to go work in an office? No, I said, my smile fading. I'm doing night classes. This is a massive opportunity, Dad. He grunted, unamused. Well, just don't lose focus and get distracted by money. Not everyone has the luxury of coasting forever like your brother. That was the very first time he had ever openly admitted Trevor was failing. But before I could process it, my mom delivered the gut punch. Well, she said, not taking her eyes off the TV, since you're going to be making all this big corporate money now, you can finally start paying for your own car insurance and health insurance. We've been covering you both for years and it's getting expensive. My mouth went completely dry. Mom, I've been paying my own insurance for 2 years. I've never been on your plan. She blinked, genuinely confused. You haven't? Oh, right. Well, that must have been Trevor's bills I was looking at then. I stared at her for 10 seconds. She didn't apologize. She just went back to her show. I nodded slowly, turned around, and walked out the front door. That was the exact moment the last microscopic shred of hope I had for their love evaporated. From that day forward, I officially orphaned myself. I stopped asking. I stopped hoping. I stopped calling. I threw myself into Apex Innovations. I was the first one in the glass-walled office at 6 a.m. and the last one to leave at 9 p.m. I wore thrift store dress shirts that were too big for me, but I worked like a machine. I took on every project no one else wanted. I analyzed data, built pitch decks, and studied consumer psychology until my eyes bled. A senior strategist named Sarah took me under her wing. She saw my insane work ethic and started giving me real responsibility. By the time I graduated with my bachelor's, having transferred to a state school on a full academic scholarship, Apex didn't just hire me, they made me a junior executive. While I was climbing the corporate ladder, Trevor was in freefall. He officially dropped out of Coastal University his junior year. My parents finally cut off his allowance when he overdrafted his bank account by $1,500 trying to start a crypto trading empire that was actually just a blatant scam. I hadn't seen him in 2 years when I bumped into him downtown. It was mid-December. I was walking out of a high-end coffee shop, wearing a tailored wool overcoat, holding a $6 latte. I heard a raspy voice call my name. I turned around and almost didn't recognize him. Trevor was standing by a trash can. His designer hoodie was stained and frayed. His hair was greasy and matted. He looked like he hadn't slept in a month. Marcus? He croaked, his eyes wide with shock as he took in my clothes, my watch, my posture. Trevor, I said, keeping my voice entirely neutral. What happened to you? He looked down at the freezing pavement, his face burning with a shame I had never seen him display before. It's been a rough couple of years, man. I dropped out. Tried to get a startup going, but my investors screwed me. My lease ran out. Mom and Dad cut me off. Said I needed to learn responsibility. And figure it out. The sheer, poetic irony of those words almost made me laugh out loud. Now times they set boundaries. Now times they want him to figure it out. I looked at him, the golden child, the visionary, the boy who used to mock me for working. He was a hollow shell. But the craziest part? I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel the urge to gloat. I just felt a profound, freezing apathy. He opened his mouth, probably to ask me for money or a place to crash. But before he could get the words out, my phone buzzed. It was an email from Sarah at Apex. The client loved your pitch. We secured the $2 million account. You're getting promoted. That. I looked back at Trevor, who was shivering in the wind, waiting for me to save him. I just smiled a small, polite smile. Well, I said softly, I'm sure you'll figure it out. You've got so much raw potential. I turned and walked away, leaving him standing alone on the corner. I had won the war. But the real revenge was still years away. Update 2. 5 years passed. I didn't just climb the ladder at Apex, I built my own ladder. At 27, I took my life savings, leveraged my industry contacts, and opened my own boutique branding and marketing agency, Forge and Fire Studio. I hired hungry, overlooked talent kids who went to community college, kids who had to work 3 jobs, people who knew how to hustle. We specialized in taking dead, boring corporate brands and injecting them with viral, aggressive modern marketing. Within 2 years, we were pulling in 8 figures in revenue. I bought a penthouse. I bought a Porsche 911. I had officially made it. And then, the universe handed me the ultimate gift. My agency was hired by a massive VC-backed tech startup to completely overhaul their brand identity. During the audit of their old files, I found a folder labeled previous consultant pitches. I opened it and burst out laughing. The name on the disastrous, buzzword-filled, absolutely garbage pitch deck was Times Trevor. He had tried to break into my industry. He had tried to play in my sandbox, and he had been fired for gross incompetence. That was the moment the spark ignited. I didn't just want to be successful anymore. I wanted to make a statement so loud, so mathematically undeniable, that my family would be forced to swallow it for the rest of their lives. I hosted a massive launch party for Forge and Fire's new downtown headquarters. Catered food, open bar, local press, and I mailed VIP invitations to my parents and Trevor. To my shock, they actually showed up. They walked into my stunning, glass-walled office building looking like they had accidentally wandered onto a movie set. My mom kept nervously touching the marble countertops. My dad stared at the framed multi-million-dollar campaign posters on the walls, his jaw practically on the floor. And Trevor looked completely broken. He was wearing a cheap, ill-fitting suit, his eyes darting around the room, taking in the sheer scale of what the peasant laborer had built. During my speech, I stood at the microphone, looked directly into my parents' eyes, and said, "I want to thank the people who told me I would never be anything more than a blue-collar grunt. You taught me that the only person coming to save me was myself." My parents turned beet red and stared at their shoes. But the real magic happened after the party. As the staff was cleaning up, Trevor lingered by the bar. He approached me, looking like a beaten dog. "Man," he stammered, holding a beer. This is insane. You really built all this?" "From scratch," I said, wiping down a table. "Look, Marcus," he swallowed hard, his pride completely shattering. "I'm in a bad place. I've been trying to get into brand strategy, but nobody will give me a shot. I was wondering, do you have any openings, even just as a junior copywriter? I'll do anything, bro. I just need a chance to prove my potential." He handed me the loaded gun. All I had to do was pull the trigger. "You know what, Trevor?" I said, pretending to think deeply. "I don't hire family here. Conflict of interest. But I do have a massive private client, a Silicon Valley guy launching a luxury men's grooming brand. He's looking for a lead creative director to run his marketing. It's a 6-figure role, I can introduce you. But he's a psycho-perfectionist. If you mess up, it's on you." Trevor's eyes lit up like fireworks. "Oh my God. Yes, Marcus, thank you. I swear I won't let you down. I'm ready for this." He had no idea. The client didn't exist. The company didn't exist. Over the next 48 hours, I used my agency's resources to build a completely fake corporate entity called Times Titan Shave. I bought the domain. I used AI to generate hyper-realistic product renders of luxury razors and shaving creams. I built a flawless 15-page website. And most importantly, I created the founder, Arthur Sterling. I made a fake LinkedIn profile for Arthur, complete with a terrifyingly aggressive corporate bio, and set up a burner email address. Then, as Arthur Sterling, I emailed Trevor. I offered him a 90-day probationary trial as lead creative director. The contract, which I drafted using legal templates, explicitly stated that the trial was unpaid, but upon successful completion and a final investor pitch, he would receive a $120,000 salary and equity in the company. Trevor signed it immediately. For the next 3 solid months, I put my brother through absolute psychological torture. Operating as Arthur via email and voice-modulated phone calls, I demanded the world from him. I gave him impossible deadlines. I made him write 50-page brand Bibles. I made him design logos, which I would brutally reject at 3 a.m., telling him his work was amateurish garbage and demanding he start over by 8 a.m. Trevor, desperate for the golden ticket, took every single ounce of the abuse. He worked 80-hour weeks for free. He sent me desperate emails apologizing for his lack of vision. He begged Arthur for approval. He was finally experiencing exactly what it felt like to grind yourself into dust for someone who fundamentally did not respect you. Finally, week 12 arrived. The final investor pitch. Arthur emailed Trevor and told him that to secure his job and the funding, he had to present the entire Titan Shave marketing deck to a lead venture capitalist in person. I told Trevor I had rented a boardroom at a high-end co-working space downtown. What Trevor didn't know was that the venture capitalist was David, a professional stage actor I had hired for $500 for the afternoon. I gave David an earpiece, a fake Rolex, and a strict directive: destroy him. I sat in the adjoining office behind a one-way glass mirror, a fresh cup of coffee in my hand, and watched the climax of my life unfold. Trevor walked into the boardroom, sweating profusely. He was wearing a cheap tie and carrying a stack of printed pitch decks. David was sitting at the head of the table, looking at his phone, radiating pure corporate menace. "Let's make this quick, Trevor," David snapped, not looking up. "Pitch me." Trevor fumbled with his laptop, his hands visibly shaking. He pulled up the slide deck. Yes. So, Titan Shave is a paradigm shift in the male grooming matrix. Stop, David interrupted immediately. What the hell does grooming matrix mean? Are you pitching a razor or a sci-fi movie? Speak English. Trevor swallowed hard, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Right. Sorry. We are targeting the alpha male demographic with high retention subscription models. For the next 20 minutes, David systematically dismantled Trevor's entire existence. Through the earpiece, I fed David the most brutal, unanswerable questions possible. Your customer acquisition cost is entirely fictional. Where did you pull these numbers from? Thin air? This logo looks like it was drawn by a depressed high schooler. Are you actually this incompetent, or is this a prank being filmed for YouTube? Trevor stammered. He apologized. He dropped his laser pointer. His voice cracked. He looked exactly like the pathetic, helpless child he had always been underneath his bloated ego. Finally, David stood up, slammed his notebook shut, and looked Trevor dead in the eyes. I was told you had potential, Trevor. But this? This is the most pathetic display of unprofessionalism I have ever witnessed. We are pulling all funding from Titan Shave. You are a waste of my time. David stormed out of the room. Trevor collapsed into his chair, burying his face in his hands. He sat there in the silent boardroom for 10 minutes, completely destroyed. Then, he packed up his laptop and did the walk of shame out of the building. I waited exactly 1 hour before I delivered the final strike. Trevor was probably sitting in his car, crying, when his phone buzzed with an email. It wasn't from Arthur Sterling. It was from my personal email address. The subject line was, "Still waiting on that potential." There was no text in the body of the email, just a single image attachment. It was a screenshot from a Facebook post 10 years ago. A picture of me in my dirty work boots, and underneath it, Trevor's comment. Marcus thinks he's such a big shot for working at the lumber yard. Pathetic. You'll be a blue-collar laborer forever, bro. Meanwhile, I'll be making real money with my brain. Lol. I hit send. And then, I blocked his number. I blocked his email. I blocked my parents' numbers. The silence that followed was the most beautiful sound I have ever heard in my entire life. I didn't hear from Trevor. I didn't hear from my parents. I didn't get angry voicemails or demands for explanations. The sheer, overwhelming humiliation of realizing he had spent 3 months doing unpaid slave labor for a fake company created by the brother he despised completely broke him. I heard through a mutual cousin months later that Trevor had a complete mental breakdown. He moved back into my parents' basement. He refuses to leave the house. My parents are now in their late 60s, their retirement funds severely depleted from constantly bailing him out, stuck taking care of a 32-year-old man who finally realized he is entirely worthless. And me? I left the office that night, walked down to the private parking garage, and got into my Porsche. I started the engine, feeling the deep, powerful rumble vibrate through the leather seats. I drove out into the city, the neon lights blurring past the windshield. I didn't feel angry anymore. I didn't feel vengeful. I just felt incredibly, wonderfully light. I had paid my dues. I had built my empire. And for the first time in my life, the ghost was finally put to rest. My parents secretly excluded me from their vow renewal and faked my illness. So I posted the medical receipts and ruined their trip. My family deliberately left me off the passenger list for their lavish vow renewal in France, telling all our relatives I was too sick to travel so they wouldn't look bad. So, I marched down to an urgent care clinic, got a negative test, posted the medical receipts for their entire friend group to see, and let our nosy neighbor call the authorities on them for child abandonment. Let me set the stage here, because if I don't explain the cast of characters, you're going to get halfway through this nightmare and ask, wait, where were you while all this was happening? Because honestly, that question is the defining theme of my entire existence. I am the invisible child in my own home. I'm 16, male, and the third kid of 2 people who have been married for nearly 3 decades but suddenly decided they needed a massive, ridiculously expensive vow renewal to reconnect. My mom is 48. My dad is 51. But if you looked at their social media accounts, you'd think they were 20-something influencers trying to secure a brand deal with a luxury travel agency. Then there's my sister, Chloe. She's 26, the undisputed crown jewel of the family. She and my mom are basically the same person, sharing a single brain cell that is entirely fueled by designer handbags and Instagram aesthetics. My brother, Mason, is 23. He's my dad's golden boy. They bond over lifting weights, sports cars, and acting like they're the stars of a buddy cop movie where I am not even an extra in the background. I am the unclaimed baggage perpetually spinning on the carousel. This whole disaster started when my parents announced their milestone celebration. It wasn't just a party, it was going to be a week-long, ultra-luxurious vow renewal ceremony at a historic chateau and vineyard in Bordeaux, France. They framed it as a deeply intimate family journey. But when my parents say family, they mean themselves, Chloe, and Mason. I was never part of the equation. The roles were handed out immediately. Mom announced that Chloe would be her maid of honor because Chloe understands her vision and aesthetic. Dad loudly proclaimed that Mason would be his best man because he needed a strong, grounded guy standing next to him. Mason is a guy who spends 4 hours a day at the gym and communicates primarily in grunts, but sure, he's a pillar of emotional support. I didn't even ask what my role would be because I already knew the answer. But my grandma, the only person in this family who actually acknowledges that I have a pulse, suggested that I could read a short poem or hand them their rings. My parents shut it down so fast you'd think she had suggested I set the chateau on fire. Mom waved her manicured hand dismissively and said, "No, that'll make it feel like a middle school play." Dad chimed in with, "We're going for high-end elegance. Not a cheesy family talent show." Fine. No role for me. But then the actual planning started, and the exclusion became suffocating. We have a shared family calendar on our phones. One day, a massive, week-long block appeared, simply labeled private. It was hilarious, because it wasn't private at all. They would sit in the living room loudly discussing first-class flight upgrades, vineyard tours, and Michelin-star dinners. But the second I walked into the room to grab a glass of water, it was like someone hit pause on a movie. The conversation would instantly stop. Meanwhile, Chloe was being dragged to high-end boutiques every weekend to find the perfect matching dresses, while Dad and Mason went to custom tailors for bespoke suits. Was I invited to any of these shopping trips? No. Not even a casual, "Hey, wanna ride along?" They didn't even try to hide their disdain. Dad once looked at me while I was doing my homework at the kitchen island and said, "We're in the middle of complex logistics right now. You wouldn't understand." I wasn't trying to understand their logistics. I was doing algebra. Mom was even worse, constantly dropping little passive-aggressive digs. She'd say things like, "You know, you're not really a dressy person anyway," or, "I don't think you'd even enjoy a trip like this." It requires a lot of cultural appreciation. Translation: you are not aesthetically pleasing enough to be in our photos. The absolute peak of their audacity happened about a month before the trip. Dad casually walked into the living room and said, "So, we're having the roofers come to fix the leaks over the garage next month. Perfect timing, right? Someone has to be home to let them in and keep an eye on things." He looked dead at me. He didn't ask. He assigned it. I stared at him. "Why me?" "Well," Dad said, crossing his arms, "Chloe has her own life and her dog to worry about. Mason is deep into his fitness training and can't break his routine. You're flexible." Flexible. That was their code word for expendable. "I'm 16, I argued. "I'm supposed to manage a crew of roofers? For a week?" Mom sighed dramatically, acting like I was being a massive burden. "Oh, stop making a fuss. It's good practice for adulthood. Plus, you'd be so bored in France. You'd probably just want to sit in the hotel and play video games. At least here, you have your own bed and your little comforts." "My little comforts?" I repeated, feeling my blood start to boil. "Are you seriously telling me I'm not going on the family trip to France so I can babysit the house for roofers?" Dad narrowed his eyes. "If you can't handle basic responsibility, maybe you're not mature enough for an international trip anyway." That was their strategy. They insulted me, gaslit me, and framed my exclusion as a consequence of my own supposed immaturity. I overheard Mom on the phone a few days later, bragging to her friends. "We deserve this luxury experience," she said. "And the kids who actually matter to the vibe will be there to celebrate with us." The kids who matter. She said it out loud. I didn't fight them anymore. What was the point? They had clearly made up their minds. Chloe was the golden princess, Mason was the golden prince, my parents were the king and queen of Bordeaux, and I was the unpaid teenage property manager left behind in the dirt. The week leading up to their departure was agonizing. The group chats I wasn't a part of were constantly buzzing on the family iPad. Mason was posting gym selfies with captions like, "Getting shredded for the French Riviera." Chloe was posting perfectly curated stories of her matching luggage sets. Then came the day before they left. This was the moment the mask completely slipped, and their blatant cruelty was laid bare. Mom waltzed into my room, doing her usual performative, hyper-organized routine. "Do you have your things packed?" she asked, looking around my messy room with a scowl. "We can't be late to the airport tomorrow morning." I blinked at her. She was acting like I had been included this whole time, like my staying behind was some sudden, shocking choice I was making. "Why would I have things packed?" I asked flatly. "I don't even have a ticket." Her face froze. She actually tried to look confused. "What are you talking about?" "Don't be dramatic. Of course you do. I'm not an idiot. If I had a ticket, I would have seen it." So, while she stood there sputtering her fake confusion, I walked past her, grabbed the family iPad off the kitchen counter, and opened the airline app. I tapped on upcoming trips. There it was. 4 tickets. Dad, Mom, Chloe, Mason. First class. My name wasn't anywhere. Not in the fine print. Not on standby. It just didn't exist. That. I turned the screen around and shoved it toward her. Guess I don't need my suitcase after all. Mom went completely pale. The performative confusion vanished, instantly replaced by panic damage control. "Oh, well, We must have just overlooked that during the booking process. Don't make a scene. We can try to buy you an economy ticket right now. As if forgetting your youngest child was like forgetting to pack a toothbrush. Dad walked in, saw the iPad, and immediately went on the offensive. You're blowing this out of proportion. If you want to come so badly, just throw some jeans in a bag. And, you've never cared about fashion anyway. Okay, I said, my voice trembling with anger. Let's say you get me a last-minute ticket. Do I have a hotel room? Do I have a suit for the ceremony? Or am I just supposed to stand in the background in my sneakers while you guys take your perfect family photos? Mom scoffed. You can make do. You've always been low maintenance. Low maintenance means you don't care about me, and you've convinced yourselves it's my personality trait, I yelled. Dad stepped forward, his face turning red. You know what? If you'd been more involved in the planning, this wouldn't have happened. You make yourself so small and quiet that it's easy to overlook you. We thought you wanted space. They were literally blaming me for being forgotten. They bought 4 first-class tickets to Europe, assigned me to watch the roofers, and then had the sheer audacity to tell me it was my fault for not inserting myself into plans they explicitly locked me out of. I'm not going, I said quietly. Fine, Dad snapped. If you're going to have this toxic attitude, you shouldn't come at all. Don't ruin our celebration. The rest of the night was silent. Chloe and Mason didn't say a word to me. Chloe was too busy steaming her silk dresses, and Mason was obsessively polishing his designer loafers. It was abundantly clear they all knew I wasn't coming, and none of them cared. The next morning, I stayed in my room while they rolled their matching designer luggage out the front door. They didn't even come in to say goodbye. I just heard the front door click shut, the lock turn, and the sound of their Uber pulling away. I was officially home alone. A 6-year-old left to manage a massive house, a dog, and a crew of roofers, while my family flew across the world to celebrate how perfect they were. By the time I woke up the next day, the social media assault had begun. Mom was posting hundreds of photos. The chateau, the vineyards, the champagne flutes. Her captions were sickening. Finally making our love official in Bordeaux. Surrounded by our beautiful family, feeling so incredibly blessed. But obviously, our extended family and their friends aren't blind. People started commenting immediately. Looks gorgeous. But where is Liam? Did Liam miss the flight? Is Liam taking the picture? And that is when my parents executed the most enraging, manipulative lie of the entire saga. Instead of admitting they didn't bring me, they concocted a massive cover story. Mom replied to the top comment. Sadly, Liam came down with a severe case of COVID right before we left. He's running a high fever and is quarantined at home. We didn't want to risk anyone at the ceremony getting sick. We are absolutely heartbroken he couldn't be here. Dad chimed in right beneath her. Yeah, the poor kid is miserable, but he insisted we still go and celebrate without him. He's such a strong, selfless boy. I stared at my phone screen, my jaw physically dropping. Strong? Selfless? Heartbroken? I was sitting on the couch eating dry Cheerios out of the box while watching YouTube. I didn't have COVID. I didn't have a fever. I hadn't insisted they go. They had literally erased me from the trip and were now using my fake illness to farm sympathy likes from our relatives. I felt a cold, sharp clarity wash over me. They wanted to play games? Fine. I would play. I got dressed, grabbed my wallet, and walked 2 miles to the nearest urgent care clinic. I walked up to the front desk and told the nurse I needed a full respiratory panel because I was feeling paranoid. They swabbed my nose, and I sat in the waiting room for 45 minutes. When the doctor handed me the printed paperwork, it was beautiful. A crisp, official medical document with the clinic's letterhead, my full name, the current date, and the time. COVID-19, negative. Influenza A, negative. Influenza B, negative. RSV, negative. I didn't write a long, emotional essay. I didn't rant or scream. I simply took a high-resolution photo of the medical document, making sure the date and the negative results were perfectly legible. I opened Facebook and Instagram. I uploaded the photo. My caption was exactly 1 sentence, not sick at all, just forgotten. I hit post. I didn't even have to tag anyone. The internet is a glorious, vicious machine, and within 20 minutes, the algorithm did its job. Everyone who had just liked my mom's fake sympathy post now saw my medical receipt on their feed. The fallout was instantaneous. My phone started vibrating so hard it nearly vibrated off the coffee table. My aunts, uncles, and cousins bypassed me entirely and went straight for my parents' comment sections. Wait, Linda, Liam just posted a negative COVID test from an hour ago. What is going on? Did you guys seriously leave a 6-year-old home alone and lie about him being sick? Why does Liam's post say he was forgotten? Linda, answer your phone. You could practically feel the sheer panic radiating across the Atlantic Ocean. My parents' romantic, curated aesthetic was crumbling in real time. Mom completely stopped replying to comments. Dad tried to delete a few of the more aggressive callouts, but it was too late. Screenshots had already been taken. The extended family group chats were entirely engulfed in flames. Then, my phone buzzed with a furious text from Mom. "Take that down right now, you are embarrassing us in front of everyone. How could you be so incredibly selfish?" Dad texted immediately after, "This is a private family matter. Delete that post immediately before you ruin your mother's special day. We will deal with your insubordination when we get home." I didn't reply, I just left them on read, but the situation was about to escalate far beyond Facebook drama. Enter Mrs. Higgins. She's our next-door neighbor, a retired school nurse who spends 90% of her day looking out her front window. She misses absolutely nothing. She knows what time the mailman arrives, she knows when the garbage trucks are late, and she definitely noticed that my parents' cars hadn't moved, the roofers were banging on the house, and I was the only one taking the dog out. About an hour after my post went viral, the doorbell rang. I opened it to find Mrs. Higgins standing on the porch, her arms crossed, looking intensely concerned. "Liam, honey," she said softly, "are your parents home?" "No, ma'am," I said honestly. "They're in France for the week." Her eyes widened. "In France? Who is staying here with you? Is your grandmother here?" "No. It's just me. I'm watching the dog and making sure the roofers do their job." Mrs. Higgins' face went completely rigid. "You are 16 years old. They left you alone for a week while construction workers are on the property?" "Yeah. They said I was flexible." Mrs. Higgins pulled out her phone. "Do you have your father's international number?" I gave it to her. She didn't hesitate. She dialed the number, put it on speakerphone, and stood right there on the porch. It rang 4 times before my dad picked up, sounding breathless and furious. "Liam, I told you to take that post down." "This is not Liam," Mrs. Higgins barked, her teacher voice fully activated. "This is Margaret Higgins from next door. I am standing on your porch with your underage son, whom you have apparently abandoned to manage a construction crew while you are on a European vacation." There was dead silence on the line. I could hear the faint sound of a string quartet playing in the background on my dad's end. They were literally in the middle of their pre-ceremony cocktail hour. "Margaret," Dad stammered, his voice dropping to a frantic whisper. "Please, lower your voice, it's a misunderstanding. He's very mature for his age, and we have emergency contacts." "Do not insult my intelligence," Mrs. Higgins snapped. "Leaving a minor completely unsupervised for a week is child abandonment. I am a mandated reporter. You have exactly 2 hours to get an adult family member into this house to supervise him, or I am calling Child Protective Services and the local police to request a welfare check. Enjoy your champagne." She hung up and looked at me. "Go inside, lock the door, I'll be watching the house." The absolute nuclear meltdown that occurred in France over the next hour was something I will cherish for the rest of my life. I wasn't there, but my brother Mason, in a rare moment of panic, texted me a play-by-play. According to Mason, Dad dropped his phone and turned ghostly white. Mom started hyperventilating. The guests who had all paid thousands of dollars to fly to France for this aesthetic nightmare were standing around whispering. The illusion was dead. They weren't the perfect, glamorous couple anymore, they were the monsters who abandoned their kid and got threatened with CPS mid-vow renewal. They frantically started calling every friend and relative they could think of, begging someone to go stay with me. But because they had lied to everyone about me having COVID, no one wanted to go near the house. Finally, they had to beg a distant family friend, a woman named Carol, to drive over. Carol showed up looking like she was performing a prison inspection, furiously texting my mom that she was handling the legal liability. My parents' dream trip was thoroughly destroyed, but the final nail in the coffin came from my own siblings. Chloe, completely unhinged and lacking any self-awareness, texted me, "You are literally ruining Mom's life right now. You couldn't just stay quiet? By the way, since you're home, my dog sitter canceled. I need you to go to my apartment and feed Buster twice a day." She was in France, watching her parents face child abandonment charges, and her instinct was to ask me for free labor. I replied, "Ask the people who bought your plane ticket. I'm busy having COVID." Then came Mason. Mason is usually Switzerland. He stays quiet, avoids conflict, and just lifts weights. But the stress of the ruined vacation finally cracked him. He sent me a direct message with a screenshot attached. It was from the family WhatsApp group, the one I wasn't in. The screenshot was dated 3 months ago, right when they started planning the trip. Dad's text: "Flight prices are insane. Let's just book for the 4 of us. 5 complicates the logistics and ruins the budget for the chateau suite." Mom's reply: "Agreed. Let's keep it intimate. We'll just tell Liam we need him to watch the house. He never pays attention anyway, he won't mind." Chloe's reply: "Thank God. He'd just complain about the walking and ruin the aesthetic in the photos. Make sure you don't leave the iPad open." Mason added a weak message beneath the screenshot: "Bro, I didn't realize how messed up this was until today. I thought you genuinely didn't want to come. Sorry." I stared at the screenshot. All the gaslighting, all the "we overlooked it," all the "you didn't show interest," it was all a calculated malicious lie. They had conspired to exclude me 3 months ago to save money and preserve their aesthetic. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I saved the screenshot, and I made one phone call. I called my grandma. Update 1. It's been 3 days since the urgent care post and the CPS threat. Grandma answered the phone on the second ring. I didn't even have to explain much before she cut me off. I saw the Facebook post, Liam, she said, her voice shaking with a terrifying, quiet rage. And I got a hysterical phone call from your mother an hour ago crying about the neighbor calling the police. I am packing a bag right now. Your Uncle Arthur is driving me. We will be there in 4 hours. When Grandma and Uncle Arthur arrived, the energy in the house instantly shifted. Uncle Arthur is a no-nonsense contractor himself, and he immediately kicked the roofers off the property for the day, telling them the site was unmanaged and unsafe. Grandma came inside, took one look at me eating cereal alone in a massive, empty house, and pulled me into a hug that actually made me tear up for the first time. I showed her the screenshot Mason sent me, the proof that it was premeditated. Grandma read the messages, her face turning to stone. Arthur, she called out to my uncle, get the paperwork from the trunk. Here is the context you need to understand the absolute massacre that was about to happen. My parents love to project wealth. The luxury cars, the designer clothes, the Bordeaux vow renewal, but it's all a facade. My dad's business took a massive hit 5 years ago, and they were dangerously close to losing the house. Grandma bailed them out. She paid off their massive mortgage arrears, but she didn't just hand them cash. She bought the debt. Grandma legally owns 60% of the equity in the house we live in. My parents are essentially her tenants. Furthermore, I found out why they could suddenly afford a vow renewal in France. Grandma had given them a $50,000 gift 2 months ago, but it wasn't for a vow renewal. It was explicitly earmarked for a whole family bonding vacation because Grandma felt the family was drifting apart. My parents took Grandma's $50,000, embezzled it for their own vanity project, excluded the youngest child it was meant to benefit, and then abandoned that child to deal with contractors. They are coming home early, Grandma told me, sitting at the kitchen table with a stack of legal folders. I called your father and told him if he wasn't on the next flight back to the States, I would personally drive to the police station and file the child abandonment report myself. Sure enough, the French fairy tale was aborted. They spent thousands of dollars changing their flights, packed up their unworn designer clothes, and flew back in a state of absolute panic. Update 2. They walked through the front door yesterday afternoon. They looked exhausted, disheveled, and absolutely furious. Mom stormed in first, her eyes locking onto me with pure venom. Do you have any idea what you've done? She shrieked. You ruined the most important week of my life. You humiliated us in front of the entire family. Over a simple misunderstanding. Sit down, Linda. Grandma's voice cracked through the room like a whip. Mom froze. Dad walked in right behind her, dragging the matching luggage, and stopped dead in his tracks when he saw Grandma and Uncle Arthur sitting at the dining table with open manila folders. Mom, Dad stammered. What are you doing here? We had an agreement. Our agreement, Grandma interrupted, her voice dangerously calm, was that the $50,000 I gave you was to take this entire family, all 5 of you, on a meaningful vacation. Instead, you stole my money to throw yourselves a narcissistic vanity parade, actively conspired to exclude your youngest son, and left him alone in a construction zone. Dad tried to puff his chest out. That's not true. Liam didn't want to go. He has no interest in culture. Uncle Arthur slid the printed screenshot of the WhatsApp chat across the table. Dad's eyes dropped to the paper. His own words, 5 complicates the logistics. Let's just tell Liam to watch the house. The silence in the room was deafening. Mom put her hand over her mouth. Dad looked like he was going to throw up. You lied to me, Grandma said. You stole from me. And worse, you treated my grandson like garbage because he didn't fit your sick, superficial aesthetic. Chloe and Mason had walked in by this point. Chloe tried to sneak upstairs, but Uncle Arthur pointed a finger at her. Stay put. Here is what is going to happen, Grandma announced, tapping the folders. First, Liam is packing his bags. He is coming to live with me. I will be filing for emergency guardianship, and given the police report Margaret Higgins formally filed yesterday regarding your abandonment, you will not contest it. Mom burst into tears. You can't take my son, people will talk. It'll ruin our reputation. Your reputation is already dead, Linda. Grandma snapped. But we aren't finished. Since you used my $50,000 under fraudulent pretenses, I am calling in the debt. You have exactly 30 days to repay me the full $50,000. If you cannot, Arthur's lawyers have already drafted the paperwork to force the sale of this house to recover my 60% equity. Dad's knees actually buckled. He had to grab the back of a chair to stay standing. Mom, please, we don't have $50,000. We spent it all on the chateau and the first-class tickets. If you force the sale, we'll have nowhere to go. Then you better start selling those Gucci bags and bespoke suits, Grandma said coldly, because I am done subsidizing your delusions. I went upstairs, packed everything I cared about into 2 duffel bags, and walked back down. My parents were sitting on the couch, crying hysterically. Chloe was screaming at Mason for leaking the screenshot. Mason was just staring at the wall, completely shell-shocked. I didn't say goodbye. I didn't look back. I just walked out the front door, got into Uncle Arthur's truck, and left them to drown in the mess they created. Right now, I'm sitting in my new bedroom at Grandma's house. It's quiet, it's safe, and for the first time in my life, I don't feel invisible. My phone has been blowing up with apologies from extended relatives, who finally see my parents for who they really are. My parents' house was officially listed for sale this morning. Apparently, they couldn't scrape together the $50,000, and Grandma refused to give them an extension. They are moving into a cramped 2-bedroom apartment next month. Chloe is furious because she has to help them pack instead of maintaining her influencer aesthetic. They wanted an intimate, aesthetic life without me. Well, they got it. My sister laughed as she handed me a crumpled boarding pass for a middle seat next to the toilets, mocking my low-level government job. My sister handed out first-class tickets to everyone in the VIP lounge, then dropped a crumpled economy boarding pass into my lap with a smirk, whispering, "You're used to the back anyway." I didn't say a word until 3 hours later, when the pilot marched down to row 41B, snapped a crisp military salute that silenced 300 passengers, and said, "Major General, ma'am, we need your authorization." Let me back up, because the humiliation in that Los Angeles airport lounge wasn't the beginning of this story. It was merely the culmination of an 18-year narrative my family had carefully constructed, a story they all agreed upon and never once bothered to fact-check. The story went like this: Elena works for the government doing computer stuff, basic IT, tech support in a uniform. It was a job they deemed useful in a quiet, pension-collecting sort of way, but absolutely not the kind of career you brag about at dinner parties, especially not when you could be talking about my younger sister, Maya. I never corrected them. People often assume that my silence was born out of humility, or perhaps a stubborn refusal to engage, but it was neither of those things. It was pure efficiency. My family possesses a very specific, deeply ingrained trait that I recognized when I was still a teenager. They are profoundly incurious about anything that does not directly benefit or reflect upon them. You could correct a misconception they held, and they would nod, smile vacantly, and 2 months later, the old version of the story would resurface completely intact. The new information simply wasn't useful enough to their worldview to stick. So, I stopped correcting them. I let them believe what they wanted to believe because it was easier than fighting a tide of willful ignorance. My name is Elena Rostova. I am 41 years old. I hold the rank of Major General in the United States Army, assigned to the Defense Cyber Command. I am not going to describe the exact nature of my daily operations because the vast majority of it is highly classified, and detailing the rest of it would take significantly longer than this post allows. What I will tell you is this: I have been entrenched in this sector for 18 years. I hold a security clearance that requires a background investigation so thorough it would make the average citizen intensely uncomfortable. And my government-issued phone a hardened, encrypted piece of hardware that looks like a generic smartphone but operates on networks that would make a civilian tech CEO weep goes absolutely everywhere I go, including Seat 41B. I had been back on US soil for exactly 14 days following an exhausting 9-month deployment when my mother called. She was practically vibrating with excitement. The family was taking a massive trip to Sydney, Australia, to celebrate my parents' 45th wedding anniversary. Maya, who is 6 years my junior, and her husband, Julian, had meticulously organized the entire affair. Flights, luxury hotels, exclusive dinner reservations, private tours, the whole architecture of a perfect, Instagram-ready vacation. It was an undeniably generous gesture. I told my mother I was genuinely happy for them and that I would clear my schedule to attend. "Oh, wonderful," she chirped. "Maya already took care of everyone's seats. Just use the confirmation code she emails you." I told her that was fine, though a quiet instinct in the back of my mind whispered that I should have just booked my own travel. My sister Maya possesses the kind of striking, effortless beauty that she treats as a professional qualification. She glides through life expecting doors to open, and they usually do. 4 years ago, she married Julian Vance. Their wedding was a sprawling, opulent spectacle at a coastal vineyard that cost more than my entire first decade of military salary combined. Julian is a vice president at a massive defense contracting firm. He deals in aerospace systems and tactical logistics, a phrase he tosses around vaguely but constantly. He wears his corporate title the same way he wears his $60,000 watches, conspicuously, relentlessly, and as undeniable evidence of his superiority. Julian possesses the specific, impenetrable confidence of a man who has never been told no by anyone he actually respects. I had interacted with him perhaps 8 times total before this trip. On 3 separate occasions, he had asked me what I did for a living. Each time, He listened to my answer for roughly 5 seconds before his eyes glazed over and he smoothly pivoted the conversation back to his own recent golf handicap or his latest quarterly earnings. He was a man for whom other people's lives were merely brief, uninteresting pauses between his own sentences. I didn't actively hate Julian, I was just intensely cautious around him. In my line of work, you learn the difference very quickly. The flight confirmation email from Maya arrived 4 days before departure. I opened it on my laptop while drinking my morning coffee. One booking reference for 4 passengers. Business class, already confirmed for first class upgrades at the gate. Names, Maya, Julian, Richard, my father, Evelyn, my mother. Below that, a separate booking reference for 1 passenger. Economy class. Name, Elena. Seat 41B. A middle seat, in the second to last row of the aircraft. I sat at my kitchen island and read the email 3 times. I tried to apply logic to it. Perhaps the booking window was incredibly tight. Perhaps there was a sudden surge in first-class bookings. I sent a brief, polite email to Maya asking about the discrepancy. I have read receipts enabled on my personal account. I saw that she opened the email 12 minutes after I sent it. She did not reply for 24 hours. When her response finally came through, it read, "Oh no, I'm so incredibly sorry, Elena. The premium cabins were totally booked solid by the time I got to your ticket. So sorry." She appended a little pleading face emoji. I knew, with absolute certainty, that she had smiled while typing it. I didn't argue. I didn't complain. I simply logged into a secure terminal, accessed a flight manifest channel that is legally available to me and entirely invisible to the general public, and checked the capacity of our flight. First class was 40% occupied. Business class was 55% occupied. There were dozens of premium seats available. Maya had deliberately gone out of her way to book me into the back of the plane. I packed my old, faded olive drab canvas rucksack. It is worn at the straps, frayed at the edges, and bears a single, subdued embroidered patch from a joint task force unit I commanded in 2017. It is a patch that means absolutely nothing to a civilian, but speaks volumes to anyone who has actually been in the arena. I packed my civilian clothes, secured my encrypted devices, and took an Uber to LAX. The true weight of the situation landed fully when I walked into the exclusive One World VIP lounge at the international terminal. My family was clustered together near the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the tarmac. They were holding their heavy, gold-trimmed first-class boarding passes the way actors hold props on a stage slightly too high, slightly too visibly, making sure anyone looking would know exactly where they belonged. My father was wearing a crisp linen blazer. My mother had draped her expensive silk scarf over her shoulders. Maya was wearing an immaculate white cashmere travel set, looking flawless. Julian was in a tailored sport coat, casually swirling a glass of vintage champagne. It was 9:30 inches the morning. I walked up to the group, the worn canvas of my rucksack scraping slightly against my jacket. Maya saw me approach, and a flicker of deep, primal satisfaction danced across her eyes before she quickly masked it with a performative pout of sympathy. She reached into her designer leather tote and pulled out my boarding pass, holding it between the tips of her index and middle fingers as if it were contaminated. Seat 41B. Maya said, her voice dripping with faux sweetness. The smirk was microscopic, but to a trained observer, it was screaming. Right by the lavatories. I know it's not glamorous, but honestly, it should feel like home to you, right? Given your deployments and all. My father let out a booming, unguarded laugh. My mother quickly brought a hand to her mouth, trying to hide her smile but failing entirely. Julian took a slow sip of his champagne, looked me up and down, and chuckled. Honestly, Elena, you're lucky we didn't just throw you on standby. With that government IT salary, I'm sure you're used to flying budget airlines anyway, right? He glanced at my father, sharing a look of masculine solidarity, and my father nodded in agreement. I stood there for 10 full seconds. I looked at my father, who had prioritized a cheap laugh over his eldest daughter. I looked at my mother, who always chose the path of least resistance. I looked at Julian, drowning in his own unearned arrogance. And I looked at Maya, who had spent her entire life trying to prove she was better than me. Thank you, I said, my voice completely flat. I took the crumpled boarding pass, adjusted the strap of my rucksack, turned my back on them, and walked out of the VIP lounge toward the chaotic, crowded general economy gates. I did not cause a scene. I did not correct their assumptions about my salary, which, for the record, they had been entirely wrong about for 18 years. I did not explain that the canvas bag on my shoulder had been in briefing rooms with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I had learned a very long time ago that the absolute best response to people who are utterly committed to underestimating you is patience. Patience is not passive. Patience is a highly calibrated precision instrument. You keep it sharp, you keep it hidden, and you wait for the exact millisecond it is required. I had no way of knowing, as I stood in line with 300 exhausted travelers waiting to board, that my moment was going to arrive at 38,000 feet over the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. But it did. Seat 41B was every bit the purgatory Maya had intended it to be. It was a narrow, unyielding middle seat. The lavatory was exactly one row behind me, and the distinct, nauseating scent of industrial blue sanitizer and recycled air was already permeating the space before the cabin doors even closed. The man to my left, sitting in the window seat, immediately claimed the shared armrest with aggressive, territorial entitlement. The teenager to my right put on massive noise-canceling headphones and fell asleep, slumping heavily into my personal space. I buckled my seatbelt, shoved my rucksack under the seat in front of me, and looked through the long aisle. Far up at the front, beyond the curtains, I could see my family settling into their luxurious, lie-flat pods. Just before the curtain was drawn, Maya glanced back down the infinite length of the economy aisle. She found my face in the crowd. She gave me a look of comprehensive evaluation, taking in my cramped posture, my worn jacket, the chaotic environment around me, and filed it all away under the narrative she so desperately needed to be true. "Comfy back there?" she mouthed, her eyes gleaming. I gave her a single, slow nod. She laughed to herself and the flight attendant pulled the heavy curtain shut. The massive aircraft took off at exactly 11:15 a.m. For the first 2 hours of the flight, I simply read a paperback novel. I have a strict habit of carrying physical books on long flights. It is one of the very few environments left on Earth where I cannot be easily reached by a 4-star general demanding a cyber threat assessment, and I guard that peace fiercely. Then, 2 hours and 40 minutes into the flight, Julian appeared. He strolled through the curtain dividing the classes, walking down the economy aisle with the leisurely, expansive gait of a colonial governor inspecting his plantations. He was holding a steaming paper cup of black tea. He didn't come back to check on me, he was just stretching his legs. But as he passed row 41, the aircraft hit a sudden, sharp pocket of turbulence. Julian stumbled slightly. To steady himself, he grabbed the headrest of the empty aisle seat in row 40, directly diagonally from me. As he did, his hand jerked, and a quarter of his scalding hot tea sloshed out of the cup, splashing directly across my left shoulder and soaking rapidly into the fabric of my jacket. It was hot. Not quite blistering, but intensely uncomfortable. And it possessed that specific, lingering quality of an accident that doesn't quite feel entirely accidental. Julian looked down at my saturated shoulder. He didn't offer a napkin. He didn't apologize. He just smirked. "Oops, guess all that government desk training doesn't exactly teach you quick reflexes, huh, Elena?" Instead of walking away, he decided the empty aisle seat in row 40 was to his liking. He slid into it, directly in my line of sight, opened his ultra-thin corporate laptop, and connected to the aircraft's public Wi-Fi network. I sat in my middle seat, the hot tea slowly cooling into a sticky, uncomfortable patch against my collarbone. I didn't wipe it off. I just sat there and calculated. I thought about proportionality. I debated whether I was reacting to a spilled cup of tea, or if I was reacting to 18 years of accumulated disrespect. I concluded that sometimes, the most proportionate response to 2 decades of 1,000 tiny, deliberate cuts is one single, devastating, surgical strike. I looked up from my book and focused on the edge of Julian's laptop screen. I have 20/15 vision. I could clearly see his corporate login splash screen. It bore the logo of his defense contracting firm, a company that currently holds a staggering $3.1 billion in active Department of Defense contracts. A company whose cybersecurity protocols I am intimately familiar with, because my division wrote the foundational compliance mandates for them. A large folder was open in the center of his desktop. The file path at the top of the window was clearly visible: DoD, SYS, Arch, V7, restricted. Department of Defense System Architecture files. Classified technical data. And he had it open on an unencrypted, public commercial airline Wi-Fi network, 38,000 feet over the Pacific Ocean. My face remained completely impassive. This is a skill you do not learn in a classroom. You learn it in windowless rooms in the Pentagon when a geopolitical crisis is unfolding in real time and your expression cannot be the thing that induces panic in the room. I kept my face utterly still. I reached into my rucksack and pulled out my government-issued phone. I bypassed the biometric locks, opened a proprietary network analysis application that does not exist on any civilian app store, and typed a string of commands. The aircraft's internal Wi-Fi network mapped itself on my screen in exactly 14 seconds. 82 active devices, the standard spread for a flight of this duration. A sea of iPhones, Androids, iPads, the aircraft's internal crew telemetry, and then, one massive anomaly. Broadcasting in heavy, encrypted packet bursts on a rapid 4-second cycle was a single machine that was completely ignoring standard consumer protocols. It was Julian's laptop. I watched the data flow. The packet structure told me 2 immediate, horrifying things. First, he was actively syncing massive, restricted DoD architecture files to an external, offshore server. Second, the encryption wrapper he was using to hide the transfer was not his company's authorized DoD-compliant protocol. It was a highly specific, proprietary third-party wrapper. I recognized the signature instantly. It belonged to a rival defense contractor, a domestic competitor that was currently locked in a vicious bidding war against Julian's company for a massive next-generation drone logistics contract. I initiated a silent mirror of his traffic. I want to be profoundly clear about the legalities here. I was not hacking Julian's computer. I was passively observing unencrypted metadata transmissions that his device was actively broadcasting into open airspace on a shared, public commercial network. The legal distinction is vital, though as it turned out, I wouldn't be the one needing a lawyer. Julian finished his tea, closed his laptop without shutting it down, and walked toward the lavatory. He left the machine running, actively syncing. I had exactly 2 minutes. I used them efficiently. When he returned, he didn't even glance at me. He walked straight past row 41 and headed back to the luxurious confines of first class. To him, I was just the invisible spinster sister in seat 41B with tea stains on her cheap jacket. I was a background NPC in the grand video game of his life. He had absolutely no idea that the phone in my hand was currently pulling down a complete, bit-for-bit capture of his treasonous data transfer. For the next 45 minutes, I sat in silence, watching the progress bar on my screen. I collected personnel files, access credential logs for 4 separate secure DOD systems, and a fragmented but entirely readable communication thread between Julian and an executive at the rival firm. It outlined a clear, undeniable exchange, classified system architecture in return for a massive, unrecorded offshore payout, corporate espionage intersecting with federal treason. I secured the data, triple encrypted the capture file, and opened my secure communications relay. I sent the entire package to a single recipient, Colonel Robert Hayes, Defense Criminal Investigative Service, DCIS, Cyber Espionage Division. I attached a 2-word message, confirm receipt. 3 minutes later, the reply came through the secure channel. Received. Solid lock. Do not let him out of your sight. I slipped the phone back into my pocket. I folded my hands in my lap. I was perfectly content to wait until we landed in Sydney to watch the Australian Federal Police and US Marshals board the plane. But the universe, it seems, has a flair for the dramatic. At exactly 3:15 p.m., the aircraft violently lurched. This was not the standard, rhythmic bumping of clear air turbulence. This was a catastrophic, structural drop. The floor fell out from under us. Overhead bins snapped open, bags spilled into the aisles, and the collective, terrifying silence of 300 people realizing they might die sucked all the oxygen out of the cabin. The plane leveled out, but the engines sounded wrong, a high, strained whine. The intercom crackled. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain Miller speaking. The pilot's voice was remarkably calm, but clipped. We have experienced a critical anomaly in our primary and secondary navigation systems. We are initiating precautionary emergency protocols. Please remain seated with your seatbelts securely fastened. Precautionary emergency protocols. In aviation terms, that translates to, we are flying blind. And I am currently trying to find a piece of tarmac long enough to put this massive tube of metal down before we fall into the ocean. Because I was seated near the back, I could see the flight attendants rushing through the aisles, their faces tight with genuine fear. Through the curtain, I could hear the chaos erupting in first class. I heard Maya's shrill, demanding voice echoing down the cabin. Excuse me, this is completely unacceptable. We paid for premium service, you need to tell us what is going on right now. Then my father's voice, blustering and useless, I demand to speak to the captain. And Julian, predictably, threatening to sue the airline for emotional distress. I sat perfectly still. I checked my phone, the secure relay was still active. I messaged Colonel Hayes. Flight experiencing critical nav failure. Probable diversion. Hayes replied instantly, tracking your transponder. Massive Pacific storm cell blocking civilian routes to Hawaii or Japan. Your only viable runway within fuel range is Anderson Air Force Base, Guam. Stand by. 10 minutes later, the cockpit door opened. I heard the heavy, purposeful footsteps before I saw him. Captain Miller was a man in his late 50s. When I had checked the flight details earlier, I noted his bio, former United States Air Force, retired full-bird colonel, 24 years flying heavy transport. He walked down the aisle with a rigid, undeniable military bearing. He strode through first class. Maya stepped into the aisle, trying to physically block him, her face red with indignation. Captain, I demand to know. He didn't even look at her. He placed a firm hand on her shoulder, moved her aside with the effortless momentum of a freight train, and kept walking. He passed the business class section. He passed through the curtain. He walked down the long, terrified economy aisle. The passengers watched him in dead silence. He reached row 41. He stopped directly in front of my seat. I was already unbuckling my seatbelt. The cabin was entirely silent now. It was a profound, suffocating quiet, the silence of 300 people collectively realizing that the script of their reality had just been violently rewritten. Captain Miller snapped his heels together. The sound echoed like a gunshot in the quiet cabin. His spine went rigid, his shoulders squared, and his right hand shot up to his temple in a razor-sharp, flawless military salute. It was not a polite greeting. It was the specific, non-negotiable salute demanded by military protocol when a lower-ranking officer addresses a general. You do not accidentally salute someone like that. You do it because the person standing in front of you holds the weight of the United States government on their shoulders. Major General, ma'am, Captain Miller said, his voice carrying clearly to the front of the plane. I stood up. I straightened my tea-stained jacket. I looked him dead in the eye, and I returned the salute with equal precision. The sound that moved through the aircraft in the seconds that followed is difficult to describe. It wasn't a gasp, and it wasn't a murmur. It was a physical wave of shock. It was the sound of 300 paradigms shifting simultaneously. From the row ahead of me, I heard a woman whisper, "Holy shit." But the most telling sound came from the front of the plane, beyond the curtain, absolute, total, deafening silence. My family had heard everything. Captain Miller lowered his hand. He spoke rapidly, stripping away all civilian customer service pleasantries. "General, we have suffered a catastrophic dual nav failure. We are flying on manual instruments. A severe storm cell has closed all civilian diversion airports. We have exactly one viable runway in range, Andersen Air Force Base in Guam. But Andersen is currently under restricted lockdown due to a localized military exercise. Tower control is refusing civilian aircraft without command-level override. I need a flag officer's authorization code to force the airspace open, or we are ditching this aircraft in the ocean in 40 minutes. The man who had aggressively hogged my armrest for 3 hours was now pressed so hard against the window he looked like he was trying to phase through the glass. Understood, Captain, I said, my voice steady, projecting authority. I pulled my encrypted phone from my pocket. I accessed the command interface, authenticated with my biometrics, and pulled up the active airspace override protocols. I generated a one-time cryptographic authorization key. Transmit code sequence Echo Tango 9 or 7 actual to Andersen Tower. I ordered. Inform them Major General Rostova, Cyber Command, is declaring an alpha-level emergency diversion. You are cleared to land. Copy that, General. Thank you, ma'am. Captain Miller didn't waste another second. He spun on his heel, and sprinted back up the aisle toward the cockpit. I sat back down. I calmly buckled my seatbelt. I picked up my paperback book, found my page, and pretended to read. I didn't need to look through the curtain to know what was happening in first class. I could feel the psychological collapse radiating from the front of the plane, the slow, horrifying dissolution of an 18-year lie. First comes the disbelief, then the frantic search for a rational explanation, and finally, the crushing, inescapable weight of reality. Exactly 3 minutes later, the curtain slowly parted. Maya stood there. She gripped the fabric of the curtain so tightly her knuckles were stark white. All the performative elegance, all the smug superiority, all the curated perfection was completely gone. Her face was the color of wet ash. She looked like a child who had just accidentally set her own house on fire. She stared at me, she looked at the cramped middle seat, she looked at the tea stain on my jacket, she looked at the encrypted government device resting on my tray table. I let her stand there and suffer the silence. I made her wait until I slowly marked my page, closed my book, and met her eyes. Elena. Her voice trembled. It was barely a whisper. What? What is happening? I kept my voice low, but the words were sharp as glass. What is happening, Maya, is that your husband has spent the last hour using an unsecured commercial network to transmit highly classified Department of Defense architecture files to a rival contractor. It is a textbook violation of the Espionage Act and federal trade secret laws. I have captured the entire transmission. The Defense Criminal Investigative Service has already processed the data. Maya's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Her eyes darted wildly, trying to process the impossibility of the words coming out of her IT support sister's mouth. Julian? No, he wouldn't. He's a vice president, You're just IT. I am a major general in United States Cyber Command, I said, the title landing like a physical blow. I oversee the security protocols for the exact systems Julian is currently selling to the highest bidder, and I strongly suggest you return to your seat. Federal agents will be waiting on the tarmac when we land. It will be significantly safer for you if you are not standing next to him when they breach the cabin. Maya stumbled backward as if I had struck her. She turned and practically crawled back to first class. We landed at Andersen Air Force Base in Guam at 4:52 p.m. local time. Captain Miller brought the massive aircraft down hard but safe on the military runway. Through my small window, the scene was stark. No civilian terminal, no baggage handlers. Just an endless expanse of gray concrete, military hangars, and the oppressive tropical heat, and the vehicles. 4 matte black government SUVs were parked in a perfect chevron formation near the nose of the plane. A dozen heavily armed military police officers formed a perimeter. Standing at the bottom of the rolling staircase were 3 federal agents in tactical vests bearing the bold white letters, DCIS. The captain's voice came over the intercom. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Guam, please remain seated. No one is to stand or open the overhead bins until instructed." The front doors were open from the outside. Heavy boots echoed through the cabin. 3 agents walked directly into first class. From row 41, I couldn't see the arrest, but I could hear it perfectly. "Julian Vance?" A deep voice commanded. "Excuse me, do you know who I am?" Julian's voice was high, panicked, stripped of all its usual corporate bravado. "I am a VP at Julian Vance. You are under arrest for violation of 18 U.S. Code Section 1832, theft of trade secrets, and unauthorized transmission of classified defense materials. Stand up and place your hands behind your back. This is a mistake, Maya, call our lawyers. Call the firm. Sir, do not make me ask you again. Hands behind your back." There was a brief scuffle, the harsh, metallic ratcheting sound of heavy-duty handcuffs closing, and then Julian was marched down the aisle, his designer jacket bunched awkwardly around his shoulders, his face pale and slick with sweat. The agents escorted him down the stairs and shoved him into the back of the lead SUV. Only then were the rest of the passengers allowed to disembark. Update 1. The civilian passengers were ushered into a massive, air-conditioned staging hangar, while the military coordinated with the airline to arrange relief flights. I did not go to the hangar. I was intercepted on the tarmac by Special Agent Marcus Thorne, the lead investigator for DCIS in the Pacific Theater. He escorted me to a secure briefing room inside the base command center. It was a sterile room, white walls, a metal table, 2 uncomfortable chairs. We spent 2 hours meticulously going over the packet capture data. As it turned out, Julian's arrogance was matched only by his staggering incompetence. He had been leaking these files for over 8 months. He thought he was a genius, using a commercial flight over the ocean to dump the data, assuming the chaotic nature of public Wi-Fi would mask his digital footprint. He had no idea that the quiet woman sitting in the back of the plane was one of the architects of the very security systems he was trying to bypass. When the debrief concluded, Agent Thorne powered down his recorder. He looked at me, a rare smile breaking across his hardened features. "I've been trying to nail this bastard for 6 months, General. He's slippery, but doing a data dump right in front of you? On an unencrypted network? It's almost poetic." "He thought I was low-level tech support," I said dryly. Thorne laughed. "Well, he knows exactly who you are now." When I finally walked into the civilian holding hangar, I found my family huddled in a corner near a bank of vending machines. They looked completely destroyed. My father was pacing. My mother was weeping silently into her silk scarf. Maya was sitting on a folding chair, staring blankly at the concrete floor, her phone clutched in her hands. My father saw me approach. He stopped pacing. For 18 years, this man had dismissed my career, laughed at my expense, and allowed his son-in-law to treat me like dirt. Now, he looked at me as if I were a stranger holding a loaded weapon. "Elena," he choked out. "Dad." He took a step forward, his hands trembling. "They took him. Men with guns they took him." "Maya is." The agents questioned her for an hour. "They said Julian is facing 20 years in federal prison." "Elena, why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you ever say you were a general?" I looked at him, feeling absolutely nothing but a cold, clinical detachment. "I told you exactly what I did, Dad. 18 years ago, when I got my first commission, I tried to explain it. You changed the subject to Maya's high school cheerleading competition. 3 years ago, when I got my star, I tried to tell you at Thanksgiving." Julian interrupted me to talk about his new Porsche, and you all eagerly joined in. "You didn't know because you never cared to listen. You preferred the version of me that made you feel superior." My father recoiled as if slapped. My mother sobbed louder. Maya finally looked up. Her eyes were red, her makeup ruined. The golden child, completely shattered. "You ruined my life," she whispered, her voice venomous. "You set him up. You sat back there and you destroyed my husband out of jealousy." I stepped closer to her, my voice dropping to a deadly calm. "I didn't force Julian to commit corporate treason, Maya. I didn't force him to sell out his country for a payout. He did that all on his own, I just caught him." I turned and began to walk away, but then I stopped and looked back at her. "Oh, and Maya, there's one detail I think you should know." She glared at me. "What?" I spoke with the agents who interrogated him. "Do you know why Julian was so confident doing that data transfer on the plane? Because he specifically asked you to put me in the back." Maya froze. The blood drained completely from her face. "He told the agents he needed to work on sensitive files and didn't want the nosy IT sister sitting anywhere near him in first class where I might glance at his screen," I explained, watching the realization crush her. "He asked you to isolate me. And you, being so eager to humiliate me, happily obliged. You put me exactly where I needed to be to intercept his unsecured network traffic without him ever noticing." If you had just given me the first-class ticket I was supposed to have, I would have been sitting right next to him, he wouldn't have dared open his laptop, he would have gotten away with it. I let that sink in, I watched her mind connect the dots. I watched her realize that her own petty, vindictive cruelty was the exact instrument of her husband's destruction. You handed me that boarding pass, I said softly, you built your own gallows, Maya. I just pulled the lever. Update 2. It has been 4 months since the flight. Julian Vance was formally indicted on 6 counts of federal espionage, theft of trade secrets, and wire fraud. His defense contracting firm immediately terminated his employment, revoked his stock options, and threw him entirely under the bus to save their DoD contracts. Facing overwhelming, irrefutable digital evidence and a massive sentence, Julian took a plea deal. He is currently serving 12 years in a federal penitentiary. Maya filed for divorce 3 weeks after the arrest. Her lavish lifestyle evaporated overnight when the federal government froze all of Julian's assets pending an investigation into his offshore accounts. She had to sell the mansion, the cars, and the designer clothes. She moved back into my parents' guest room. My parents have tried desperately to repair our relationship. My father sends me long, rambling emails apologizing for his blindness. My mother sends me care packages. I am polite, but distant. 18 years of willful ignorance cannot be undone with a few apologies born out of shock and intimidation. The dynamic has irrevocably shifted. They no longer look at me with pity, they look at me with fear. And honestly, I prefer it. Last week, I received a text from Maya at 2 a.m. I didn't know what he was doing. I swear to God, Elena, I didn't know, I just wanted to feel important. I'm so sorry. I stared at the screen for a long time. I thought about the LAX lounge. I thought about the smirk. I thought about the spilled tea. But I also thought about the fact that she was my sister, and her life was entirely in ruins. I typed a reply. I know you didn't know about the treason, Maya, I believe you, but you did know exactly what you were doing with that boarding pass. That is what you have to live with. I haven't heard from her since. I am currently sitting in a private military transport plane, heading back to Washington, D.C. for a briefing at the Pentagon. I am sitting in a wide, comfortable seat. The coffee is hot, and nobody is spilling it on me. I look out the window at the clouds below, and I feel a profound, quiet peace. Patience is a weapon, and I wield it flawlessly. Family mocked me for being an unemployed failure. At High Society Gala, the president revealed I was the secret architect behind the country's economic recovery. The heavy baccarat crystal glasses clinked with a sharp, piercing ring as my father, Arthur, raised his 5th glass of Macallan 25 of the evening. To success, he announced, his booming voice echoing off the mahogany-paneled walls of his Upper East Side dining room. To those who understand what it takes to build a legacy, to crush the competition, and to actually contribute to this family's name. As he spoke, his cold, steely eyes bypassed my brother, Preston, bypassed my sister, Chloe, and landed squarely on me. The gaze was heavy, suffocating, and dripping with an unspoken, yet deafening, disapproval. I kept my face entirely neutral, picking up my simple glass of tap water and taking a slow sip, letting his implied, venomous criticism wash right over me. In their eyes, I was Julian Vance. I was 34 years old, the family disappointment, the absolute black sheep. To them, I was a drifter who had wasted a brilliant Ivy League education to bounce between odd consulting gigs that barely paid the rent for my modest, 1-bedroom apartment in Queens. If they only knew the truth. If they only knew that just 6 hours prior to this excruciating family dinner, I had been sitting in a secure, signal-jammed subterranean conference room beneath the Treasury Department in Washington, D.C., finalizing a $400 billion sovereign debt restructuring plan that would literally save our nation and by extension, my father's massive real estate portfolio from the brink of a catastrophic, cascading financial collapse. Still between opportunities, Julian? Uncle Robert called out from the end of the table, not even bothering to hide the cruel smirk playing on his lips. He sliced into his medium-rare filet mignon with aggressive force. What's it been now? 8 months since that last freelance thing? 10 months, my sister Chloe corrected instantly. She elegantly adjusted her diamond-encrusted Rolex, a push present from her venture capitalist husband, Mark. Though, honestly, I'm not sure we can even count those weird little online consulting jobs he claims to do. I mean, Julian, are you even paying taxes at this point, or are you just living off the grid like a hermit? I forced a polite, entirely hollow smile, carefully cutting into my own dinner. My stomach churned, not from the food, but from the sheer exhaustion. The weird little online consulting jobs they were currently mocking had actually involved me spending the last 3 weeks preventing 4 major European banks from defaulting, effectively restructuring our country's entire foreign trade deficit strategy. But they didn't need to know that. My security clearance demanded absolute, unbreakable silence. I'm managing just fine, Chloe, I said simply, keeping my voice low and unbothered. My father scoffed, The sound sharp and dismissive. Managing? You call living in a shoebox and wearing off the rack suits managing? You're managing to completely waste that Princeton education I paid for. Look at your brother. Preston was just made senior partner at Sterling & Cross. He manages $3 billion in assets. Mark just took his tech startup public. And you drift around like a lost ship waiting for the wind to blow. It's pathetic. The irony of his statement was almost physically painful. It burned the back of my throat. While they looked at me and saw a directionless, lazy 34-year-old who couldn't commit to a career path, the President of the United States literally had my encrypted private cell phone number on speed dial. Over the last 5 years, my proprietary economic forecasting models had quietly become the absolute foundation for the country's post-crisis recovery strategy. I was known in the highest echelons of government only as the architect, but my level 6 security clearance meant maintaining absolute secrecy. I couldn't tell my friends. I couldn't tell my dates. And I certainly couldn't tell my hyper-competitive, status-obsessed family. Speaking of massive success, my mother, Eleanor, chimed in, delicately dabbing her lips with a linen napkin. Did you all see the front page of the Wall Street Journal this morning? The articles about that mysterious economic advisor the White House brought in? They're saying he's revolutionizing our entire fiscal policy. They say he single-handedly prevented a recession last quarter. I took another long, slow sip of water, staring intently at my plate. I remembered the headlines she was referencing perfectly. The press had been going wild for months. The unnamed architect behind the most ambitious, aggressive financial reforms in modern American history. Probably some 60-year-old senior Federal Reserve veteran with actual, undeniable credentials. Preston sneered, shooting me a pointed, arrogant look across the table. Someone who actually understands the meaning of commitment, grit, and hard work. Not someone who sleeps until noon. Right at that exact moment, my encrypted phone buzzed violently against my thigh. It was a specific vibration pattern. 2 short, 1 long. It was a text from Agent Miller, my direct liaison to the White House Chief of Staff. Emergency briefing. 10 p.m. Est. The situation in Tokyo is deteriorating rapidly. The Asian markets are hemorrhaging. We need you. In the war room now. You. I discreetly checked my watch. It was 8:15 p.m. Excuse me, I said, abruptly standing up from the heavy oak dining table and throwing my napkin down. I'm incredibly sorry, but I need to take care of something urgent. I have to go. Of course you do, my father muttered loudly, not even looking up from his plate. Always running away the second things get uncomfortable. Always running away from responsibility. If he only knew I was currently running toward preventing an international financial meltdown that would have wiped out his entire net worth by Tuesday morning. I didn't say another word. I walked out of the penthouse, rode the elevator down in silence, and climbed into the back of the black, armored SUV that was already idling discreetly down the block. Inside the car, I quickly stripped off my deliberately cheap, rumpled dinner clothes and changed into the bespoke, tailored Tom Ford suit I kept hung in the back for emergency midnight briefings. Within 45 minutes, I was being heavily escorted through the subterranean tunnels beneath the Capitol, where the Treasury Secretary and the core economic defense team were already sweating through their shirts. Julian, thank God. The secretary greeted me, his face pale and grave. The Bank of Japan is wavering on our proposed liquidity measures. If they dump their bonds, the contagion spreads to London by 3 a.m., and New York opens in a freefall. We need your magic, kid. For the next 6 agonizing hours, I didn't blink. I reworked massive, complex financial algorithms on the fly, barking orders to senior analysts twice my age, and aggressively negotiating with foreign finance ministers via a secure, heavily encrypted video link. By 4 a.m., my shirt was soaked with sweat, my eyes were burning, but we had done it. We had established a firewall. We had prevented a global economic catastrophe that would have decimated the markets. Brilliant work, absolutely brilliant, as always, the secretary said, heavily slumping into his leather chair as the sun began to rise over Washington. I honestly don't know what the hell this country would do without you, Julian. I stared at the blinking green lights of the servers, thinking of my family's dinner table. I thought of my father's sneer, Preston's arrogant laughter, and Chloe's dismissive eye rolls. Just doing my job, sir, I whispered, rubbing my temples. The next morning, after taking a private puddle jumper flight back to New York, I arrived at my modest apartment, the exact apartment my family believed I could barely afford to rent. I hadn't even taken my shoes off when my phone started ringing. It was Chloe. Mom and Dad are worried sick, and frankly, I'm just disgusted, she started, completely bypassing any form of greeting. You literally just disappeared from dinner last night without a single explanation. Do you ever, for 1 second, think about anyone other than yourself? You are so incredibly selfish, Julian. I glanced blankly at the morning papers spread across my kitchen counter. Every single one of them featured massive, bold headlines about the miraculous midnight save and the averted Asian market crisis. A crisis that absolutely no one in the world knew I had personally stopped. "I'm sorry, Chloe," I said, my voice hoarse from yelling at foreign bankers all night. "Something came up. An emergency." She let out a dramatic, theatrical sigh that crackled through the speaker. "Something times, always times comes up with you. Listen to me. The Vance Family Foundation's annual charity gala is next Friday at the Plaza. This is the biggest night of the year for Dad. Preston's firm is the main sponsor. Try to at least pretend to be a responsible, functioning adult for one single evening. Don't embarrass us." The Vance Charity Gala. It was the crowning jewel of my family's narcissism. An event where New York's absolute elite gathered to network, drink $1,000 champagne, and show off their grotesque wealth. My family had been hosting it for a decade, and every single year, they used it as a public stage to highlight the massive contrast between their soaring achievements and my apparent, miserable failures. They loved having me there just so they could point to me as the cautionary tale. But what my sister didn't know, what none of them knew, was that this year was going to be drastically, violently different. The President of the United States had personally insisted on attending the gala this year. My father thought it was because of his massive campaign donations. Preston thought it was to honor his Wall Street firm. They were both dead wrong. The President was attending for me. After 5 years of operating in the absolute shadows, taking the hits, enduring the stress, and letting my family treat me like garbage, the administration had decided it was finally time for the architect to step into the blinding light. The classified period of my project was officially over. "I'll be there, Chloe," I promised, a slow, dangerous smile finally creeping onto my exhausted face. I wouldn't miss this one for the world. Edit. A lot of you in the comments are asking why I didn't just tell them I worked for the government to get them off my back. I legally couldn't. I signed NDAs that carried federal prison sentences if breached. The market manipulation that could occur if people knew who I was or what I was analyzing was too dangerous. I had to play the part of a loser to protect the global economy. Yes, it sucked. Yes, it destroyed my mental health, but the payoff was coming. Update 1. The week leading up to the gala dragged on with excruciating, agonizing slowness. Every single day felt like wading through wet cement. Every family phone call, every condescending text message, every well-meaning suggestion from my mother about applying for entry-level data entry jobs felt like another heavy iron weight being added to a highly compressed spring. I was just waiting for it to snap. I was sitting in my actual office, a highly secure, biometric locked floor in a federal building in Lower Manhattan that officially did not exist on any public directory when Preston called me. "Dad insists you wear something actually presentable to the gala," Preston barked, the background noise of his busy Wall Street trading floor bleeding through the phone. "He's arranged for you to borrow one of my old suits. We can't have you showing up in whatever bargain bin polyester garbage you've been wearing lately. It's embarrassing for the brand." I glanced down at my bespoke, hand-tailored Italian suit that cost more than Preston's entire monthly mortgage payment. "That's very thoughtful of him, Preston." "Yeah, well, he's a generous guy. And listen to me carefully, Julian. Try not to mention your pathetic little consulting work to any of the VIP guests. These are serious, heavy-hitting people. Board members, hedge fund CEOs, actual political advisors. Don't bore them with your delusions of grandeur." Through my reinforced, bulletproof office window, I could see the massive skyscrapers of the financial district. Just hours ago, I had drafted a regulatory policy that was going to fundamentally change how Preston's exact firm operated. "I'll keep that in mind," I said smoothly. "Good. Oh, and apparently the President and the Treasury Secretary are making an appearance. Secret Service is already sweeping the plaza. Try to make yourself completely scarce during that part. Go hide in the bathroom or something. The absolute last thing we need is you embarrassing the Vance family name in front of the leader of the free world." I ended the call without another word, turning back to my massive array of 6 monitors displaying real-time global market data. Agent Miller walked in, carrying a fresh stack of classified intelligence reports and 2 cups of black coffee. "Your family still doesn't suspect a single thing?" he asked, having listened to countless similar, abusive calls over the last few years. "They see exactly what they want to see, Miller," I replied, taking the coffee and reviewing the documents. "They need me to be a failure so they can feel better about their own hollow lives. Though, that's about to change rather dramatically in about 48 hours. Miller grinned, a rare sight for the stoic agent. The President is incredibly excited about the reveal. He's actually moved 2 international diplomatic calls around just to ensure he can make a proper theatrical entrance at the gala. He knows what they've put you through. That same afternoon, I was forced into another agonizing family obligation. High tea with my mother and her elite social circle at the Pierre Hotel. I arrived deliberately 15 minutes late, wearing a slightly rumpled, faded button-down shirt and scuffed loafers, the carefully curated costume of the unsuccessful offspring that I had perfected over the years. "Oh, Julian." My mother sighed dramatically the second I sat down, rubbing her temples as if my mere presence gave her a migraine. "Couldn't you have at least ironed your collar?" You look like you slept on a park bench. Her wealthy friends exchanged knowing, pitying looks. These were the wives of industry titans, women who measured a human being's worth strictly in summer homes and offshore account balances. Did you ladies see the morning news, Mrs. Sterling asked the group, sipping her Earl Grey. They're saying this mysterious economic advisor in Washington has introduced some revolutionary new algorithmic model for inflation. The markets are responding incredibly well. My husband's portfolio is up 12% this week alone. My husband says this advisor must be an absolute genius, Mrs. Harrington added, her diamonds flashing in the chandelier light. Apparently, even the European Central Bank is begging to study his methods now. They say he's untouchable. I stirred my tea quietly, staring at the swirling brown liquid, vividly remembering the intense, 3-hour screaming match I had engaged in with the head of the European Central Bank earlier that morning to force them into compliance. Speaking of jobs, my mother cut in pointedly, her voice dripping with passive aggression. Julian is still looking for something suitable. Perhaps one of your husbands might have an opening? Something entry-level, of course. Mailroom. Filing. He's not above manual labor at this point. The women's expressions immediately shifted to practiced, hollow sympathy. Of course, Eleanor dear, Mrs. Sterling said, patting my mother's hand. Everyone goes through difficult periods. My nephew was a bit of a late bloomer too. We got him a job walking dogs. It builds character. Just then, my secure phone buzzed heavily against my ribs. A priority red alert message from the Treasury. Immediate intervention required. Sterling and Cross hedge fund is overleveraged. Default imminent. Need you in the war room. I froze. Sterling and Cross. That was Preston's firm. My arrogant, abusive brother had massively overleveraged his firm's assets in toxic derivatives, and they were about to collapse, potentially dragging the entire sector down with them. I'm sorry, Mother, I said, standing up abruptly, my chair scraping loudly against the marble floor. I have to go. Right now. Another one of your imaginary, mysterious consulting meetings? She asked, her voice rising in genuine anger, no longer caring about making a scene in front of her friends. Really, Julian? When are you going to wake up and start taking your life seriously? You are an embarrassment. I didn't answer. I just walked away. I was already halfway to the federal building when Preston called me, screaming so loud the phone speaker crackled. You embarrassed Mom in front of her entire social circle, he roared. Mrs. Sterling's husband is the CEO of my firm. For God's sake, he could have helped you find a real job sweeping floors or something. You are such a massive screw-up. I smiled, a cold, dark feeling settling in my chest. I thought about how, in exactly 10 minutes, I was going to be the one deciding whether Mrs. Sterling's husband and my brother went bankrupt and faced federal indictment, or if I would bail them out. I'm sure he could have. Preston, I said softly, and hung up. For the next 18 hours, I worked nonstop. I designed an aggressive, surgical intervention strategy that would stabilize Sterling and Cross's assets without causing a market panic. I saved the firm. I saved the economy. But I deliberately included a brutal, unchangeable regulatory clause in the bailout, massive executive clawbacks. The executives, including Preston, would lose all their bonuses, their stock options would be frozen, and they would be subjected to a grueling, multi-year SEC audit. I saved the ship, but I made sure the arrogant captains went down. By dawn, the crisis was averted. But I hadn't slept in 2 days. My personal phone was flooded with 50 missed calls from my family, all leaving increasingly furious, unhinged voicemails about the gala preparations. Where the hell are you? Preston demanded in his latest voicemail. You were supposed to pick up the rental tux hours ago. Do you even care about this family's reputation? You are dead to me if you ruin tonight. Are dead to me if you ruin tonight. I looked at my reflection in the reinforced glass of my office window. I had dark, heavy circles under my eyes. I looked exhausted, battered, and drained. But a fire was burning behind my eyes. In 12 hours, everything was going to change. In 12 hours, the black sheep was going to slaughter the flock. Update 2. The annual Vance Family Charity Gala was always a grotesque exercise in opulence, but this year, they had truly outdone themselves. The grand, cavernous ballroom of the Plaza Hotel gleamed with thousands of crystal chandeliers. Massive, elaborate floral arrangements of rare white orchids covered every surface. Each table was meticulously set with hand-painted gold china and heavy sterling silver cutlery. I arrived exactly on time at 7 p.m. I deliberately ignored the cheap, ill-fitting suit Preston had left for me. Instead, I wore my own bespoke, midnight blue Tom Ford tuxedo, paired with a vintage Patek Philippe watch that the Prime Minister of England had gifted me after I saved the pound sterling. The heavy security team at the door, Secret Service agents who were there for the president, but who secretly reported to my office, nodded imperceptibly as I glided past the velvet ropes. Julian. Chloe's shrill voice cut through the elegant hum of the crowd. She stomped over to me, her designer gown shimmering, her face twisted in absolute fury. Where on earth have you been, and what the hell are you wearing? That is definitely not Preston's old suit. Did you rent that? You're going to bankrupt yourself trying to look like you belong here. I managed to find something appropriate, Chloe, I said mildly, smoothly lifting a glass of vintage Dom Perignon from a passing waiter's silver tray. My father appeared out of the crowd, his face already flushed a deep, angry red from whiskey and irritation. He grabbed my arm hard, pulling me aside. You were supposed to sit at table 40, in the absolute back near the kitchen doors, he hissed, his breath reeking of alcohol. We have the Treasury Secretary, the Mayor, and 3 massive bank chairmen at the main table tonight. The President himself is arriving in 20 minutes. So I've heard, I replied, casually freeing my arm from his grip. Just try not to draw any attention to yourself, he muttered, glaring at me with raw disgust. And for God's sake, do not speak unless spoken to. Do not mention your unemployment. If anyone asks, tell them you're taking a sabbatical to find yourself. Don't humiliate me tonight, Julian. I mean it. I checked my encrypted phone. A message from Agent Miller. POTUS is en route. Aita 5 minutes. The Eagle is ready to fly. Enjoy the show. The ballroom filled rapidly with New York's absolute elite. Hedge fund managers, political heavyweights, industrial titans. I stood silently near a massive ice sculpture, sipping my champagne, watching my family aggressively work the room. My father was loudly bragging to anyone who would listen about Preston's genius at Sterling and Cross, completely unaware that Preston's firm had nearly collapsed 24 hours ago and was currently under federal investigation. My mother was parading Chloe around, showcasing her empty, vanity charity work. Did you hear? Mrs. Sterling whispered loudly to a group of executives, not even bothering to lower her voice as I walked past them. They say the architect, that shadow economist from Washington, is going to be officially revealed tonight. The president is doing it personally. Brilliant man, by all accounts. Her husband, the CEO of Sterling and Cross, added pompously, swirling his scotch. He completely revolutionized our sector, saved us from a massive recession. I'd hire him for $10 million a year in a heartbeat if I knew who he was. I hid a massive, genuine smile behind my champagne flute. I remembered how vigorously Mr. Sterling had cursed my name during the bailout negotiations yesterday when I froze his bonuses. At precisely 8:30 p.m., a massive ripple of electric excitement moved through the crowded ballroom. The heavy oak doors swung open, flanked by dozens of Secret Service agents. The President of the United States had arrived, accompanied by the Treasury Secretary. I watched, highly amused, as my father practically tripped over his own feet rushing to greet them. Preston and Chloe were close behind, shoving people out of the way to get into the photo op. My mother beamed with sickening pride as the President politely shook their hands. They clearly, genuinely believed this entire moment was about their family's supreme importance to the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the White House Chief of Staff announced over the massive sound system, the President of the United States would like to say a few words. The massive ballroom instantly hushed. You could hear a pin drop. My family quickly positioned themselves prominently right at the edge of the stage, puffing out their chests, ready to bathe in the glory. The President stepped up to the acrylic podium, adjusting the microphone. He looked out over the sea of billionaires and politicians. Thank you all for having me tonight. The President began, his deep, commanding voice echoing off the walls. As many of you in this room know, our nation has faced unprecedented, terrifying economic challenges over the last few years. We've weathered potential recessions, international banking crises, and market instabilities that could have absolutely devastated the working class of this country. My father nodded sagely, stroking his chin, acting as though he had personally guided the country through these hardships. But, the President continued, his tone shifting to something much more serious, thanks to one single person. One absolutely brilliant, unparalleled economic mind working in the shadows. We have not only survived these massive challenges, we have emerged stronger than ever before. A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. You have all heard of him in the press, the President said, smiling slightly. They call him the architect, the shadow economist. The mystery advisor who rebuilt our nation's financial strategy from the absolute ground up, working in total secrecy to protect our markets from manipulation. The room was completely, breathlessly silent now. Every single eye was fixed heavily on the stage. Tonight, his classified mission is complete. Tonight, I am finally able to reveal his true identity to the world. To thank him properly, publicly, for his incredible sacrifice and service to our nation. The President's eyes scanned the room. They bypassed the billionaires. They bypassed the politicians. They bypassed my father, my mother, and my brother. His eyes found mine, standing quietly in the back by the ice sculpture. Julian, the President said softly, but the microphone picked it up perfectly. Would you please join me up here? The silence that fell over the ballroom wasn't just quiet, it was physical. It was a heavy, suffocating vacuum of sound. My father's jaw literally dropped, his mouth hanging open like a fish. The crystal glass of whiskey slipped right out of his hand, shattering violently against the marble floor. The sound cracked like a gunshot. Chloe gasped, stumbling backward in her heels. Preston looked like he had just been physically struck in the face with a baseball bat. All the color instantly drained from his face, leaving him a sickening, ashen gray. I set my champagne flute down on a passing waiter's tray, I buttoned my Tom Ford jacket, and I began to walk. Every single step I took echoed in the stunned, paralyzed quiet. The crowd parted for me like the Red Sea. Billionaires who had ignored me 10 minutes ago stepped back in awe. As I finally reached the stage and walked up the steps, the President of the United States reached out and pulled me into a firm, warm embrace. "Thank you, son," the President whispered into my ear, but loud enough for the podium microphone to catch every word. "For saving this country. We owe you a debt we can never repay." The room completely erupted. Gasps, murmurs, and shocked whispers flooded the massive space. I looked down at my family. My mother had physically collapsed into a chair, her legs completely unable to support her weight. She was hyperventilating, staring at me like I was a ghost. "For the past 5 years," the President continued, raising a hand to quiet the crowd, "Julian Vance has been my chief economic advisor, operating at the absolute highest, most classified levels of the federal government. His financial models have literally saved our economy. His crisis management strategies are currently being taught as gospel at Harvard, Yale, and Oxford. While enduring total secrecy, he has single-handedly reshaped the future of the free world." The President stepped back, gesturing for me to take the podium. I stepped up to the microphone. I looked out at the sea of faces, but my eyes locked directly onto my father's terrified, pale face. My voice was calm, cold, and crystal clear. "Thank you, Mr. President," I said, the sound booming through the room. Though, I must admit, maintaining that absolute secrecy over the last 5 years was made significantly easier by certain preconceptions about my career path by those closest to me. My father's face turned a horrifying shade of purple. He looked like he was going to have a stroke. Preston was frantically, desperately typing on his phone, furiously Googling my name, presumably finding the hundreds of articles about the architect that he had previously mocked. "Julian." Mr. Sterling, the CEO of Preston's firm, called out from the front row, his previous condescension entirely replaced with a desperate, raw panic. "All those meetings you missed. Those freelance jobs. You were in Washington?" "I was in the war room, Mr. Sterling," I answered smoothly, leaning into the microphone. "Usually overriding your firm's reckless, highly illegal leveraging policies." The room erupted into nervous, terrified laughter. Mr. Sterling swallowed hard, sweat pouring down his forehead. "In fact," I continued, my eyes shifting to my brother, Preston, who was physically shaking. "That massive emergency yesterday afternoon, the one that kept me from picking up a borrowed, cheap rental suit for tonight? That was me preventing a major Wall Street hedge fund, one that many of you in this room are heavily invested in, from completely collapsing due to gross, criminal negligence." I paused, letting the silence hang like a guillotine. "I saved the firm. But I also drafted the executive clawback policies that went into effect at 8 a.m. this morning. So, to the executives who just lost their bonuses and are currently facing SEC indictments, you're welcome for keeping you out of total bankruptcy." Preston let out a choked, pathetic noise. He knew I had just destroyed his entire career on live television. The President smiled broadly, clapping me on the shoulder. "Thanks to Julian's unparalleled work, we are now entering our strongest economic period in 4 decades. Please, join me in thanking a true American hero." The room exploded into a deafening standing ovation. Billionaires, politicians, and industry leaders were on their feet, clapping furiously. My family remained frozen in their spots, entirely paralyzed by the massive nuclear bomb I had just dropped on their entire reality. The rest of the evening passed in an absolute blur of surreal vindication. Every major financial figure in the room, men who had looked at me like dirt for years, were now practically shoving each other out of the way just to shake my hand. They were desperate to claim some prior connection, to establish a relationship with the man who held their entire industry in the palm of his hand. My family remained in various, pathetic states of shock. My father attempted to approach me 3 separate times, but every time he got close, my Secret Service detail smoothly and forcefully blocked his path. He looked broken. Preston spent the entire night in the corner, chugging straight vodka, furiously arguing on his phone with his lawyers as the reality of the SEC audit set in. Chloe was sobbing in the bathroom because her wealthy friends had immediately abandoned her to come try and talk to me. Finally, near midnight, the crowd thinned out, and my mother managed to slip past the agents. She walked up to me, tears streaming down her perfectly contoured face, her hands trembling violently. "Julian, we had absolutely no idea," she stammered, her voice cracking. "My God, we didn't know. That was rather the entire point, Mother," I said coldly, sipping my water. "But why?" she cried, grabbing my arm. "Why let us believe you were a failure? Why let us treat you like that? Why didn't you just give us a hint?" "So," I slowly pulled my arm out of her grasp. I looked down at her, feeling absolutely nothing but pity. Because, Mother, you all times needed times to believe I was a failure. I said, my voice dropping to a harsh whisper. You needed a punching bag. You needed someone to look down on so you wouldn't have to look at your own shallow, empty, meaningless lives. It made my classified work possible, yes. But if I'm being completely honest, letting you all dig your own graves, letting you expose exactly how conditional and toxic your love really is. It made tonight infinitely more satisfying. She openly sobbed, covering her face with her hands, but I didn't comfort her. I turned my back and walked away. As the evening finally wound down and the ballroom emptied, the president pulled me aside near the exit. You know, Julian, he said quietly, looking at my shattered family huddled in the corner, you could have asked me for special clearance to tell them years ago. I would have authorized it. You didn't have to endure their abuse. I watched my father staring at the floor, his legacy in ruins. I watched my brother realizing his career was over. Some lessons are better learned dramatically, sir. I replied, adjusting my cuffs. Besides, they never once asked me if I was okay. They never asked what I was actually doing. They were so utterly convinced they knew who I was, they never bothered to look closer. Later that night, as I was walking out toward my armored motorcade, my father finally broke away from the group and ran up to me. He looked 10 years older. His arrogance was completely gone, replaced by a desperate, hollow panic. Son. Julian, please, he begged, his voice shaking. We've been so incredibly wrong about you. You're brilliant. You're the pride of the Vance family. We need to talk. Preston's firm. The SEC, you have to call them off. You have the power to fix this. You're my son. I stopped walking. I turned around and looked at the man who had called me a parasite, a disappointment, and a failure for 8 years. I looked at the man who measured love in dollar signs. I straightened my perfectly tailored Tom Ford tuxedo. No, Arthur, I said, using his first name for the first time in my life. You were exactly right about one thing tonight. You were completely right. He blinked, confused. Right about what? I really couldn't hold down a corporate job. I smiled, a cold, predatory grin. I was way too busy running the United States economy. Good luck with the federal indictments. I turned around, got into the back of the armored SUV, and the door slammed shut with a heavy, satisfying thud. I didn't look back as the motorcade drove away into the New York night. Don't expect any help from me, my father texted in the seat I paid for. Then, my co-founder called to tell me we just hit a $1.8 billion valuation. My phone buzzed at exactly the wrong moment. I was standing in the staging tunnel beneath the Stanford Stadium, wearing a graduation robe that cost $55 to rent and cheap heels that had already eaten through the skin of both my pinky toes. The tunnel smelled like damp concrete, old dust, and the sharp, metallic tang of nervous sweat. All around me, hundreds of graduates were fidgeting with their caps, rehearsing their smiles, and texting families who had flown in from all over the globe. My family had flown in from Chicago. My father, Arthur Sterling, a third-generation commercial real estate developer, a man of steel beams, poured concrete, and unshakable certainty about what constituted a real job, was sitting in seat A 12 inches the front row. I had booked that seat myself. I had paid for his first-class flight, his luxury hotel suite at the Rosewood, and the dinner reservation at a Michelin-starred restaurant for afterward. I had orchestrated this entire weekend the way I orchestrated everything in my life, carefully, precisely, and down to the absolute last micro detail. And then my phone buzzed against my hip. I pulled it out of my pocket. His name flashed on my cracked screen, and beneath it, a short, brutal message that hit me like a physical blow to the sternum. Don't expect any financial help from me going forward. You're on your own now. Time to face the real world. I read it twice. Then a third time, the words blurring slightly under the harsh fluorescent lights of the tunnel. The graduate standing next to me, a bioengineering student I vaguely recognized from a sophomore seminar, leaned over and asked if I was okay. I must have made some kind of involuntary noise, a sharp intake of breath that sounded like a dry heave. Fine, I said, my voice sounding hollow and distant to my own ears. I'm perfectly fine. My hands were not shaking. I want to be incredibly precise about that detail. My hands were completely, terrifyingly still. Over the previous 6 years, I had learned exactly how to compartmentalize, how to hold myself together in high-stakes rooms where lesser versions of myself would have completely shattered. But behind my ribs, something had gone very, very quiet. I thought about the 1-2-year-old girl who had sat in her father's mahogany-paneled home office, holding a clunky laptop, desperately trying to explain the basic software architecture she had just built. I thought about the 1-6-year-old who had begged him to just look at the school network vulnerability she had patched. I thought about the 1-8-year-old who had carried a 2-5-page, meticulously researched business plan in her backpack and left his office with it completely unread. That younger version of me wanted to fall to the floor and cry. But I was no longer that girl. My phone buzzed again. A different contact this time, Maya. And the next 4 minutes of my life changed absolutely everything. But to understand the sheer, catastrophic weight of what happened on that stage, you need to understand what happened before it. You need to understand Arthur Sterling, and what it meant to be the invisible daughter in a family of golden sons. My father built things you could touch. That was the core, undeniable truth of his existence, the central pillar that organized every other aspect of his personality. He had grown up watching his own father pour concrete in the bitter Chicago winters, and he had taken that blue-collar grit and turned it into Sterling Developments, a massive commercial firm that built strip malls, luxury apartment complexes, and eventually, his crowning achievement, a massive downtown high-rise that he managed to bring up in almost every conversation. To Arthur Sterling, reality was defined by weight, by mass, by things you could point at from the window of a moving car and say, "I built that." He had 2 sons before he had me. Julian came first, then Connor. By the time I arrived, the Sterling family mythology was already carved in stone. The boys got miniature tool belts at age 5, grueling summer jobs on active construction sites at 16, and spent their long weekends learning how to read architectural blueprints before they could even read chapter books. My father spoke about their paths with the kind of hushed, holy reverence that other men reserved for religion. "You know what the problem with this country is?" he would announce at every Thanksgiving, every 4th of July barbecue, every time a tech news segment came on the television. "Nobody builds anything real anymore. Everyone is just sitting in air-conditioned rooms, moving invisible money around on screens. Everyone's got a stupid app." He would spit the word times app times like it was a contagious disease. Julian, naturally, grew up to own a highly successful chain of boutique hotels across the Midwest. Connor became the king of luxury car dealerships in the affluent Chicago suburbs. Both of them, in their own perfectly acceptable ways, built things you could walk into, things you could touch, things that required physical labor and tangible inventory. My father loved them with a totality and simplicity that I found both incredibly beautiful and deeply suffocating to witness. And then there was me, Chloe. I was not interested in drywall or engine blocks. I was interested in systems. Invisible, intricate, digital ecosystems. I was 12 when I wrote my first functional script. I was 14 when I found a massive security vulnerability in our entire school district's server network. I documented it, printed out the logs, and handed it to the exhausted IT director, who looked at me with sheer terror before quietly patching the exploit without ever officially thanking me. I was 16 when I built a rudimentary intrusion detection prototype. My computer science teacher, a kind, overworked man named Mr. Henderson, told me it was genuinely brilliant and the kind of architecture usually reserved for graduate-level thesis projects. I brought that prototype home, practically vibrating with excitement, and showed my father. He patted me on the head. "Smart girl," he chuckled, looking at my screen as if it were a finger painting. "It's a cute hobby. You'll figure out what you actually want to do when you grow up." He wasn't actively cruel about it. That is the thing people always get wrong when I tell this story at conferences or in interviews. People always expect the villain of the story to be cartoonish, snarling, and overtly abusive. My father was none of those things. He was warm, he was funny, he remembered every single birthday, he paid for my braces, and he coached my brother's baseball teams for a decade. He genuinely loved me. He just loved me the way you love a delicate, slightly confusing piece of abstract art that doesn't quite fit the aesthetic of any room in your house. The defining night of my life happened in his study when I was 18. I already had an early acceptance letter to Stanford's computer science program sitting in my pocket. I also had a 2-5-page business plan, printed on heavy stock paper and spiral bound, sitting in my backpack. I sat in the heavy leather chair across from his massive mahogany desk. The room smelled like cigar smoke and expensive leather. I watched in silence as he slid 2 thick, cream-colored envelopes across the desk toward my brothers. The kind of envelopes that have physical weight to them. "Julian is breaking ground on his 3rd boutique hotel location next month," my father announced proudly, raising a glass of scotch. "And Connor just closed the deal on the new Porsche dealership lot. It's a big year for the Sterling men." I nodded, gripping the straps of my backpack. I was waiting for my envelope. I was waiting for my moment. My father turned to me, leaning back in his chair and lacing his fingers together over his stomach. He did this whenever he was about to say something he believed was incredibly generous. "Chloe, sweetheart, I've been thinking a lot about what makes sense for you." He started, his voice dropping into a comforting, paternal register. "Your brothers are expanding fast. They are going to need someone sharp handling their back office operations. Someone on the administrative and financial side. Someone brilliant who they can trust completely." He smiled, a wide, genuine smile. "That's you, Chloe. You've always been the smartest one with numbers. We can set up a nice desk for you right here at the corporate office." My stomach plummeted. I forced myself to speak clearly. "Dad, I have a business plan." "I know you have ideas, honey," he said dismissively. "No, it's 25 pages. I pushed, unzipping my bag. "I have market research, revenue projections, threat modeling." I've identified a massive gap in mid-market enterprise cybersecurity infrastructure that literally nobody is addressing right now. If I can get a small seed investment. Tech is a bubble, Chloe, he interrupted, his tone gentle but immovable. It was the exact tone you use to explain to a toddler that they cannot eat a battery. These digital things, they come and go. It's not real. And this cybersecurity stuff? There are 1,000 massive corporations doing that already, companies with billions of dollars. You can't compete with them playing around on your little laptop. The massive corporations aren't solving the specific problem I'm solving, I argued, my voice trembling slightly. I have the code. I can show you. He looked at me, and in his eyes, I saw something that was infinitely worse than anger, worse than contempt, worse than outright dismissal. I saw pity. The administrative desk will always be waiting for you, he said softly, whenever you're ready to join the real world. I didn't scream, I didn't cry, I simply stood up, zipped my backpack with the 25 unread pages still inside it, and walked out of the room. He called after me, something placating and warm, but I didn't process the words. I didn't look back. I made a vow to myself in that carpeted hallway at 18 years old. I swore that I would never tell him a single detail about what I was building until I had built it all the way to the top. I would not speak a word of it until there was absolutely nothing left for him to dismiss, nothing left to minimize, nothing he could look at and call a hobby or a little computer project. He would find out the exact same way the rest of the world did. Update 1. Stanford was not the sun-drenched, idyllic paradise the brochure suggested. I want to be brutally honest about that, because in hindsight, the story always sounds so clean and glamorous. It was not clean. It was 4 hours of sleep on a good night. It was eating cheap instant ramen for 7 consecutive days during a brutal stretch in my sophomore year when a financial aid processing error left me $450 short on my rent, and I was entirely too proud to call home and ask for a dime. It was working weekend double shifts as a waitress at a high-volume diner in San Jose, where the manager constantly called me sweetheart, the tips were abysmal, and my feet throbbed so painfully by 1:00 a.m. that I would sit on an overturned milk crate in the walk-in freezer for exactly 3 minutes between rushes just to let the cold numb my toes. My father called me every single Sunday evening. I will give him credit for his consistency. "How's the little computer project going?" he would ask, the amusement evident in his voice. "Good, Dad," I would reply, staring at lines of complex code on my monitor. "Julian just cut the ribbon on the new hotel lobby. Did I tell you? The mayor showed up. Huge press coverage." "You told me. That's great. Connor's dealerships are pulling in record numbers this quarter. He just hired a whole new marketing division." "That's wonderful, Dad. You sure you don't want to come home for a bit? That desk in the accounting department is still open. There's always a place for you here, Chloe." I would look out my cramped dorm window at the California sky, at the region that was slowly, painfully, and relentlessly teaching me everything it knew about survival. "I'm fine, Dad. I'll talk to you next week." My company, CipherGuard, started as my junior year thesis project, but it rapidly mutated into something much larger. The core insight, the golden realization that fueled everything, was this. Mid-sized enterprise companies, the ones generating between $50 million and $500 million in annual revenue, were being absolutely slaughtered by ransomware attacks and data breaches. They were falling into a massive, highly expensive gap. They were too big to rely on basic consumer antivirus software, but they were too small to afford the massive, multi-million-dollar dedicated enterprise security teams that Fortune 500 companies employed. They were bleeding money, and nobody in Silicon Valley cared because they weren't the sexy enterprise whales. I built an adaptive, AI-driven threat detection platform architected specifically for that mid-market gap. It was lightweight enough to deploy across a company's network without needing a dedicated IT security team to babysit it, but smart enough to learn baseline employee behavioral patterns and flag anomalies in real time. I believed in this code the way I had never believed in anything in my entire life. The venture capital rejections were swift, brutal, and numerous. I took 14 meetings in 10 months. Each rejection left a different, uniquely shaped psychological bruise. One VC, a silver-haired, deeply tanned man in Menlo Park who looked like he spent more time on his yacht than in boardrooms, actually leaned back in his Herman Miller chair, steepled his fingers, and sighed. "Little lady," he said, dripping with condescension. "Do yourself a massive favor. Go work at a real tech company for 5 or 6 years. Learn the ropes. Figure out how the big boys play the game. Then come back and talk to us." I kept my face perfectly neutral. I shook his hand, thanked him for his time, and made it all the way to the elevator before my vision blurred. I made it to the sidewalk before my chest seized up and I couldn't breathe. I sat down on the cold, wet concrete outside his glass building on Sand Hill Road. The famous San Francisco fog was rolling in, damp and freezing. I pulled my knees to my chest, put my laptop bag in my lap, and I cried for exactly 12 minutes. Then, the sadness evaporated, replaced by a sudden, blinding flash of rage. It was the good kind of anger. The cold, clinical kind that doesn't cloud your judgment, but sharpens it to a razor edge. I stood up, brushed the dirt off my cheap slacks, marched back into the lobby, asked the receptionist for the VC's business card, and sent him a handwritten thank you note the next day. 18 months later, when CipherGuard secured its first massive valuation, I sent him a second note with a printed copy of our revenue metrics. He never responded. I didn't need him to. Everything shifted the night I met Maya Vance. I was at a cheap networking mixer in Palo Alto that I had almost skipped because I had a 5:30 a.m. diner shift the next morning, and standing in a cramped hotel ballroom drinking lukewarm boxed wine felt like a luxury I couldn't afford. Maya Vance walked directly up to me within 5 minutes of my arrival. She stared at my cheap printed name tag, looked me dead in the eyes, and said, "You're the Stanford kid building CipherGuard. I read your white paper." "That's me," I said cautiously. "Your pricing model is absolute garbage and your company is going to fail," she stated. She said it with the exact clinical, detached tone a mechanic uses to tell you your transmission is blown. "But your underlying tech architecture is genuinely revolutionary. You're underpricing the mid-tier enterprise market by at least 45%, and your entire go-to-market strategy is backwards. I'm a CFO. I've been analyzing this specific sector for 3 years. Can I buy you a coffee and explain exactly why you're ruining your own brilliant product?" Maya Vance was, at the time, a highly paid financial executive at a Series C logistics startup. She had a massive salary, stock options, and excellent health insurance. She quit her job completely 8 weeks later to join me. We moved into a windowless, suffocatingly small office in Mountain View that had previously been used as a janitorial supply closet. I am not exaggerating, there were still heavy metal shelf brackets bolted to the drywall and a lingering smell of industrial bleach when we signed the lease. We drank cheap coffee by the gallon. We argued aggressively over channel strategies, subscription tiers, and API integrations. I slept on a lumpy futon I bought off Craigslist for $40, keeping it folded in the corner of the closet. When we finally managed to get pitch meetings together, the dynamic was always identical. The male investors would look at me when I talked about the code, but they would stare at the wall, their phones, or the ceiling when Maya talked about the financial projections. During one particularly agonizing pitch in San Francisco, a junior partner smirked at us and said, "So, the little coder girl and the numbers lady think they can crack $1 billion cybersecurity industry?" Maya didn't flinch. She didn't blink. She set her coffee cup down on the glass table with a sharp, echoing Times click. "The question," Maya said, her voice dropping to a terrifyingly calm register, "is not whether we are going to crack this industry. The question is whether you are smart enough to write us a check before we make your current portfolio companies entirely obsolete." We didn't get his check. But a week later, we got something infinitely better. Her name was Evelyn Cross. She was the vice president of operations at Vanguard Shipping, a massive, privately held logistics empire generating over $5 billion in annual revenue, moving freight across the entire Pacific Northwest. Vanguard had been hit by a devastating ransomware attack 9 months prior. It cost them $4 million in direct recovery, massive data loss, and 14 days of total operational paralysis. Evelyn Cross was a woman who did not tolerate failure, and she was absolutely determined never to be humiliated by a breach again. She gave us a 30-day pilot program at their regional operations hub in Seattle. We had to monitor 65 different endpoints, with full network access and a strict, zero-incident benchmark. If we failed, we were out. If we succeeded, we got the enterprise contract. Maya and I did not sleep for a month. I mean that literally. I tracked my sleep on my phone. I averaged exactly 3 hours and 15 minutes a night for 30 days. We lived off lukewarm delivery food and cold brew coffee. I wrote more custom integration code in that single month than I had in the previous 2 years combined. I lived inside the Vanguard network, watching the data flow, tweaking the algorithms, perfecting the threat detection parameters. The result? 0 security incidents. 0 anomalies reached a critical threat threshold. But more importantly, on day 12 of the pilot, CipherGuard's automated system flagged a series of highly suspicious, erratic access patterns pinging the server at 3 a.m. I dug into the logs. It turned out to be the active credentials of a terminated logistics manager who was attempting to access a third-party vendor portal to siphon off proprietary shipping manifests. We locked the credentials instantly and handed the logs to Evelyn. That single automated discovery saved Vanguard Shipping from an estimated $1.2 million in remediation costs and a massive PR disaster. Evelyn Cross didn't even wait for the 30-day pilot to officially end. On day 28, she sent us a signed, ironclad letter of intent for a company-wide, multi-year North American contract. That was the spark that hit the powder keg. We scaled violently. We hired developers, sales teams, account managers. We raised our series of funding from a massive Tier 1 firm, the exact same firm that had rejected me a year prior. They called Times us, Times this time, begging for a meeting. I highly recommend the feeling of a VC practically groveling on the phone. We moved out of the bleach-scented supply closet and into a massive, gorgeous office in downtown San Francisco with floor-to-ceiling windows, an espresso bar, and a boardroom where Maya once laughed so hard at our ridiculous revenue growth that she actually cried. We crossed 50 employees. Then 150. Then 350. By the time I turned 26, our Series B valuation hit $550 million. And through all of it, for 6 entire years, I never told my father a single word. Not when TechCrunch ran a massive feature naming CipherGuard the most disruptive security startup of the decade. Not when Forbes put my face on the cover of their 30 Under 30 issue. Not when the grueling, infinitely tedious IPO paperwork was finally filed with the SEC, a massive legal document that contained my name exactly 942 times. I just kept calling him every Sunday. I asked about Julian's hotels. I listened to him brag about Connor's car dealerships. When he asked how my little computer project was going, I just smiled into the phone and said, "It's going fine, Dad, just keeping busy." 6 weeks before my Stanford graduation, I sent him a formal invitation. I had it printed on heavy, expensive cardstock. I paid for 2 first-class flights for him and my stepmother, Helen. Helen is a lovely woman, completely blameless in all this family drama. I booked them a luxury suite for 4 nights. I reserved front row VIP seats for the ceremony. I wanted him there. I said, that part is crucial to understand. People often ask me if this whole thing was a premeditated malicious trap. The truth is far more complicated. I wanted him there because, beneath the armor of a CEO, beneath the valuation and the press coverage, I was still the 18-year-old girl sitting in his mahogany study with a backpack full of hope, desperate for her father to look at her and say, "I see you, you did good." I wanted him to see me graduate, but, if I am being completely honest with myself, I also wanted him to see my triumph publicly. I wanted it to be undeniable. Update 2. Which brings us back to the staging tunnel. The smell of dust. The $55 rented robe. There was a large monitor in the tunnel showing a live camera feed of the stadium seating. I could see the front row perfectly. I could see seat A12. My father was looking down at his phone. Then, I watched on the monitor as he looked up, staring straight ahead at the empty stage. He smiled. It was a very specific smile, the kind of satisfied, self-righteous smile a person gets when they have made a tough but necessary decision. The smile of a man who thinks he is teaching a valuable, hard lesson about the real world. I looked down at my phone. Don't expect any financial help from me going forward. You're on your own now. Time to face the real world. 6 years of absolute silence. 6 years of swallowing my pride, of hiding my life's work, of nodding along while he dismissed me. And this cutting me off financially on the day of my graduation, via text message, while sitting in a seat I had paid for, was his grand move. He wanted to send the message at the exact moment of my maximum vulnerability. He wanted to watch me walk across the stage, knowing he had finally forced me into a corner where I would have to beg for that administrative desk job. My phone vibrated violently in my hand. Maya's contact photo flashed on the screen. I don't know why I answered it right then. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe some deep, primal part of my brain knew exactly what time it was in New York. "Maya?" I whispered, stepping away from the other graduates. Her voice was shaking. In the 4 years we had been building the company, I had never, ever heard Maya Vance shake. This was a woman who had once calmly finished a Q3 financial presentation to our board of directors while the building's fire alarm was blaring. "Chloe," Maya breathed. There was a deafening roar of noise behind her in the background. It sounded like a riot. It sounded like hundreds of people screaming and cheering. "The IPO priced. The market opened 20 minutes ago." My mouth went completely dry. "Tell me the number, Maya." The screaming in the background spiked. I heard glass shatter. Someone had dropped a champagne flute in our San Francisco office watch party. "It's soaring, Chloe. It's completely blowing past the projections." Maya was crying now. The ruthless, ice-cold CFO was sobbing into the phone. "We just crossed $1.8 billion, Chloe, you're a unicorn CEO. We did it. It's real. $1.8 billion. Over the stadium loudspeakers, the dean's voice echoed, calling the next group of graduates, "Chloe Sterling." My name boomed through the speakers, vibrating into the concrete tunnel, reverberating deep in my chest. I pressed the phone hard against my ear. "Maya, I have to go get my diploma." She let out a wet, hysterical laugh. Go walk, you billionaire. Call me when you're done." I hung up the phone. I slid it into my pocket. I reached up and adjusted my cheap graduation cap, ensuring the tassel was perfectly straight. And then, I walked out of the dark tunnel and into the blinding California sunlight. It was exactly 50 steps from the edge of the staging area, to the center of the podium. I know this, because weeks later, when the post-IPO adrenaline faded and I had a rare quiet weekend, I obsessively re-watched the graduation video and counted my footsteps. 50 steps across a stage I had almost failed to reach. Not because of my grades, and not because of my aptitude, but because the poverty, the exhaustion, the waitressing, and the endless slammed doors had nearly broken my spirit. The stadium held nearly 4,000 people, faculty, families, screaming friends, and a local Bay Area news crew that was filming B-roll for a segment on Stanford's graduating tech class. I didn't look at the crowd. I didn't look at the dean. I looked directly at seat A12. My father was still holding his phone. As I stepped into the center of the stage, I saw him glance down at the screen. I don't know what app he had opened, maybe a news aggregator, maybe a stock ticker, maybe Apple News, but I know exactly what he saw. Because at that exact second, the financial news wires were exploding with the headline of CipherGuard's massive, expectation-shattering public offering, complete with a high-res photo of its 2.6-year-old founder and CEO. I watched the exact millisecond the realization hit him. His face didn't just go pale. It went completely, horrifyingly translucent. All the blood instantly evacuated from his cheeks. His jaw physically dropped open. Helen, sitting next to him, was smiling warmly at the stage, dabbing her eyes with a tissue, completely oblivious to the tectonic plates shifting beneath her husband's reality. My father looked like a man who had been confidently leaning against a solid brick wall for his entire life, only to suddenly realize the wall was made of smoke. He looked up from his phone, his eyes wide, terrified, and completely disoriented. He looked at the stage. He looked at me. Our eyes locked across the 50 feet of open air. I was standing in the exact center of the stage. The dean shook my hand, handing me the leather-bound diploma. The local news camera panned across my face. The university photographer snapped a burst of photos that would eventually run in the Wall Street Journal's weekend feature about the IPO, generating the highest web traffic the publication had seen all quarter. I looked down at my father, sitting in the seat I had paid for, in the city I had conquered, and I smiled. It was the exact same smile he had given me in his study 8 years ago. The smile that said, "I know something you don't." I could literally see the arithmetic processing in his brain. The daughter he had dismissed as a hobbyist. The daughter he had offered an administrative desk to. The daughter he had just arrogantly cut off via text message to teach her a lesson. That same daughter was currently standing in front of him, ringing the bell on a $1.8 billion company. The man who had refused to invest a single dollar into my dream was now forced to sit in silence and watch the entire world learn my name. We did not have a screaming match at dinner that night. I want to be very clear about that, because whenever I tell this story, people always lean in, hoping for a dramatic movie scene. They want to hear that I flipped the table, threw my water in his face, and gave a venomous, triumphant speech in the middle of a crowded Michelin-starred restaurant. There was no speech. I didn't need one. Reality had already spoken louder than I ever could. We went to the restaurant. Helen hugged me tightly, crying tears of joy. My father hugged me too, eventually, after a painfully long hesitation. He smelled like the exact same cedar and chemical cologne he had worn my entire childhood. Standing in his stiff, awkward embrace, I felt a deeply complicated emotion that I still don't have a perfect word for. It wasn't forgiveness. But it wasn't hatred, either, it was just closure. During the 2-hour dinner, my father did not mention the text message once. He didn't mention the IPO. He didn't mention the $1.8 billion valuation. Instead, he nervously drank 3 glasses of expensive wine, aggressively complimented the restaurant's interior architecture, and talked endlessly about Julian's hotel expansion and Connor's new dealership lot in Delaware. He clung to the familiar, tangible world of bricks and cars because the invisible, digital world I had built was entirely too massive for him to comprehend. Halfway through the main course, Helen reached under the table and squeezed my hand. She looked at me, her eyes shining with tears, and gave me a look that clearly communicated, "I saw the news. I know what you did. I am so incredibly sorry he is like this." I squeezed her hand back. When the astronomical check finally arrived at the end of the night, my father made absolutely no move to reach for his wallet. It was a subtle, pathetic concession. I placed my sleek black corporate card on the tray without breaking eye contact with him. I signed the receipt, stood up, and grabbed my coat. "I need to head to the office," I said smoothly. "We've got early press briefings." "On the night of your graduation?" Helen asked, surprised. "We're a publicly traded company now," I smiled gently. "The market doesn't care about graduations." My father stood up when I did. He looked at me across the white linen tablecloth, his face contorted, struggling to form words. It was the expression he always wore when he knew he needed to apologize, but his ego wouldn't allow the words to breach his throat. "Chloe," he rasped. "Dad." I interrupted softly, adjusting my coat. "Your return flights are fully paid for. The hotel is yours through Sunday if you want to stay and enjoy the weather." "I didn't know," he blurted out, his voice cracking. "Chloe, I swear to God, I didn't know what you were actually building." I stopped. I looked at this aging man, a man who had loved me the only way he knew how, but whose love was conditional on my submission to his worldview. Yes, you did, Dad? I said quietly, the truth hanging heavy in the air between us. You just didn't believe it was real. I turned and walked out of the restaurant, leaving him standing there in the silence. The fallout over the next 2 weeks was absolute chaos. The Wall Street Journal ran a massive, 4,000-word profile on me 12 days after the IPO. The headline read, Cipher guards Chloe Sterling, the 26-year-old who built a billion-dollar empire in total silence. The journalist had dug deep. The article detailed our explosive revenue metrics, the Vanguard shipping contract, the grueling 30-day pilot, the windowless supply closet office, and the 14 humiliating VC rejections. It heavily quoted Maya, who told the reporter, Chloe is the most relentlessly disciplined human being I have ever met. She operates with the precision of a scalpel. It quoted Evelyn Cross from Vanguard, who said, Chloe Sterling looked at a massive, bleeding wound in the cybersecurity industry that everyone else was ignoring, and she surgically stitched it closed. The rest of the industry is just playing catch-up. And, in the 7th paragraph, the article explicitly noted that Sterling had self-funded the early stages of the company through waitressing wages, and had received absolutely zero financial or emotional support from her prominent, wealthy real estate family. It didn't name my father directly. It didn't have to. Everyone in his country club circle read the journal. The day after the article went live, my phone buzzed. A text from my father, proud of you. 3 words. After 6 years of dismissal, after the brutal graduation text, after realizing his daughter was worth more than his entire generational real estate empire combined. 3 words. I sat at my massive oak desk on the 30th floor of our new downtown headquarters, looking out over the San Francisco Bay, the same city where I had cried on the wet pavement. I held the phone in my hand for a long time, watching the cursor blink. I typed back, thank you, Dad. 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 Then I put the phone on silent, turned back to my monitors, and went back to work. That was 3 years ago. Today, CipherGuard employs over 850 people globally. We have secured exclusive contracts with 6 Fortune 100 companies. We recently acquired a massive European tech firm, expanding our operations into London and Berlin. Maya Vance was named one of Forbes' most powerful women in finance last year. I sent a massive bouquet of rare orchids to her office with a card that read, "Still think my pricing model is garbage." She texted me a photo of the flowers with the reply, "Obviously. But I fixed it for you." Evelyn Cross retired from Vanguard and officially joined our board of directors. Having her terrifying, brilliant presence in our boardroom is the greatest asset I possess. As for my family, my father and I speak on the phone occasionally. Usually on holidays or every other Sunday. The dynamic has fundamentally shifted. He no longer asks about my little project. He asks highly specific, respectful questions about international expansion, employee retention, and SEC compliance. He listens to my answers carefully. I don't know if his sudden respect is born of genuine growth, or if he is simply intimidated by the sheer scale of my wealth and public influence. Honestly, I choose to believe it's genuine, because holding on to the bitterness requires an energy I simply don't have time to expend anymore. The administrative desk in his office, the one he promised would always be waiting for me, is currently occupied by my brother Julian, who had to downsize his hotel business after a rough economic quarter and now helps manage the family's back office books. He's actually quite good at it. Oh, and the silver-haired VC who told me to go learn the ropes, little lady? The week the WSJ article dropped, he sent me a frantic, groveling message on LinkedIn. He congratulated me on the IPO, and suggested we get lunch to explore potential synergies and future investment vehicles. I accepted his connection request, left the message on read, and never replied. Some disrespect doesn't require a verbal response. It just requires you to outwork them, outsmart them, and let your success suffocate their ego. When I give keynote speeches at tech conferences or women's leadership summits now, people inevitably ask me what fueled me during those dark, starving years at Stanford. I usually give a polished PR answer about determination, market gaps, and the power of a good co-founder. But what I never say out loud on those stages is the brutal truth. The text message my father sent me in that staging tunnel was the greatest gift he ever gave me. He intended it to be a door slamming shut in my face. He wanted to induce panic. He wanted compliance. But what he didn't understand is that when you lock someone in a high-pressure environment, one of two things happens. They either get crushed by the weight, or they crystallize into a diamond. I walked across that graduation stage with $1.8 billion of undeniable, irrefutable proof that I was right and he was wrong. And in that moment, I didn't feel a fiery, vindictive triumph. I didn't feel the need to scream or gloat, I just felt quiet. The kind of profound, unbreakable quiet that comes when you have spent 6 years screaming internally, working yourself to the bone in the shadows, and finally stepping into the light to realize you have absolutely nothing left to prove to anyone. I smiled at my father. I accepted my diploma. And then I went back to building my empire. Because, in the end, I am Arthur Sterling's daughter. Building massive unshakable things is just what we do. I just chose to build mine in the cloud instead of the dirt. My family treated me like the failure middle child, and laughed at my startup, so I sold it to a tech giant and let the Wall Street Journal tell them. My sister smiled like she'd already won the lottery of life and said, "Nobody is ever going to buy your ridiculous little invention. Do yourself a favor, Julian, and go back to your cubicle before you bankrupt yourself." I kept eating my roasted red pepper bisque in dead silence, knowing something she didn't. I had exactly 14 hours until the rest of the world found out I had just sold my company for enough money to buy her entire life. The soup was thick, a vibrant orange red. My mother makes it every single November. It's a ritual. The same heavy cast iron pot, the same recipe she clipped from a magazine in 2004, the same chipped ceramic bowls with the faded gold rims. I remember focusing on that soup very deliberately. The rich color, the rising steam, the specific, comforting weight of the silver spoon in my hand, because if I focused entirely on the soup, I didn't have to look up and see my sister's face. Chloe was smiling. It wasn't the polite smile she uses at her high-end real estate job, nor the curated, plastic smile she plasters all over her Instagram feed. It was the other one. The one she reserves exclusively for family dinners, deployed only when she has successfully located the most vulnerable point in the room, and decided that tonight is the night she is going to press her thumb into the bruise. She had found my bruise years ago, and she returned to it with the terrifying reliability of the changing seasons. "I mean it, Julian. Nobody wants your ridiculous little gadget," she continued, swirling her wine glass. "Seriously, stop embarrassing yourself and go back to an actual office job. You're almost 30. My cousin Liam, sitting to her left in the navy blue Patagonia vest he wears like a substitute for a personality, snorted a laugh before she even finished the sentence. Then my Aunt Susan laughed. Then my uncle. Then two of my younger cousins whose current college majors I cannot even remember, which should tell you exactly how much they actually mattered to my daily existence. The entire dining room table erupted into a chorus of condescending laughter. I didn't flinch. I just picked up my spoon, dipped it into the bowl, and kept eating my soup. I didn't stay silent because I was small, or because I was intimidated, or because I had no defense prepared. I stayed silent because I already knew what absolutely none of them did. And I had exactly 14 hours until the rest of the corporate world found out, too. Let me tell you about the version of me that would have argued back. He existed. 3 years ago, he was a very real, very exhausted person. He worked as a junior logistics coordinator at a mid-sized freight forwarding firm in downtown Denver, Colorado. He sat in a soul-crushing gray cubicle on the 6th floor of a concrete building that smelled permanently of recycled air, damp carpet, and whatever microwave meal the accounting department was burning that afternoon. He made exactly $58,000 a year, which was just enough money to be comfortably numb, but nowhere near enough to feel like he had arrived at a destination. He wore the kind of off-the-rack dress shirts that signal effort without any actual ambition. He had annual performance reviews that called him reliable and thorough, which are the professional, corporate equivalents of being told your outfit looks comfortable. My name is Julian Hayes. I am 29 years old. I am the middle of 3 children, which means I have spent my entire life occupying the bleak demographic space of being neither the eldest child's shining accomplishment nor the youngest child's protected charm. I was just the middle. I was the reliable one. I was the thorough one. I was the invisible one. But I was also the guy who, during his mandatory 30-minute lunch breaks, was frantically filling the blank backs of printed inventory reports with complex product sketches and technical schematics. The problem I kept returning to in my mind was highly specific, but massive in its implications. Small and medium-sized logistics businesses were getting absolutely wiped out by supply chain data breaches, ransomware, and physical server tampering at a rate that nobody in the mainstream tech media was talking about, loudly enough. The big cybersecurity conglomerates had massive enterprise solutions with massive enterprise price tags. Companies like Cisco, Palo Alto Networks, and CrowdStrike built fortresses, but those fortresses were not built for the independent shipping dispatcher on Colfax Avenue, or the 3-person medical supply distributor in Aurora. Those small businesses were running their entire operations on outdated software, a consumer-grade router, and a prayer. I wanted to build something that bridged that terrifying gap. A physical hardware device. Think of a localized, smart sensor node that mounts directly onto a small business's server rack. It would feature an onboard micro firewall, physical tamper sensors, and localized encrypted backups that small business owners could actually afford, actually configure without needing to hire a dedicated IT team, and actually trust with the sensitive operational data that kept their livelihoods afloat. I called the concept the CipherLock node. I made the colossal mistake of telling Chloe about it at a family dinner in March of that first year. She had looked at me across the mahogany table with the strained patience of a high school teacher waiting for a toddler to finish babbling. "So, it's basically just a fancy USB drive?" she asked, her tone dripping with mock confusion. It's significantly more complex than a USB drive. It's a localized network node with physical heuristic sensors, I explained, already feeling the regret pooling in my stomach. Liam thought that was the funniest thing he had ever heard. Watch out, Elon Musk is in the building. He had choked out between bites of bread. That was the first dinner. There were many, many more. My co-founder actually found me through a deeply technical post I made on an obscure cybersecurity architecture forum. Her name was Maya Lin. She had spent 5 years working as a senior network architect at a massive defense contractor in Seattle before burning out and leaving to finish her master's in computer science at the University of Colorado Boulder. That is where she stumbled upon my forum post detailing the exact logistics security gap I had identified. She later told me it was the most precisely framed, elegantly articulated problem statement she had ever read from someone who wasn't already pulling a six-figure salary to think about it. She called me on a rainy Tuesday evening in late May. I was sitting in my beat-up Honda Civic in the dimly lit parking garage of my apartment complex because the cell reception was marginally better there than inside my unit. She talked for 22 minutes straight without pausing for breath. I took frantic notes on my phone in the dark, the blue light illuminating my face. By July, we had officially registered an LLC. By September, we had fabricated our very first physical prototype. The first prototype was an unmitigated disaster. I don't mean it failed a software diagnostic, I mean the physical casing literally overheated to the point where the plastic warped, blistered, and began smoking on my desk. I had to throw a heavy textbook over it to smother the circuitry. We scrapped it immediately. The second prototype, which we called Beta Prime, was structurally sound but functionally suicidal. During a routine stress test of its micro-firewall capabilities, it created a catastrophic directory conflict that didn't just crash our test server, it completely corrupted the mounted drive we were using. Maya caught the fatal error at 2:14 a.m. on a Thursday. We were on a video call, both of us looking like reanimated corpses from sleep deprivation, and she just stared at the screen, rubbed her eyes, and whispered, "Well, that's deeply terrifying. We scrapped it." The third prototype almost worked perfectly. And in the brutal world of hardware development, almost working is the most expensive, soul-crushing kind of failure there is. All of this agonizing trial and error happened while I was still fully employed at the freight forwarding firm. I was burning all my accrued vacation days just to host prototype testing sessions in Maya's cramped garage. I was spending my lunch breaks locked in my car, aggressively negotiating with component suppliers in Taiwan over the phone. My corporate performance reviews remained absolutely sterling because I am, in fact, reliable and thorough, and those ingrained qualities do not simply turn off just because you are secretly building a company at midnight. And through it all, the family dinners continued. Every single holiday gathering, every random Sunday roast, Chloe found a brand new, highly creative approach to the exact same theme. In November at Thanksgiving, "Are you still playing around with that little gadget thing in your garage, Julian?" In January at our mother's birthday, "Maya must have the patience of a saint. Or she's just as delusional as you are." In March at Easter, "Liam's friend just got promoted to VP at a real tech startup. You should probably ask him what an actual successful business model looks like." Liam laughed right on cue every single time. He had a truly remarkable, sycophantic talent for it. I made the grave mistake of sharing a genuine, tangible win in April of our second year. We had finally landed a paying client. It was a local veterinary clinic with 3 locations across Denver, run by a no-nonsense woman named Dr. Aristhorn. She had lost 4 months of patient records and billing data to a vicious ransomware attack the previous year and had been operating in a state of high alert, low-grade paranoia about data security ever since. She paid us our very first real invoice. It was for $1,800. It was not a massive number, but it was real money, and it had a real signature on it. I was proud in the profound, quiet way you become proud when something you built with your own hands stops being a theoretical concept and becomes a reality. I mentioned the invoice at dinner. Chloe didn't even let me finish the sentence. "Wait, so you made $1,000? Is this still the little hobby you're losing sleep over instead of building an actual, adult career?" The entire table erupted in laughter. My aunt made a sarcastic Shark Tank joke, asking if I was going to pitch Mr. Wonderful. Liam said something incredibly derogatory about garage inventors living in their own fantasy world that I actively chose to delete from my memory. I stood in the kitchen afterward, aggressively rinsing a dinner plate under the faucet that did not need rinsing, and I felt something fundamental change inside me. It didn't break, it changed. It changed the way water changes when the temperature drops below freezing. It doesn't shatter, it just crystallizes. It becomes hard, solid, and impossible to penetrate. That night, standing at the sink, I made a silent vow. I stopped explaining myself. Silence had always been an option available to me. I had just been foolishly choosing conversation instead, desperately hoping that if I just found the right words, the right framing, I would finally produce the right response from my family. I let go of that pathetic hope completely, without a single ounce of grief. Letting it go provided its own beautiful kind of clarity. We named the company Sentinel Node. Maya designed the logo herself, a sleek, minimalist shield emblem, matte black on stark white. We hired our first part-time contractor, a brilliant but eccentric firmware developer named Elias Thorne, who had spent years doing embedded systems work for aerospace companies in Boulder. He joined our tiny team for a severely below-market rate because, as he bluntly put it, he was sick and tired of writing code for missiles and wanted to build something that actually protected people. By the spring of year 2, we had successfully onboarded 12 different locations with a regional dental conglomerate based in Fort Collins. Their director of IT, a sharp guy named David Chen, had attended a boutique cybersecurity panel where Maya was a guest speaker. He had, by his own admission, sat up very straight in his chair during her presentation. He called us 3 days later. David signed the enterprise contract on May 4th. I walked into the logistics firm and signed my formal letter of resignation on May 6th. Both signatures felt like breathing oxygen for the first time in my life. Referrals began to snowball after the dental group, an ophthalmology center, a mid-sized family law firm in downtown Denver, a boutique accounting agency. We were not scaling wildly like some viral consumer app, we were scaling like a critical utility that people quietly recommended to other people they trusted with their lives. It was slower, it was stickier, and it was infinitely more durable. An angel investor named Victoria Vance, who ran a highly respected Denver-based venture fund called Apex Capital, called me in the fall. She had previously passed on our pitch twice. I picked up the phone, and she said something I immediately wrote down on a sticky note because I knew I would want to frame it later. Julian, the agonizing discipline in your hardware iteration logs is unlike anything I have ever seen from a team this incredibly small. She personally led our seed funding round with an injection of $450,000. We used the capital to hire Elias full-time, poach a second firmware engineer from a failing competitor, and finally move out of Maya's garage and into a beautiful, sunlit office space on Larimer Street. A prominent tech journalist named Marcus Reed, who writes a highly influential newsletter called The Silicon Divide, caught wind of us and wrote a feature piece in February. The article was titled, "The Hardware Founders the Big Players Are Too Blind to See." It ran for 2,000 words and described Sentinel Node as solving the absolute last mile of small business cybersecurity with terrifying, surgical restraint. The piece spread like wildfire in the exact corporate channels where it mattered most. LinkedIn posts from Fortune 500 CFOs, a retweet from the National Cybersecurity Alliance, a glowing mention in a premium CISO newsletter with 80,000 active subscribers. Exactly 6 weeks after that article ran, I received an email from a woman named Elena Rostova. Elena was the global director of corporate development at Nexus Technologies. Nexus is a publicly traded, multinational cybersecurity titan headquartered in Austin, Texas. They trade on the NASDAQ. Their reported annual revenue for 2023 was $2.1 billion. They are absolutely not a company that casually emails tiny hardware startups for networking purposes. Elena's email was exactly 4 sentences long. The final sentence read, "Nexus leadership would like to initiate discussions regarding a potential acquisition of Sentinel Node at your earliest possible convenience." I read the email twice, sitting at my desk on Larimer Street at 8:14 a.m. on a Tuesday. Then, I slowly closed my laptop. I sat perfectly still, staring at the exposed brick wall of my office for approximately 5 full minutes. I didn't breathe. Then, I picked up my phone and called Maya. There was a profound, heavy silence on the other end of the line that I will remember until the day I die. Then, Maya let out a shaky breath and said, "Okay. Do not panic. Stay completely calm. Call Arthur." Arthur was Arthur Vance, SQ. He was our retained corporate attorney at a premier M&A law firm in Denver. He was 42, possessed an obsessively organized desk, and wore bespoke suits that looked like they cost more than my car. He had a terrifying reputation for ruthless M&A, negotiations that Maya had spent 3 weeks verifying before we hired him. He was the guy we had retained very early on, long before we actually needed him, which he later told us was the single smartest decision naive founders consistently failed to make. Arthur answered the phone on the second ring. "Forward me the email immediately," Arthur said, his voice a low, calm rumble. "Do absolutely nothing else, do not reply, do not acknowledge receipt." The next 8 weeks were the most surreal, disorienting, and exhausting weeks of my entire life. Not because they were bad, but because they were genuinely, overwhelmingly good, and I simply had no mental template for how to process that level of success. Arthur Vance flew out to Austin 3 separate times. He spent agonizing 6-hour stretches on aggressive Zoom calls with Nexus's army of corporate lawyers. I remember one specific Friday where I paced laps around the Larimer Street block for 2 solid hours because the adrenaline in my blood made it physically impossible for me to sit in a chair. Elena Rostova and I spoke on the phone 3 times. The calls were incredibly friendly, but friendly in that specific, high-stakes corporate manner where both parties clearly understand that the friendliness is merely a tactical form of professionalism, not an indication of the final financial terms. The initial number Nexus offered in their preliminary letter of intent was not the number written in the final, binding agreement. The final number was substantially higher. I am not going to write the exact dollar amount here, for the same reason commercial airline pilots do not announce the exact weight of the aircraft mid-flight. Suffice it to say, the number was large enough that when Arthur Vance finally said it to me plainly over the phone, I had to ask him to repeat it. And then I asked him to repeat it a third time. He did so patiently, because he had clearly witnessed this exact psychological short circuit in Founders before. When I told Maya, she cried. Not a dramatic, sobbing cry. She just made this tiny, breathless sound, covered her face with her hands, and whispered, "We actually did it, Julian. We're done." It sounded like someone confirming they were awake while still trapped inside a dream. Elias sent me a text message at 1 a.m. that simply read, "I told my dad the news." He didn't say anything, he just went to the cabinet and poured the good whiskey. I didn't respond to Elias right away because I was sitting on the floor of my shower, fully clothed, completely failing at pretending to be a composed human being. I told absolutely no one in my family. Silence had been my armor on the brutal climb up the mountain. It would be my impenetrable shield on the way out. The final, official board approval vote at Nexus Technologies was scheduled for Monday morning at 9 a.m. My mother's mandatory family dinner was scheduled for Sunday evening at 6 p.m. I decided to go. I arrived exactly on time, carrying a $40 bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon and wearing a neutral, relaxed expression that I had literally practiced in my bathroom mirror 3 times that afternoon. Calm. Present. Utterly unremarkable. My mother hugged me at the front door. The house smelled intensely of roasted red pepper bisque. The November smell. The family smell. For about 30 minutes, it almost felt like any other mundane Sunday. Then, my father casually mentioned an article he had skimmed in the Wall Street Journal about the rising demand for enterprise cybersecurity solutions. That was all the kindling the room needed. Chloe's predatory smile arrived before she even lifted her head from her bowl. "Oh," she purred, tapping her spoon against the ceramic. "Julian, are you still playing around with that little security toy of yours?" Liam snorted instantly, right on cue. The 2 younger cousins physically shifted in their chairs, readying their faces for the entertainment. "Yeah, Julian." Liam chimed in, leaning back and crossing his arms. "Keep the brave inventor fantasy alive, man. Someone in this room has to believe you're the next Steve Jobs." The entire table laughed. It was that specific, toxic half-laugh. The laugh that families use when their cruelty requires a thin veneer of plausible deniability. The laugh that says, "We want to deeply wound you, but if you get upset, we will immediately gaslight you and say you can't take a joke." I kept eating. My hands were perfectly steady. I checked them under the table just to be sure. Steady as a rock. Chloe leaned forward, adopting the aggressive body language of someone who has decided to twist the knife all the way to the hilt. "Seriously though, Julian, has your genius little plastic box actually made a single dime of real profit yet? Or are you just burning through your savings while the rest of us work in the real world?" The dining room went dead quiet. Not a comfortable quiet, but the expectant, electric quiet of an audience that has just demanded blood and is waiting for the gladiator to fall. I slowly lowered my spoon. I took a measured sip of my ice water. I looked Chloe dead in the eyes, my expression completely blank, and I said, "You'll know soon enough." Liam barked out a laugh. Chloe rolled her eyes so hard I thought she might strain a muscle, shaking her head as if my vague non-answer had just empirically validated her entire worldview. My Aunt Susan muttered something under her breath that I couldn't hear, and I didn't even bother trying to. I left the house at 8:30 p.m. I drove home in absolute silence. I set my alarm for 6 a.m., brewed a cup of chamomile tea that I let go cold on the counter, laid on top of my bedspread fully dressed, and stared at the ceiling shadows for 4 hours. Eventually, I drifted to sleep. At 7:42 a.m. on Monday, Arthur Vance called my cell. "The Nexus board just voted," Arthur said. His voice was crisp. "Unanimous approval. The final acquisition documents are being prepped for digital signature right now. We should have the countersigns by 10 a.m. I was sitting at my tiny kitchen island in the same gray sweatshirt I had worn the night before. I stared at the wood grain and said, "Okay." Arthur paused. "Julian, do you fully understand the magnitude of what I am telling you?" "Yes, Arthur. I do," I replied, my voice shockingly steady. "All right then," he said softly. "Congratulations, Julian. You won the game." The DocuSign email arrived at 9:51 a.m. I digitally signed the final transfer of ownership using a cheap, chewed-up plastic pen as a stylus on my tablet. The pen was branded with the logo of the logistics firm I used to work for. I remember laughing out loud at the profound irony of it. At 1 p.m. exactly, Nexus Technologies issued the official press release to the wire. Nexus Technologies acquires Sentinel Node, massively expanding enterprise cybersecurity portfolio into small business sector. By 1:45 p.m., the headline had populated on TechCrunch, Bloomberg, the tech section of the Wall Street Journal, and 22 other financial news outlets that I watched violently cascade down my Google Alerts feed in real time. It possessed the deeply surreal quality of watching a massive, continent-spanning chain of dominoes that you had painstakingly set up in the dark 3 years ago finally, inevitably, reach the very end of the table. At 2:10 p.m., Elena Rostova sent me a personal email. It read, "Welcome to the Nexus family, Julian. You built something that actually matters. Take a breath." I read it 4 times until the words blurred. At 2:30 p.m., my cell phone stopped functioning as a communication device and transformed into a vibrating weapon. Victoria Vance from Apex Capital called at 2:32 p.m. to scream congratulations. Marcus Reed, the journalist, called at 2:40 p.m. begging for an exclusive quote. Elias sent a chaotic voice memo that consisted entirely of heavy breathing, loud street noise, and him just yelling, holy shit, bro," on a loop. Dr. Eris Thorne, the veterinarian who had signed our very first real invoice, sent me a beautifully written message on LinkedIn that made my throat tight because it was so overwhelmingly, genuinely kind. At 3:15 p.m., Liam's text message arrived. "Bro, I just saw the news. I always knew you were destined to do something completely incredible, man. So insanely proud of you. We need to celebrate ASAP." I sat on my couch and stared at the glowing screen for a long time. Then, I laughed. I actually threw my head back and laughed out loud into the empty room. It wasn't a bitter laugh, or a mean laugh. It was the pure, unadulterated laughter of a man who had eaten soup patiently for 3 years while being treated like dirt, and who could now finally afford to find the absolute hypocrisy of the world hilarious. Then, Chloe called. I watched her contact photo light up the screen. The phone rang. Once, twice, 3 times. 4. I let it ring out to voicemail. She immediately called back. At 3:18 p.m., I watched that call ring out to voicemail, too. At 3:22 p.m., her text message arrived. It was exactly 5 words long. "We need to talk. Now." Not, "Oh my god, congratulations." Not, "I am so incredibly sorry for how I treated you." Not even a fake, "I'm so proud of my brother." Just 5 demanding words that told me everything I ever needed to know about who my sister truly was, and exactly how she viewed this situation. She genuinely thought this was her moment to aggressively reposition herself. She wanted to get ahead of the narrative. She wanted to forcefully insert herself into my new reality as the loving, supportive sister who at times always times secretly believed in my genius, before the public financial evidence made that the only socially acceptable position to hold. I read the message, locked my phone, placed it face down on the coffee table, poured myself a glass of water, and smiled. Update 1. Here is exactly what happened in the chaotic weeks that followed. Chloe called my phone 6 times in the first 3 days. I did not answer a single one. She left 3 voicemails. I sat in my new office and listened to all of them. The first voicemail was incredibly careful, dripping with a performative warmth. She offered a quick congratulations up front, then immediately pivoted to demanding that we get lunch and catch up properly. The second voicemail, left a day later, was significantly less careful. There was a sharp, jagged edge of panic in her voice. It sounded exactly like toxic entitlement wearing the poorly fitted costume of hurt feelings. "Julian, it's me again. It's incredibly immature that you're ignoring your family right now. Call me back." She texted me a massive paragraph on day 4. "Can you at least act like an adult and respond to me? We are family, Julian. You can't just cut me out because you got a little bit of money." I sat and stared at that word for a long time. Family. The desperate invocation of that word as an ultimate trump card. As if the sheer biological accident of sharing DNA somehow retroactively erased the historical record. As if those endless, agonizing red pepper bisque dinners were not also times family. As if family wasn't the exact weapon she had repeatedly chosen to use to turn me into the room's designated punching bag for her own psychological amusement. I finally responded on day 5. I kept it brief. "Hi Chloe, I am processing a massive corporate transition right now. I will reach out to you when I am ready to speak." That was a factual statement, and it was the only boundary I needed to set. I replied to Liam's text a week later. I simply wrote, "Thanks for the text, Liam, hope you're doing well." I kept it sterile. I honestly don't harbor any deep, burning hatred for Liam. He is a weak person. He was always Chloe's lapdog, an audience member rather than his own autonomous human being. His laughter was always borrowed. The cruelty originated with her. Liam was just the cheap speaker she plugged her phone into to amplify the sound. What I explicitly did times not times do was post a passive-aggressive rant on Facebook. I did not send a massive, group chat manifesto to the extended family, detailing the chronological history of their abuse. I did not send Chloe a bulleted list of every single insult she had hurled at me with corresponding dates and times which, I will freely admit, I had actually drafted in the Notes app on my phone during a particularly dark night in year 2, just to validate my own sanity. I deleted that note. I deleted it because I finally understood that the note was never actually meant for her. It was written for the insecure, younger version of me that desperately needed them to understand my pain in order to feel complete. That version of me was dead and buried. Marcus Reed published an incredibly detailed follow-up piece in the Silicon Divide in late November. The article was titled, "The Quiet Architect: How Sentinel Nodes Julian Hayes Weaponized Silence." It ran for 2,500 words and opened with a brilliant quote from my investor, Victoria Vance, describing my psychological profile as the rarest, most dangerous combination found in tech founders today, a man who views his own patience as a lethal competitive advantage. The article also included a specific quote that I absolutely did not give to the journalist, but which he had clearly extracted from Elias over beers. The quote read, "Julian just kept building the code. He kept building it even after he would come back from family dinners where his own flesh and blood turned his life's work into a joke. That isn't just startup resilience. That's absolute, terrifying clarity." When I confronted Elias about the quote, he just shrugged, took a bite of his sandwich, and said, "I don't remember saying it to the reporter, boss. But I mean, it's the truth, isn't it?" I told him it didn't matter. He was right. Elena Rostova flew into Denver in early December for what Nexus Technologies officially called an integration and leadership kickoff. We had a massive, expensive dinner at a private table in a downtown steakhouse. Over dry-aged ribeyes and an astonishingly good bottle of Bordeaux, she leaned across the table, looked at me with piercing eyes, and asked what had actually kept me from quitting during the brutal, tractionless years in the garage. I thought about how to answer a corporate executive honestly without sounding unhinged. I completely stopped needing permission, I said quietly. Elena tilted her head. "Permission from venture capitalists?" "Permission from anyone," I replied, swirling the wine in my glass. I stopped needing the world to agree with me before I took the next step. She nodded slowly, a look of profound respect settling on her face. "That is the entire game, Julian. Most founders go their whole lives and never figure that out. They die waiting for applause. My mother finally called me the week before Christmas. Not Chloe. Not Liam, my mother. She called on a Sunday afternoon while I was sitting in my living room, reviewing the final structural transition documents that the Nexus HR team had forwarded over. Her voice was incredibly fragile, careful in the way a person's voice gets when they are reading from a mental script they have rehearsed all morning. "Julian, I am so proud of you," she said softly. "I want you to know that I have always been proud of you." I closed my eyes. I actually believed her. My mother's crime, if you could even call it a crime, was the tragic, silent crime committed by millions of mothers in millions of dining rooms across the world. She had simply failed to intervene. She had allowed the mockery to continue, year after year, because actively stopping Chloe would have required a massive emotional confrontation, and my mother was terrified of conflict. She chose the path of least resistance, and that path ran directly over my back. I understood that dynamic much better now, as a 29-year-old man, than I ever could have at 26. "Thank you, Mom. I appreciate you saying that," I said, keeping my tone gentle but guarded. A heavy pause hung on the line. "Chloe is having a really hard time right now," my mother finally whispered. Notice the phrasing. Not, "Chloe is deeply remorseful." Not, "Chloe realizes she treated you terribly and wants to apologize." Just, "Chloe is having a hard time." As though my sister's current emotional distress was a random hurricane that had just blown in from the coast, completely disconnected from the climate of cruelty she had personally cultivated for a decade. "I know she is," I replied smoothly. "Will you please just sit down and talk to her, Julian, please?" I stood up and walked over to my floor-to-ceiling apartment windows. The Denver streets below were dusted with fresh white snow. A lone delivery truck crawled through the intersection. Everything looked so small from up here. "Mom, I will talk to her when I am entirely ready to talk to her," I said. And absolutely not 1 second before. My mother accepted that boundary. She was, at the very least, wise enough to recognize that the power dynamic had fundamentally and permanently shifted. Update 2. I finally agreed to meet with Chloe in late January. I absolutely refused to do it at a family dinner, and I refused to do it at her house. I chose a bustling, completely neutral coffee shop in the Cherry Creek district. I arrived 15 minutes early, secured a corner booth, and ordered a black coffee. She arrived exactly 7 minutes late, wearing a designer trench coat and looking fiercely composed, in the way only someone who has spent 2 hours in front of a mirror practicing their facial expressions can look. She sat down across from me, didn't order anything, and immediately launched into a prepared monologue. It was a masterclass in psychological spin. It was partially a faux apology, and partially an aggressive attempt at historical revisionism. She spun a wild narrative in which her relentless mockery had simply been misinterpreted, in which the dinner table laughter was just affectionate sibling teasing, and in which she had times actually believed in my potential the entire time, but had just been so terribly worried about my financial stability that the concern came out sounding harsh. I sat back, sipped my coffee, and let her talk uninterrupted for 7 straight minutes. I let her exhaust her entire magazine of excuses. When she finally ran out of breath and looked at me expectantly, waiting for absolution, I set my mug down. "Chloe, stop," I said, my voice completely flat. "I know you. I have known you my entire life." She blinked, her practiced smile faltering. "I know exactly what those dinners were," I continued, leaning forward slightly. "I know exactly what that smile means. And I know exactly what the phrase, 'you'll know soon enough,' sounded like to you when I said it at that last dinner, because I was staring directly at your face when the panic hit your eyes." She broke eye contact and stared intensely at the sugar packets on the table. "I didn't agree to meet you here to punish you, Chloe," I said calmly, "but I am absolutely not going to sit here and let you rewrite history just so you can sleep better at night. The record stays the record. You were cruel because it made you feel powerful. I was just scared for you, Julian." She snapped, her voice suddenly cracking. The polished veneer was finally fracturing. Something raw and ugly was bleeding through the cracks. "No," I said gently, almost pitying her. "You weren't scared times for times me. You were scared times of times me. There is a massive psychological difference. One is rooted in care. The other is rooted in competition." She snapped her head up and stared at me, and in that precise moment, she looked incredibly fragile. She looked much younger than 32. She looked like the insecure teenager she had been before she learned how to weaponize her confidence to dominate dinner tables. Then, the final piece of the puzzle fell into place. The shocking reversal I hadn't fully anticipated, but which made perfect, tragic sense. "Greg lost his agency," she whispered, her voice trembling. Greg was her husband. The guy who always wore the expensive watches and bragged about his boutique marketing firm. He lost the firm 6 months ago. "Julian, we are drowning in debt. We are literally 3 months away from defaulting on the mortgage." I was terrified. I was so angry that you were sitting there, chasing this stupid dream, while my entire perfect life was collapsing, and I had to pretend everything was fine. She started crying. Real, ugly tears. She had been using me as a psychological punching bag because her own reality was burning to the ground, and mocking my perceived failure was the only thing keeping her afloat. "I am so sorry, Julian," she sobbed, burying her face in her hands. "I am so sorry. We need help. Greg needs a job. I know your new company is expanding. Please." I sat there, watching my older sister completely unravel in a public coffee shop. The woman who had tormented me for years was now begging me for salvation. 3 years ago, I would have felt a surge of vindictive joy. I would have twisted the knife. But sitting there now, with millions of dollars in the bank and the profound security of knowing exactly who I was, I felt nothing but a profound, exhausting sadness. "Chloe," I said softly, sliding a napkin across the table to her, "I forgive you for the dinners, I really do. I am letting that anger go because it's too heavy to carry." She looked up, hope flashing in her tear-streaked eyes. "But I am not hiring Greg," I said firmly, the absolute finality ringing in the air between us. Sentinel Node is a subsidiary of Nexus Technologies now. I don't control the hiring board anymore, and even if I did, I would not mix this family's toxic dynamics with my life's work. The bank is closed. The hope died in her eyes instantly, replaced by a hollow shock. She realized, in that moment, the true, catastrophic cost of her cruelty. She had spent 3 years burning the only bridge that could have saved her from drowning. "I'd like us to get to a good place eventually," I said, standing up and throwing a $5 bill on the table for the coffee. "But that is going to take a lot of time, and it takes you showing up differently. Not just when you need a bailout." I walked out of the coffee shop into the freezing January air, and for the first time in my entire life, I felt completely, utterly light. In late February, Maya and I attended the Nexus Technologies Global Partner Summit in Las Vegas. There were over 3,000 corporate executives packed into a massive, neon-lit ballroom at the Venetian. At one point during the keynote presentation, a massive slide flashed onto the 50-foot main screen. It displayed the Sentinel Node logo, and beneath it, the text read, "Protecting the foundation of small business." I stood in the very back of that cavernous room holding a glass of sparkling water. I felt an emotion wash over me that I couldn't quite put a name to until I was sitting on the private jet flying back to Denver. The word was time settled. Not arrogant. Not triumphant. Not vindictive. Just settled. It was the profound, quiet feeling of having finally come to rest at a coordinate in life that is actually, undeniably correct. That exhausted, 6-year-old version of me who sat in a gray cubicle, frantically sketching hardware schematics on the backs of inventory reports while eating a sad turkey sandwich. That guy wasn't delusional. He wasn't a failure. He wasn't a joke. He was just early. And the brutal, agonizing years in between were not a punishment, they were just the necessary construction phase of building an empire. The dining room table at my mother's house is still there. The roasted red pepper bisque is still served in November. My mother still uses the chipped ceramic bowls with the faded gold rims. My family will probably still sit around and talk behind each other's backs, measuring their worth by who is currently succeeding and who is failing, because families are just incredibly long, exhausting negotiations with identity, and decades of toxic behavior do not magically evaporate overnight. But what fundamentally changed was times me. I no longer needed a seat at that table to confirm my own value. I no longer needed their applause to know I existed. That is the only victory that actually matters. Liam actually texted me again in March. Hey man, if you or Nexus ever need a killer VP of sales, keep your boy in mind, seriously, I'd crush it for you. I read the text while sitting on the balcony of my new penthouse. I didn't get angry. I didn't laugh. I didn't respond for 3 full days. Then, I finally typed back, I'll let you know if a position opens up that fits your resume. I actually meant it. Holding on to grudges is incredibly expensive, emotionally speaking. I am wealthy enough now that I can afford to just let them go, but I am also not in any hurry to save them. Chloe texted me on New Year's Eve, right before midnight. I've been going to therapy. I've been thinking about what you said at the coffee shop. You were entirely right about the difference between care and competition. I am so sorry. I read the text at 11:54 p.m., sitting alone in my living room with a glass of that same Cabernet Sauvignon I had brought to that final, fateful Sunday dinner. It felt like a completely different lifetime, yet somehow it felt like it had just happened yesterday. I sat in the quiet dark for 5 minutes. Then, my phone began to buzz wildly with an influx of New Year's texts. From Maya, from Elias, from Arthur Vance, from Elena Rostova, from Dr. Eris Thorne, from Victoria Vance, from the incredible people who had actually been in the trenches with me, when the lights were off and the prototypes were melting. I meticulously replied to every single one of them first. Then, at exactly 12:01 a.m., I opened Chloe's message again. I typed back exactly 2 words, thank you. Not, it's fine. Not, I forgive you completely. Not, let's go back to how things were. Just, thank you. Thank you for finally telling the truth. Thank you for finally looking in the mirror. Some things in life just take time to build. The company took 3 agonizing years of blood, sweat, and silence. Fixing that dining room table is going to take significantly longer. And that's perfectly okay. I know exactly how to be patient.